Hello everyone, let's start today without any nonsense. Chapter 133. Ace turned his head abruptly, and looked at Kakuo standing beside the execution platform. Garp stood there with his arms folded in the cloak of justice. At this time, his face was dignified, with deep thoughts in his eyes. If Garp was just guessing before. Well now. Natalia came to the battlefield in person and showed that relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. What does that mean? Is it really Ace's relatives? Garp's expression suddenly changed. Crane Vice Admiral beside him glanced at him, then at Momuzagi and Silver. I saw that at this time, I was the only one who was not surprised. That's Momuzagi and Silver. Their eyes are calm. As if it had been expected. What's more? Crane Vice Admiral saw sincerity and enthusiasm in Yin's eyes looking at Natalia. What is the relationship between these two people? Crane Vice Admiral had some vague guesses. Sengoku on the scaffold isn't stupid either. After a brief shock, he also thought of this aspect. It just didn't wait for everyone present to think too much. Standing inside the big pit he smashed. Kaido looked at Natalia, thinking back to what Yamato and the others said. Although the things his children told him were concealed. The Porgas family name was not revealed. But Kaido can still think of some inside stories about this matter. For example, it was this Natalia who took away Yamato and other women. What is the relationship between Natalia and Yamato and other women, and Yamato and other women's children? Kaido lacks some key information. He couldn't figure it out. So carelessly, he looked directly at Natalia and asked. Thalia, what is the relationship between Laozi's son-in-law and you? What is the relationship between you and the child in Yamato's womb? Tell Laozi. Kaido said without hesitation. He doesn't know what to be jealous of. Listen to him. The expressions of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates changed. Jaws and the others looked at each other, thinking of the scene when the Whitebeard pirates and Natalia first met. Natalia didn't say a word, but she came up and attacked them. If it weren't for Ace's relationship, he and Marco might be dead. And now, Kaido provoked Natalia when he came up? Even Whitebeard dared to fight against Natalia directly. How can it be tolerated? The expressions of several people changed slightly. Whitebeard's heart sank as well, his eyes narrowed slightly. Almost everyone in the audience listened carefully to Kaido's question. They looked at Natalia, waiting for each other's answer. Only facing Kaido's provocative words. Natalia's expression suddenly turned cold. The fiery red domineering eyes looked at Kaido. She raised her eyebrows first, with a smile on her face. Yamato is pregnant. This is really a good thing. Hearing that he has another younger brother and sister. Natalia is quite happy. But? Question for Kaido. Natalia stretched out her hand and lightly put it on the simple long knife at her waist. If there is a disagreement, we must do it. She is such a character. Looking at Natalia who was about to do it. The rather wise Vista spoke quickly. Big sister, Kaido is Yamato's father and our ally in this battle. Please don't fight with him. Vista pleaded. Although I feel that my pleading is mostly useless. Natalia doesn't even care about Whitebeard. How can he care about Kaido? How to give him face? But listen to Vista. Natalia frowned. She doesn't care if Kaido is an ally in this standoff. Because she is here. Ace can already be rescued. This is Natalia's strong confidence in her own strength. No matter what. Isn't there a bell beside Ace? Giseline's crazy batch will definitely be there later. So, she didn't care about it at all. But thinking about the relationship between Kaido and Yamato, and the relationship between him and his father. Natalia hesitated for a moment. Let go of the hand on the ancient long knife. Natalia shook her head slightly. Worth mentioning. My father has already lifted the family ban, this time the top, Li Lahao, will be on the stand. He also tacitly allowed us to come, so there is no need to hide the family name all the time. Natalia thought of this. She looked up, without looking at Kaido. Instead, he looked at Ace on the execution platform. Looking at it, although the will to survive was ignited. But still a bit decadent, Ace who is only sad because he is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Natalia smiled and spoke flatly, her voice resounding throughout the audience. The eldest daughter of the Porgas family, Natalia, I'm here to save you, Ace uncle. Wow! Boom! Natalia's words fell. Everyone in the audience suddenly froze on the spot. The amount of information in this sentence is simply too large. It was so shocking that no one could react. Only Whitebeard, Marco, and the others, who had known about it for a long time, turned their heads and looked at Ace with a smile. You must have always hated yourself as Roger's son, right? Is he lonely too? I have never had any relatives. But now, start today. Ace's relatives appeared. As for everyone except the Whitebeard pirates, everyone is dumbfounded. Natalia, the eldest daughter of the Porgas family, I'm here to save you, Ace uncle. Just this sentence. The information revealed is like a massive amount. On the execution stand, kneeling Ace suddenly raised his head and looked at Natalia in disbelief. What did the other party call him just now? Ace uncle? Call yourself uncle? What is this with? She is my niece. That hot god on the sea is my niece? Did that old guy Garp really guess right? Also, the Porgas family. Ace froze in shock. Could it be? He has a big brother? My own big brother hates Roger as much as I do. So it is also surnamed Portgas class. Even the family name? This. On the execution platform, Ace fell into deep shock. Chapter 134. Below the side of the execution platform. Garp was the first to recover from the shock. He looked at the execution platform with a complicated expression. Since he is looking at Ace, he is looking at Sengoku. He really didn't expect it. A very unreasonable guess of my own. In the end, it was the truth. Ace. Really have loved ones. Judging from Natalia's words. Ace has a big brother. And his big brother. It has cultivated top powerhouses like Natalia. So young. Standing on top of the ocean. This future is simply unimaginable. Is it too exaggerated? The Porgas family. The Porgas family. Garp kept murmuring. Crane Vice Admiral stood beside him. It also quickly returned to God. Crane Vice Admiral figured out many things at the same time. For example, why did Natalia go all the way to the first half to suppress Blackbeard? It turned out that he was really avenging Ace. And the relationship between the two is not just a simple friendship. Ace is Natalia's uncle? Natalia is Ace's niece? FK. Crane Vice Admiral has lived for so many years, and his mind has always been very peaceful. Available at this time. She couldn't help saying FK from the bottom of her heart. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Momozagi and Yin in shock. So now. That is. The mystery husband of Momozagi. Is it Natalia's father, the head of the Porgas family, Ace's big brother? Silver's full name should be called. Porgas, D. Silver? Crane Vice Admiral suddenly turned his head to look at Sengoku on the execution platform. Her eyes were full of pity. Sengoku, sorry for that, right? This battle was already difficult to fight. If you can successfully execute the only blood of the One Piece Roger, destroy the Whitebeard pirates. That's worth it too. But now. It seems like a joke that Marine launched this top-standing contest. One Piece Roger's bloodline is not limited to Ace. And Ace's big brother. There's even an entire Porgas family. Even Yin, who is hailed by Sengoku as the future of Marine, is a gardener. TB. Crane Vice Admiral looked pitifully. Both Momozagi and Jin looked at Sengoku on the execution platform apologetically. And at this very moment, standing on the execution platform, Sengoku just felt dazed. It was as if his brain had been hit countless times with a heavy hammer. Sengoku was in a daze, murmuring incessantly. 800. Ace has a big brother, the Porgas family, all of which are the blood of Roger, the One Piece. Silver. He kept mumbling something and almost went crazy on the spot. The Marine Marshal. After being instructed by the 5 elders, He then concentrated on preparing for this battle on the top. A month's time. The energy he put in is unimaginable. Even Sengoku regarded this battle as his last battle as the Marine Marshal. After the fight, he will retire to the second line. But now, Sengoku took an unimaginable blow. He swayed. The old and vigorous Marshal Sengoku almost fell directly from the execution platform. Fortunately, Kong grabbed him and didn't let Sengoku tada. Sora looked at Sengoku with complicated eyes. The resourceful general galloping across the ocean. This old subordinate of his. Sora understood Sengoku. He is not afraid of strong enemies. Not afraid of many enemies. In this battle, Marine fought well no matter what. If it's a big deal, I'll ask the world's official government to support it. But the fundamental purpose of this battle has always been core purpose. Only one. That is to execute the blood of the One Piece King Roger, deter the sea, and maintain the stability and peace of the sea. But now, even kill Ace. The FG One Piece Roger has so many bloodlines. Even Silver. Why doesn't Sengoku feel sad? Supported by nothing. Sengoku covered his chest with one hand, struggling to breathe with heartache. He really felt what it means to have a mental breakdown. Just burst. 3 admirals seated before the scaffold. At this time, it was completely impossible to remain calm. The same goes for Vice Admiral, the headquarters of 16. The 4-7 warlords of the sea looked at each other. Dover looked shocked, dumb for a long time. Hawkeye's eyes were serious, staring at Natalia. Xiang looked at Natalia silently, then looked back at Ace. Moria froze on the spot. From the moment Kaido appeared, he put all his attention on Kaido. Just waiting for a chance, he will sneak attack Kaido to see if he can avenge the crew of the year. But this moment, even he, who was immersed in hatred, was full of consternation. The red hair pirates looked at each other. Shanks is no longer 4 emperors calm. The cigar dropped from Ben Beckman's hand. The chicken leg in Lagilu's hand instantly lost its aroma. The last Straw Hat pirates present. Zoro and others on the Wanliang, Light looked at Natalia in astonishment. Even the usually nervous Luffy was taken aback. But he recovered quickly. Looking at Natalia, scratching her head and giggling. Natalia, I didn't expect Ace to be your uncle. Looking at it this way, am I also your uncle? Luffy scratched his head. Next moment, Natalia next to Ryūjin broke out. Luffy was hit hard like a rubber ball and flew out. Hitting on the ice layer, Luffy was in a mess. Everyone in the Straw Hats looked at Luffy with pity. This idiot captain. 2 days with Natalia. Haven't you seen this guy's temperament yet? That is an extremely domineering, unreasonable person. The shock in naval headquarters quickly spread. Gradually swept to all around, spread across the sea through the video phone. Marine and pirates around naval headquarters were all stunned on the spot. Totally unexpected. There is actually more shocking news than Ace being the son of Roger, the Pirate King. World government. Within rights. Ben sat on the sofa. 5 elders, who was a little dignified watching Natalia's appearance, stood up directly. The 5 of them all looked shocked and stared blankly at the video phone bug. They vaguely guessed the connection between these things in the sea recently. But who would have thought? One Piece Roger. There is another son, Ace's big brother. 4 Fangyan hiding in the sea for so many years. They actually cultivated a poor gas family? The eldest daughter, Natalia, is unimaginably forced. This is exaggerated. 5 elders was breathing heavily. They don't even know how to proceed at this moment. On the Sabayati archipelago, everyone watching the video phone bug was in an uproar. Kid, Luo and other supernovas each looked shocked. Many people even had cold sweat on their foreheads. They never dreamed of such a plot. Luo gently wiped off the cold sweat on his head. Xiaoran spoke. It's really unexpected. Kid nodded approvingly. Yeah, riding a horse and what? He felt that either he was crazy today, or the sea was crazy. Just look at the top stand. It was supposed to be a good execution of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team captain Fire Fist Ace. Marine plotted to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. The battle between the two sides was already very exciting. But you follow. The red hair pirates arrive, joining forces with the Whitebeard pirates to attack naval headquarters. The four emperors teamed up. This scene is too rare, it is already very shocking. After Sengoku announced the identity of Ace again. He's actually the son of Roger, the pirate king. The news was shocking enough. Another 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts is here again. 4 emperors play poker 3-1. In the end Charlotte Linlin didn't come. But here comes Natalia, god of heat. Her strength is no less than 4 emperors. The 4 emperors attack naval headquarters together. Simply unprecedented. It can be called the battle of the world. But it hasn't waited for the fight yet. Natalia said that her surname is Porgas, the eldest daughter of the Porgas family, and Ace is her uncle. What the hell am I? Kid's brain was in a daze. The entire sea is also churning. The shock they are going through today. Almost more than in this lifetime. No one dared to do it in their dreams. New World. IWC, Tato Land. Inside Cake Island Castle. Watch the video phone bug. Charlotte and Linlin paused for a long time. Everyone in Charlotte's family also slowed down for a long time. Well. Charlotte Linlin laughed. She turned her head to look at Pudding and other girls, and at her beloved granddaughter Nanji. Tija, your father is the big brother of Ace, right? Your name is also Porgas. Tija nodded cutely, innocently. Well. Charlotte Linlin laughed again. She turned her head and looked at Kotaku Ticket. Katakuri, summon 5 generals, and set sail with my mother. I want to go to naval headquarters too, to take part in this prosperous world. At this time, the top of the battlefield. It's completely out of control. Charlotte Linlin was keenly aware of this. Therefore, she is going to take a trip to participate in this unprecedented prosperity. Even if you die in it, you will be happy. Katakuri and the others had shocked expressions, and finally nodded. Yes, Mom. Edward Sea Area. Golden City. Battlefield spectator seats. Madara and Hashirama sit at the front. Behind him are the Golden Emperor Tizuru and the others. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. After the shock, Tetsuro and some smart, keen senses that something was amiss. They looked at the backs of Madara and Hashirama's heads. Feeling being watched by Tizuru and others. Madara smiled. Proudly turning his head, he glanced at the Golden Emperor and the others. Madara and Hashirama spoke almost simultaneously. Our name is Porgas. Boom. A loud noise seemed to resound in the minds of Tetsuro and the others. They were so shocked that they couldn't react at all. Wanakuni. Inside the general's palace. Byakuya sits on the throne. On one side are the 3 disasters, flying. Ryūpeo, Yamato et al. This moment. 3 disasters and Fei Ryūpeo all looked at Byakuya and Yamato. To this, Yamato said directly. We are also members of the Porgas family. Wanakuni shakes. The whole sea. Accompanied by Natalia's simple words, there was a surge of vibration. Marineford, head to the field. Kaido, who was standing in the pit, looked at Natalia. He said thoughtfully. The Porgas family. Laozi's grandson, also named Portgas. Oh Lolo. Kaido laughed out loud. She was simply happy to know her grandson's surname. Look at Kaido's rough nerves. Everyone present was a little helpless. Red hair pirates. Shanks turned his head suddenly, looking at Natalia with burning eyes. He was more excited than ever. Giseline had told him herself. Natalia is her older sister. From Whitebeard. Shanks has another news that Giseline may not be dead. Now. Wondering if Giseline is alive at all. Just ask this Natalia. Shanks looked at Natalia, a heart pounding. To Natalia. Shanks bowed slightly. Watching this scene, the audience burst into an uproar again. Shanks of 4 emperors. The most hacky and most respectable man on the sea. Bow to Natalia now? What is this for? Under the spotlight. Shanks looked at Natalia, his eyes eagerly asked. Natalia, for Shanks, may you have a question? The other party is so polite to him. Although Natalia is overbearing, she is not overbearing. She nodded. Just ask. Shanks took a deep breath. Glanced at Ben Beckman and the crew. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates looked at Shanks excitedly. Giseline big sister head is alive. It depends on how Natalia responds. With a long exhalation, Shanks looked at Natalia seriously. Giseline, is she still alive? Shanks fell silent. On the execution stand, Commander-in-Chief Kong frowned. Many Marines also looked at him. Kong looked around at all the Marines, in order to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. That day, she received a heavy punch from the old man, which was the full force of the old man's blow. Even the Kaido of the beasts would be knocked down. Giseline, that emaciated woman, must have died on the spot. Sora said confidently. The Marines looked away. They all agreed with Marshal Kong's words. The world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye looked at the redhead with slightly bright eyes. Failed to have a hearty Kendo duel with Giseline. This is Hawkeye's lifelong regret. And now? Since the red hair asked Natalia this. Is it possible that Giseline isn't dead? Under the spotlight. Natalia smiled lightly when she heard the redhead's question. Watching her chuckle. Shanks grew nervous, his eyes fixed on Natalia. Natalia was about to say something. Suddenly. Feel the breath that is approaching rapidly not far away. She raised her eyebrows and looked towards the distant horizon. Shanks followed her line of sight, his pupils shrank suddenly. Far away. There is a very small black spot. But the black spot expanded rapidly. It didn't take long. It will be able to let the top powerhouses see clearly. See that figure clearly. Shanks stiffened on the spot. In his eyes. There were unprecedented mood swings. I met Giseline that day. He almost sees his daughter Yuta in Giseline. Therefore, he regards Giseline as a close friend. Even if only once. But he is also willing to do anything for Giseline. Heard the news of Giseline's death. He even actually wants to kill the celestial dragons for revenge. If it weren't for Belle. Shanks really got into action. And not long after. He heard Whitebeard say it again on the Fishmen Island. Giseline might not be dead. Shanks really felt a strong hope ignited in his heart. Driven into despair. It gave him another glimmer of hope. Shanks really didn't want this story to be fake. Now. Looking at the figure coming from the sky. The other party was dressed in a black and white deadly outfit, with long black hair and a shawl. At his waist, he carried a relatively curved long knife. That face. Shanks recognized it instantly. Giseline. He opened his mouth silently, and he was dumbfounded. Chapter 135. Beside Shanks. Feel the shock of your own captain. Ben Beckman, Lajilu, Yasop, and others also turned their heads to look. Looking at the figure flying towards the sky in the distance. The whole Red Hair Pirates was in a trance for a moment. Everyone's eyes were stunned. Although from the Whitebeard Pirates. They had a glimmer of hope when they got word that Giseline might not be dead. Shanks come to the top of the battle, help Whitebeard. Most of it was out of gratitude to Whitebeard, for telling him the news. In addition, I also want to come to the top of the battlefield to try my luck, to see if I can really meet Giseline. And now. The hope in everyone's heart came true. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates had big smiles on their faces. Shanks looked at Giseline who came from the sky, grinned and laughed out loud. Giseline! He yelled and felt the beating of his long-lost heart. He has red hair. Shanks. I haven't been this excited for a long time. And looking at the figure of Giseline. On the execution stand. Kong's complexion suddenly changed. He just said it swearingly. Battle of the day. Giseline's thin body took a heavy punch from him. With the opponent's body, it is impossible to survive. But now. Reality slapped Kong hard. His old face was slapped. Kong just felt ashamed in his heart, wishing he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. Empty side. Watch Giseline show up. Sengoku suddenly felt that he was not the only one hurt in this world. It's like a glimmer of light in a dark world. That's Sengoku's hope. He looked at Marshal Kong beside him, with a look of complexity in his eyes. Have sympathy. Have mercy. At the same time, there are also rejoicing. Thankfully Sora is with him until now. Feel Sengoku's gaze. Sora was so angry that he jumped on the spot. He gave Sengoku a cold look. Sengoku, you brat, dare to make this old man in your mind. Sengoku shook his head solemnly. At the same time, he regained his stature. Marshal Kong, how can I? Looking at Sengoku, Sora didn't believe his nonsense at all. This old boy is clearly gloating. Do you even consider yourself to be the same kind of person as him? That's all. Never mind. Just take it as yourself comforting Sengoku. Only. Turning his head idly, he looked at the approaching Giseline with deep and solemn eyes. Looking at the other party's intact body. He was puzzled. Don't understand how Giseline survived his punch. His punch? Even if Kaido was hit unpreparedly, he would have to travel for 10.5 months. It was the most powerful blow of a top expert in pure physical arts. It is not so easy to resist. But Giseline is clearly there. This. Kong Xin couldn't understand it at all. Sengoku beside him also had a completely serious face. I have no idea how Giseline survived. When the audience was puzzled, Giseline finally came to the sky above the battlefield. She stepped lightly on the void with her toes. Next moment, she appeared next to the red hair pirates. Look at the excitement on the faces of Shanks and others. Giseline looked weird. She looked at Shanks and the others, and asked puzzledly. What happened to you guys? What does that look mean? Why is it as if I died in your hearts, but now I am alive again? My heart is like dead ashes, and it's burning again. Giseline is very strange. She didn't care about the fight with Kong at all. Although Chu Xia didn't express it to their sons and daughters. But in fact, Chu Xia has left a life-saving hole card on everyone. This life-saving hole card can completely keep their first district. For so many years, although Giseline and other sons and daughters did not take this matter seriously, because of relying too much on my father, would render them useless. They are to be useful to their father. Therefore, Giseline didn't care much about the battle with Kong at all. It is simply unexpected. Her death would actually make the red hair pirates so desperate and sad. To this, Lagila stepped forward complicatedly, looked at Giseline and said with emotion. Big sister head, you don't know. After hearing the news of Giseline's death, Lagila told Giseline about the general situation. Although it is easy to skip. But Giseline could totally hear the red hair pirate's grief. Especially Shanks. Shanks looked at Giseline complicatedly now. There is joy. There is surprise. There is incredible. Fortunately. Etc., etc. At this time, Belle's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Giseline's ear. Second sister, I received the news of your death that day, red hair pirates. Belle sent a voice transmission to Giseline, briefly telling about the day when Shanks took the red hair pirates to kill the celestial dragons and avenge her. Listen to this thing. Giseline was full of consternation. What are celestial dragons? Although no one on the island of gods cares. But everyone is also very clear. This is their father's worst group of enemies. Celestial dragons have been able to control the world government for so many years. They are definitely not as simple as they seem. If it's stupid, it's useless. Then the world government has long been satisfied with the will of the people and abolished all celestial dragons. But they are alive and well. He also lived arrogantly for 800 years. Is it really because they are only descendants of those 18 kings? Impossible. So, the Porgas family has always been cautious about celestial dragons. It was not the time when Chu Xia really wanted to take action against the government of the world. They will not easily contact celestial dragons, and even deliberately avoid meeting with the scum of celestial dragons. Because they will be afraid that they can't help it and kill the celestial dragons. That would very likely ruin Chu Xia's plan. This is what they don't want to see. So hear Belle tell. Shanks leads the red hair pirates and nearly hunts the celestial dragons for him. Even put into action. If it weren't for Bell's obstruction. They really did that. Listen to the news. Giseline was shocked. At the same time, there was also a strong affection for Hungfa and the others in his heart. Giseline was silent, her eyes swept over Shanks, Lin Beckman, Lajilu, Yasop, Boat Dr. Muxiang, Musician Monkey and others one by one. Finally, look at the folks at Red Hair Pirates. Giseline laughed. Guys, I'm back. The Red Hair Pirates' atmosphere burst instantly. Big Sister Head. Our Big Sister Head is back too. Talking. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates glanced faintly in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. Their Big Sister Head Natalia is present. Now. Their Big Sister Head of Red Hair Pirates, Giseline also came. The two Fangyan engaged in a secret psychological game. At the same time, the arrival of Giseline also made the white group and the red group think of a problem. Giseline is Natalia's younger sister. That is. Her last name is also Porgas? A member of the Porgas family? As expected. Giseline turned his head and glanced at Natalia. In her eyes, there was a fighting spirit visible to the naked eye. Giseline refused to accept the loss to Natalia that day. But helpless. There is only one battle for the captain, and she can only drink her hatred. Feel Giseline's gaze. Natalia didn't show any weakness, she turned her head and looked at Giseline with a sneer. Giseline withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the execution platform. Look at Ace kneeling on top of it. Giseline waved her hand up. Ace uncle, I'm here to save you too. Second daughter of the Porgas family, Giseline. Giseline directly revealed her identity. Ace was stunned again, looking at Giseline in surprise. He really felt like he was dreaming today. I not only have a big brother. My own big brother is still unimaginably excellent. Not only has the eldest daughter Natalia been cultivated. The god of heat. Now, that monster-like swordsman genius on the sea, Giseline is also his daughter? Second daughter? His second niece? Hashtag. Ace was in a daze. Giseline looked around the room. His gaze stayed on Kong for a second, then he turned his gaze away. Kong nearly killed her. This time, she will of course have to fight the opponent to see if she can kill him. Of course. It's not that she hates Kong. Giseline is eager to fight, eager to fight. Kong was able to give her a fight like that, and Giseline was even grateful to the other side. But Kong was someone she hadn't been able to defeat before. This time, she wants to defeat the opponent. Before that, Giseline scanned the audience and finally settled on the lineup of 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing the figure and target he had been looking for, Giseline's eyes developed like never before. Looking at the Hawkeye who was wearing a black windbreaker, a top hat, and carrying the supreme sword, the Black Sword Knight, behind his back. Giseline was shaking with excitement. This was keenly noticed by Shanks et al. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates laughed. Shanks looked at Hawkeye and smiled. My Hawk, this time, you have a good swordsman opponent. Shanks even thought of it. Can survive the hands of Kong. Giseline must be born to die, and some kind of ability has advanced. Her now. Maybe even stronger than before. Giseline looked at Hawkeye with a burning gaze. When the battle has not yet started in the audience. Without hesitation, she challenged directly. Hawkeye, Dracula my Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman. 0, asking for flowers. I, first generation Kenpake, Porgas de Giseline, challenge you. Giseline held the long knife at her waist slightly as she spoke, and leaned forward with her upper body, showing a strong fighting spirit. Listen to her challenge. Everyone in the audience was almost silent. On the execution stand, Sengoku and Kong exchanged glances. The two quickly thought of being together, and the corners of their lips twitched. Originally, Sengoku also has some headaches about the arrival of Giseline. Approaching this one is also a no. A strong man to be underestimated. But now, if she challenges Hawkeye, then this person here is Hawkeye who does not work hard. Maybe he will go all out to fight the opponent? This is a good thing for Marine. So Sengoku didn't speak, just watched the power silently. If Hawkeye accepts the challenge, he won't let Marine bother. Just watched the battle between the two sides quietly. Because it's good for him Marine. As for Hawkeye not taking up the challenge? How is that possible? Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, but he fought it bit by bit. Arguably before Hawkeye. In 100 years, there will be no world's #1 swordsman on the sea. After Hawkeye appeared, he defeated all the strong swordsmen in the sea. I found countless strong swordsmen to fight. After defeating these people, those people spontaneously gave Hawkeye a title, the world's #1 swordsman. This is the origin of the name Hawkeye. Not that he professes himself. It was those Kendo masters who were defeated by him, who spontaneously preached it. After becoming the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye has never avoided the battle. No matter who. As long as he is a swordsman, he is willing to fight the opponent. So many years in Kendo, Hawkeye didn't report any defeat at all. Watching Giseline challenge Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, everyone in the audience was breathing heavily. Whitebeard looked at the two with old eyes. At the moment, it is impossible to rescue Ace to solve this battle quickly. The world government and Marine will not let it go. Same. His side. The powerhouses of the four emperors and the Porgas family will not let it go. The world government publicly executes Ace. Execute the brother of the mysterious man. This is the face of blatantly provoking the Porgas family. Take the strength of the second daughter Natalia and Giseline. That mysterious man will never let it go. It was Whitebeard's hunch. So, before the war started, it's also good to see Hawkeye and Giseline's Kendo match. If Hawkeye wins, then he will not attack his side again. Because it was originally for fishing. If Hawkeye loses, although this is very unlikely, but if it really happens, then the pirates will have another powerful combat force, Giseline. The probability of success in rescuing Ace is also greater. Whitebeard is happy to see the two men compete in Kendo. All the Marine pirates watched. They are also willing to contribute to this unprecedented Kendo battle. Before the execution platform, the three admirals sitting there had different expressions. Akainu, who has been gloomy since the exposure of the Porgas family, looked at Giseline and Hawkeye. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman. Even Akainu agrees with this point. He is Shishibukai. More, is to avoid some troubles. For example, the pursuit of the overwhelmed Marine. But it was never because Hawkeye was greedy for the Shishibukai position. Hawkeye is the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea. He is also the only strong man who stands at the top of the sea. Giseline going to challenge him? Even if Giseline has gained fame recently, it is impossible to defeat Hawkeye. Aokiji and Kizaru feel the same way. Aokiji is the same as Akainu. The two automatically ignored Yin's true identity. They don't want to think about it. Because once you think about it, think of a genius who I value very much. Is my own enemy. It was difficult for the two of them to suppress the complicated emotions in their hearts. In order to avoid affecting this battle, the two forced themselves not to think about it. Wait until the fight is over. Then they think about how to deal with this matter. Then, everyone's attention was focused on Hawkeye and Giseline. Giseline stared at Hawkeye with a burning gaze. 4 or 5 seconds passed. Stand there. Hawkeye, like a world nobleman, slowly raised his head. If you didn't look up before, you haven't noticed it yet. At this moment, Hawkeye raised his head, and his eyes were full of passionate fighting intent. Obviously. For this genius Kendo girl, Hawkeye was also interested. The will to fight the opponent is very strong. Looking at Giseline, Hawkeye nodded and said, I, Dracula my hawk, accept your challenge. Everyone in the audience was instantly excited. Chapter 136. Thousand Sunny On. The Straw Hats stood on the deck. Luffy had already walked back with a smile on his face. For Natalia's attack, he was not angry at all. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hats saw that Giseline was going to challenge Hawkeye. They couldn't help talking. While discussing, everyone turned to look at Zoro. The green algae-headed swordsman looked at Hawkeye with burning eyes, and his lotus body trembled slightly. They had never seen Zoro like this. At the same time, everyone remembered the first meeting between Zoro and Hawkeye. At that time, Zoro was fledgling and chose to challenge Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. But the Straw Hat Pirates at that time. It's just an immature pirate group who hasn't seen the size of the world yet. In East Blue, they were fairly fearless. But met Hawkeye. For the first time they saw the vastness of the sea. I have seen the horror of the strong in this sea. Look at the Straw Hats like this. Natalia came interested. Turning her head, she looked curiously at the Straw Hats and at Zoro. Feel her gaze. Nami was about to explain. But Zoro stopped her. He wanted to talk about it himself. Then, little by little, Zoro recalled the first meeting with Hawkeye. He challenges each other. Instead, he was tortured by the opponent with a knife and couldn't find Bay. In the end, it was because of Hawkeye's holding back that he survived. And that sentence. Zoro looked at Luffy decisively, saying that he would never lose again. Natalia listened in silence. Finished listening. She just nodded. A strong smile appeared on his face. Natalia shook her head. Zoro, the wish you made at the beginning may not be fulfilled. What Hawkeye said at the beginning may not be fulfilled. This remark made everyone in the June 20th Straw Hat group a little confused, and they didn't understand why. Zoro also turned his head, looking at Natalia in surprise. Big sister, what do you mean by that? Stayed in Straw Hats for 2 days. With Natalia's domineering and strong character, she also became the big sister of the Straw Hats. Natalia looked at Hawkeye upon hearing this, and then at Giseline. Giseline is crazy to criticize, although he is my defeat. But if it's just about swordsmanship, I'm not as good as her. Natalia said seriously. This is nothing to deny. She is domineering and confident, but not arrogant. Natalia has a very clear understanding of herself. She knows which of her abilities is the strongest and which is the weakest. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in all battles. On the Kendo, Natalia is not as good as Giseline, the Kendo madman. On Ryūjin, Natalia is not as good as Bell's Ryūjin monster. But in Zanpakuto ability, Natalia stands above the crowd. That's enough. And listen to the answer given by Natalia. Zoro stood there dumbfounded. Get along these 2 days. He also challenged Natalia. Natalia didn't hesitate to teach her, and with 2 simple swords, all of Zoro's pride was wiped out. Zoro immediately took Natalia as his teacher. But Natalia has no such interest. But it gave Zoro hope at the time. Said that if there is a chance in the future, I can introduce him to a Kendo master. Could it be? Did Natalia mean Giseline? Zoro turned his head to look at Giseline, his eyes were blazing like never before. He understood what Natalia had just said. What Hawkeye may have fulfilled his original words. Hawkeye said at first. Waiting for Zoro to climb and throw challenges at the top of the world's #1 swordsman and Kendo. But today, Hawkeye may lose the position of the world's #1 swordsman? Zoro couldn't believe it. Everyone in the Straw Hats thought about this, and there was an uproar. But except them. Everyone present, and the entire sea. Hardly think that Giseline can win this battle. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, has been famous for a long time. His swordsmanship is too strong. Hawkeye is devoted to the pursuit of the sword, and even lacks the use of other powers. But that's exactly what it is. Let the eagle eye be on the sword, no one can drum. With the way of the sword, Hawkeye can stand firmly on the top of the sea. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Giseline held the long knife. Throwing the scabbard aside. Holding the long knife, she walked forward slowly. It was a relatively normal face. When walking towards Hawkeye, it gradually became abnormal. If I have to describe it, it should be, madman. Seeing this scene, Kaido was slightly dazed. Looking at Giseline's crazy eyes and expression at this time, he thought of a little black guy. Zaraki. Isn't the morbid madness on Zaraki's face exactly the same as that of Giseline in front of him? In terms of relationship, the bigger one should be Catherine's younger brother. That said, Giseline. Most likely a larger adult body? Think of that still young Zaraki with that level of terrifying combat power. Kaido became more and more dazed. At the same time. New World. Inside the palace of General Wanakuni. Yin suddenly received news from the Big Mom pirates. Led by 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, all the advanced cadres of the Big Mom pirates were dispatched and headed for the top battlefield. Listen to his news. Everyone present was a little surprised. It surprised me that the last of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, really went to the top of the battlefield. How exciting is it going to be on the battlefield? Yin and the others looked at each other. They are going to continue to follow Kaido's orders and stay behind at Wanakuni. But at this time, looking at the image from the battlefield, Zaraki, who had been silent all this time, stood up slowly. He was trembling slightly, and the frenzied excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. Zaraki gripped the long jagged knife on his back. He stepped out of the palace threshold. Byakuya stopped him. Zaraki, what are you doing? Zaraki turned his head and said excitedly. I'm going to the top of the battlefield, frog ha 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 ha. Frog ha 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 ha. I want to participate in this competition too, wow ha ha ha. Actually at first. Watch as the top stand fight begins. Zaraki couldn't bear it anymore. Until now. Seeing that the third sister Giseline is going to challenge Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Zaraki is completely manic. Totally intolerable. Byakuya looked helplessly at her little brother. This combat lunatic is really unstoppable. At this moment, even Black Maria couldn't stop Zaraki at all. When Byakuya pondered. Sitting there, Jack, who was drinking heavily, also stood up. Looking at Zaraki, Jack laughed. Zaraki, you're going to fight on the battlefield, aren't you? Laozi is coming with you. Wa ha ha ha. Zaraki laughed back. Look at these 2 big bad pens. Byakuya, Yin, and Quinn covered their faces for a while. Several people in Feilyupeo also stood up and echoed the 2 of them. What about the 4 emperors' pirates? The whole crew was dispatched. Their 100 beasts only let Governor Kaido go, which is more or less outrageous. Feilyupeo's words were unanimously approved by the real players. In the end, not even Byakuya, Yin, and Quinn could hold back the momentum. But really let Zaraki and Jack go crazy? That's going to be a big deal. Byakuya glanced at Yin and Quinn warily. His own mother, Kojiki Hiri, is still at Wanakuni. He was worried about leaving Kojiki Hiri alone here at Wanakuni. After all, though he has joined the Beast's pirates, the 2 sides are united. But what if someone really wanted to harm his mother? In the end, Byakuya and Yin made a unanimous decision. Let Quinn rush to naval headquarters with Zaraki and Jack, bring a few flying 6 robes, and participate in the battle for the top. The 2 of them stay behind at Wanakuni, just in case. Zaraki and Jack laughed and nodded. He even disliked Quinn following them. Quinn cursed at this. You think I want to go with you? If Laozi didn't have to watch you 2, Laozi wouldn't go, you 2 idiots. The mammoth of the beasts set sail in a mighty way, heading straight for naval headquarters. The other side. Under the leadership of Charlotte Linlin, the anthem also rushed towards the headquarters. Just Giseline and Hawkeye this fight. They are destined to not be able to see it with their own eyes. The 2 are about to start. On the battlefield at this time. Giseline stepped on the frozen ice of Aokiji. Hawkeye stood directly in front of the Oak's port. The 2 stared at each other silently. Hawkeye slowly stretched out his hand, holding Heidei, who was on his back. This moment, Hawkeye's demeanor changed suddenly. The whole person became sharp and sharp. When not touching the sword, he is like a refined nobleman. But the moment when the sword is touched, Hawkeye is already the #1 swordsman in the world. Giseline was not surprised but happy when she saw this. He laughed and danced a simple sword flower. The eyes of the 2 suddenly met in midair. The two top swordsmen felt the powerful sword intent on each other. Hawkeye's pupils showed a slight shock, and then became dignified. So many years. The reason why he can always sit firmly on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. That's because Hawkeye's kendo is not limited to the realm of great swordsmen. He has faintly touched the realm above the great swordsman, the realm where everything cannot be cut. At this time, the strong will generate their own sword intent. Hawkeye's sword intent is sharp and powerful. Once upon a time, Hawkeye never felt the sword intent from anyone. Not even the redhead, Rayleigh, did. They can only be regarded as top swordsmen. But let's talk about reaching the same level as yourself. It's not even close. Now 0. Hawkeye also felt the sword intent on Giseline. That sword intent was completely different from his. Hawkeye is fierce, breaking through everything head-on. And Giseline, it is flexible like a swimming snake. At the same time, the opponent's sword intent is varied and all-encompassing. Hawkeye became completely serious. He believes that Giseline is a strong man who deserves his best effort to fight and compete for victory. Giseline felt the same way. So she spoke. Introduce your own Yakian Liu swordsmanship. Dracula my hawk, your code name is Hawkeye. And I, first generation Kenpei, Anohana Yachiryu. First generation Kenpei, Anohana Yachiryu. Hawkeye took Giseline's claim to heart seriously. This name is worth remembering for a lifetime. Next moment, the two swung their knives almost at the same time. Two figures, one black and one white, disappeared in place. When they reappeared, they had been butted together. The two didn't do any testing. As soon as he came up, it was a selfless close combat. Hawkeye's black knife is sharp and powerful, good at destroying all the opponent's skills in the front. At the same time, it possesses flawless skills. The two fought dozens of knives in a short time. During this period, Giseline's 8,000 stream swordsmanship is changeable. In a short period of time, dozens of sword techniques have been changed. Her 8,000 stream swordsmanship. If it was before, it was naturally not as good as Hawkeye. Even when fighting against the redhead, he is not as good as Hawkeye. But after the fight with Kong, Giseline has not only mastered banquet. Her Bakian Liu swordsmanship has also successfully transformed to perfection. 8,000 streams of swordsmanship in the realm of consummation. Let Giseline easily undo Hawkeye's attack. The long swords of the two sides continued to fight. Every hit is just right. The two controlled their sword intent at a perfect speed. If you can reveal a flaw in the opponent, you can kill the opponent completely. He will not let his sword intent escape, and make perfect use of his power without any waste. Seeing this scene, the middle and low-level powerhouses were so confused that they couldn't understand it at all. But the high-level powerhouses, with his strong eyesight and armament haki, he can see clearly the attacking routes of the two. For those who could understand, the shock in their hearts was unimaginable. Especially those who are masters of swordsmanship. Like Redhead Shanks. Watch Hawkeye vs Giseline duel. He stood there in a daze, his eyes glazed over. The people around the red hair pirates don't know why. Captain Idiot, which one is stronger, Big Sister Head or Hawkeye? Although the Big Sister Head can beat you in swordsmanship. But you have never won in the way of swords in front of Hawkeye. So the Big Sister's Head and the Eagle Eye's swordsmanship, who is stronger? Yes, Captain Idiot, can you understand? The red hair pirates kept asking questions. But there has been no response from Shanks. Because of Shanks at this time. Already completely immersed in the kendo duel between Hawkeye and Giseline. Ding 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 ding. The long knives in the hands of the two kept colliding, making people dazzled. All the top 1.2 powerhouses watching this scene fell silent. They are the top powerhouses in the sea. Not a man in battle right now. Can't see through the kendo duel between Giseline and Hawkeye? This is a bit surprising. Unbelievable, right? On the execution stand, Sengoku watched the two fight more and more. The more dignified the eyes, the deeper the heart. He thought that Hawkeye could easily win this battle. No matter how bad it is, it must show a strong advantage. Can now. These two have already fought thousands of tricks. Giseline and Hawkeye are still evenly matched. World government. Within rights. The 5 elders looked at the video phone bug in front of them. Watch and watch. Bareheaded and armed with swords, 5 elders cursed. Quick, give me another perspective. Are there any high-powered video phone bugs on site? Hurry up, call me out. This video phone bug can't keep up with the speed of these 2 sword swings, I can only see an after-image. Quick, quick. You bastards. The other 4-5 elders looked at the bald 5 elders in surprise. It never occurred to them. This colleague, unexpectedly lost his composure today. Isn't this just a battle? As for? All right. They forgot. The bald 5 elders is also a top swordsman. Although I haven't shot much. But his Kendo. It is on the same level as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Only then did everyone understand the reason for the bald 5 elders' gaffe. But when the screen of the high-power video phone bug is called out, the bald 5 elders cursed again. What kind of spam call bug is this? I can see the knife coming out, what about the collision behind? Chapter 137. The bald 5 elders gaffe scene. The remaining 4 have never been seen before. The 4 looked at the bald 5 elders in surprise. The bald 5 elders watched the video by himself, completely immersed in it. The current him doesn't pay attention to everything around him at all. What does the gaze and astonishment of the other 4-5 elders have to do with him? The bald 5 elders were completely immersed in the battle between Giseline and Hawkeye. Because of this duel between 2 top swordsmen. Bravo! For the bald 5 elders who are also top swordsmen. He can't wait to rush straight to naval headquarters. The other 4-5 elders slowly looked away. The 4 of them also looked at the video in shock. At this time, the swordsmanship duel between Hawkeye and Giseline has been going on for a full 30 minutes. Within half an hour, the long knives of the 2 collided countless times. They didn't use any of the rest of their power. Hawkeye is not using armament haki. Giseline also didn't use Ryūjin. Neither of them even used observation haki in the slightest. They are fighting entirely with the instinct of a swordsman. That's why the swordsmanship duel between the 2 became even more exciting. Others don't even understand it at all. Even the top experts can only see a half knowledge. The eyes of Shanks and red hair pirates lighted up. Really? Giseline has been through a life and death crisis. Her swordsmanship was really strong again. At first, that fight between Giseline and Shanks. She had only been in a state of ecstasy for 30 minutes. 30 minutes passed. Giseline will inevitably fall into decline. Available now for Giseline. 30 minutes of ecstasy had apparently passed. But she is still on par with Hawkeye, and she can't see any signs of decline. The long knives of the 2 kept waving, and they almost became after-images. In just the blink of an eye, the 2 of them can fight each other with hundreds of moves. The corners of Shank's mouth curled up slightly. Now, even he doesn't know the outcome of the battle between Giseline and Hawkeye. These 2 people. Hawkeye has fought him many times before. 07. In terms of Kendo alone, red hair is not as good as Eagle Eyes. But if it is about complete hard power, red hair was better than Hawkeye. And Giseline. He was also able to win against the red hair in Kendo. The redhead also has the confidence to surpass Giseline in terms of hard power. Then, he is now caught in a crowd of strong expectations. Looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Looking forward to who is stronger and weaker in the way of swordsmanship between Giseline and Hawkeye. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard stared at the battle between the 2. Slightly clenched the big razor Kong Yunki by his side. Whitebeard was secretly gaining momentum. He is accumulating fighting spirit and momentum. Wait for the battle to break out, so that you can rush directly to rescue Ace at the critical moment. Kaido watched the battle between the 2 and was not in a hurry. What's more, Kaido has already made up his mind. The little guy Zaraki shouted and fought all day long, and the fight was extremely violent. There is even no way to make moves. The little guy was fighting by sheer strength alone. And Giseline is a little different. Giseline has a lot of Kendo skills. It can be said. Hawkeye's path is strong sword intent. Giseline is a little different. While powerful and fierce, Giseline's Kendo is also full of skills. He is a person who has developed his skills to the fullest. Which of the two is stronger and weaker? Kaido couldn't see it either. Marine side. In front of the execution platform, 3 admirals sat there watching the battle, watching more and more solemnly. Hawkeye is 7 warlords of the sea. 3 admirals certainly wanted him to win. This will give Marine an early kill of a major enemy. But the 3 also saw it. Hawkeye used to be the number 1 swordsman in the world. In Kendo, no one in the sea is his opponent. Except some old guys. And today, the appearance of Giseline broke Hawkeye's absolute status. It really challenged Hawkeye to the position of the world's number 1 swordsman. 3 in Admiral. Aokiji looked dignified, wanting Hawkeye to win, but also a little shocked by Giseline's powerful swordsmanship. Akainu looked the most gloomy. He had no doubts wishing Giseline defeated, even wishing her dead. But judging from the current situation, Hawkeye really wanted to win, but it was also very difficult. The last Kizaru. Watch the battle between Hawkeye and Giseline. On the one hand, he has the same ideas as Akainu and Aokiji. On the other hand, Kizaru's eyes also changed, revealing a faint dangerous look. He is thinking. Do you want to seize the opportunity to attack Giseline and make Giseline lose his combat power? Kizaru thought about it seriously. He doesn't care about his reputation in this sea. Now the top 3-4 emperors are here. And the eldest daughter and second daughter of the Porgas family. At this juncture, if he can attack Giseline successfully, then it will definitely give Marine an advantage. In the follow-up battles, he didn't need to use too much experience. As for whether Natalia will take revenge after attacking Giseline, Kizaru didn't have much to worry about. He didn't think Natalia could treat him on such a battlefield. He is also Marine Admiral. It's not that Natalia can kill when she wants to. Thinking in his heart, Huang Yuan decided to live like this. Just need to wait. Hawkeye and Giseline had only been dueling for half an hour. The strength of the two of them is still at its peak. No matter what, let them consume each other for a while. Kizaru tapped the armrest with his fingers, making a melodic da-da-da sound. He silently waited for the opportunity to attack Giseline. At the same time on the execution platform, kneeling Ace seriously watched Giseline's fight with Hawkeye. Giseline is his niece. He really wants Giseline to win in his heart now. Ace watched with burning eyes. In the bottom of my heart, there is a strong fighting spirit and hope to survive. One Piece Roger is not alone in his bloodline. He also has a big brother. Although I don't know if it was born to my mother Rouge. But Ace has only one wish now. He wants to meet his big brother. I want to meet my relatives. Beside Ace, Sengoku and Kong stared at the battle. Both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. They really didn't want the Giseline-Hawkeye matchup to last too long. Because it is a battle of this scale on the top of the battlefield. It would have been just Whitebeard attacking naval headquarters. If the time is the longest, it will be over in half a day. Can now the 3-4 emperors arrive? There's also the enigmatic Porgas family involved. The situation on Marine's side is already precarious. In case of delay, let the other places have strong people to come. Late makes a difference. The two thought of this at the same time. But to start the battle quickly, it is necessary to stop the battle between these two top swordsmen. Once blocked, these two top swordsmen are likely to turn against each other. Sengoku and Sora looked at each other, lost in thought. They are weighing the pros and cons, analyzing what is best for Marine. And when the duel between Giseline and Hawkeye lasted for 2 hours, the frequency of swinging the long knife has not decreased. The physical strength of the two is like a monster. The will is also like a monster. They played thoroughly excited. Both of them were silent in this Kendo duel. Hawkeye was excited. Excited that I have finally met someone who can match or even surpass me in Kendo. Giseline was also very excited. Excited Hawkeye didn't let her down. He is someone who can really compete with her in the way of swordsmanship. The two were immersed in excitement. Even their selfless state. It cannot be discussed in terms of time. When the will of the two dissipates, the state of selflessness will dissipate. But even so, high-intensity battles. It also made the breathing of the two of them a little rough. Although swinging a knife is not slow. But the pace is a little slow. The two threw themselves into the battle wholeheartedly. Some of them began to forget their injuries. On Hawkeye and Giseline. They all had several stab wounds from the opponent's beheading. This knife wound is not critical. Neither of them even felt it. Still in the wholehearted forget-me-war. Kizaru, who was sitting under the execution platform, moved his eyes. Looking at the state of the two, he seemed to have found an opportunity. Kizaru was just about to turn himself into a light spot because he attacked Giseline. However, there was a figure who was faster than him. It was a thunder that appeared from nowhere. The thunder flashed away, and then appeared on the edge of the battle between the two Hawkeyes. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. The faces of many people present also changed slightly. Lake Wang turned into a human form beside Giseline. The figure is dressed in a long white coat and a blank mask. At the same time as it appeared, a lightning spear in his hand stabbed at the back of Giseline. This blow was extremely fast, making it impossible for people to make mistakes. Even the top powerhouses present did not react. Too late to think too much. See you. Hawkeye's expression changed slightly when he was fighting with Giseline. He deliberately opened Giseline with the blade of the long knife, so that Giseline could avoid the blow. But Giseline gave Hawkeye a look. As if to say, she felt the blow. However, she doesn't care. All she wanted was to lose herself in fighting Hawkeye. I just want to tell the outcome of the battle between the two. Feel Giseline's thoughts. Hawkeye's eyes were slightly startled. Without hesitation, his knife continued to slash towards Giseline, colliding with the long knife in the opponent's hand. At the same time, the thunder and lightning spear in the hand of the figure that suddenly appeared had already arrived at the back of Giseline. The violent thunder and lightning spears spread. In an instant, Giseline's back heart was broken without barriers. Giseline's chest exploded, blood spattering. This moment, Giseline's figure suddenly froze. But her face is full of smiles. Still didn't stop swinging the sword and fighting Hawkeye. Hawkeye watched this scene in shock. He blocked Giseline's last strike. There was a brief stalemate. Anger rose in Hawkeye's heart. There are people. Metal in him. Fight Giseline. Someone unexpectedly attacked Giseline. The sharp eyes like a falcon widened suddenly. Hawkeye looked at the head of CP0 who stood behind Giseline, who succeeded in a sneak attack. Without hesitation, cut off Giseline's knife. Hawkeye looked angrily at the head of CP0. The head of CPO watched Hawkeye silently, with a calm expression under the blank mask. Looking at Hawkeye, he said lightly, "The number one swordsman in the world, you have saved your position, my hawk. Now, as the head of CP0, I issue an order to you, Shishibukai, on behalf of the world government. Kill her." The voice of the chief CP0 is light. It's as if you've got the eagle eye right. On weekdays, he stands tall. He is the head of CPO with the highest status and status. Even in the mind of 5 elders, he is higher than the sky, which makes 5 elders believe even more. So, not long ago, the news of Thunder Fruit ability users appeared. 5 elders asked him to find Enel himself and kill him. Afterwards, you obtained this Thunder Fruit through various secret means. The 5 elders trusted him and let him eat them. The already powerful head of CP0. So even more powerful. The strength is terrifyingly unimaginable. Like this, he was able to sneak attack Giseline under the gaze of many top experts in the audience. Chief CPO's heart is full of pride. But he originally thought that Ying 37 Liang would accept his order like this. On the one hand, it is to keep the position of the world's number one swordsman. On the other hand, is the seat of 7 warlords of the sea. Presumably, both of these are not something that Hawkeye can give up at will. But he miscalculated. Listen to the words of the chief CP0. Hawkeye's pupils were cold, and his heart was filled with unprecedented anger. His Hawkeye and Giseline duel. Win, he will win on his own. Even if he loses, he admits it. And very happy. Because he has a goal to catch up with in the future. Will regard Giseline as a lifelong opponent. No more running around and fighting the redhead all the time. Can now. The CPO chief looked condescending and said he won. Hee. Hawkeye's eyes were piercingly cold, and he suddenly swung a knife at the head of CP0. Brush. This knife is very fast, directly dividing the total length of CP0 into two halves. It's just that this didn't hurt the total length of CP0. His observation haki is also top-notch, Shire Toko shit. So. The CPO chief elementalizes the body early on. There was a flash of thunder. He retreated dozens of meters away from Hawkeye and the two. Standing in the distance, Chief CP0 looked at Hawkeye with the same cold eyes. Hawkeye, shoot me, don't you want the position of 7 warlords of the sea? Hawkeye said nothing indifferently. He looked at Giseline, who was barely standing in front of him, with a big hole in his chest, blood bulging out, and his breath of life passing away quickly. Hawkeye raised Hidaya again. With his legs slightly bent, he was ready to continue chasing the CP0 chief. And at the same time, the entire naval headquarters finally overreacted. Shank's face changed in horror. Looking at Giseline, whose heart was pierced by the lightning spear. In a flash, Shanks came directly to Giseline. Reaching out to support Giseline, Shank's expression changed drastically. Giseline. Not far away. Red Hair Pirates is also violently furious. Big Sister Head. Cao Nima's CP0 Chief Cao Ma. The Red Hair Pirates were shocked and furious. Their Big Sister Head just confirmed that he is not dead, and came here. I just want to have a swordsmanship duel with Hawkeye. Anyone messing with this? Someone sneaked up on her? It's just too nasty. The redhead also looked at Giseline with pity. Last time. This girl is going to challenge Hawkeye. Almost drowned in the sea. This time. I thought I could have a real battle with Hawkeye. But the critical moment. Chief CPO shot and attacked her. Look at the big hole in Giseline's chest. Maybe the heart was broken? Shanks felt a sore nose and almost cried on the spot. He regards Giseline as a confidant and as a daughter. Twice. Shanks couldn't do anything about Giseline's death twice. This made him ashamed and furious at the same time. Chapter 138. Moby DK aboard. Foil Vista watched CP0's commander sneak attack on Giseline. As a swordsman, he was the first to be filled with anger. Hold the long knife at your waist with both hands. Beister really wanted to rush over and kill the chief CP0 right now. Because of that scene just now. No matter which swordsman sees it, he will be angry. They will all want to kill the chief CPO. Beside Beister, Kiazi, Marco, Yizang, and others also changed their faces in shock. There was a lot of anger in everyone's eyes. Such a thing as a sneak attack. Don't say Vista is angry. They are also very angry. A good and serious sea swordsmanship duel at the top. He was abruptly stopped by the head of CP0 and spoiled by the other party. Even Giseline may die directly because of the opponent's sneak attack. It's just, so sad. Not to mention, Giseline's surname is still Porgas. Is Ace's niece. The Whitebeard pirates instantly fought against each other. In the marine at this moment, Momozagi's jade hand rested lightly on Kimpira. The anger in her heart was a little hard to suppress. The total length of this CP0 is too hateful. The same goes for Silver. Hold the short sword tight in little hands. He hated himself for not being able to bankai. Shikai's Shinso won't do anything for CPO total length. If only he had mastered Bankai Kamishini no Yari now. Only then can we be sure to win the CP0 leader. Silver clenched his teeth, his heart filled with anger. This moment. Among the marine lineup. More than Momozagi and Silver. Even the headquarters of Vice Admiral. As well as the Rear Admiral Commodores, they were caught off guard by the occurrence of this scene. After reacting, they are full of complexity. On the one hand, there is joy that a top expert died on the side of the pirates. This is on the stand. But on a personal level, they hate this kind of behavior of the CP0 chief. It's so hateful. Nor were they without comrades who had been killed by enemy sneak attacks in battle. So, they hated this sneak attack very much. Even if the opponent is a friendly army. Is the total length of CP0? Not even 3 Admiral. Aokiji's eyes showed intense disgust. Akainu, the admiral who believes in absolute justice. There was mixed joy and disgust in the eyes. The last Kizaru. He was a little taken aback. Unexpectedly, the chief CP0 in the dark went with him. He launched a sneak attack directly. On the execution stand. Ace's expression changed drastically. Looking at Giseline, whose chest was pierced and blasted by the lightning spear. Ace just felt dizzy in the brain. The battle for the top stand started because of him. A person from the pirate side. It's all because of saving him. His niece Giseline is here for this. Can now. Because of myself. Because of this battle for the top. My niece is about to die. Die because of yourself. Although there is no intersection with Giseline. But Ace can feel the deep friendship in the blood. His jaw trembled, tears filled his eyes for a moment, and he opened his mouth silently. Don't want. Ace's resolute words spread to Sengoku and Kong Erwang beside him. Sengoku had a complicated expression on this. Kong was older than him and could see better than him. Sengoku still felt a little bit guilty, but he didn't have any. Kong looked sideways at Ace and mocked. Fire Fist Ace. Look, this is what happens when you're a pirate. This is also to save your fate. Today. You Fire Fist Ace, son of the pirate King Roger. And the Porgas family, which is also of Roger's blood. You're all going to die here. Ace turned his head and stared at Kong. In those eyes, the anger was monstrous. Kong looked at the anger in Ace's eyes but was not angry at all. He is like a hunter playing with a cub. No matter how the tiger cub roars, it will not cause any harm to the hunter. Can only be incompetent, furious. The corners of Kong's mouth curled up, laughing loudly. Sengoku watched this scene complicatedly, without stopping. Thousand Sunny on. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked when they saw Giseline being attacked. Zoro, who is a swordsman, is the most angry. He stretched out his hand and pressed the long knife at his waist. If he didn't know how much he weighed, Zoro would have rushed out. Luffy gritted his teeth too, staring at Giseline. Slow down for a while. Luffy turned his head, his mind surprisingly flexible. He looked at Natalia. The rest of the people also thought of something. This domineering and powerful big sister head. What happens when you see your sister killed? Everyone in the Straw Hats couldn't imagine such a scene. But when they turned their heads to look, but found that Natalia was still standing calmly at the bow. Look at the bloody hole in Giseline's chest. Natalia even curled her lips. This little BCH even got emotional. For Giseline this hurts. Maybe the common people died instantly. The top powerhouses are no exception. But Giseline? How could it be possible for her to die so easily after mastering the swastika? So Natalia is not worried at all. It's just that when she looked at the chief CPO, there was a strong cold killing intent in her eyes. Those who dare to touch the Portgas family. He really didn't know how he wanted to die. Thinking. Natalia's eyes inadvertently glanced at the execution platform. Glanced at the hidden figure of Bell. On the execution stand. Bell hides in the void. He glanced calmly and coldly at the head of CP0. In this battle, if the chief CP is not dead, waiting to return to the world's government is the time of the other party's death. At the same time, the whole sea also saw the video live broadcast of naval headquarters at the same time. Seeing that Giseline was pierced through the chest by the lightning spear, she was about to die. The people on the sea couldn't help feeling complicated. On the one hand, they hope that Marine can win this battle. On the other hand, they also don't want to see Marine win by such mean means. 2. Huichu. On the Sabayati archipelago. A crowd of supernovas stood on the square watching the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, Kid gritted his teeth and sneered. Hehe, the head of the CP0 of the world's official government, he is really a big man. Could it be that this kind of person only knows how to sneak attack? Hehe, it's really ironic and ridiculous. Luo nodded slowly, his eyes serious. Yes. It's a pity that Giseline, who obviously has the opportunity to be the world's #1 swordsman. But it happened like this, and he died. Luo sighed deeply. The rest of the people. The same goes for Capone Beg, Kira, the big eater Joel Boney, the strange monk Urij and others. The government of the world, within the power. The 5 elders watched as the CP0 leader made a sneak attack. Blonde 5 elders, goatee 5 elders, mustache 5 elders, and shaggy 5 elders all had smiles on their faces. Mustache 5 elders approvingly. Well done. The rest of the people joined in. Yes. Being able to eliminate a major enemy in such a short period of time is very beneficial to this battle. All 4 of them smiled, with satisfaction in their eyes. But what they didn't find was the bald 5 elders sitting on the sofa have never spoken. Looking at the image with his eyes, his face was extremely cold and stiff. In the eyes, even boiling killing intent appeared. Mustache 5 elders glanced inadvertently, and was stunned for a moment. Hello. What are you guys doing? Hearing the words, the other 3 also turned their heads to look at the bald 5 elders. The 3 of them were startled at the same time. At this moment, the complexion and eyes of the bald 5 elders were terrifying. A face was boiling with murderous intent. This bald-headed 5 elders is the former commander-in-chief of the whole army, and the former marshal of the marine. He climbed up step by step, but he was very iron-blooded. He doesn't even treat his subordinates or pirates as human beings. The chief CPO sneak attack on Giseline. The bald 5 elders should be very happy, right? One can imagine the bald 5 elders' dedication to Kendo. The faces of the 4 of them changed drastically, and they immediately tried to dissuade them. Without waiting for them to speak. The killing intent boiled down from the bald 5 elders. Looking at the video, he shook his head, his eyes full of regret. The bald 5 elders hung their heads, not saying a word. The other 4-5 elders tactfully did not bother. Silently continue to look at the image. At this time, the top of the battlefield. Shanks stood next to Giseline, holding him up. He looked at the chief CPO with fiery eyes. On the other side, Hawkeye has already fought together with the chief CPD. Every sword of Hawkeye is full of murderous intent, extremely fierce. Shanks turned to meet Giseline's eyes. He wanted to hear Guy's last confession before he died. But at this glance, Shanks was stunned. Because Giseline looked at him with a smile, and there was no pain in her eyes. Shanks, how do you think I survived Kong's blow? He asked with a smile. Subsequently, in Shanks' startled eyes, Giseline clenched the long knife and Shizuka coughed, calling out in a low voice. Come out, pick it up as needed. It's just that the chest is pierced. She doesn't even use bankai. Meet Shizuku instigated Shikai's healing ability, which was enough to restore her injuries. A black-green devil fish appeared and swallowed Giseline into its mouth. Shanks watched in astonishment. He faintly thought of something, and his eyes lit up again. Really? Along with his guesses. The stingray opened its mouth and spat out Giseline's body. Next moment, Giseline appeared in front of Shanks intact. Watching this scene, Shanks was stunned. Actually, Giseline actually has such a strong recovery move? A bit exaggerated pervert. Shanks was shocked in his heart, a bit unable to understand this scene. Red Hair Pirates has been watching this side, and also saw this scene. Lajilu groaned. What happened to the big sister head? She's fully recovered. Accompanied by Lajilu's shocked words. Hawkeye stared slightly at the CP0 chief who kept waving his knife, and stopped for the time being. Look back. This glance made Hawkeye startled. Then came the shock. Pierced through the chest. Giseline is still alive? And fully recovered? This ability must be exaggerated pervert. Aboard the Moby DK, aboard Thousand Sunny. Everyone was filled with joy in an instant. Everyone was greatly relieved that Giseline was not dead. Giseline continued to look at Hawkeye with a smile. Hawkeye, it seems that it is really inappropriate to choose this place as the place to confront you. How about this, let's go around and find an uninhabited island to fight, and compete for the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye heard the words. He looked at the head of CP0 in front of him, and then at Giseline. Finally he nodded. Without a word, walked towards Giseline. Giseline jumped on the stingray, carrying Hawkeye, and the two of them lifted off to leave. Before leaving, Giseline turned to look at Natalia on Thousand Sunny. Big sister, I'll be back in a while. Help me, kill that guy. Giseline said, and glanced at the CP0 chief. She really wanted to kill this guy who attacked her with her own hands when she came back. But thinking that he and Hawkeye might not necessarily fight for a long time. So this matter can only be entrusted to my big sister. A request for Giseline. Natalia stood on Thousand Sunny's deck and waved her hand. She shook her head, and opened her mouth as if raised. Roll roll roll. Seeing this, Giseline smiled and flew away with Hawkeye. Although she and Natalia met on weekdays, they pinched each other. But the sisterhood between the two is also very deep. After Giseline left, the focus of the audience was on the head of CP0. Shanks stood not far from him, holding Griffin with one hand. Shanks' eyes were a little dignified, and there was also some anger in Zhao's eyes. The dignified reason is that this CP0 chief actually appeared in naval headquarters. It is clear. He was there from the beginning. Like Kong, they are all behind the world government's preparations for this battle. This is also a top powerhouse in the sea, the kind that should not be underestimated at all. Unexpectedly, he also came to naval headquarters. And the angry ones are Chief CPO sneak attack on Giseline. Shanks, who considers Giseline a close friend, thinks so. This time, I must avenge Giseline. Almost, Giseline was killed by the other party. How could he tolerate this? Look at the anger and killing intent in Shanks' eyes. The chief CPO was not afraid, and said calmly. It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill her. Mistake. Chief CPO shook his head slightly. He looked at Shanks. However, if I kill you directly, it can also establish the victory of this battle. The words of the chief CPO completely angered Shanks. Shanks' domineering conqueror's haki is faintly revealed. I don't know your strength, whether it is worthy of your wild words. Shanks shows no sign of weakness. The battle between the two is imminent. For this scene, Natalia shook her head slightly. The strength of this CP0 leader is very strong. And redheads are strong though. But it's hard to win the CP0 chief, let alone kill him. So, let her come in person. Sideways. Natalia stepped off the deck of Thousand Sunny. Her feet stepped directly on the ice and walked slowly towards Chief Senpi. Watching this scene, the faces of many people present changed slightly. Only on Thousand Sunny, Luffy leaned half of his body out of the ship's side and asked curiously. Big sister head, what are you doing here? Natalia didn't look back, she spoke calmly and domineeringly. Kill. Chapter 139. Ink Green's stingray is on. Giseline has eagle eyes, and the two are constantly wandering in the surrounding waters. Finally, Giseline saw a small island in the distance. As soon as her eyes lit up, she was about to land with eagle eyes. But suddenly, said the taciturn Hawkeye. Giseline, if we join forces, we should be able to kill that CP0 chief in a short time and avenge you. Hawkeye has always been silent and indifferent. But for Giseline, a strong swordsman whom he agrees with very much. He has other emotions. If I have to describe it, it should be a sympathy between top swordsmen. Hawkeye has sat on the position of the world's #1 swordsman for too long. So many years. Countless swordsmen fell under his sword. There are too few who can fight him 1 or 2. Therefore, Hawkeye would be chasing Pirate Crick in the beginning. Therefore, he strayed into East Blue and ran into the Straw Hat Pirates. Look at Zoro who has the will of the sword. Intrigued by his heart, he spared the other party's life and let the other party in the future challenge him. This is the interest that Hawkeye aroused by chance. Today, he met an unprecedented swordsman, Giseline. Not just a swordsman who could be his opponent. Even the opponent has already threatened his status as the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye was not surprised but pleased. The appearance of Giseline. It was as if a light had been opened in his life. Get Hawkeye excited. Then, thinking about the fact that Chief CP attacked Giseline in a sneak attack. The more Hawkeye thought about it, the angrier he became. Although Giseline used her ability to save herself. But the total length of CP0 is like a nail, which makes Hawkeye very uncomfortable. That's why he spoke like this. But Giseline shook her head after listening to Hawkeye's words. She landed directly on the island with Hawkeye. The two stepped off the stingray. Giseline looked at Hawkeye indifferently, and waved her hands. That CP0 chief is certainly hateful. But I can't even think of these now, ha 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 ha. I just want to have a real Kendo duel with you, the world's #1 swordsman, to see who is stronger and who is weaker. As for the rest, revenge, etc., leave it to my big sister. She will kill that guy for me. Giseline thought of Natalia. After the battle for the captain of the Gaudi 13th Division, Giseline is really convinced by Natalia. Although the opponent's swordsmanship is not as good as hers. Ryūjin is not as good as Belle. But it is also the best successor to the position of captain. Giseline has nothing against it. Plus a change in mentality. She just opened her mouth and asked Natalia to help her avenge her. And she came to the deserted island to challenge without any scruples with Hawkeye. Listen to what Giseline said. 703 Hawkeye was slightly taken aback. Is your big sister, the god of heat, really that strong? He couldn't believe it. The strength of the chief CPO can be seen from the simple fight just now. Hawkeye alone is definitely not his opponent. The strength of the opponent is the top of the real top of the sea. Even the guy with the red hair wants to win, it's hard, isn't it? That's why he said that he would join forces with Giseline. Only when two top swordsmen with unparalleled offensives joined forces, did they have a chance to kill that CP0 leader in a short time. It's just a chance. The rest of the top powerhouses were replaced. Such as Kaido. Whether you can win or not is the question. But Giseline believed in Natalia so much. Think Natalia will be able to avenge her. How strong is that Natalia? Hawkeye was a little shocked. Although I have heard of many deeds of Natalia. But only 2 shots. It was just a one-time crackdown on Blackbeard. Take Momuzagi once in front of the T-Dolphin. Neither record is particularly shocking. Because Blackbeard, T-Dolphins, Momuzagi, and others are not the top powerhouses in the sea. They're just the quasi-admirals. Under the real strength of Admiral, Jail is an ant. Only at the level of Admiral. Combat strength can be regarded as truly standing on the top of the sea, and it can be regarded as the real one-handedness. Shocked, Hawkeye couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about it. And Giseline looked at him and said with a smile. Come on, let's continue with the unfinished world's #1 swordsman. Let's see if my Bakian Liu swordsmanship can beat you. Hawkeye came back to his senses. He turned his eyes again and looked at Giseline seriously. Abandoning all the complicated emotions, Hawkeye nodded seriously. The indomitable sword intent on the two of them rose again, and they swung their knives violently. On the small island, there was a fierce sound of 2 people fighting. New World. Edward C., on the Golden City. In the arena, Madara and Hashirama sit at the front. Behind is the Golden Emperor Teijulo and others. At this moment, Madara looked sideways at the Golden Emperor Tizalo and asked. Have you finished what you were asked to do? Tizalo was stunned upon hearing this. He was looking at the top station with great interest. That CP0 chief's sneak attack caught everyone off guard. They secretly sweated for Giseline. Almost thought that the opponent was about to die, and a battle for the world's #1 swordsman was interrupted. But fortunately, Giseline has a second hand, and was able to heal herself who had suffered such injuries. It can be called a magic skill. Facing Tezalo's bewilderment, Madara's eyes flashed coldly. Tezalo recovered quickly. After thinking about it, he knew what Madara was referring to. Tezalo nodded quickly. Lord Shura, I have already taken care of the matter. What you ordered has already been notified to the Imperial Commander. Presumably their leader, the dragon, will come to the Golden City soon. Tezalo's voice fell. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. Satisfaction appeared in the eyes of both of them. Before leaving the Island of Gods, Chu Xia had notified them, so that they can give the dragon a permanent pointer. Let the dragon go to the Island of the Gods to meet Chu Xia and discuss cooperation. So back to the Golden City. Madara asked Tezalo to invite the dragon. Presumably, the smart dragon must know what Madara is doing when he invites him to the Golden City. At this time, suddenly, a strong wind blew over the city of gold. A figure wrapped in a dark green-black robe came from the strong wind and landed in the arena. When the kings of the underground world are nervous, Madara and Hashirama stood up, looked at the dragon and smiled. Long came eagerly, looking at the two with bright eyes. He didn't finish his sentence. Madara and Hashirama looked at each other and nodded at the same time. There was surprise in the dragon's eyes. Hashirama flipped his hands and took out a permanent pointer. He looked at the dragon and smiled. With this permanent pointer, you can see the people behind us. Long nodded excitedly. He knows everything about the top battlefield. Ace actually has a big brother. That big brother actually developed a behemoth called the Porgas family. As the leader of the cabinet army, the wisdom of the dragon is naturally not bad. Combined with all kinds of intelligence circulating in the sea recently, he had some guesses that Madara and Hashirama might also be members of the Porgas family. Now look at the eternal pointer in Hashirama's hand. He was even more sure about this matter. And it should be their father that the two asked themselves to meet. The head of the Porgas family, the mysterious brother Liang of Fire Fist Ace. Long's heart was unimaginably excited. The goal of the cabinet commanding army to overthrow the world government may be accomplished in the near future. He solemnly took over the eternal pointer and brought it to King Huai. Madara reminded at the right time. You can only go alone, and besides, don't play tricks. This permanent pointer can only be used once. After the dragon listens. For the first time, he listened to a permanent pointer that can only be used once. But Long didn't think much of it. The other party gave him the opportunity to meet this time, how could he not seize it and make small moves? Long nodded solemnly again. Do not worry. The strong wind rolled up his figure. Long followed the direction of the recording pointer and headed for the sea area all the way. During this period, he also changed several positions in a row to ensure that no one could catch up with him. It wasn't until he reached a sea area that he didn't know where it was, that he turned his direction and went straight to the record pointer towards the Island of Gods. After the dragon left, Madara and Hashirama sat down again, watching the top stand. The Golden Emperor Tezalo and the kings of the underground world looked at each other in blank dismay. There was a hint of excitement hidden in Tezalo's eyes. The Porgas family has already identified 4 strong people. Natalia, god of heat. First generation Kenpei Giseline. Hashirama, the god of Senju. Cold noodle Shura Madara. All 4 of them are absolute top players in the sea, admiral level. 4 such offspring can be bred. Their father, the god, Ahaj, secret big brother of Ace, the head of the Portgas family. What kind of person is the other party? Tezalo and the others didn't dare to think about it. Anyway, they are okay. Follow Madara and Hashirama. Their future is sure to be bright. No longer just a stinking rat in the stinking gutter of the underworld. Everyone was excited and looked at the image of the battlefield above again. At this time the top of the battlefield. Wearing a fiery red windbreaker. Natalia, with red hair and red eyes, walked domineeringly on the ice. She walked all the way towards the Oaks Port, towards the place where Giseline and Hawkeye were dueling. Go to where the chief CPO is standing. Watching this scene, everyone in the audience was a little silent, watching silently. Marine side. Sengoku, Kong, and 3 admirals almost all have the same idea. Although Natalia is strong, although Tianhai rides the hot god. However, want to kill CPO total length. It's still under their noses, it's impossible. Everyone is the top powerhouse in the sea. No matter how strong this sea is, they are all at this level. Unless it is the ancient weapon in legendary, no one can break the rest. Perhaps Rox, the overlord of the sea, and Roger, the pirate king, faintly touched the threshold of becoming another layer. But that's just the threshold. Facing their group of veteran sea top powerhouses, neither of them can do it. Crushed. It can only be said that the odds of winning are relatively large. And looking at the top battles at sea for so many years, how many top powerhouses died in the battle? Rox count as one. But he was defeated by Roger and Garp combined. Adding Rox is playing the wrong idea. He had thoughts that he shouldn't have, touched the bottom line of the world government, and died because of it. And apart from Rox, none of the top powerhouses fell in battle at all. This fact represents, whether it is combat power, recovery power, or endurance, physical strength, and vitality, the top powerhouses. They are all top-notch. Difficult to kill. Natalia wants it now. Relying on his own strength, he killed the head of CP0 in front of so many marine powerhouses. It's just a joke. Not to mention that after the chief CPO ate the devil fruit, he himself is the most top-notch powerhouse in the sea. Even if he's just a common admiral, it is impossible to fall in such a battle. Marine does not allow it, and the world government will not allow it. The only top powerhouse in the sea who can fall today. Then there's Whitebeard. This is the strongest man in the world who is already old and his vitality is not as good as before. This is the only existence in this sea that can tolerate the fall today. Remaining people. Even the red-haired Kaido, who is also the four emperors. Sengoku doesn't think they will fall either. One is that he doesn't want to either. If they die, of course it can frighten the sea for a period of time. But when this time passed, the storm subsided. There will be another group of pirates popping up on the sea, vying for the position of the four emperors. At that time, the new world and the sea will only become more chaotic. The existence of the four emperors. It can be said that it was allowed and secretly recognized by the government of the world. Otherwise, they would not have that status. So, unless it's time to really end the era of great pirates. Otherwise, the world government will not let the four emperors die together. This battle. They'd just let Whitebeard die here, too. Remaining people. After Whitebeard is dead, they can retreat. This is what Sengoku, Kong, and even 5 elders have been playing. The purpose of their battle. From the beginning to the end, the blood of Roger, the One Piece, was executed, plus Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Although now, something is wrong with this purpose. Big problem. It is impossible to execute Roger's bloodline. But eliminating Whitebeard is still an important goal of the world government now. Such a situation. Under such a general trend, Natalia is even a top powerhouse in the sea. Even if the combat power he possesses is terrifying. But on such a battlefield, she can't make waves either. How about killing the total length of CP0? On the execution stand, Ace looked at his eldest niece, and couldn't help but worry about her. My eldest niece accepted the second niece's request and threatened to kill the chief CP0. But can she really do it? The same goes for the rest. Most Marines don't think Natalia can succeed. Only 2 people. Momuzagi and Silver. Meet Natalia's Bankai remnant Achi. They didn't think at all that Natalia was speaking wildly. The eldest daughter of the Porgas family has never uttered wild words. Therefore, when she said that she wanted to kill the head of CP0, she would really kill the head of CP0. The two watched this scene in silence. Nothing to stop it. Pirate side. Moby DK aboard. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates cheered as they watched Natalia's back. Jaws raised his arms and shouted, cheering for his big sister. But, in the eyes of Marco, Baista, Yizang, and others. But it is deeply dignified. Chief CPO, although this person is not well known in the sea. But everyone more or less knows this character. In the past, the other party must have been a strong person in the Admiral class. Now eat Logia Thunder Fruit again. His strength will only become stronger. Even reached the same level as Dad Whitebeard. Such a CPO chief, can Natalia really kill him? It's not that they don't trust Natalia. But this combat power really cannot be smoothed out. If Natalia said that she wanted to defeat the chief CP0, then they would raise their hands and feet to create momentum for Natalia. But want to kill each other? This tone is a bit too arrogant. Among the red hair pirates, Ben Beckman and others shook their heads again and again. Although Natalia is avenging their big sister head Giseline, they are very carefree, very field. But if this matter really wants to be completed, it is impossible. And in this situation where the entire naval headquarters did not believe that Natalia could do it, she didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. Step by step, quietly walked towards the CP0 master. Chapter 140. Natalia walked lightly. The crisp rattle of leather boots resounded. Finally, she walked 50 meters away from the total length of CPO and stopped on the ice. Natalia looked up suddenly. Those domineering red eyes looked at the chief CP0 and smiled. Natalia spoke with a tone of helplessness and joy. I never thought that this little BCH would beg me one day. I really grew up. That's all. This is the first time this little BCH begged me, my big sister, how can I, my big sister, not fulfill her request? Then, it doesn't look like a sister, does it? Natalia looked at the head of CP0, and said these words lightly. Finished. Ignore the unbelievable, even mocking gazes of those around you. Natalia stretched out her jade hand and gently held the simple long knife at her waist. The handle is embroidered with dark purple moire patterns, giving it a slightly soft touch. Gently hold this simple long knife. Natalia merged with the long knife in an instant, and felt the breath of the long knife in her hand. After Bankai, her use of Zanpakuto has been accomplished. Such him. Kill this CP0 leader. Not even Bankai has to be used. Only Shikai is enough. But Natalia is confident in her strength. Others present didn't think so. Accompanied by the way she confidently holds the knife and wants to make a move. There was a slight uproar from everywhere in the audience. My God, CP0 is the spy intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. Although I don't know how strong that CP0 is, at least his status is about the same as Marshal Sengoku and Marshal Kong, right? And under such a status, his strength is definitely not bad. But that Natalia said she was going to kill him. This tone is too arrogant. Yeah, it's just too arrogant. If she's really that strong, then why should we fight for the top? Just go home. It was a group of Commodore Rear Admirals from Marine who spoke. They are all knowledgeable and know the existence of CP. You can also think of what level of powerhouse CP0 is. So for Natalia's rhetoric, they scoffed. At the same time, this is almost the tone of the entire sea at this time. Everyone, whether strong or commoner, hardly think Natalia can do what she says. Even some also thought Natalia was bluffing. Fight later. It's lucky that she didn't get beaten to death by that CP0 chief. In short, the sea has everything to say. No one believed Natalia. Naval headquarters. Facing the faint and uncontrollable uproar around here. Whitebeard also looked at Natalia solemnly. But he didn't speak. There was neither building up momentum for the other party nor questioning it. Looking at that domineering back. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to recall the scene when he first met Natalia. Natalia was like a tsundere CK. Peck whoever gets it. And no one can cure her. Even Whitebeard himself. In the blow with Natalia at the beginning, he felt that it was difficult for him to beat the opponent. There is no other reason. He is too old. The body is not as good as it was when I was young. On the other hand, Natalia, the other party, was just a teenage girl. It's time for young and strong beauty to age. Such a Natalia, he has no intention of fighting with each other. Thinking about it, Whitebeard gradually smiled. Think of the arrogant and domineering Natalia. He didn't think the other party was bluffing. Perhaps what I said just now was a little contemptuous of the length of .cpd. But Natalia is not a brainless and arrogant person. There was a smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, silently watching Natalia's back. Let him see. Check out this great niece of Ace. How strong is the eldest daughter of the Porgas family? Whitebeard's tiger eyes were more determined than ever. Feel the only firmness among the thousands of eyes. Natalia tilted her head slightly. After seeing Whitebeard, she raised her eyebrows. Natalia admired Whitebeard in her heart. True to Whitebeard, he is indeed the strongest man in the world. As expected, he is the father of his uncle Ace. She'd save Whitebeard in this fight if she could. Certainly. From now on. After she shot this battle for the top, the strongest main force against Marine is no longer Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido. Instead, she took over forcefully. Redhead Shanks stood not far from CP0. He first looked at the chief CP. He looked at Natalia again. There was a little seriousness in Shanks' eyes. He didn't know how Natalia said such words. At the same time, Shanks didn't think Thalia would succeed. Even if Natalia is strong. But at most, it can only be a tie with this CP0 chief, right? It is too difficult to win, or even kill. Shanks doesn't think Natalia can make it. But it's Giseline's big sister after all. Giseline can ask Natalia to avenge her before leaving. And he confidently competed with Hawkeye in Kendo. There must be a reason for Giseline. Shanks doesn't believe Natalia can kill the CPO chief. But he believed in Giseline. So Shanks backed away silently and returned to the Red Hair Pirates. Of course. The head of CP0 secretly attacked Giseline and almost killed Giseline, interrupting the fair duel between Giseline and Hawkeye. This is absolutely intolerable for Shanks and Red Hair Pirates. Wait, will. If Natalia can't win the CP0 chief, the battle between the two is over. They will swarm up and kill the chief CPD. Anyway, they're just a bunch of pirates. Pirates, facing a shameless world, are intelligence chiefs. They swarmed up and hacked the opponent to death with random knives. Is this a surprise? No surprise at all. After Shanks backed away, there are only two people left in the field. One is Thalia, who is wearing a red windbreaker and looks imposing. The other one is the head of CPO wearing a blank mask and wearing CP0 white clothes. As the head of the intelligence organization, he has always been taciturn. Even emotions and moods rarely fluctuate. So for Natalia's series of provocative words, she even threatened to kill him. The total length of CP0 is not particularly concerned. He only weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, the total length of CPO is determined. If only he could kill this Natalia. Then it is definitely more advantageous than killing Giseline. Therefore, he didn't care about Natalia's provocation at all, and just looked at her coldly. Seeing the coldness in the eyes of this chief CP0, he wasn't angry at all. Natalia raised her eyebrows and smiled, approvingly. Good mood. No matter how stable your heart is, it's not enough to heal the power gap between you and me. On the execution stand. In the void behind Ace and the two marshals. Suddenly there was a light cough. Light cough is very light. But it was clearly reflected in the ears of several people. Ace froze for a moment, not paying attention. I thought it was the executioner's cough. But Sengoku and Kong could feel it clearly. This was sent by the two CP0 who were secretly in charge of executing Ace. So, is this King Kong, or the one from Aizen? Sengoku and Sora didn't think much of it. In the air, King Kong glanced in Bell's direction in surprise. And Bell? Standing in the void, he couldn't help but glanced at Natalia. Under the mask no one sees. There was a smile on Bell's face, and he couldn't hold it anymore. My eldest sister is really going to show off. But she was right. Master Natalia of Bankai. In today's sea, it is really possible to walk sideways. As long as she doesn't go to the world's government, she can sleep peacefully. It is not difficult for the CP0 chief Natalia to win. Want to kill each other. As long as Bankai, it is not impossible. Bell shook his head with a smile, and continued to watch silently. Natalia and CP0 Chief are here. Her few words finally made the Chief CP0 have some mood swings. It's just too damn tongue-in-cheek. No one can stand that Natalia has been provoking herself there. What's more, CP0 Chief, the absolute top powerhouse. Before eating the thunder fruit, his physical skills can rival Kong's. After eating thunder fruit, the head of CPO even thinks that he has surpassed Kong. Not much though. But his attack power, stamina, recovery power, etc. have all stepped up to a higher level. A little girl in front of him continued to challenge him with words. Chief CPO finally couldn't bear it anymore. He snorted coldly and said silently, "Huang cowboy, within 30 strokes, I will take off your head and let you see your dead grandfather." The words of the Chief CP0 caused Natalia's eyes to freeze. Inside the Porgas family, One Piece, Roger, is a taboo. Chu Xia hated Roger very much. Very, very disgusting. Although he rarely shows it. But the Porgas family is named Porgas D. And not Gore D, which already represents something. So, the whole Porgas family. Roger is also almost taboo. In their eyes. His family is very strong and prosperous. Father is aloof and powerful. It's definitely not Roger's fault. Said they are descendants of Roger, the Pirate King. It's just insulting them. So. Natalia stared coldly at CEO CPO with a pair of red eyes and said coldly. You managed to piss me off. Within 3 strokes, let me chop off your head. As soon as the words came out, there was an uproar again. Ask for her flowers. Ace on the scaffold listens to Natalia. Watch Natalia's reaction to Roger. He muttered. Speak out. I just think that my brother hates Roger as much as I do. Could it be? Could it be that he and himself are brothers of the same father and mother? He was also born to his mother Rouge. So that's why I hate Roger? Ace's thoughts were chaotic. One idea after another popped up. In the end, everything turned into shock at Natalia's words. Sengoku and Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, and then they laughed. The Chief CPO said that within 30 moves, kill Natalia. This is not arrogant. It is the judgment given by the Chief CP0 based on the situation and the combat power of both sides. Although the current naval headquarters was attacked by 3-4 emperors at the same time. However, naval headquarters has Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and 3 admirals. Such a lineup can still suppress these 3-4 emperors. This also makes the battle between Natalia and the CP0 chief will not be disturbed. If so, the chief and Natalia one-on-one. As a top powerhouse. Then eat the CP0 total length of thunder fruit. It is not difficult to find an opportunity to kill Natalia within 30 moves. What is Natalia talking about? Within 3 strokes, cut off the head of the chief CPO? It's crazy. It's downright insane. Everyone watching the battle didn't know what to say. Even on the pirate side. Kikai also had complex expressions, silently watching this scene. Nor did they think Natalia could do something like that. Looking at the whole sea. I want to kill a top expert in the sea within 3 moves. 0. This is impossible. Totally impossible. Within the power of the world government. 5 elders also gave the same opinion. 5 elders, the goatee who was in charge of history, spoke with a smile. The government of the world has been established for 800 years, if we add the blank 100 years. No one has ever killed a top expert with 3 moves. Finally, he added a sentence. Unless Lord Im makes a move. The other 4 nodded in agreement. But they looked back at Natalia. Can this Natalia be compared to Master Im? Everyone shook their heads in unison. And on the battlefield. Facing Natalia's unscrupulous provocation. The head of CP0 was finally irritated. Although he is not much emotional stand-fighting machine. But also angry. Not to mention Natalia. He didn't look down on his provocation at all. The chief CPO did not speak. As soon as he actually acted, he responded to Natalia's provocation. Turned into a thunder. The head of CPO suddenly appeared beside Natalia. In his hand, a dazzling lightning spear appeared. The whole body of the thunder and lightning spear exploded with an electric arc. The chief CPO roared. 200 million volts, Thor's gun! Boom! The air trembled, and the air waves swept away like sea tides. Before the lightning spear pierced down, it had already smashed the ice behind Thalia into powder. It's just the aftermath of the power escaping. It can already turn Rear Admiral level powerhouses into fly ash. This is the power of this CP0 chief. When the people around were shocked, Natalia just raised her eyebrows at this. The lightning spear in the hands of the CPO chief slammed down. Natalia didn't care about that. She slowly drew out the simple long knife at her waist, and said lightly at the same time, "Torch." Today, she no longer needs to shout a slogan to use Shikai's ability. That has no other use than being handsome. FFLX 012905311020313381. Facing the lightning spear attack of the CP0 commander at close range, Natalia directly uses the zero-distance close-fitting explosive attack, the torch. In an instant, the temperature of Natalia's body was like a volcano erupting, and sparks flew around in an instant. Next moment, boom 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 boom. An extremely strong roar sounded around Natalia. And then, a sea of flames soaring into the sky. The ice layer under his body evaporated in an instant, directly from solid to gas. Then, it was extruded out of the core by the scorching high temperature, and scraped towards the surroundings. The gust of wind raged violently at this moment. Collision of hot air with cold air. It rained 1,000 meters away from Natalia. Before the raindrops fell, they were directly evaporated by the scorching heat. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Moby DK aboard. Marco, who had personally experienced Natalia's flame, was breathing heavily and shortly. After a while, he murmured out of control. "This flame is stronger again." This voice exploded in the ears of Jaws and the others like a thunderbolt. Whitebeard also narrowed his eyes when he looked at Natalia, showing deep disbelief. Back then, Natalia's strength was already terrifying. Now the power of this flame has increased again. This. Whitebeard felt suddenly. Natalia didn't seem to be joking when she said that she would kill the head of CP0. But she can really do it small. Chapter 141. Standing in the hot explosion. Natalia is like the supreme flame king. Before he even made a real move, he forced the chief CP0 into an extremely passive position. The 200 million volt lightning spear pierced down. The short distance between the two can never be crossed. The lightning spear pierced into the flames. It was as if stabbed in a millennium cold pool and quagmire, unable to move anymore. The head of CPO has not responded yet. She was blasted away by the explosive flames around Natalia. He turned into a ray of lightning and quickly moved away from Natalia. The head of CP0 appeared 100 meters away from Natalia. The flames around Natalia were extinguished, and the world calmed down again. She stepped on the air, and below was the sea with endless waves. She just quietly looked at the head of CP0, her eyes were full of teasing, and the corners of her mouth curled up in an extremely domineering arc. "How about it? Do you still think that I can't kill you with 3 moves?" Natalia is strong and domineering. So when she is fighting, she likes to kill while killing her heart. Listen to what Natalia said. Seeing that the CPO chief's blow just now was easily resolved by Natalia, everyone in the audience was a little surprised. Especially the marine side. Before the execution platform, 3 admirals sat on the chair. Akainu is in the center. This moment. Look at Natalia's blow just now. His eyes widened slightly, his face twisted together, and his mouth opened slightly. The exposed teeth were clenched tightly together, highlighting Akainu's restlessness at Natalia's blow just now. He is a Logia lava fruit capable user. Akainu has always been arrogant in the past. On this hot road, he dares to be the second, no one dares to be the first. At the beginning, I heard that Natalia was called the god of heat by the sea. Akainu is very dissatisfied. He even said it publicly. That Natalia's flame is not timely in front of her own magma. Just like that fire fist ace. But Akainu miscalculated. Ace is indeed nothing in front of him. May Natalia. Her flame moved and shocked even Akainu. The eyes of two colleagues, Kizaru and Aokiji, came from beside him. This made Akainu feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back. He gritted his teeth and tried his best not to blush, it was too embarrassing for him to bear. On the execution stand, kneeling Ace stared wide-eyed, looking at the terrifying flames of his eldest niece. Ace just felt incredible. He is a Mara fruit-capable user. According to common sense, he should be the strongest in the flame ability. Akainu's magma is not a flame, and it's normal when it's hotter than him. May Natalia. How did she do it? What is this devil fruit ability? Sengoku and Kong also frowned. The two looked at each other with deep worry in their eyes. There have been many legendary devil fruits circulating in the sea. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes before, so they couldn't be sure. Now I saw Natalia make a move with my own eyes. They are almost certain. Natalia. It is the legendary Logia Sun fruit ability user. Because apart from the sun, no other devil fruit has such a powerful fire ability. Figure this out. The two were even more worried. That is the legendary devil fruit. If it is developed to the limit, how strong is it? No. Should say. Natalia has developed that fruit to the limit. Thinking of this, Sengoku and Sora's eyes were deep and dignified, full of worry. As for the pirate side, and the whole sea, they were completely shocked. However, Natalia said that she would take 3 tricks to take down the CP0 chief dog's head. They still don't quite believe it. Because although Natalia showed her powerful flame ability, but this matter, it's still not something humans can do. Unless God comes. The length of CP0 also thinks so. He focused his eyes slightly, thinking about how to deal with Natalia's flames. Soon, he thought of a way. Chief CPO raised his hand and took off his scorched long coat, revealing a white suit inside. He pulled his hands in front of him. Immediately, thunder flashed, accompanied by the growl of CP0 Chief. 300 million volts, Thor. This trick, Enel and the previous Thunder Fruit ability have almost used it. But that guy Enel is too good, he can only increase Thor's power to 200 million volts. But he can use 300 million volts. The roar of thunder and lightning, and the crackling of electric arcs resounded through the body of Chief CP0. Under the spotlight, his figure was enveloped by lightning and gradually swelled. Soon, a burly lightning giant with a height of 5 or 6 meters emerged. The total length of CPO is not impossible to increase the height of Thor to 30 or 40 meters. But that's not necessary at all. At a height of 5 or 6 meters, Thor's power can be concentrated to the limit. It is also the most suitable height for fighting. It can effectively suppress the size of the enemy. It won't become cumbersome because of its huge body shape. This moment, stand inside Thor's body. The chief CPO crackled with electric arcs all over his body, stimulating the body cells to erupt with stronger power. Even more surprising, 8 weapons stand horizontally behind Thor's body. Electric arcs jumped from the 8 weapons, scorching the air until it twisted. Among the 8 weapons, there are long spears that have been used before, long knives, long swords, giant axes, spears, round shields, giant hammers, and the last trap. A terrifying and powerful force exploded. The voice of the chief CP0 came out of Thor's body. I can't maintain this state for long, only 5 minutes. But killing you, I think it's enough. He is also the top powerhouse in the sea. Although there will not be too many mood swings due to Natalia's provocation. But Natalia is just too hateful. He threatened to kill him within 3 strokes. This is simply too arrogant. His self-esteem was trampled underfoot. In this regard, the chief CPO will naturally be angry. So he has to be within these 5 minutes. Kill Natalia. Thor's body is his strongest move. It will not only increase the attack power, but also increase the speed, stimulate the limit and so on. The audience was a little shocked when they heard the words of the chief CP0. Whitebeard, the redhead, and Kaido stared at the same time. Even they are a little apprehensive in the face of the head of CPO, Who is the body of Thor? Because just the aura shown is already too strong. If they were to fight the chief CP0, it would be very difficult for them to survive these 5 minutes. Of course. After 5 minutes of playing, if you want to kill the head of CP0, it won't be too difficult. Everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Natalia again. Thousand Sunny on. The eyes of Zoro, Sanji, and others all became serious and worried. Although their current strength is still relatively weak, it is impossible to participate in such a battlefield at all. But they can also probably analyze the combat power of both sides. In their eyes, the head of CP0 at this time is as strong as a god, invincible. Big sister head Natalia, can she really win? Only Luffy looked at Natalia with a smile. He waved his hand and said loudly, "Big sister, get oiled. Get Luffy's lead." On and around the Moby DK. Jaws and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates also reacted. They raised their arms and chanted after Luffy. "Come on big sister." Everyone cheered for Natalia. Hearing the cheers of the crowd behind him, Natalia didn't pay much attention. She just smiled at this, feeling very calm. Looking at the body of Thor, the head of CP0. Natalia nodded slightly, appreciating her eyes. "Nice move. It's kind of like Madara's kid Susanoo, and kind of like Hashirama's fairy body." Natalia's voice came out. It was too late for the audience to shock the relationship between Madara and Hashirama and Natalia. "See you too." Natalia raised the simple long knife, and pointed the blade of the long knife at the Thor body in front of her. 6 arms grew out of CPO's long side waist again. Hold the 8 weapons behind each. The figure of Thor's body flashed and flew directly towards Natalia. CP0 is always gaining momentum. Did not use teleportation and other moves. And that's the rampage. But his rampage. But he thought Natalia couldn't escape. Because he could see the direction in which Natalia wanted to avoid before she wanted to dodge. Furthermore, with the powerful speed of Thor's body, he directly hit the opponent's dodged position. It can be said, CP0 Chief's blow was aimed at Natalia, and he was sure of the other party. Only, Natalia, will she hide? She is strong and domineering, and has never evaded any enemy's offensive moves. Natalia slightly clenched the long knife. There was a buzzing sound from the ancient long knife. Then there is the flame eruption. The body of the simple long knife is covered with flames, and the flames gradually expand to devour everything. But this was well controlled by Natalia around the long knife, preventing the flame from spreading. An extremely simple knife was slashed by Natalia from top to bottom. The chief CPO came at the same time. 8 weapons attack at the same time, showing their sharpness. Natalia hits head-on. The needle points on both sides are facing the wheat awning, which makes people dazzled. This blow. An extremely powerful breath wave broke out between the two. The terrifying air waves rose higher and higher, and scattered towards the surroundings. People watching the battle. Except for some top powerhouses. Almost everyone retreated slightly. In the battlefield. The total length of Natalia and CP0 is 100 meters. Also completely swallowed by the powerful flames. Natalia suppressed the flames for a better outbreak. The moment CP0 Chief attacked. With all the power of Ryūjin Jakka Shikai, he bombarded the opponent. The two fought against each other for a long time, but the ground couldn't bear the strong temperature and turned into magma. Sea water is evaporated. Finally, under the tense eyes of everyone's anticipation, Natalia and CP0 head back at the same time. The huge Thor's body was slammed by Natalia and flew straight upside down. In contrast to herself. But he only took 3 steps back in mid-air. Thor's body falls in the air. Fly 100 meters. Only then did Chief CPO stabilize his figure. After standing still, he looked at Natalia in horror. Because it was in that blow just now. The 8 lightning weapons produced by his Thor body were actually burned up by Natalia's high temperature in an instant. The collision of flame and lightning. Win or lose in this moment. Natalia is really like a hot god. There is nothing that cannot be incinerated in front of her. Even if it is violent thunder. Looking at the body of Thor, the head of CP0, although there is no damage. But all 8 lightning weapons and 6 arms disappeared. The whole audience was a little dumbfounded. Some top powerhouses showed unimaginable shock on their expressions. Do them instead. Facing the fierce blow of the body of Thunder God, the head of CP0, how should we deal with it? Most of the defense is based on its own haki, coupled with physique and fruit abilities. Instead of confronting each other head-on. May Natalia. This one comes out. Just a domineering little girl. Surprisingly, he won in this move head-on. Although it didn't cause the chief CP0 to suffer any real damage. But the expressive power brought by this knife is still extremely shocking. The entire sea was also in an uproar. Everyone suddenly realized. Natalia is arrogant though. But she has the capital of arrogance. In the eyes of Natalia, the most powerful attack of the chief CPO can be suppressed and surpassed. If this is true, give Natalia time. Killing the head of CP0 is really not a particularly difficult thing. That is. This person's strength. Simply unimaginable. The gazes of Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido change. Whitebeard and Kaido were most disappointed. The two remembered the captain of their youth. The master of the sea, rocks. I'm afraid they are also loyal to their captain who can crush the captain of CP0 with such strength. But that is the overlord of the sea. How old is the other party? How old is Natalia? It can't be the same at all. On rocks. They find each other terrifying. But here's to Natalia. They don't even know what words to use to describe it. On the execution stand. Ace knelt there, watching this scene with an incomparably shocked expression. He is really unimaginable. Flame, is it really that cold? Ace couldn't understand. As one who uses fire. Only then can he see how difficult it is to achieve Natalia's level. Ace didn't even know there was such a path. He looked at his eldest niece in shock, completely immersed in Natalia's strength. And at this time, Natalia looked around the audience. She suddenly smiled. Hold Ryūjin Jakka tight. Natalia raised her eyebrows. I thought of an interesting new move. Talking. She turned to look at the head of CP0, looking at the body of Thor, her eyes gradually became serious. To kill the chief CPO, she doesn't want to use banquet. Banquet consumes too much. There will be more fights after this battle. As a 5.7 representative of the Porgas family, she cannot lose her combat power just to deal with a CP0 chief. But after compressing the flame just now, it exploded again. Natalia's attempt was verified. She thought of a brand new move. Everyone in the audience raised their eyebrows when they heard Natalia's words, with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. The head of CP0 was also shocked when he heard the words. After reacting, Thor's body stretched out its hands, thunder roared, and electric arcs crackled. In front of the head of CP0, a rain of swords turned into thunder appeared. He knew that Jianyu couldn't deal any effective blows to Natalia. But it can definitely interrupt the opponent's move. It will definitely give him a chance to hit Natalia hard with one blow. Many people on the sidelines watched this scene and cursed. This CP0 chief truly deserves to be called a top powerhouse in the sea. Natalia said that she was going to use a brand new move, and the CP0 boss was about to interrupt it. Are you afraid of Natalia? Yes. This CP0 chief first made a sneak attack on Giseline, but then he didn't dare to take Natalia's move. Zhen Nima has completely embarrassed the face of the government of the world. The pirates cursed and looked down on the chief CP0 very much. But the CPO chief himself didn't care. If he cared about these insults in other people's eyes, he will not be able to get into the position of chief CPO. The rain of arrows shot out violently. But when approaching Natalia. But Natalia waved her hand and said calmly. 81 of Bakudo, my lord. The rain of blue arrows seems to be shot at an invisible wall of air, completely blocked. The classic famous scene once again shocked many people's jaws. And Natalia was in this brief gap. He finally started to prepare himself for this move. Brush. Flame ignited again on the ancient long knife. Chapter 142. Natalia stood upright. on the quaint long knife pointing obliquely at the ground. The flames shot up suddenly, as if they were going to spread all the space in front of her eyes. Burn everything in front of Natalia's eyes. But Natalia's flame is powerful at the same time. But it also showed its mastery over the flame ultimate. The flame of Ryūjin Jakka is limited to the blade. Even the flame, in the next step, was compressed back to the knife by Natalia little by little. Watching this scene, pedestrians on the sidelines don't know why. But a few insiders, such as Silver. He is also a Shinigami, and also a Zanpakuto. He knew exactly what Natalia was doing now. That is to completely suppress Shikai's flame to the sword. What are you going to do, ma'am? Yin was a little confused in his heart, feeling that Natalia might shock the whole world with the next blow. On the execution stand, Ace, Sengoku, Kong, and others only know shock or dignified. And Bell hiding in the void behind Ace. Look at Natalia's move. Under the expressionless mask, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The corners of Bell's mouth curled up, and there was a lot of interest in his eyes. Eldest sister's talent is really exaggerated, muttered. He shook his head and smiled. Although he has already mastered this trick. But Natalia doesn't have as much control over Ryūjin as he does. Ryūjin Jakka's Shikai Ryūjin is even more comparable to most of the rest of Zanpakuto's banquet. Natalia can completely control such exaggerated Ryūjin. This has caught up with his 1 or 2. Yes, after 1 or 2. On Ryūjin all the way. The only thing Bell can't compare to is his own father. The rest, he is completely contemptuous. Even the eldest sister Natalia. Smiling, Bell remained silent and continued to watch. Just when the audience, Hidehaya, was faintly surprised by Natalia's blow. Natalia held the quaint long knife and began to go up to another large area. Ryūjin Jakka's flame was compressed to the limit by her. Exists only on the surface of the blade. Then, the entire blade of the ancient long knife began to cling to a smear of darkness. This lacquer black zetsu is familiar to most people. Armament haki. And it's armament haki who has cultivated to great success. Look at Natalia. 3 Admiral 11 gave such a judgment in an instant. And Natalia's armed color is in their opinion. Although it is not as good as Garp, Sengoku, Kong, and other old top players in the sea. But also about the same as them. It is completely sufficient in top-level battles. The ancient long knife is gradually covered by armament haki. But not even armament haki could completely engulf Ryūjin Jakka's flame. The two gradually merged together. This makes Ryūjin Jakka's blade dark red. Natalia glanced at it, showing satisfaction. She doesn't have Bell's exaggerated Ryūjin grip. Ryūjin Jakka's Shikai is too violent again. Therefore, it is still difficult for her to fully control and use it at will. It is also impossible to completely suppress the flames into the blade. So, Natalia thought of using armament haki, a quick fusion of Ryūjin Jakka's flame. Come to assist her and compress the flames. And compressed to ultimate, it is the most violent outbreak. On the execution stand, kneeling Ace muttered in a low voice, as if he had got some inspiration from Natalia. Once upon a time, all he knew was to burst out the flames in one go. But that range is huge. But the power is greatly reduced. Now, Natalia showed him a whole new way. That is to compress the flames, and then let them all explode in the form of explosive flames. Not only Ace's. Akainu looked at Natalia with serious eyes. His lava fruit. This is an ability similar to volcanic eruptions. He also compresses the flames. Signature move Great Eruption, that's it. Meteor Volcano, too. But Akainu felt that his use was better than that of Natalia. Just do Kendo with a child, an adult. His compression, too crude. Natalia's compression is like art. The power shown must also be extremely shocking. Akainu studied hard in his heart. Kizaru became more cautious. His sparkling fruit can also learn a lot from it. Even many powerhouses present. People such as Whitebeard, Sengoku, all got inspiration. Even the chief CP0 in the battle with Natalia, he also realized something. While continuing to attack Natalia with lightning arrow rain. The other side. The chief CPO also worked hard to compress his Thor body. Gradually, his stature has grown from the initial 5 or 6 meter tall little giant, compressed to 4 meters, 3 meters. This is his original height. Cannot compress any more. But even so, the head of CP0 also felt that the power of Thor's body was more than 3 times violent. Look at Natalia. 2 sneers came from under his blank mask. Just use what I learned from you to kill you. Be watched by the eyes of the audience. Natalia didn't care. She was still looking at her simple long knife, her eyebrows slightly frowned. She felt that there was still something missing in this move. To this extent, it should not be possible to kill the total length of CP0 in one blow. So far. Natalia frowned. Next moment, something happened that made the powerhouses in the audience change their faces. I saw the dark red quaint long knife in Natalia's hand. A long sword that has been blessed with 2 powers of flame and armament haki. In the next moment, there was a hum on it. A streak of black lightning appeared in the void. A domineering, powerful, and shocking aura emerges. Seeing this scene, all the top powerhouses frowned. Whitebeard, the redhead, and Kaido were taken aback at the same time. Conqueror's winding. The 3 of them spoke in unison and were all taken aback. Among the 3, Redhead is better than Kaido. The 2 saw Natalia's powerful flame ability. Knowing that the opponent's other abilities should not be bad. Otherwise, relying solely on the ability of the flames, she can't become the top powerhouse in the sea. Because the top powerhouses even have fields that they are not good at. But they must have no shortcomings at any level. In this way, Fang called it the top of the sea. 2 people now. At best, it was a little shocking to Natalia's talent. Awakening Conqueror's haki at a young age is fine. They can actually use the Conqueror's winding that these veteran sea powerhouses can use. This is a bit exaggerated. And Whitebeard. He is different from the redhead Kaido. See Natalia using Conqueror's twine. Not to mention how surprised he was. He remembers. When I met Natalia for the first time. Just under a month ago. Natalia at the time was shocked by his Conqueror's haki. At first it also showed that there was no Conquerors, just a confrontation with another strong will. And it was his own Conquerors that led to the Conquerors in Natalia's body. Let the other party also have this kind of king's qualifications. But now? Less than a month has passed. Natalia's flame ability has not only become stronger. Have you even mastered the high-level application of Conqueror's winding? What kind of talent is this Nima? It's too exaggerated. I was surprised and confused. Whitebeard heard a group of sons beside him shouting. All of them were extremely excited. Big sister headmaster's Conqueror's winding. This is great news. Too exaggerated. Their eldest sister is so strong. Talent is so scary. Jaws and the others laughed out loud. Ah! The total length of CPO. They are not qualified to fight against their eldest sister. Everyone was thinking and talking like this. The momentum of the pirates is rising. Marine side. Sengoku, Sora, and the 3 admirals' faces almost froze. As they have dealt with 4 emperors for many years. How can you not know the advanced application of Conqueror's winding? That is the top 10,000 districts in the sea. The red-haired 4 emperors with fruitless abilities. With just one trick of Conqueror's entanglement, he can stand firmly on the top of the sea. Right now, Natalia's Conqueror's entanglement seems to have just been mastered. Far inferior to red hair, even Kaido and Whitebeard are far inferior. But this is already extremely exaggerated and terrifying. The marine executives all gritted their teeth. Among them, also Sengoku the marshal owns Conquerors. None of the rest of them have. Even Garp, the marine hero. Hateful. If they also master Conquerors winding. So why worry about not being able to further suppress the living space of the pirates? Unfortunately. As a marine. The dog who is the ruler of the world. In this life, they may not be able to receive the royal look of the electric room. What a joke! And just when the whole audience was watching Natalia, shocked by the horror of her knife. Natalia looked at her simple long knife. Look at the three forces intertwined and combined on it. She was still a little dissatisfied. Just these three powers are still not enough to kill the head of that CP with one blow. Heart has this feeling. Natalia had an idea. On the dark red quaint long knife. Gradually clinging to a subtle brilliance. That brilliance is crimson. It is Natalia's Ryūjin performance. Her Shikai is now combined with the armor color, and the two blend into one. So, if Natalia wraps Ryūjin up, it won't make Shikai more powerful. Instead, it's another move. A new move unique to Shinigami. Ryūjin twine. In the void on the scaffold. Bell saw this with increasing interest. Natalia if can combine Ryūjin winding and banquet. Then in the original captain's battle. He would really be interested in fighting Natalia. Silver stood in the marine line, beside his own mother, Momuzagi. Looking at Natalia, he was also shocked. As everyone knows. Silver, the boy who was hailed as a marshal by Sengoku. Facing my eldest sister. Also with a little brother. In this way, he was completely overwhelmed by the strength of his eldest sister. The ancient long knife trembled again. Looking at the simple long knife, everyone seemed to feel a sense of suffocation at this moment. Because of that power. Even though they were separated by a long distance, they all felt terrified. Hey, this is too scary. If the old man matches up, really, he will die, right? Kizaru opened his mouth wide in surprise. This time it was terrible. It's no longer a joke. It is the truest feeling in Kizaru's heart. Natalia's move is too strong, too strong. So strong that Kizaru felt that if he matched, he would die. Don't talk about him. Akainu, Aokiji also have the same idea. The two were silent, shocked. Among the Shishibukai, Dover, who was wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat, could no longer be arrogant. He is just happy now. Fortunately, before the real war started. Have CP0 chief to face this monster. What the hell? This is not an ordinary top powerhouse in the sea at all. Natalia today. In the eyes of Dover, he has been promoted to a guy who is even more terrifying than the four emperors. It's too strong. This is not something ordinary people can deal with. Yes. Dover is an ordinary man. At this time, Natalia's birthing blow was finally complete. The ancient long knife was faintly burnt dark red. On the top, 62 pieces have a bright red light. Outside the blade, there are also violent black lightning bolts. Four forces combined. It doesn't conflict at all. On the contrary, they complement each other. With Natalia's blow, it was barely half as high as that of Bankai's remnant fire Tachi. Raising her head, Natalia Yuhuan gave CP0 a long look with her red eyes. Can I kill you with this knife? Although it is a questioning tone. But the word falls. Natalia has already rushed out. The chief also knew that Natalia's blow was extremely powerful. First timing. He wasn't thinking of resistance. But to escape. But how could Natalia not guard against him? While attacking the opponent, Natalia waved her left hand and chanted faintly. 90 of Hado, brown sugar. Next to the body of the chief CP0 Thor, a dark and thick coffin appeared. For a powerhouse like CP0 chief, black coffin still uses the body of Thor. Nature can do no harm. But it is enough to hold him back for a moment and prevent him from escaping. Look at that mouthful of black coffin. The expressions of many people present changed. Jaws looked nostalgic. He was even proud of being defeated by this trick. In the dignified look of the audience, one person's face changed drastically. That's Redhead Shanks. Watch Natalia use black coffin. He stood there in a daze, his face froze, and his eyes gradually widened. Without waiting for the redhead to think too much. After black coffin lasted for half a second, it was destroyed by the chief CPO. The violent thunder escaped and destroyed black coffin. Chief CPO was not injured. Covered with Thor's body, he was ready to run straight away. Don't leave at this time. If he got hit by Natalia's blow, he would be finished. Immortality is also a great disability. I was anxious in my heart, and the eyes of the chief CP0 were full of retreat. But the next moment, Natalia has already appeared beside her. Kara is the flash goddess. But her Shunpo, among the children of the Portkas family, is still inferior to Natalia, Belle, and Giseline. The hard power of the three is there, it is too strong. So Natalia's casting speed is extremely fast. Black Coffin blocks CP0's split-second escape. He rushed to the opponent in the next moment. The dark red, shimmering long knife in his hand slashed down. From the upper left, analyze obliquely. Next moment, the two figures crossed each other. Chief CP0's eyes were filled with panic and escape emotions. But he couldn't walk anymore. The upper body freezes in place. The two legs of the lower body still followed the will of the CP0 chief just now, and both feet stepped on the ground. The lower body of CPO's total length appeared 100 meters away. But his body had already been chopped off obliquely by Natalia. The chief CPO, the one who is dead, can't be more transparent. Chapter 143. At this moment in naval headquarters, deathly silence. Everyone looked at Natalia silently. Looking at the CP0 chief who was beheaded by her with a single knife. Everyone's expressions were dull, and they couldn't express their shock. They are not in any mood at the moment. Just a daze. World government. Within rights. The five elders sat or stood around the sofa, watching the naval headquarters battle for the top. This moment. Watching Natalia behead the head of CP0 with one blow. The five elders all gasped for breath. They are the same as everyone at naval headquarters. My mind went blank. It took a full quarter of an hour to slow down. The five raised their heads and looked around in a daze. Yes. In their eyes, there is only blankness. Even if it is to hold the power of the entire sea under one person. 5 people at the moment. I also felt that what I saw today was too exaggerated. Unprecedented. It was something they had never encountered in most of their lives. CPO total length. He has a high status in the world government. Even because CP0 is the exclusive spy for the Celestial Dragons. The position of the Commander-in-Chief of CPO is higher than Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army. It can be said. Second only to them 5 elders. At the same time, his strength was on par with Kong before. Now eat the thunder fruit. His strength has surpassed Kong. Not much though. But this will definitely make the CP0 chief stand among the top batch in the sea. Facing anyone on the sea. The head of CPO has the power to fight. The probability of winning is not small. But now? That Natalia. Threatening to cut off the dog's head of CP0 with 3 tricks and take his life. At that time, everyone thought that Natalia was joking. He is simply too arrogant, a yellow-mouthed child. But now, look at the facts in front of you. The 5 elders fell silent. For a long time. They looked at Natalia in the picture, and all 5 of them showed strong fear in their eyes. The blonde-haired 5 elders looked sullen, and the anger in his eyes was about to erupt. The chief CPO is Admiral, one of his staff. Throughout CP0, although Belle is valued by him, he is a genius who can pass positions. But all the time, the strongest among CPO is the total length of CP0. The blonde 5 elders was the one person they cared about the most. But now, he is dead. The blonde 5 elders got a glint of anger and stood up abruptly. What are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. The 2 5 elders scolded, and the blonde 5 elders who was in the fire was relieved. He took several deep breaths, suppressing the anger in his heart. At this time, the 5 of them also thought of something deeper. The eldest daughter of the Porgas family, Natalia, possesses such powerful power. And what about the whole Porgas family? This battle for the top. In the past, 5 elders were more than capable, firmly controlling the situation of the competition. Can now? Natalia's combat power was completely beyond their expectations. The war has not yet begun. On their side, a top powerhouse has fallen. This kind of thing made it difficult for 5 elders to accept. At the same time, I also feel that Natalia's combat power is too terrifying. It was beyond the control of the 5 of them. The 5 looked at each other secretly. Mustache 5 elders said with cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone. Although I really don't want to admit it, this competition is faintly beyond our control. His words made the faces of the other 4 people sink in unison. Fluffy Who 5 elders nodded and agreed. Although that Natalia will definitely have a long period of weakness after she made this move. However, I think we still need to report this matter to Lord Im. Otherwise, there may be some major event that we cannot predict. Several 5 elders nodded in unison after listening. The death of the CPO chief made them very sad. But there is no way for heartache. As 5 elders, they are used to maintaining absolute sanity at all times. The head of CPO is dead and can no longer be revived. No matter how angry or surprised they were, it was useless. Can think now. It is how to deal with the next station competition. The 5 elders stood up slowly. At this time, the door between the rights is knocked. ACP0 walks in. He bowed deeply. Master 5 elders, we have received information that the Beast's Pirates Mammoth has been dispatched and is about to arrive at the New World entrance. Big Mom Pirates, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin personally led a group of high-level cotters, and they are about to arrive at the entrance of New World. Listen to these 2 bad news. 5 elders' complexion sank again. Fluffy Who 5 elders nodded. We know, let's get out. CP0 left respectfully. The 5 people thought about the information just now, and they really felt that this battle for the top station was beyond their expectations. Leaving the World Genfo office building, the 5 walked quickly towards the deepest part of Marie Joyce. Enter the old castle and come to the corridor between the flowers. The 5 looked at Mo La, who was wearing a well-fitting lady's suit, and nodded slightly. Please inform Lord Im, we have something urgent to report. Mora nodded, turned, and walked into the Hall of Nothingness. Soon. She pushed open the door and came out, making a gesture of please. Master 5 elders, Lord Im invites you to enter. The 5 elders all nodded. Thank you. The 5 walked into the Hall of Nothingness. Facing Im, who was seated high on the throne, the 5 knelt on one knee. Im looked at the 5 people and spoke calmly, his voice still so flat. What is it? The 5 people lowered their heads, all showing guilt. They reported the battle situation of naval headquarters to Im. Listening to the appearance of the heresy Natalia, she killed the CP0 leader within 2 moves. Im's eyes narrowed slightly. Raising her eyes, she looked at the slightly lit star map above her head. Next to the huge sun, the small black hole has gradually expanded. Around the black hole, many black spots also appeared. Those black dots surrounded the sun, as if to devour it. Im frowned slightly, thought for a while, looked at 5 elders and said. I know about it. Don't react too much. Naval headquarters, let them fight. At critical moments, Uranus can be dispatched to completely destroy naval headquarters. 5 elders secretly looked at each other upon hearing this. There was shock in the depths of the 5 people's eyes. They didn't expect Im to issue such an order. Actually, at a critical moment, Uranus was dispatched. And, directly destroy the entire naval headquarters? But, after the shock, the 5 also thought of the great benefits of Im's move. Although all the generals of naval headquarters will be killed. But he can't bear to bear children, and he can't hold on to wolves. Naval headquarters at this time. There are 4 emperors, and there will be another 4 emperors later. And it's a complete 4 emperors regiment. Plus the huge variable Portkas family. If you can use the lives of marine generals such as Sengoku and San Admiral. In exchange for them all falling to marine ford. This is also a good thing. Since the pirates can be suppressed, let the 4 emperors fall together, completely shocking the sea. At the same time, can suppress another wave of marine. In recent years, marine has been somewhat out of the control of the world government. The most visible is that BD Sengoku dared to smack the table with 5 elders one time. I simply don't know who is the master and who is the dog. Today, I just took this opportunity to give marine a big change. The 5 nodded in unison, and respectfully exited the Hall of Nothingness. After 5 people left, I'm looking at the star map above his head, his eyes showed a touch of interest like never before. I made a move. How will you deal with it? In fact, she can probably think of the battle situation at naval headquarters. But I don't know the specifics. But M's grasp of the situation is more advanced than 5 elders. The current Porgas family. Although it faintly endangered her. But not enough for her to pay attention. Chu Xia, in front of her, can be regarded as a chess player on the same level as her. These people in naval headquarters are just their pawns. It's just a CPO chief who died. Maybe the 5 elders are distressed. But to her, it's just a small thing. Shake your head. Didn't pay much attention to it, and even looked forward to Chu Xia's move. She has not met anyone who can play chess with her for many years. Rare to come across now. I just don't know if the other party has the qualifications to let her face up to it and make a serious move. After the 5 elders left, they returned to the right room in silence. The other side. The whole sea is still immersed in the shock of Natalia beheading the head of CP0. The same goes for the entire naval headquarters. Everyone is still dead silent. They were all overwhelmed. At the same time. In New World, above a very mysterious sea area. Wrapped in a dark green-black robe, the dragon's body was swept by a strong wind and brought him to this sea area. Looking at the permanent pointer in the hand, Long was taken aback. Because the permanent pointer at this time is pointing to the sea area below him. Can be there. It is clearly a vast sea. How does this get him down? Long raised his hand and hit 2 wind blades. The wind blade hit the sea surface without hindrance, setting off waves. See this scene? Long frowned. Below, is really the sea. It's not a blindfold. And as his demon fruit power. Once it enters the sea, it loses its ability instantly. Although he is not dead, the dragon does not have any confidence to challenge the dignity of the sea. Just when the dragon is in trouble. A voice resounded in his ears. That voice is indifferent, confident, and seems to be in control of everything. Mr. Long, please enter the island of the gods. Hearing this voice, I froze. His eyes were still fixed on the record pointer in his hand. But at this time, the record pointer suddenly shattered. As if destroyed by a group of mysterious forces, it gradually collapsed into ashes in the void. Long was a little apprehensive about this method. He looked down at the sea again. Then I saw a mysterious thing like a portal. Long thought for a while, and flew into the mysterious portal. Now that we are here. Now that you are ready to seize this opportunity, get on the line with the Porgas family. Then he won't have any hesitation. With mixed emotions such as apprehension, excitement, and anticipation. The dragon entered the portal. The body seems to shuttle into a mysterious space. Dragons have an intuition. Here, there is a big difference from the outside world. What exactly he didn't know. But Long also had some vague guesses. Maybe it's the speed of time? Step on the island of the gods. The dragon walked forward step by step. He didn't fly anymore because that would be a loss of courtesy. It didn't take long for him to leave. A boy with 2 long knives across his waist came to him. Long looked up. I saw the young man's unrestrained love for freedom. With a dog's tail grass in his mouth, his face is full of ease and freehand brushwork. The leader of the pavilion commander, is the dragon. Jianlong nodded. The boy smiled. My name is Jingle, and I am the 6th son of the Porgas family. My lord father asked me to pick you up. Jingle led the dragon all the way into the core hinterland of the island of gods. While walking, while looking around, I was a little shocked. Although the island of the gods. Now nearly half of the family members are out. But there are still some who didn't go out, and stayed in the island of gods to practice hard. Looking at the boys and girls who are not at the lowest level of Vice Admiral's strength. Long's mood was unimaginably shocked. He looked at Jingle beside him again. I just feel that there is an unfathomable figure hidden under the other party's unrestrained and ordinary appearance. Soon. The two came to the White Sui Palace. Jingle walked straight in with the dragon. Soon, Long met Chu Xia who was sitting on the throne. Next to Chu Xia's throne, there was still a woman sitting. That was the mistress of the Porgas family, Chu Xia's first wife, Tiffany. This time, Chu Xia is going to let Tiffany meet Long with her. Long looked at Chu Xia with narrowed eyes. Looking at Tiffany was also surprised, and quickly looked away. Facing Chu Xia, Long nodded deeply, as a courtesy. Chu Xia nodded slightly in return. Mr. Long, my name is Porgas de Chu Xia, and I am the head of the Porgas family. Chu Xia cut to the chase. He doesn't like to be too convoluted. And this sentence? It also confirmed some guesses in Long's heart. His eyes slowly showed excitement, and he nodded deeply as he looked at Chu Yuan, the leader of the cabinet army, Monkey D. Dragon. The two introduced their identities to each other, which can be regarded as a relatively formal meeting. At this moment, Chu Xia looked at Tiffany beside her. This is my regular wife, and also the mother of Natalia, Guy, and Celine. Listen to Tiffany's identity. Long was surprised. He sighed in admiration. So it's your excellency's first wife, no wonder she's so beautiful. Tiffany smiled. Good. Who doesn't like to be praised? Besides, she is praised by the dragon. This represented Long's recognition of Chu Xia. She is very happy to give Chu Xia a face. Chu Xia asked at this time, talking about Zheng Zhong. I wonder what Mr. Long wants to talk about when he sees me. He knew the purpose of Long Lei. But this question must also be asked to pave the way for his follow-up words. Long bowed his head and thought for a while. Soon he raised his head again, his eyes were sincere and sincere. Mr. Chu Xia, my cabinet ordered the army to join forces with your Porgas family to overthrow the government of this world. When saying this, Long is a little excited. Because in his eyes, this thing is a big event. If Chu Xia can agree, the goal of the Ge Mingjun will be better and faster. Listen to the words of the dragon. Chu Xia on the throne neither nodded nor shook her head. Instead, he asked with a chuckle. How can Mr. Long be sure that my Porgas family will not become the next ruler of the world? Chu Xia's words made Long's expression froze slightly. This remark reveals two meanings. First, in the cooperation with the cabinet army, the Porgas family must occupy a dominant position. Second, after overthrowing the world government, Chu Xia wants to make the Porgas family a royal family. Hearing this, Long felt a little worried. Yes. Just like what Chu Xia said. If you follow Chu Xia's two requirements to cooperate with the alliance, well, he can't guarantee it. The Porgas family will not become the next world government. Even if Chu Xia is not that kind of person. But after hundreds of years, will there be a new batch of celestial dragons? Who can know this? After all, the 18 kings who established the world's government in the first place. I never thought that their descendants would be the celestial dragons, the people they hate the most, right? The conversation fell silent for a while. The silence didn't last long. Dragon finally decided. The Ge Mingjun must seize this opportunity of cooperation. He raised his head and continued to look at Xia with bright eyes. Chapter 144. Long looked at Chu Xia and was about to say something. But he didn't wait for him to speak. Chu Xia, who had tested the dragon, understood what the other party meant. He waved his hand and smiled. Mr. Long, I am very happy to meet you today. So, I will tell you my thoughts. For my Porgas family, it is not necessary to overthrow the world government. We only need to be the masters of the world government, that's enough. Chu Xia's words were like thunder. Hit the top of the dragon's head with a bang. He only felt that there was a thunderbolt, that Chu Xia was joking with him. What is Chu Xia talking about? Do not overthrow the world government. Let the Porgas family become the masters of the world government. FK. What a wild tone. Is this something people can say? Even with the calmness of a dragon. At this moment, I felt that Chu Xia was joking. Because if you say that the difficulty of overthrowing the world government is 10. Then turn around and let the Porgas family become the masters of the world government. This difficulty is almost twice that of overthrowing the world government. Former. All it takes is a coup. Just plan on Marie Joyce and take it down there. Even, if the layout and planning are perfect, there can be a blitzkrieg. Even Marine doesn't have to worry about it. When the Marines reacted, The world government has been overthrown. Even if Marine is angry. But the world government is gone. They can only accept this situation, accept the birth of a new regime, and then continue to maintain peace and justice in the sea. This has always been the dragon's idea. Of course it was too difficult. If you want to do it, it is impossible to use the strength of the cabinet army. Therefore, the cabinet army had no choice but to overthrow the rule of the world's official government alliance countries all over the world. I want to use each country to slowly overthrow the world government according to the situation. This time, the Porgas family appears in the sea. Long felt suddenly. If you can unite with the Porgas family. Well, his first thought. Directly with strong combat power, Maria. It's not impossible. But now Chu Xia told him. The target of the Porgas family. It is not to overthrow the world government. But to stand up and become the master of the world's government. Can 5 elders identify by pinching their noses? Can celestial dragons recognize it? Can you recognize the secret person hidden in the world government? Long thinks. Chu Xia was either 723 joking with him, or he was crazy. Or, they just don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and think that the Porgas family has some strength, so they think about things that they can't do at all. Long put this label on Chu Xia. He was about to speak out to dissuade him. Let Chu Xia realize the strength of the world's government, so that he can form an alliance with the cabinet army. But, looking into Long's eyes, Chu Xia smiled again. He chuckled and shook his head. It seems that Mr. Long knows a lot of secrets. I have to admit that the world government is a giant that has stood in the sea for 800 years. In Marie Joyce, I don't know how many mysterious powerhouses are hidden. Even 5 elders has always had a big unknown figure on their heads. But so what? Chu Xia's rhetorical question made Long speechless for a while. He widened his eyes, he didn't expect Chu Xia to know these things. What shocked Long even more? It was Chu Xia who knew these things. Still thinking about becoming the master of the world government? This Nima is not arrogant. But really confident. Dragon was shocked. He figured it out quickly. Chu Xia is definitely not an arrogant person. It is definitely not someone who does not know how strong the world government is. Long frowned for a moment. At this time, Chu Xia's calm and confident words sounded in his ears again. Mr. Long. Since you know my will now, although there is no conflict with your commanding army, there is still a big difference. Then, Mr. Long actually doesn't need to ally with my Porgas family. Listen to Chu Xia's words. Long was silent for a while. There is indeed a big difference between the will of the Porgas family and the cabinet army. Although the two have a common enemy, the world government. But the two are not friends of the same front. So, do you want an alliance? What Chu Xia expressed between the lines also reveals the next day of the Porgas family all the time. Showing his confidence in the Porgas family. This makes the dragons want to unite, but they are unwilling to unite because of their different ideas. He fell into hesitation and entanglement. Seeing this, Chu Xia waved her hand. Mr. Long, don't worry. This choice, I have already given you the pavilion commander. As for whether to unite, whether you are qualified to unite with my Portgas family, I still need to see the strength of your imperial army. Mr. Long, if, BBFH, you make up your mind and decide on an alliance. Then do a big thing and let me see the strength of your imperial army. The words fell. Chu Xia looked at the dragon quietly. Long listened to his words with complicated eyes. In the end, he nodded, left the main hall of Sui Palace, and left the island of gods. The dragon rushed all the way to Baltigo, the island of white clay. This matter. He couldn't do it alone. It needs to be discussed with the senior officials of the cabinet. Even say. Now it's not a question of whether the Ge Mingjun wants to form an alliance. It's a question of whether the cabinet army is qualified to form an alliance with the Porgas family. Watching the back of the dragon leaving, Xiao Wu walked to Chu Xia's side and asked in a low voice. Father, are you not afraid that he will reveal the secrets of my Porgas family? Chu Xia smiled lightly and shook her head. No problem. Presumably that guy has noticed us, and now it's a half-bright card. Of course, if he dares to leak the secret, let Madara and Hashirama go to the island of white clay, and you can send it too. Xiao Wu nodded. Tiffany turned to look at Chu Xia, smiled and shook her head. Husband. I think Mr. Long is a smart man. Chu Xia laughed. Oh, yes, he's a smart guy. When Chu Xia's plan was slowly unfolding. On top of the battlefield. 10 minutes passed. The vast majority of people present finally reacted. Looking at the 2 corpses of Chief CPO that were broken on the ground. There was an uproar of boiling against Ying Tian. The marine side was shocked and silent, unbelievable. The pirates cheered loudly, and their momentum rose to the extreme. Moby DK aboard. Jaws looked excited and kept raising his arms and shouting. Big sister head, because the big sister head is so powerful. Elder sister is a bull. Ha 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 ha, isn't the chief CP very strong? Don't everyone think that big sister can't kill him in 3 moves? But the eldest sister has always been so counting in her words. Ha 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 ha, 3 tricks are useless, only 2 tricks. President CP0, the dead body is on the spot, the eldest sister is a cow to avoid. Jaws laughed. Next to it. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates looked excited, extremely excited. Marco showed a rare smile and took the lead in shouting. Listening to the praise of Natalia from all the sons. Whitebeard smiled. Looking at Natalia, he shook his head slightly in his heart. What a powerful little girl. Whitebeard sighed with emotion, really feeling that times have changed. My lord, times have changed. Kaido looked at Natalia, his eyes widened to the extreme. Although I have heard Yamato say some of Natalia's deeds. Said she is strong, stronger than Kaido. Kaido didn't believe this before. I feel that my stupid son looks down on his BD father too much. But now. Watching Natalia kill the chief CP0 with 2 swords. Kaido is really shocking. Maybe with Natalia's knife, he would die. But a big meal is a must. Even the rest of my life. Kaido is paralyzed and fights with his upper body. It is simply too Nima exaggerated. Unimaginable. Inside the Red Hair Pirates. Ben Beckman and other cotters dropped their jaws in shock. I didn't expect Natalia to be so strong. Just that blow just now. They felt that Natalia surpassed their own idiot captain. Natalia. It can be said that he is now the first person on the battlefield. With her leading the pirate side, it would be difficult to lose today. On the other hand, marine side. ACP-0 chief died as soon as he came up. People are panicking now. Even the Commodore Rear Admirals lost most of their fighting spirit. That is to say, Vice Admiral and above can still stabilize the heart. But everyone looked at Natalia's eyes with fear and horror. Natalia is so strong. Yet, as expected of the eldest sister of our eldest sister, she is too strong. This strength is too exaggerated. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates couldn't help sighing. Ben Beckman picked up the cigar that had fallen from the shock and took a deep breath. At this time, he noticed the abnormality of the captain's red hair. The redhead stood there with a shocked expression filled with horror and disbelief. What's going on? It's been so long, why hasn't the red hair recovered? Arm touched redhead. Ben Beckman looked at each other and laughed. Shanks, you idiot captain, you have a bad temper, don't you? Haven't you reacted yet? Heard the words. Lajilu, Yasop, and others also looked at Shanks and laughed. But Shanks didn't respond to any of them. He just stood there in a daze, shocked in his heart. Black coffin. Black coffin. Thinking of Sabayati Archipelago, that only I and that mysterious CP knew about it. Shanks was completely overwhelmed. He was shocked by what Natalia revealed in that blow just now. Could it be? Is Natalia the mysterious strong man back then? No. Wrong. Shanks quickly dismissed the idea. Because this possibility is very small. The mysterious CPO I met on the Sabayati archipelago back then. The knife used is different from Natalia's. It was a long knife with a green hilt, and Natalia's was a simple long knife with a purple hilt. The two are completely different. Furthermore this is a man with a completely different personality from Natalia. Of course. This does not rule out the possibility of Natalia impersonating. But that's unlikely. Shanks is more inclined, it's two people. And that person? Most likely Natalia's siblings. She is the eldest sister. That, maybe Natalia's brother? Because of the original black coffin. Shanks was pretty sure of it. The Porgas family is already making arrangements for the government of the world. Think about it. Shanks was shocked again, and his brain was a little dazed. Finally, among the ridicule of the red-hair pirates, he recovered. Ha ha ha, the idiot captain has finally recovered. Yeah, this idiot captain is really embarrassing to Nima. I didn't expect that he was surprised for so long. The red-hair pirates are noisy. Shanks didn't care. I don't even want to argue with them. Instead, it was a pair of eyes, looking at Natalia solemnly. Porgas family. How many secrets there are. This time it's a top stand. How much power did they use? That Ace's brother, that mysterious man. What are you planning again? Shanks' heart was heavy and shocked. Just feel. The sea. An unimaginable wave is about to usher in. That wave, like the general trend of heaven and earth, will sweep across the entire sea. Just like Roger was executed by Marine and started the era of great pirates before his death. The era of great pirates is a big trend. That's because Roger took advantage of the timing and opportunity to calculate the world's government. And this time? Other side. It is a power and strength of its own. The existence that can stir up the entire sea. Horrible. Shanks just felt a shock in his heart. And at this time, on the execution stand, Sengoku looked at Natalia, his eyes were extremely serious. With 200% of his energy, he was thinking about how he should deal with it next. Marine's morale has been suppressed in a bad way. At this time, if the big battle is not started again, then this real Marine will not fight. As long as the pirate side kills a top powerhouse on their side, then Marine is over. Morale collapsed. Even top powerhouses will be affected. So immediately, Sengoku suppressed the shock in his heart. Force yourself to be wise, and issue orders that are most beneficial to Marine. 1. Rising Naval Headquarters alloy surrounding wall outside the crescent-shaped port. At the same time, send pacifists to trap all the pirates here. Close the door and beat the dog, catch the turtle in the urn. The move. It fully demonstrated Marine's determination for this battle. Helps boost the morale of all Marines in this battle. Listen to Sengoku's orders. A vice admiral quickly went to prepare. The huge alloy surrounding wall outside the port rises. Thick, high-strength alloy surrounds the walls. It is extremely difficult for even the top powerhouses to destroy it. At the same time, tall figures also walked out of each alloy surrounding wall. That is a 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear. They opened their mouths, and the laser golden light inside them condensed, and then released. Boom 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 boom. Marine hit the pirates at the first time and was caught off guard. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were killed and injured a lot. But the pirates reacted quickly. Everyone here is an elite with rich combat experience. The pirates confronted the pacifists with curses. At this time, the second order from Sengoku's side came. He looked at Marshal Kong beside him. Marshal Kong, please take action to block more than 1 million people. Sora nodded seriously. Leave it to me, Sengoku. He jumped off the execution platform, and his strong figure hit the ground, sending out a roaring shield. Chapter 145. 3. Sengoku looked at the 3 admirals in front of the execution platform. Aokiji, release the cold air, freezing the seawater in the entire port. I want you, frozen to the bottom of the sea. Aokiji nodded seriously. Get up and go to the water to release the chill. Sengoku looked at Kizaru again, his tone serious. Poor Asalino, you see the situation clearly. This time, if you fish again, all of us may die here. Your Excellency 5 elders, you are not a soft-hearted person. This passage from Sengoku. It made Kizaru's eyebrows twitch hard. As admiral closest to the 5 elders, Kizaru knows the 5 elders well. In terms of the characters of the 5 people, he was very accurate. That's why they can play like ducks in water between the 5 elders and naval headquarters. Kizaru gets salary on both sides and bonus on both sides. At the same time, he has been performing tasks that are extremely easy for him. Admiral Kizaru has always been an extremely intelligent person. At the same time, he also understood. 5 elders, what kind of 5 old guys? They are emotionless. All the time. They will only consider the most beneficial option for the world government. Like now. The 3-4 emperors came to naval headquarters, and the poor gas family who jumped out mysteriously. Under such circumstances, it is already very difficult for Marine to win this battle. Go on like this. The 5 elders could lose this battle if they see naval headquarters. There is a possibility of embarrassing the world government. Then those 5 old guys will definitely not hesitate. They will not hesitate to use high-powered weapons of destruction against the whole of Marineford. As Admiral, Kizaru is the background of the government of Tomorrowland. Such as the mysterious ancient weapon. Poseidon and Pluton have traces to this day. The world's official government even publicly ordered Marine to report any news about the 2. Reporters will also receive a lot of credit and awards. But for Uranus, the world government has always had a very special attitude. It doesn't seem to care. It seems to be deliberately making everyone ignore the most mysterious Uranus. Therefore, it's not hard to guess. In the hands of the world government, it is likely to hold Uranus. Otherwise, how did he stand up to 800 years? And once the situation in this battle is unfavorable, will the 5 elders wipe out the 3-4 emperors' regiments at the cost of the entire naval headquarters? Plus the eldest daughter of the Portkas family, Natalia, the top fighter? So possible. Kizaru frowned fiercely. A heart is pounding. Words to Sengoku. All he could feel was his heart pounding. So. Kizaru's expression gradually became serious. Possible. Today he really took the risk with all his strength. Because this has already involved your own safety. 5 elders. It was like a sword of Damocles, hanging above Kizaru's head, not knowing when it would fall. Kizaru pouted and looked at Sengoku, eyes serious under the sunglasses. Mr. Sengoku, don't worry. This old man is also a marine admiral, how can he fish? Listen to his answer. Sengoku snorted coldly. Then, he turned his head to look at Akainu again. Akainu also heard about Sengoku's threat to Kizaru. I can also understand 5 elders' attitude towards this battle. But he didn't particularly care. Akainu practiced absolute justice. If you pay your own and others' lives today, all the pirates here can be left and killed. It wasn't a huge victory either. So he doesn't care about threats at all. He is pure. Just trying to kill pirates. Akainu stared at Sengoku with burning eyes. Looking at his passionate gaze, Sengoku understood what the other person was thinking. Although Akainu does not please him on weekdays. But once the standing contest starts, Akainu is definitely a sharp weapon. Sengoku said in a low voice. Sakazuki, you are in charge of the frontal battlefield, is there any problem? Kizaru gave Akainu a sympathetic look. Frontal battlefield. What does that mean? At this time, there are 3 natural enemies on the frontal battlefield. One is Natalia. The second is the Whitebeard pirates. The third is Red Hair pirates. Kaido has Kong to deal with, don't care about it for now. And even though Natalia made a blow just now, instantly killing the head of CP0. This will definitely cause her to be weak for a long time, and it is impossible to display that kind of fighting power again. But even if Natalia doesn't make a move, the Whitebeard pirates, plus the Red Hair pirates, it's not easy to deal with. For Kizaru's sympathy for Akainu, Sengoku spoke angrily. Poor Asalino, do you think you and Kyūzan are not in charge of the frontal battle? You 3 admirals are the highest combat power of my naval headquarters, the world's government. If you don't stand up at this time and withstand the pressure at the forefront, who do you count on? Kizaru's heart skipped a beat. He waved helplessly. Understood, Mr. Sengoku. As he spoke, the golden light flashed. Kizuru turned into a golden light and walked over the battlefield. Obviously. He's had enough of Sengoku's nagging. Sengoku's eyes sank, and he nodded slightly at Mainu. Akainu also nodded deeply. That's all. He slowly got up from his seat, wearing a cloak of justice and a dark red lava-like suit. Wearing an old marine hat, he walked ahead step by step. Among the marines, Akainu's prestige is very high. When passing by Vice Admiral, the headquarters of 16 people, the 16 headquarters Vice Admiral followed in Akainu's footsteps on their own. Following behind him, he walked towards the pirate side step by step. Although there is a deep fear of Natalia in the eyes of everyone. But there is no fear. Participate in this battle as a marine, fight against evil, and eliminate pirates. Their life is enough. If this battle can be won, it will be famous in history. Frenzied will spread among the marine generals. Sengoku on the execution platform was satisfied. At last. He looked helplessly at the side of the execution platform, where Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, Leaping Rabbit, Silver, and T-Dolphin were standing. Giaji, you are in charge of supporting the battlefield and adapting to changing circumstances. The ugly T-Dolphin nodded. One last heartbroken look at Momuzagi, and turned to support. After the T-Dolphin left, Sengoku looked at the three of them except Tsuru Vice Admiral with a headache. First of all, naturally Garp. This guy Garp is a marine hero, the top powerhouse of the sea. His combat prowess cannot be ignored. But because of Ace, Garp had previously told Sengoku that he probably wouldn't make a move. Because he couldn't choose between his grandson and justice. What's more, his grandson is not the kind of inherently evil pirate. Sengoku has a headache for this old chap. But there is no way to force it. He understood the pain in the old chap's heart. Gaze past Garp. Sengoku looked at Tsuru Vice Admiral, and said in a low voice. Little Crane, help me command and dispatch combat power. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Sengoku, don't worry. Sengoku nodded seriously, and finally looked at Momuzagi and Silver. For a moment, his eyes are full of complexity. Ever since Natalia revealed that she was the eldest daughter of the Porgas family, and Giseline revealed that she was the second daughter of the Porgas family. Almost all the people who have appeared in the Porgas family have their identities exposed and their cards are revealed. Sengoku is naturally not stupid, he can figure out Leaping Rabbit. Silver's connection to the Porgas family. So let them help and stop the pirates from rescuing Ace. This is unlikely. Sengoku didn't push, and finally sighed. Jen, you two, if you are willing to fight for my marine, then join the battlefield. If you don't want to, the old man won't do anything to you. Sengoku said, only feeling heartbroken. Marine finally produced a young talent like Yin. He hasn't been happy for long. Was told. Silver is a member of the Porgas family. He is Ace's nephew and Marine's nemesis. This Sengoku is true is hard to accept. For Sengoku's words, Momuzagi and Silver looked at each other. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Momuzagi, who is a mother, took the lead. Marshal Sengoku, since I have returned to Marine, I will naturally help Marine to finish this battle and kill the evil pirates. Sengoku looked relieved and nodded slightly. Yin also looked at him, and suddenly smiled. Mr. Sengoku, thank you for your consideration of me, I am very grateful. In this battle, I will stand on Marine's side just like my mother. What's more, how can Mr. Sengoku be sure that my Porgas family must be Marine's enemy? Listen to Yin's words. Sengoku was stunned for a while, unable to understand what it meant. Yin didn't say much, and just finished his point. Momuzagi stretched her long legs and joined the Marine lineup with the Silver duo. Pirate side. Sea Marine prepares for all-out war. Whitebeard and Shanks became serious in an instant. Ask for her flowers. But their first thought was to look at Natalia. Natalia looked at the lineup of Marines who were about to attack. She smiled and inserted the simple long knife into the sheath. Although her actual situation is not what Sengoku et.al. expected. Killed CP0 instantly with one blow, although it was a bit consuming. But if you want to force Bankai, Natalia is not impossible. Within 5 minutes of banquet. Enough for her to knock down the marine lineup and rescue Ace. But in that case, this battle is a bit too boring. Natalia put her hands into the pockets of the red windbreaker, and turned around to practice medicine backwards. Whitebeard and Shanks looked at each other and nodded. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Natalia, you can rest for a while, and leave the rest of the battle to us. Natalia nodded and went back to Thousand Sunny to sit down. She raised her legs and stood proudly on the little lion's head. All the pirates looked at her with awe. The look from Marine's side. It is dread, fear. Natalia stood proudly on the spot, indifferent to the gazes from around her. She just wanted to watch the battle quietly first. Because it's so much fun. Unparalleled battle, rare awe. After Natalia stopped shooting, Whitebeard and the redhead look at each other. It was their best battle plan in advance. After the appearance of the red hair pirates, it suppressed a wave of Marine's morale. Then Whitebeard went off in person and won the battle with lightning speed. But it's a pity. Although the appearance of the red hair has some effect, it is offset by the appearance of Kong. Later, Kaido's arrival failed to dampen Marine's morale again. But it's okay. What surprised them even more was Natalia's appearance. The god of heat beheaded the CP0 chief of the world government. It's too powerful, and this move is also extremely terrifying to Marine's morale suppression. At this time, it's a great time for them to push across in one go. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard waved his arms. Sons, follow Laozi and go save Ace. Ho 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 ho. Save Ace. Brother Ace, wait, we will kill now. Ace, here we come. A burst of cheers aboard the Moby DK. Jaws and the others looked excited. Natalia beheaded the head of CPO first. Pirate morale is at an all-time high. In one go. Decline again, exhaust 3 times. Sengoku apparently saw this too. With a serious face, he kept dispatching all the marine forces. He is the marine marshal and has commanded countless battles. So he can make good use of his own advantages to make full use of Marine's combat power. But not on the pirate side. Pirate side. Even Whitebeard, the redheads. It is also impossible to have your own commanding skills. They are just a bunch of rabble. As long as you hold on to this momentum, you will have a chance to win this battle. Whitebeard jumped off the bow, blasting the water's surface. He brought the Whitebeard pirates forward, alongside Shanks. The Whitebeard pirates went out with the red hair pirates. The 2 fully configured 4 Emperor's regiments are terrifying in their imposing manner. Even more exaggerated. Facing the raging army led by 3 admirals. The red hair stood silently, raised his head, and narrowed his eyes suddenly. The Conqueror's haki, which was so terrifying that it solidified, swept across, pressing towards Marine like a tsunami. Conqueror's haki with red hair. Make the world change color. Shake the whole sea. Thousand Sunny on. Except Natalia and Luffy. Zoro, Sanji, and the others all looked down, with shock in their eyes. What kind of power is this? What kind of momentum is this? A few people say something to each other, it's shocking. Luffy raised the corner of his mouth. Shanks, he changed his strength. Talking. As if getting traction with conquerors. There was something strange in Luffy who had faintly awakened conquerors. Maybe after a while, he can also awaken conqueror's haki. Looking at Natalia, Luffy greeted her. Sister, let's save Ace first. Natalia waved her hand, not paying attention. Luffy walked down Thousand Sunny with the straw hats, and walked towards the Marines side by side. Chapter 146. With a command from Whitebeard and Redhead. The Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates faced off against the huge lineup of naval headquarters at the same time. In Whitebeard vs Akainu. Redhead vs Aokiji. Kizaru chose a redhead with a slightly lower reputation. But the strength is also Ben Beckman, who is stable and royal. The battle between the 3 top powerhouses was shattered. No one dared to approach within a radius of 100 meters. The captains of the white and red groups He was also stopped by many vice-admirals and 7 warlords of the sea in the headquarters. The war between the two sides was in full swing, and melee broke out. Kaido, who came to support, was beaten by Kong. The new sea stone left arm is not a small threat to Kaido. So he was very uncomfortable being suppressed by Kong. This big fight. Many people in the whole sea were shocked and excited. And just as the naval headquarters melee started. Holy Land, deepest part of Marie Joyce. Among the flowers in the castle, Im's voice came. Mola, come in. Mora, who was wearing a lady's suit, opened the door respectfully and entered the Hall of Nothingness. She saluted, then looked up at Im on the throne. Im didn't look at her. A pair of red eyes stared at the star map above his head. This moment, Im frowned, watching a faintly lit star. After watching the star map for so long, combined with all kinds of information on the sea, she has long grasped the identities represented by most of the stars on it. This star, which was cooling off slightly, represented the moment of Dragon, the leader of the pavilion commander. The opponent lights up slightly. This proves that the threat to Im is increasing. At the same time, the black hole next to the huge sun also seemed to show its fangs. Although the growth is still relatively slow, 240. But it is expanding all the time. If Im doesn't respond, one day, the sun will be swallowed by that black hole. Mora waited for a long time in the hall. Only then did Im withdraw her gaze from staring at the map, and turn to look at her. A calm voice came from Im's mouth. Mola, what do you think of the Porgas family's threat? Mola's face changed slightly. I'm not a domineering king. But a very wise king. Although there is a lot of darkness in the existence of the world government, such as celestial dragons. But Im also deftly keeps the darkness in balance. There has been no trouble for 800 years. Just in recent years, the fruit of Joey Boy reappeared, causing the waves of the sea to sweep and churn slightly. So for the wise Im, Mora can safely speak her truth. That's what Im wants to hear too. After thinking about it, she repeated. Lord Im, my subordinates think that the threat of the Porgas family is not small. Natalia and Giseline, one is the eldest daughter of the Portgas family, and the other is the second daughter. The combat power they have shown is already extremely extraordinary, and it is worthy of our caution. Im heard the words and nodded lightly, motioning for Mora to continue. Mora thought for a while and said, My lord, except for Natalia and Catherine. The subordinates believe that Senju and Shura, who have recently become famous in New World, are also very likely to be members of the Porgas family. Because they have so much in common. Even Belle in the CPL. In the end, Mora didn't finish her sentence. Because Belle is a junior that Im values very much. The other party still has a reasonable identity. It's just that he appeared too abruptly, and the timing was so sensitive. This has to be doubted. Listen to Mora. I'm lost in thought. The slender fingers tapped the armrest melodiously, making a da-da sound. Mora stood below and waited silently. For Hashirama and Madara, Im sees the same thing as Mora. After all, as soon as the two appeared, they expressed their deep hostility towards the world's government. In addition, they resisted the attack of the 4 emperors' regiments in the Edward Sea area. Before, because the sea could not see through the actions of the two. But now, when the Porgas family was exposed, this made sense for the two of them. Plus that's about the same age as Natalia Giseline. Hashirama and Madara should also be members of the Porgas family. This is basically 70% certainty. Because there is no such a coincidence in this sea. In just 1 month, 4 or 5 top or close to top powerhouses emerged, and they were all so young. This is no coincidence. After thinking about the identities of Hashirama and Madara, Im also thought of Belle. The timing of Belle joining CP0 is also a bit close. Although Belle's identity is very innocent. He is a world nobleman with strong roots. It's just down and out. But at the time of his appearance, I couldn't help but have doubts about it. Frowning slightly, Im finally spoke. Mola, gather 3 heavenly dragon guards and let them go to the Edward Sea together. That Senju and Shura don't need to be captured alive, they are directly killed on the spot. At the same time, let the 5 elders order to send a team of CP0, drive high-tech warships, and bring powerful military strategies to attack the Golden City. Listen to Im's 2 orders. Mora frowned slightly. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately figured out the meaning of Im's order. 1. Tianlonghui. This is the guard force directly under Im. No one knows how strong this organization is. Of course Mora is also a member of Tianlonghui. But he didn't know how powerful Tianlonghui was. And the government of the world has been standing in the sea for 800 years. Tianlonghui only shot a few times, and the traces were completely erased. It was Mo La who knew that in those few incidents, if Tianlonghui had not participated, the world government would have become history long ago. Therefore, the strength of Tianlonghui is unimaginable. 3 heavenly dragon guards, at least 3 admiral-level fighters. That Senju and Shura are called 1-4 emperors. Sending 3 admirals to hunt and kill the 2 is enough to give them face. At the same time, Im's second order. Let the 5 elders send CP0 to attack the Golden City on the bright side. This is because Bell was once a member of the Porgas family. Then he must have eyeliner in CP0. Facing CP0's attack on Golden City, Bell will not sit idly by. If he disclosed the news, then the identity of the Bellportas family is confirmed. Im will naturally try to find a way to deal with Bell again. If not, that's right, kill Hashirama and Madara directly, weakening the power of the Porgas family. Im on the throne waved. Okay, why? Mora nodded deeply. Yes, Lord Im. Not long after. Between the rites, 5 elders stood up solemnly. They paused the video phone bug broadcasting the naval headquarters battle. Does Lord Im have any orders to convey? 5 elders looked at Mora in a lady's suit, and asked cautiously. Mora nodded and conveyed Im's order. Master Im asked you to order CP0 to take a high-tech warship and bring powerful lethal weapons to attack the Golden City. Master Im wants to see the Golden City become history. Listen to Im's orders. The 5 elders looked at each other with shocked expressions. 5 old guys are certainly not stupid. Can figure out how Hashirama and Madara are related to the Porgas family. The 5 of them decided to make a move. But he is powerless. Standing at the top has already involved too much of their energy. If they attack the Golden City again at this time, 5 elders will not dare to issue such an order. I'm giving power to 5 of them after all. They just have to not make mistakes. Merit is just icing on the cake. At this time, I received Im's order. The 5 nodded. The blonde 5 elders said in a low voice. Please tell Master Im, I will let CP0 complete this mission properly. Fortunately, it wasn't Hashirama and Madara that I'm ordered to destroy. Just say let the Golden City be reduced to history. This is relatively simple. If I'm let them get rid of Hashirama and Madara now, the few 5 elders present may have to mobilize one, the team is strong enough. Nodded, turned, and left. 5 elders looked at her leaving back with complicated emotions. They know I can guess some of Im's thoughts. This time CPO drove a high-tech warship to attack the Golden City. It will definitely not be so simple on the surface. Although the 5 people don't know if Tianlonghui will make a move. But I must have other solutions to this matter. But those are not things they can know or intervene in, and they don't need to think too much about it. Orders from the 5 elders came quickly. A team of CP0 drove a new type of high-tech warship, armed with powerful lightning cannons, and sailed to the New World. At the same time, just when CP0 was reached under the command of 5 elders, naval headquarters in the melee. In the void behind the execution platform Ace. Bell stood there, his eyes narrowed under the expressionless mask. 5 elders sent CP0 to New World to attack Golden City? Just as I'm expected. Bell came out this time, although he took all 5 of CP9 away. But thanks to heaven-defying Kyōka Suigetsu and the plot, he still has his own eyeliner in CP0. So he knew about it immediately. Bell pondered for a while, considering whether to inform Hashirama and Madara of this matter. But in the context of his thinking about the whole thing, then he understood that this was a test for Im to himself. Secretly, I may have taken precautions against himself. That CPO is just a strong case on the surface. So far, Bell has no intention of passing the matter on to Hashirama and Madara. He just conveyed this matter to his father, Chu Xia, who was far away on the Island of Gods. As long as Chu Xia knows, then he doesn't need to worry about these things anymore. With Chu Xia's character, it is impossible to expose his son who is undercover in the world government. Bell was so relieved. Continue to be a bystander and watch the naval headquarters scrimmage. It's the same as Natalia sitting on the head of 1,000 sunny lion with her legs crossed. The two watched it with relish, and found it very interesting in their hearts. And at the same time, Grand Line. A black-robed figure wrapped in a strong wind. Go ahead and skip. Looking at Baltigo, the island of white clay, that emerged in the distance. Long breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I rushed back to Beto Island in a short time. He landed, returned to the headquarters, and called a meeting of all the cadres of the cabinet. Inside the Chief of Staff's office, Sabo and Koala are watching the naval headquarters live broadcast. When seeing Ace, Sabo felt that this person was very familiar to him. But I can't remember anything. When I saw Luffy, I felt the same way. Sabo thinks, I may meet these two people in reality and know my origin. It's just that before Long left Beto Island, he ordered everyone not to leave at will and wait for him to come back first. Koala put down the phone bug, pushed Sabo's shoulder and said, Sabo, Mr. Long told us to go to a meeting. I think there should be something big. Big things. Sabo raised his eyebrows, then said excitedly. Could Mr. Long want to take us to the top of the battlefield? Koala shattered his illusions mercilessly. You want to fart, Sabo? When will Tien, our cabinet commander, be openly against Marine? This is inconsistent with the strategy formulated by Mr. Long. Sabo lowered his head listening. Nodding helplessly, he followed Koala, and the two walked to Long's office. Soon, in the dragon's office, a group of cadres and high-level officials of the Gemming Army gathered together. There is Sabo, the Chief of Staff, as well as Koala, Murloc Haku, and other cadres. Plus the 4 army commanders and deputy army commanders in charge of the 4 seas. The high-level members of the Pavilion Order Army gathered together. Long glanced around the crowd, met their puzzled eyes, and told about his trip to the Porgas family. Long talked. The eyes of women such as Koala are more envious and shocked. That's for Chu Xia. Chu Xia of the Island of the Gods is as high as a god. And he also cultivated so many talented children, it is simply an incredible figure. At last, Long finished talking about whether to form an alliance with the Porgas family. All of a sudden, the whole office fell silent. Everyone frowned and thought about it. 2 or 3 minutes later, everyone weighed the pros and cons in their hearts and started a heated discussion. Some think it is necessary to ally with the Porgas family. In this way, the pavilion commander will gain a powerful ally. Some people also think that they cannot form an alliance with the Porgas family, because the strength of the Porgas family is much stronger than that of the Gemming army. If the cabinet army is allied with it, it will lose the initiative. And the philosophy of the Porgas family is different from that of the cabinet army. The two now have a common and powerful enemy, the world government, and they barely come together. In this case, once the world government is really overthrown, then the Ge Mingjun and the Portgas family are bound to turn against each other. Even, they may well build a batch of celestial dragons themselves. This is what no one wants to see. All of you here join the Imperial Army. Which one is not because of the darkness of the world government? Which one doesn't look down on the lives of ordinary people? Otherwise, they join Marine. Is he good? The crowd was arguing and chaotic. At this moment, the dragon looked at Sabo. Look at the second top spot that you value. Facing the dragon's gaze, Sabo slowly raised his head. He hadn't spoken before. Just thinking about it over and over again. Now, he made up his mind. Chapter 147. Sabo looked around at everyone present. His gaze finally settled on the dragon's face. Sabo murmured and opened his mouth, revealing the professional accomplishments of the Chief of Staff. Everyone, I think we have both advantages and disadvantages in alliance with the Porgas family. Then I will now analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the alliance for your reference. Let's talk about the disadvantages first. The Porgas family and our cabinet army have different ideas, and it is reasonable to say that they are different and do not conspire with each other. Furthermore, the Porgas family is still too powerful. Just the tip of the iceberg faintly revealing is enough to make the whole sea afraid, and our imperial army is not an opponent. I think the biggest disadvantage is only one. That is, we don't know whether the Porgas family will become the next world government after the alliance with the Porgas family overthrew the world government, whether they will become the next generation of celestial dragons. This is the only thing I think harm. Sabo's words. Let all the cotters nod in unison. This is also their biggest concern. See, everyone agree. Sabo continued to speak. So after talking about the disadvantages, let's talk about the advantages. The Porgas family is powerful, and just the tip of the iceberg of their powerhouse is enough to shake the top of Zhanfeng. This means that once we ally with them, the probability of overthrowing the world's government is bound to increase greatly. The benefits are visible to the naked eye. B. Talking. Sabo looked at the dragon. Mr. Long, even if we form an alliance with the Porgas family and combine our strengths, it will be difficult to overthrow the behemoth of the world government. Sabo's words changed the faces of all the cotters present. Everyone has always followed the dragon. They are doing things for ordinary people. Doing what is truly righteous. That's why they are called Ge Mingjun. The fate of the pavilion is exactly the fate of the world's government. But honestly, the behemoth of the world Genfo is too terrifying. With only one marine under his command, he firmly sits on the throne of the number one force in Tianhai. If there is no participation of the Porgas family in this battle for the top. So even if Whitebeard invited the red hair, and Kaido came to the battlefield to help, then the Whitebeard pirates' chance of winning this 11th battle is no more than 30%. It was the appearance of the Porgas family that caused the change in this battle. Go in an unpredictable direction. But, this is just Marine. This is just Marine's combat power. Even counting Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and the CP0 chief who was killed by Natalia in a flash. But this does not represent how much combat power the world government has. Who can know how strong this behemoth that has stood in the sea for 800 years? Although Marine is the strongest force under the command of the world government. But that's just under his command. The real world government is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. Meet Sabo's gaze. Even the dragon was silent. Yes. Even with the Porgas family alliance. How likely are they to overthrow the world government? Small, right? Long didn't want to admit it, but had to accept the reality. The fact is like this, he can't help but not accept it. Woo! The senior cotters of the Gemmingjun who were present all sighed. Sabo is right. The world government is too strong, too strong. Look at the lost fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. Sabo suddenly raised his voice. So everyone, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid that we will not agree with the Porgas family's philosophy? Gentlemen, I think we should not be timid, but bravely allied with each other. As for what will happen to the Porgas family after the overthrow of the world government, we will adapt accordingly. Otherwise, Mr. Long's wish may not be fulfilled in a lifetime, and that is also our wish. Hear this. Everyone was silent. Yes. The world government has not been overthrown yet. They are thinking about what will happen after the overthrow. And that thing, there is still a certain probability, but it is not necessarily something that will happen. Who can be sure that the Porgas family will definitely become the next world government? Will it be the next celestial dragons? No one can be sure. They may also be the next wise rulers. These are all possible things. So, what are they still hesitating about? Alliance with each other. The probability of them overthrowing the world government has greatly increased. Not union. Then it may never be possible to overthrow the world government. What are you still hesitating about? They are willing to give it a try. Everyone raised their heads one by one, their eyes brightened. Mr. Long, we agree with Sabo. Mr. Long, we agree with Sabo. Seeing that everyone spoke, they all agreed to form an alliance with the Porgas family. Long nodded. Now that this matter is confirmed, we have to consider how to form an alliance with the Porgas family. Long's words reminded everyone. Indeed. Chu Xia told Long. To ally with the Porgas family. The cabinet army needs to do a big thing on the sea. This is to show the other party the strength and determination of the Ge Mingjun. Think about it. Everyone fell into trouble again. Murloc Haku thought for a while. The battle for the summit is imminent, should we directly participate in the battlefield? Murloc Haku's words made many people raise their eyebrows. But Long directly shook his head and said, "No, on the battlefield, we can't lose it." His words made everyone a little confused. The battlefield on the top is the battle that the whole sea is paying attention to now. It's an epic battle. They just have to join in and play a part in rescuing Fire Fist Ace. Then it should be enough for the head of the Porgas family to recognize their strength. And it also involved that Chu Xia's younger brother Ace. They think it's doable. Why does the dragon disagree? Facing the gazes of the previous few people, Long sighed. It is indeed a good place to go to the top of the battlefield. If we participate, it is very likely that we will gain Chu Xia's approval. However, the combat power invested in the current battle for the top is already too exaggerated. Once we join in again, this battle may completely get out of control. Long's words made everyone present thoughtful. Soon, Sabo was the first to react. Then came the fear. The rest of the people also thought of that situation. There are now 3-4 emperors on the battlefield. They get the message. The last 4 emperors of New World, Charlotte Linlin is also rushing to the top battlefield. In this battle, the pirates have invested 4 emperors, plus the Porgas family. The scale of this battle has been extremely large, extremely exaggerated and terrifying. It is not uncommon for this battle to last for 10 days and 10 nights. If they go again, this war may spread to other places, causing a series of chain reactions. By the time, if the whole sea is in chaos and fighting, then it will be a big deal. Therefore, going to the battlefield is not the best place for the Gemming army to prove their strength. At this moment, Betty, the army commander in charge of East Blue, spoke. Do we want to overthrow a few countries in the 4 seas? Didn't the Porgas family want to see our strength? Then overthrow the 4 alliance countries in the 4 seas at the same time. It is not difficult to do it with our ability. In this way, it should be enough to show our strength. Betty's words. The eyes of several army commanders were slightly brightened. This is indeed a good method. But Long shook his head regretfully again. No. Facing everyone's suspicious eyes, he smiled wryly. I forgot to tell you that Senju and Shura are also sons of the Porgas family. Listen to the words of the dragon. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Senju and Shura are also members of the Porgas family. In this case, if we overthrow the 4 alliance countries of the world, it will be the same as fighting against each other. Everyone sighed suddenly. Because some days ago, that Senju and Shura destroyed the 4 kingdoms in one morning is still vivid in my memory. That is the official franchise country of New World. They overthrow the 4 in the 4 seas? It's almost like a joke. The pavilion commander will be looked down upon by the Porgas family. The atmosphere fell into silence again. After a long time, Koala raised his hand suddenly, and said brightly. Impel down. We can attack Impel down. Koala's words seemed to open a new window for everyone. Sabo thought for a while, his eyes gradually became agitated. Yeah, Impel down is a good goal. We broke the Impel down, which can prove our strength to the Porgas family. At the same time, Ivankov and Lightning can be rescued. Yeah, that's a great move. Impel down is the perfect goal for us. All the cotters were all excited. The naval headquarters battle is in full swing right now. At this time, Marine is simply unable to support the advance. As long as the defenders there are under the leadership of Long himself, it will not be difficult for them to break through. It can also rescue the captured companion Ivankov, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, Purpose thing. 1 can form an alliance with the Porgas family. 2 can rescue companions. 3. It can also show the strength of the Ge Mingjun to the whole sea, and enhance the reputation. Everyone got excited. Long immediately took the case and gave the order. 4 Marine captains, deputy army commanders, all senior cadres, Sabo, Koala, follow me to Impel Down. This trip, we don't bring too many people with us, let's attack quickly. All the members of the pavilion order stood up one after another. They quickly boarded the large ship of the Royal Command, and sailed away from Baldigo, the island of white clay, towards Impel Down Impelton. The members of the Pavilion Order army are going fiercely, and they are about to launch a blitzkrieg. The large ships of the Ge Ming army are inferior to the marine warships in terms of attack power and defense power. But only in one aspect, the Ge Mingjun is far ahead. That is speed. The speed of the big ship of the Ge Mingjun is leading in the whole sea. 3 hours later, the big ship saw the steel fortress of Impel Down from a distance. On the deck, the dragon spoke in a deep voice. "Follow me on Impel Down." The words fell. A gust of wind blew around him. The strong wind swept everyone off the deck and flew directly to Impel Down. It was so fast. The members of the Imperial Army quickly descended on Impel Down and launched an attack. Magellan in the director's room. When I got the order, I was taken aback. Knowing that the dragon, the most ferocious criminal, personally led people to attack Impel Down. Magellan was shocked. He hurriedly called the phone bug to Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, Ryu, the leader of the cabinet army, personally led a group of cadres to attack Impel Down, with unknown intentions. Marshal Sengoku, please send troops quickly for support. Impel Down may not be able to resist for long. For their own combat power. Magellan still knew how much it was. In the outer seas, he was a second in command, quasi-admiral pinnacle. Inside the ambient occlusion of Impel Down, his venom can play a huge role. His strength has faintly surpassed that of admiral, and he can reach admiral's level. In the face of ordinary big pirates, Magellan can deal with them. But for long, the top powerhouse in the sea. Magellan also knew a lot about the other party. Just a gust of wind, he was restrained to death. If you don't ask for support, Impel Down will be broken. The other side. On the scaffold at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku held the phone bug and frowned at Magellan's words. How did that guy Long attack and push 573 into the city? Sengoku was anxious. The battle at Naval Headquarters was stalemate for a while. In a short period of time, there is no winner or loser. Several top powerhouses even played real fire. He can't draw combat power to support Impel Down at all. Finally, Sengoku had no choice but to respond to Magellan. Magellan, the headquarters really can't dispatch combat support right now. You call His Excellency 5 elders and ask for support. No way, Sengoku had to blame 5 elders. But before he could hit the electric arc worm. Outside. The dragon has rushed in with people. Director outdoor. The dragon in a dark green-black robe stood there, looked at Magellan and smiled. Director Magellan, I'm here just to take away a few people. I won't release those evil criminals. Please give up your resistance. The dragon's voice was very polite, and Magellan frowned. Venom came out of his body. Obviously, he will not surrender. Seeing this, Long shook his head. The strong wind and raindrops swept away, crackling and hitting Magellan, suppressing his fruit ability. The Murloc Haku, a Murloc karate blasted out, and a punch filled with sea water hit Magellan. Magellan's powers were lost for an instant. It was too late for him to stabilize his figure. Sabo appeared and put a pair of sea stone shackles on him directly. Instantly, Magellan's powers disappeared and he was completely weak. Although I can barely hold on. But in the face of Dragon, the top powerhouse, cooperate with Sabo and others. He was simply powerless to resist. The dragon did no harm to Magellan. After taking a bunch of keys in the director's room, he went directly to the lower level. Soon, they found Ivankov, Lightning, and others on the 6th floor Eternal Hell and the 5th floor Freezing Hell. Then, they went to Eternal Hell again. Long personally met Jinbei and finally took him away. As for the others, the dragon was not released. Letting these people out will only endanger the sea. He is not that kind of person. At last, the clown Buggy, Bentham and other criminals who wanted justice and were willing to join the cabinet army were also taken away by Long and others. It took less than an hour for the Imperial Army to attack Impel Down, which can be said to be very fast. After half a quarter of an hour, Naval Headquarters Sengoku picked up the phone bug again. There came Magellan's voice. Marshal Sengoku, Impel Down has been breached. Ge Mingjun escaped with a group of criminals. Magellan's heart was ashamed, and he still didn't untie the sea stone shackles on his hands. Got this news? Sengoku sighed helplessly and hung up the phone bug. He can't help it. We have to face this battle for the top with the most serious attitude. Fortunately, Long is not a lunatic, and did not release some vicious criminals indiscriminately. Is this good news? Chapter 148. Impel Down on the far sea. On the deck of the big ship of the Pavilion Commander, Ivankov and Lightning stood beside the dragon with excited faces. From being caught and Impel Down, the two of Ivankov thought that it would be difficult for them to come out for the rest of their lives. Did not expect. I've only been in there for a short time now. The dragon actually came to rescue them himself. The eyes of the two were touched, Ivankov said complicatedly. Durag, if you come to save us, you will be regarded as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh by the government of the world, right? Once upon a time, the government of the world regards the dragon as the most ferocious criminal on the sea. It is because the Ge Mingjun's goal has always been to be the world's official government. It is very firm and unique. It is the most threatening existence to the world government. However, the Pavilion Commander has been hiding himself before, never taking the initiative to collide head-on with Marine and the world government. But this time, the dragon brought men to attack Impel Down. This move can be said to be a real confrontation with the world government and Marine. Will the government of the world let it go? Although they came to Impel Down this time to rescue them. But next, the world's government is probably going to launch wave after wave of severe attacks on the cabinet army, right? The Ge Mingjun is in a bad situation, and I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Long did not wait for Ivankov to respond. Sabo smiled from the side. Ivankov, you don't know the current situation on the sea outside, do you? Heard the words. All the criminals rescued from Impel Down by the Imperial Army looked at Sabo. Buggy, Bentham and others looked curious. They're in Impel Down and the news is a bit out of date. Although I know there is such a thing as standing on the top. But I don't know what Sabo is talking about. Sabo smiled. Nowadays the outside world is in the sea, and the battle for the top position is in full swing. 3-4 emperors, in the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates duel. Fire Fist Porgas d'Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' second team, is not only the son of Roger, the pirate king, but also a mysterious Porgas family suddenly appeared behind him. When it comes to Ace, Sabo froze suddenly. One picture after another flashed in his mind, reminding him of something. He hugged his head, turned around and leaned on the mast, twisting in pain. The rest of the people didn't notice his strangeness. Everyone is thinking about the news that Sabo just said. Buggy has a red nose, and his head is parted from his neck in surprise. What? Fire Fist Ace is Captain Roger's son? Real or fake? Buggy looked surprised and widened his eyes. His words surprised the fellow pirates behind Buggy. What? Captain Buggy, what do you call Roger the One Piece? Captain Roger, shit. Did I hear you right? Captain Buggy didn't bluff us, is he really a crew member on Roger's ship? FK. Shouts of exclamation erupted among the younger brothers behind Buggy. Everyone was shocked by the news. Therefore, I admire Buggy even more. Buggy felt embarrassed, almost digging out a 3-bedroom 1-living room. But he pretended to be calm, and said calmly. How could I lie to you? Buggy's words. I got the amazement of all the little pirates. And at this time, Jinbei looked over and looked at the members of the Ge Mingjun. Everyone, is Ace really the son of Roger, the pirate king? While saying this, he frowned, a little unbelievable. But I felt in my heart that this matter should be true. Because if there's nothing special about Ace, why did Marine relentlessly capture him, and then use him to threaten the Whitebeard pirates to go to naval headquarters for a decisive battle? This is not something that Marine can do by simply capturing a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. If Ace is the son of Roger the Pirate King, then all the unreasonable things in this are correct. Koala nodded, confirming the news to everyone. Buggy, Jinbei, and others shocked again. Immediately, they thought of the Porgas family again. I heard that Natalia, the eldest daughter of the Porgas family, killed a CP0 chief, the top powerhouse in the sea, with 2 swords on the top battlefield. Several people were all dumbfounded. My brain went blank, and I couldn't react at all. It slowed down for 2 or 3 minutes. Only then did the crowd recover, and an uproarious discussion erupted. When the discussion is boiling, Ivankov frowned at the dragon. Durag, therefore, is not particularly necessary to attack Impel Down W. Although the dragon came to rescue them, Ivankov and Lightning were very moved. But just the 2 of them. Let Long personally bring all the high-level members of the Gemming army to rescue him. Is this a little bit of a joke? Even if there is a war in Marineford, Marine can't take care of himself. But you can't take such a big risk to save them. Both Ivankov and Lightning knew. Long is not such a careless person. In the face of the goal of overthrowing the world government, they can all be sacrificed. Long obviously knew about this. Feeling Ivankov's doubts, Long shook his head. He looked around at the crowd, and there was actually nothing he couldn't say. When the dragon rescued them, he set his own conditions. That is to join his army. Jinbei is an exception. The name of Hai Xia is enough for Long Shun to rescue the other party. It is enough for the other party to owe him a favor. So Long said in a deep voice, the general ordered the army to do a major event, to obtain the approval of the Porgas family, and to announce the news of the alliance with the other party. All of a sudden, the deck was silent. Everyone was shocked. Ivankov and Lightning blushed. Ivankov covered his face with his hands, but he couldn't cover his face no matter what. Mr. Long, are we actually going to form an alliance with such a powerful Porgas family? Doesn't this mean that it is much easier for us to overthrow the world government? Long nodded slightly. Ivankov was getting more and more excited. He turned his head and looked at the turbulent sea. Next. It depends on whether Chu Xia can approve the move of the Ge Mingjun. At this time, leaning on the mast all the time, covering his head, Sabo, with a distorted and painful expression, finally turned around. He looked at the dragon with an unprecedented expression. Mr. Long, I know my life experience. I'm going to the top of the battlefield. Listen to him. All the generals of the Imperial Army were a little surprised. I don't know what kind of nerve Sabo is getting. Long also had a puzzled expression. Give me a reason. My name is Sabo, and I am the brother of Ace and Luffy who have played since childhood. Sabo looked at the dragon seriously and said. Long froze for a moment, and finally nodded. Go ahead. Sabo nodded his thanks and boarded a small boat by himself. A violent wind blew up around the small boat and the big boat of the pavilion commander. The wind blows Sabo to the Gate of Justice. As long as it enters the Gate of Justice, the ship can rely on the Uzumaki current to go to the naval headquarters without the need for wind. The speed is 1 hour at the latest. At the same time, the strong wind blew the big ship of the Ge Ming army back to the island of Beidou. After an hour, the treasure ship of the Ge Mingjun returned to the port of Beidou Island. Rely on the dragon's fruit ability. So it was a journey that could have been completed in a day. They can go there in an hour. This is also the reason why the Ge Mingjun often appears and disappears in the sea. Just after returning to Beidou Island, Long led all the high-level members of the Ge Mingjun back to the office. Jinbei, Buggy, Bentham, and others also came. Long is going to hold a small meeting for everyone. But when he just stepped into his office, Long suddenly fixed his eyes and looked at his desk. There. At some point, a white phone bug appeared. Long frowned, and looked at the Ge Mingjun who was in charge of guarding his house. How did this phone bug appear? Seeing this, the court commander was shocked. Mr. Long, during the time you took people away, no one came here at all. I didn't bat an eye. This statement is obviously false. But Long looked at another guard and got the same confirmation. He turned to the question whether something strange had happened. One of the guards thought for a while. Mr. Long, there is something strange to say. About 2 hours ago, a black cat suddenly appeared in the corridor. I wanted to see what it was, in case it was a demon fruit power, but the moment I looked, the cat disappeared. I thought it was my hallucination. Long heard this and frowned. After a while, he thought about it, and suddenly his eyes brightened. After indicating that the guard is okay, he led people into the office and sat down separately. Long sat at his desk and picked up the white phone bug. He turned and walked out of the office, and came to an unoccupied secret room. Dial the white phone bug. On the other end, Chu Xia's voice quickly sounded. Mr. Long, the impel down was broken by you, although it's not a big deal. But Ge Mingjun got my approval, so I decided to write about your alliance. Listen to that indifferent and confident voice. Long's back was unconsciously straightened, and his palms were clenched tightly. Really? It was indeed Chu Xia who sent the phone bug. But how did he know that the Imperial Army went to attack Impel Down? Long was astonished, and only felt his back grow. The strength Chu Xia showed was too strong. Not only did he know the headquarters of his commanding army, but also the location of Baldigo, the island of white soil. What's more, he knows every move of their cabinet order army. This is horrible. After a while, Long finally thought about Chu Xia's words. After hearing that Chu Xia decided to form an alliance with the Ge Mingjun, Long's clenched palms suddenly loosened, and his body relaxed a little. Mr. Chu Xia, thank you for your approval. Chu Xia's chuckle rang through the phone bug. Mr. Long, I remember you said before that you want Hashirama and Madara to become admiral, right? Hearing this, Long was taken aback for a moment, and quickly responded. Yes, Mr. Chu Xia, I have such thoughts. Inside the main hall of the Void Night Palace on the Island of Gods, Chu Xia nodded, and looked at Jing Le, who was standing under the main hall with a calm and indifferent face. So, since the alliance, let Hashirama and Madara directly join your cabinet army. By the way, Jingle, whom you have seen, will also join, and the three of them will form admiral together. Chu Xia's words fell. Long raised his head in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Chu Xia. Don't worry, Mr. Long, you have to be prepared for an alliance with my Portkas family. What preparation? Be prepared to subvert the world's government at any time. Come back to the office. Facing the puzzled and nervous eyes of the cadres of the Cabinet Order Army. After Long left, they all thought of the impact that the appearance of the white phone bug would have on the Ge Mingjun. A person came to Beito Island silently and sent a phone caller. What does that mean? Their headquarters is not a secret in the eyes of each other. This thing is too big. Everyone was even ready to wait for the dragon to come back before issuing the transfer order for all the staff. Look at the tension on everyone's faces. A rare smile appeared on Long's face, soothing their nervousness, said. It was the head of the Porgas family who sent the phone bug. Our cabinet ordered the army to break through Impel Down and successfully obtained the opponent's approval. My cabinet ordered the army to successfully form an alliance with the Porgas family. Long said. All the high-ranking members of the Pavilion Order army present were excited. Mr. Long, is this true? We really got the approval of the head of the Porgas family. Are you really allied with the Porgas family? The excited discussion among the high-level members of the pavilion commander continued for a while before Long was overwhelmed. The discussion slowly stopped. Looking at the crowd, Long spit out an uplifting news again. When Senju and Shura fought against the 2 Four Emperors regiments, I went to the scene. Invite those two to become the admirals of our commanding army. But they refused. Dragon words. Let Koala and others all nod. They know that Dragon values Senju and Shura. It seems now. The opponent is a member of the Porgas family. Naturally, he would not join his army. Looking at the puzzled faces on everyone's faces, Long smiled and said a little excitedly. Right now, we are in an alliance with the Porgas family. The patriarch of the Porgas family agreed to allow Senju and Shura to join our imperial army and serve as admiral. Furthermore, another person named Jingle was sent to form admiral, the third admiral. Long said this with some excitement. Everyone at the scene was a little dazed. What? He ordered the third army admiral? Ivankov, Koala and other cotters looked at each other in blank dismay. In fact, the organizational system of the Gemming army has always followed the marine system. Perhaps it is slightly different from marine in terms of body, Liao's Zhao. But overall not bad. Who told Dragon to be born in marine? So. In fact, the pavilion commander has always had the position of admiral. But Ge Mingjun's family background is shallow, and there is no candidate for admiral at all. Therefore, this admiral position has been vacant. After all, the strength is not enough, if admiral is sealed. Wouldn't that make the sea laugh? Make the world a joke? The meaning of marine admiral's existence. It also frightens the sea. The title of the highest combat power in the world government. Deterrence means more than practical significance. You pirate of the world. Strong is strong. But even if you go to the Grand Line, there are still people who can cure you. The Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral in this department can deal with it. And there are some powerful ones. For example, a supernova. They might be able to face the Rear Admiral, or even the regular Vice Admiral. But Admiral. They simply cannot face it. That's what the title Marine Admiral comes with. The sea is extremely vast. Grand Line and New World are just 2 sea areas. The remaining 4 seas are the most extensive area. Mora. They also want to have admiral? Or at the same time, there are 3 admirals? This. So surprising and exciting. Seeing the excitement and enthusiasm on everyone's faces. The dragon's eyes were also full of excitement. He looked at Koala and ordered. Koala, immediately release a message in the name of my cabinet commanding army. It was written in the news that our cabinet's commanding army has made an alliance with the Porgas family, and 3 powerful figures from the Porgas family will join our cabinet's commanding army as admiral. The 3 admirals are, Senju, Shura, and Chun Shui. The code name Jingle gave herself was Chun Shui, which was conveyed to Longdong through Chu Zhen. Although Long didn't know why this title was so weird. But there is no objection. Soon. A message from the headquarters of the Ge Ming army shocked the entire sea. Chapter 149. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. World Genfo office building, inside the right room. A tall man in a black suit walked in. He is the secretary of 5 elders, codenamed Zero, responsible for assisting 5 elders in handling government affairs. Zero knocked on the door, then walked anxiously through the gate between the right. Hearing his anxious footsteps, Mustache 5 elders looked over. Among the 5 elders, he's in charge of the political side of things. This Secretary Zero is also basically responsible for him. What's up? Mustache 5 elders said in a deep voice. The other 4 didn't take their eyes off the battle at naval headquarters. The scuffle over there has now lasted for more than 3 hours. But the battle situation between the 2 sides is still anxious. Although there are some fights on the marine side. The 3 admirals shot together, plus Kong. The marine side was suppressed and couldn't move forward. But the 5 elders know it too. This is the situation that Natalia has not yet made a move. If that person also shot together, Marine's front line would be torn open in an instant. Unless Sengoku and Garp go too. But Garp and they don't count on it at all. Sengoku's words. He is the coach. Once the game is over, the real situation is already unpredictable. At the same time, the 5 elders are even more sad. The 2 big 4 emperors' regiments that are coming. Big Mom is not to be underestimated. The cotters of Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates are also strong. If they arrive, the naval headquarters battle was really fought. They really need to destroy naval headquarters according to Lord Im's order. But Lord Im is aloof and doesn't care about Marine's life. But the 5 people still care about it. Those are some useful dogs, after all. If they die like this, they will also feel heartbroken. Fortunately, it will take half a day for the 2-4 Emperors groups to arrive. If Marine can resolve the station dispute during this period, they might as well not destroy naval headquarters. This is also the last chance for Sengoku et al. Zero looked at the mustache 5 elders, and took a deep breath. Immediately he opened his mouth to report, his tone of voice was a little bit shocked. Your Excellency 5 elders, something is wrong. Ge Mingjun released a message, saying, the royal army and the Porgas family reached an alliance. The Porgas family sent 3 strong men to join the royal army and serve as the 3 admirals. These 3 are Senju, Shura, and a code-named Spring Water. 330 listened to the startling news. Mustache 5 elders froze. The other 4-5 elders also turned their heads and looked over. The faces of the 5 people changed suddenly. After a while, Mustache 5 elders jumped up, his face flushed with anger. This dragon really doesn't know how to flatter you. He actually cooperates with the Porgas family. What is he going to do? To overthrow my world government? In the past, it was just a small fight, we didn't want to take care of him, really thought we could fly with wings? My world is in darkness, even if the army ordered by him overthrows us, won't there be darkness afterwards? Mustache 5 elders air fry. The other 4 also had extremely gloomy faces. Alliance of Dragons and House Portgas. This move has touched their bottom line. Even more ridiculous. Also came up with the 3rd Admiral. Isn't this a slap in the face of the world's government? TMD. The 5 elders had the urge to swear. But soon, the anger of the 5 gradually subsided. Because they thought of one thing. Mustache 5 elders looked at Zero and waved his hand. You go out first. Don't worry about this matter for now. Zero nodded, turned, and left without daring to ask any more questions. After he left, the 5 elders looked at each other. A sneer crept across the face of the bald 5 elders. Hehe, it's really interesting, it's really interesting. Fluffy Who 5 elders spoke silently. That's right, Master, I'm just sent people to attack the Golden City, and the Tuming army actually joined forces with the Porgas family. Mustache 5 elders relieved his anger and sneered. Hehe, I want to see right now. Soon after the Golden City is destroyed and Senju and Shura are buried in the sea, will the dragon cry to death? Ha 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 ha. The bald 5 elders laughed. Smiles appeared on the faces of several people. Everyone laughed at the news. The first time I heard the news, what they felt was the anger of being provoked by the dragon. What I felt was the embarrassment of being trampled on the face by the Imperial Army. Can now think of him's various arrangements for the Golden City. The 5 of them just felt extremely happy in their hearts. Just imagine. Ge Mingjun just released its own 3 admiral. Shortly thereafter, 2 of them were beheaded by the world government. Isn't this ridiculous? Still want to compete with Marine Admiral with the 3rd Admiral? Simply wishful thinking. 5 elders almost died of joy in his heart. Continue to look at the top stand with relish. And at this very moment, on top of the battlefield, on the execution stand, while surveying the battlefield situation, Sengoku continued to issue orders in an orderly manner. All the marine generals present were perfectly mobilized by him. No matter how the pirates attack, they can't break through Marine's line. There is also a slight weakness on the highest level of the battlefield. Whitebeard was fine. He is old. The monk is middle-aged, compared with Akainu, who is in his prime. Although the attack power is still strong. But physical strength, resilience, etc., are no longer comparable to ambition. Akainu is suppressed by Whitebeard though. But both sides have injuries to each other. Half of Whitebeard's beard was burned by Akainu's lava. Moon-shaped Whitebeard, only half left. Kizaru over there. The battle with Ben Beckman, the Red Corps mate, was fairly close. The 2 sides go back and forth. Basically, they are in a state where each other is not doing their best and trying to test each other. The only thing that is a bit pessimistic. That's the battle between the red-haired Shanks and Aokiji. Sengoku frowned watching the battle between the 2. Redhead Shanks is so talented. especially the use of Conqueror's haki learned from Roger. This puts Shank's combat power firmly at the apex of the sea. Even Aokiji, who is at the same level, is a bit worse. Therefore, Aokiji was overwhelmed by Shanks and lost. Can only rely on frozen fruits Logia elementalization to die. But obviously, if Shanks goes all out, Aokiji is the easiest to break through. After all, this is naval headquarters, the Marin district. Aokiji also cannot cast Logia's most powerful power, assimilating the island to fight. Sengoku frowned, the situation on the battlefield was still not optimistic. And at this time, suddenly, Bo, the young chief of staff of the cabinet army, rushed to the battlefield. First, he revealed his relationship with Ace and Luffy. Ace and Luffy were thrilled. It's hard to imagine the feeling of losing a close friend. The two were overwhelmed with excitement, and Sabo also said something important. Long had already told him about the alliance between the Ge Mingjun and the Portgas family just now. The purpose is to use his mouth to spread it to the top station, and spread it to the sea in a short time. This helps to increase the prestige of the cabinet army in the four seas. Long naturally would not let go of this great benefit. This is much more useful than overthrowing several government alliance countries. After all, attacking the city is the bottom, and attacking the heart is the top. The move. It can let people in a large area of the sea know the Ge Mingjun. Long's decision is obviously very meaningful and correct. When Sabo said this, it spread all over the world through Naval Headquarters video phone bug. It is the feeling of everyone on the sea at the same time. Once upon a time, they had only heard of the Ge Mingjun. I also know that Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is hailed as the world's most ferocious criminal by the government of the world. But they never knew why. I don't know what the Ge Mingjun is. It's just that from time to time I hear that they, will overthrow one or two official alliance countries. But now when Sabo told the news that he was in alliance with the Portgas family and that there were 3 more admirals in the cabinet, everyone in the sea felt an extremely strong sense of separation for a while. That is, suddenly, it was just a power organization that had heard the name before, but now there are 3 admirals, and they can compete with Marine head-on. This is exaggerated. Looking at the image of Naval Headquarters, I saw the surprised expressions of many people on the battlefield. Long sat in the office and smiled. And at the same time, New World. Edward C. On the huge Golden City. Hashirama and Madara are still sitting on the battlefield, watching the battle with Golden Emperor and others. Suddenly, the arrival of a person makes Tizalo and others feel like they are facing a big enemy. The man appeared directly next to Hashirama and Madara, hanging a piece of dogtail grass, sitting there relaxed with a relaxed expression on his face. Look at the man. Tezuolo and the others stood up at the same time, shocked in their hearts. Who are you? How did you get in here? When everyone in Tizalo panicked, he almost didn't make a move directly. Madara turned her head and waved her hand. Nothing. Tizalo and the others sat down. But he still looked at the man with a dog's tail grass in his mouth in shock. The man spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth. He looked helplessly at Tizalo and the others. It's really boring. 4th brother, 5th brother, I am here to pass on father's order to you. Listen to the man. Tizalo and the others' eyes widened suddenly. What? 4th brother? 5th brother? Is he also a member of the Portgas family? Tizalo and others were taken aback. Both Hashirama and Madara had curiosity in their eyes. Subsequently, Kiraku told the story of the alliance between the Imperial Army and the Portgas family. At the same time, he told the two about how Chu Xia made them 3 admirals. After hearing the news, Tizalo and the others all sat in place in a daze. Hashirama and Madara looked at each other with smiles on their faces. There was some excitement in their eyes. Alliance with the court commander, let the 3 of them become the court commander 3 admiral. What does that mean? Chu Xia is already preparing to attack the world government. Now this is just the first step. The silent mood of the 2 gradually warmed up. Nodded. They looked at Tizalo and the others behind them. It took a long time for Tetsuo and the others to recover. Chizuru then looked at Hashirama and Madara with a heartbroken look. Xin said, "My Shura father, and Senja father, you can't just leave like this. Look at his expression." Madara smiled and shook her head. "Do not worry. I will not break my promise to you. Even if I join the pavilion commander, the Golden City is still my power." Tetsuo was relieved when he heard this, and his face was touched. He said in his heart, as expected, "Daddy Shura still loves me." There is some silence about the atmosphere of the battlefield, and some moments of silence. Suddenly, a huge roar resounded through the Golden City. Immediately there was a huge roar. The entire Golden City seemed to be hit by some powerful shell. The faces of Tetsuo and the others changed drastically. Both Hashirama and Madara's faces darkened, and they turned to look at Jingle. Jingli's face was also a little dazed, as if she was caught off guard by the attack. The few people quickly left the battlefield and came to the highest point of the Golden City. From a distance, they could see a white warship on the sea in the distance. The flag on that warship was not the marine seagull, a symbol of peace. It is the flag of the government of the world. Hashirama, Madara, and Jingle have excellent eyesight. The three stared, and soon saw the deck of the white warship. Standing are three CP0s in long white robes and strange masks. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly, and Madara's face became gloomy. The last Kiraku. Instead, his face showed strong interest. CP0 actually came to attack the Golden City? Looking for death? Jing-Li had this idea in mind. But it was quickly denied again. Hashirama and Madara thought the same thing at the same time. The world government should know the strength of the two of them. But dare to send CP0, and there is only one warship. Although the warship seems to be very high-tech, the power of the guns is great. But there are only 3 CP0s here. Do you really think you can kill the two of them? The 5 elders are obviously not fools. Immediately, the two of them thought of other potential ambush besides CP0 on the bright side. But for these ambushes, Madara doesn't care anymore. Not to mention that Jingle has also come to the Golden City now. Even if Jingle is not there, alone with him and Hashirama, Madara has the confidence to fight against this group of CP0. And the strong one in the dark. His eyes flicked. An extremely powerful breath wave erupted from Madara's body. Hashirama and Kiraku turned their heads at the same time, looking at Madara with some surprise. "Fifth brother, what do you want?" For the breath fluctuations on Madara, Jing-Li had some guesses, but she wasn't sure. And Hashirama? On the other hand, he looked at Madara with a solemn face, thinking in his heart. Madara looked at the white warship and sneered. "Since you dare to come, prepare to be buried in the sea." The words fell. His pupils exploded violently. The black pupil first transforms into the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan. The 3 hooked jades rotate rapidly and gradually connect together to form a Manjikyo. And it's not over yet. Inside Madara, a special chakra is combined with his own chakra. The two merged, and finally merged in Madara's eyes. Manjikyo Sharingan, gradually transformed into a pattern full of lines, which makes people feel cold at first glance. Rinnegan. Chapter 150. The sky was dark and cloudy, as if a big battle was coming. The murderous atmosphere continued to spread, making the entire Golden City panic. On the platform at the highest point of the Golden City, Madara stands proudly at the top, arms folded. A pair of eyes with circle lines are extremely permeating. Tetsuo and others stood behind, although they couldn't see his eyes. "But I can also feel my heart beating, and I dare not breathe in the weather." Mei Hashirama and Kiraku. The two stood beside Madara. At the same time, they turned their heads and looked at Madara. "Look at those Rinnegans in Madara's eye sockets." The two froze in place suddenly. Hashirama was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Madara actually mastered Rinnegan. When did he awaken Rinnegan? "I stay with the other party all day, and I don't know it." Hashirama was shocked in his heart. Jingle also had a dazed expression. Unexpectedly, Madara unknowingly counted a big move. Rin Egan ah! This is Rin Egan. The two turned their heads unconsciously and looked at the white warship in the distance. On the white warship, the three CP-0s leading the brand new technological battleship looked at the Golden City from afar. The muzzle of the white warship was still roaring. The Golden City side ignored it at all. Just a group of people standing at the top. There are 3 people at the head. 2 of them are no strangers to them. One is Senju and the other is Shura. At this moment, that Shura was staring at him coldly. The 3 CP-0s didn't panic at all. Still ordered in an orderly manner. At the same time, every detail of this trip was sent back to the world government through the phone bug. The depths of the ocean floor below the white warship. A gigantic monster is hidden here, like a ferocious steel behemoth. This attack impel down. CP-0 and the white warship are just superficial forces. Secretly, the 3 heavenly dragon guards lurk here with stronger technological submarines, ready to take action at the right time, and completely destroy the Golden City. At the same time, fulfill Lord Im's order and let that Senju and Shura die in the sea. The 3 heavenly dragon guards were all wrapped in black robes and all wore uniform black masks. The strength of the 3 of them is the top of the sea, and the admiral level of the headquarters. This is the average level among Tianlonghui. So this time, Master Im sent the 3 of them to carry out this mission. The 3 are 100% confident that they can complete it. After all, Senju and Shura are just called the 5th Emperor together by Dahai. The strength of the 2 should still be quasi-admiral top, or even so big that they will be downgraded. The 3 of them, admiral-level powerhouses, came together. Even if Senju and Shura are promoted to the admiral level at the same time, they are 100% sure to win each other. The artillery fire on the sea above was still roaring. Every time the white warship fires, huge waves will be set off on the sea. The cannonball hit the Golden City, causing the Golden City to shake violently. The powerful artillery on the new technological warship is unimaginable. Moreover, it is small and flexible, so the Golden City's counterattack can't hit it at all. The 3 Tianlonghui watched this scene in silence. There is no intention of making a move the first time. Senju and Shura in the Golden City will not be such weak players. Just a high-tech warship, coupled with powerful artillery, wants to destroy the entire Golden City. It's just wishful thinking. This technological warship led by CP-0. It was Im who sent out to test Bell this time. Certainly. 5 elders' orders were slightly changed when they were communicated to CP-0. What reached Bell's ears was also the news that the world government was going to attack the Golden City. The specific Bell does not know. But if he is a member of the Porgas family, bound to pass this message back. Unless he's cold-blooded, he's not in Flat Hashirama's and Madara's lives. For now it seems. Bell is either really that cold-blooded, or it is really a member of the Porgas family. The 3 Tianlonghui silently gave their analysis. They had seen Bell's intelligence. I know how much Master Im values Bell. So the 3 are also responsible for the investigation of Bell this time. And they can get it after investigation, plus Bell's intelligence. Bell is not a cold-blooded and heartless person. At this point, it can be seen from his redemption of the 5 CP9 people, letting the 5 CP9 people go, or instructing the 5 CP9 people to take revenge and killing Spondum. Bell is a person without feelings. And people with feelings. If he was from the Porgas family, will Hashirama and Madara's lives be disregarded? Impossible. So, the conclusion drawn by the 3 Tianlonghui is that Bell is not a member of the Porgas family. He is really innocent. He is the only descendant of that desolate world noble family. The 3 thought that the pair looked together. Because of Bell's talent, he will at least become the head of CP-0 in the future. What's more, it will inherit the position of the blonde 5 elders. Regardless of whether it is the head of CP-0 or the blonde 5 elders. Everyone knows the identities of their heavenly dragon guards. There will be a lot of interaction between the 2 parties. There was nothing unusual about Bell, speaking innocently. This can be regarded as a piece of news that is of great benefit to the future development of the world government. As the Heavenly Dragon Guard who is completely loyal to Lord Im. 3 people will only be satisfied with this. Then they waited silently for Hashirama and Madara to destroy the white warship on the Golden City. The 3 watched coldly. There was no intention of saving the Yu's warship and the Po on the ground at all. The artillery fire was still roaring, constantly hitting the Golden City. However, although these artillery fire hit the Golden City, it was a mistake to prevent it. But when the Golden Emperor Tezuolo and others reacted, they also organized an effective defense. Tezuolo put his hands on the ground and activated the ability of the Golden Fruit. The gaps and deep pits blasted out by the artillery fire were quickly filled and repaired by him, and formed a long curved shield in front of the Golden City to resist the attack of artillery fire. Although the powerful artillery on the white warship is terrifying, but it can only offset each other with the golden curved shield. The Golden Emperor continued to recover, because the cannons continued to bombard it. The 2 are deadlocked. At this time, in front of Tezuolo and others, Madara finally made a move. First, the blue flame spread. Initial form of Susanoo formation. Only the upper body and skeleton. See this. Tezuolo and the others raised their brows in unison, showing delighted expressions. Lord Shura is finally about to make a move. That's right, these bastards actually dare to attack my Golden City. See if they don't want to live anymore. That's right, it's just a few CPS with a warship on board, yet they dare to attack Senju and Master Shura. The people beside Tezuolo spoke one after another. Only Tezuolo remained silent. Because at this time, looking at Madara's back, he suddenly felt the trembling from his soul. Last time, Tezuolo felt this shudder. It was when I first met Madara. When the other party suppresses himself and asks himself whether he will give in or not. Tezuolo at that time. Just like the feeling at this time. Once he said no word. Madara will not relent at all, he will immediately roll his head to the ground. And now Madara. It was exactly the same as the cold-faced Shura who was so cold back then. Trembling in his heart, Tezuolo looked forward to the birth of Madara's signature ability, the full-body Susanoo. But his expectations were somewhat different. Madara only condensed the initial form of Susan, and did not continue to increase the level of strength. Instead, raise your hands and make a mudra on your chest. The initial Suzuki with a skeleton is sealed together with Madara. Soon. 3 prints completed. Madara's Rinnegan glanced indifferently at the white warship. Cannon fire still roared on the white warship. Tezuolo and the others watched Madara complete the 3 seals, and put down their hands. Susan even dispersed, without any intention of making another move. Everyone was a little dazed and looked at each other. They don't know what Madara is doing. Just now, was that a joke? Just when several people had such thoughts. The expressions of Hashirama and Jingle are extremely dignified and exaggerated. On the white warship in the distance, the CPO-3 met Senju and Shura who were facing each other. Although they saw their attack, they did not react. All 3 were a little puzzled and surprised. They looked at each other, wondering what Hashirama and Madara were up to. Could it be that they are allowed to bombard and provoke this? The 3 of them were completely confused. Inside the huge submarine under the seabed, the 3 Tianlongwei in black robes and black masks couldn't figure this out at all. What are Senju and Shura in the Golden City waiting for? The 3 observed everything in the Golden City through high-tech equipment. However, although the high-tech equipment is powerful, it is impossible to clearly see the expression on the other party's face at this time. Can only roughly see the figure. And suddenly, among the 3 heavenly dragon guards, a person with observation haki who can see the future suddenly looked up. His eyes revealed a deep sense of shock and disbelief. This. How can it be? He opened his mouth bit by bit, as if he saw some extremely terrifying scene in the coming future. Next moment, he regained his composure and shouted hastily. Turn around quickly, stay away from this sea area, quick! Quick! He spoke eagerly. Let the other 2 Tianlongwei do not know why. The robots on the submarine got the order, but they didn't act immediately, but looked at the other two Tianlonghui. When the three heavenly dragon guards were performing tasks, two of them had to give orders before they would execute them. This is procedure and iron law. The other two Tianlonghui looked at the man in surprise. Ask for flowers. Hey, what happened? Yeah, what happened? If we leave like this and fail to complete Lord Im's mission, we will be punished when we go back. Think of Im's punishment. The two Tianlonghui felt shuddering. But that flustered Tianlonghui's face was full of self-deprecation. Whether it's better to accept the punishment or die here, you choose. Go back and accept Im's punishment, although you will shed a layer of skin and even lose your vitality. But it's better than losing your life here. The two quickly made such a decision and turned their heads to the machine. People ordered. The huge submarine slowly turned around. That Tianlonghui seemed to be afraid of something. Breathing heavily, the eyes under the mask showed horror. The two looked more and more confused, not knowing what was going to happen, which surprised him so much. Sea surface. On the deck of a white warship. The three CP-0s looked at each other. They didn't understand what the opposite Golden City was doing. Why not fight back? They can't figure this out. One of the CPOs looked up and looked at the sky. Unknowingly. Tianlong was actually so dark. This is the harbinger of the storm. Not a good sign. It is not known whether they will still be able to complete the orders given by the five elders. Just as he had this thought. Next moment. Suddenly. In the dark clouds above, a touch of charcoal black gradually emerged. This touch of charcoal black made this CP0 suddenly change color. The other two also seemed to feel something, raised their heads, and then turned into a sculpture. 0. Inside a submarine in the depths of the sea. The three heavenly dragon guards also raised their heads together, looking upwards through the transparent glass. Looking at the charcoal black exposed in the clouds. The Tianlonghui, who has the ability to foresee the future, muttered to himself. The other two stared wide-eyed. Open your mouth little by little. How can this be? On the Golden City. Standing at the highest point, Madara still folded her arms and looked at the sea ahead indifferently. His expression has recovered from gloomy, become flat, become indifferent. At this time, Hashirama and Kyōka felt something at the same time. The two slowly raised their heads and saw a smear of carbon black exposed in the clouds. The eyes of the two shrank suddenly, and their hearts were deeply shocked. Sure enough, is that the trick? Follow their gaze. The Golden Emperor Taizhulo and the people around him also looked up. After seeing the exposed charcoal black and the exaggerated objects that gradually emerged, everyone froze on the spot, all turned into sculptures. This moment. In their hearts, there is only one thought. That is. This. Impossible. Madara. He actually raised his hand. Summoned a meteorite. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters. This is going to destroy the world. Everyone's heart trembled. The Golden City was shocked. The Golden Emperor quickly ordered to stay away from this place. Because even if the meteorite didn't fall towards them, a meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of meters landed and fell into the sea. That would cause a shocking tsunami. Although the Golden City is big, but in a tsunami of that scale, it is still extremely difficult not to capsize. After giving the order to evacuate, Tezuolo and the others watched in shock, their minds blank. And the three CPS on the white warship. They've been freaked out. Watching the meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of meters fall towards them. The three of them were dumbfounded. They don't have any belief in running away. Because there is no escape at all. Meteorites fall. They have only one way to die. There is no second possibility. In the submarine. The huge submarine showed agility that didn't fit its own body shape, and quickly turned its bow, driving outward at full speed. Look at that huge meteorite. The two heavenly dragon guards breathed a sigh of relief. So far so good. Fortunately, there is this companion who can foresee the future. Otherwise, they are afraid that they will be planted today. Although they are deep under the sea. But the meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters fell. There is no guarantee that their submarine will not be hit or sunk. There was plenty of time for them to escape. At the same time, the three of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, how could that Shura possess such powerful power? Is this something a human can do? This is God, right? But just when the idea of the three of them was just revealed, the hole in the cloud layer that was originally smashed by a meteorite, suddenly another huge black shadow appeared. The huge black shadow slowly reveals the whole picture. That's one. Meteorites over 200 meters in diameter. The size is 4 times larger than the previous one. Boom! Everyone in the audience looked at the meteorite, and their brains shut down immediately, leaving a blank space. Chapter 151. Above Edward Sea. This moment, the first meteorite that fell from above has not yet landed. The second meteorite has already fully emerged. Standing on the white warship below the two meteorites, the three CP-0s felt icy cold all over their bodies, and their bodies were dumbstruck. Their minds went blank, completely devoid of any thoughts. The three of them only felt that their bodies were cold, and they didn't even have the idea of running away. Yes. Under the power of the gods, how can human beings have the idea of running away? The three sighed in their hearts and shook their heads, thinking that they would definitely die here today. They gave up all resistance. His legs were limp, and he fell down on the deck, staring blankly at the two meteorites. To be honest, they're just 3 regular CP-0s. Where is the qualification? Let the other party use this powerful method to deal with him. So, incredible. The interior of a submarine in the depths of the sea. The 3 heavenly dragon guards in black robes also froze on the spot. The 3 of them stared blankly at the 2 meteorites, wondering if they were hallucinating. It's outrageous. Looking at the government of the world. Except for Lord Im, they have never seen anyone pull down a meteorite. Even pulled down 2 meteorites in a row. When it comes to the first one, they were just shocked and unbelievable. Also ready to run quickly. But this time, when seeing the second one, their brains are really blank, they have completely lost their ability to think, and they have become ordinary people. Fortunately, after a while, the will to survive of the 3 occupies the body. They all turned their heads to look at the robots and ordered anxiously. Quick! Run the engine at overload, increase the speed, quick! Quick! The robots did not fear, and followed the orders to increase the speed of the submarine. But the 3 Tianlong 137 guards stared at the meteorite rumbling down above. His eyes were still trembling with fear. They don't know if they can escape today. That's all. They watched. Seeing that 2 huge meteorites smashed the white warship flat. Seeing 2 huge meteorites fall into the sea, setting off monstrous waves, it was like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The impact of meteorites is unimaginable. After falling into the sea, the speed didn't suffer much lag, and it was still rumbling towards the bottom of the sea. The buoyancy of the sea water is constantly resisting. But the meteorite was still too big. What's more, there is another one in the back that is desperately pressing down. This caused the previous meteorite to continue to shatter under the buoyancy of the water surface and the pressure of the meteorite above. Boom! 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 On the surface of the sea, violent waves swept across. Below the surface of the sea, the 2 meteorites were also frantically stirring up the turbulent flow, raging wildly. The 3 Tianlongwei watched helplessly at the rear of the submarine they were riding on. Hit by that meteorite. Immediately. It's the whole submarine that's turned on their backs. The weight of the submarine was in front of the 2 meteorites. It looks so vulnerable and pale. The last expressions of the 3 Tianlongwei were full of powerlessness and despair. Rumble! Rumble! The landing of the 2 meteorites caused unimaginable waves to appear in the sea in front of them. A tsunami with a height of thousands of meters rushed towards the Golden City. Although the Golden City had already left early, it was full of horsepower. But it still couldn't get out of the impact range of the meteorite landing. It was Hashirama who slapped both hands and summoned 9 giant gates on the sea in front of the Golden City, which blocked the tsunami waves. But even so, on the platform at the highest point of the Golden City. Except for Madara, Hashirama, and Jingle. Everyone else is dumbfounded. Looking at the sea with endless waves, like the scene of the sea god's anger. Tizalo only felt his legs go limp. What did he see? Is this something humans can do? It's too exaggerated. Plop. Tezuolo couldn't hold back, and fell to the ground directly. His legs were weak and he could no longer stand up. Because of what I just saw. It was too shocking. Too shocked, because shocked. Tizalo slumped to the ground. The strong men of the underground world beside him also had their legs go weak. There was a popping sound. Madara's eyes darkened. A bunch of useless things. But this time, his cold voice did not make Huang Jindi and others stand up. They really don't have that energy anymore. All the bones in his body seemed to be broken by someone. But, when everyone slowed down a little bit, they looked at Madara, full of admiration and Dongchen's emotions. In their eyes, Madara is as powerful as a god. Although I don't know why Madara used such moves to deal with a mere warship that O was on. Although the warship looks extraordinary, the artillery is also very powerful. But it's not enough, is it? Isn't this a cannon hitting mosquitoes? But everyone didn't think too much about it. Now, they are completely immersed in the power of Madara. The Lord Shura in their impression is even more powerful. Everyone has only one idea. Cross your arms. Madara stands next to Hashirama and Kiraku. Although the voice said that Tizalo and others were useless. But Madara's eyes are also full of aloofness. Like that. Apparently well received by Tizalo etals response. Hashirama glanced at Madara at this moment, shook his head and said. Motor, it's a bit overdone. Jingle also looked at Madara, sighed and spoke. Fifth brother, you really want to show off. The two talked to each other, almost exposing Madara's true purpose. But fortunately, Tizalo and the others were completely immersed in the power of Madara, admiring him like a god. So there is no doubt about Madara at all. Madara smiled coldly. The government of the world dared to provoke us at this time, but they only sent one warship, 3 CP0s. It doesn't look down on us at all. I let them know how expensive it is to look down on us. This time, the meteorite fell over the sea. Next time, it'll be on Marie Joyce. Madara spoke coldly. Hashirama nodded silently. Jingle didn't say anything, but she also agreed with Madara's words. Hehe. Want to make a move on the Golden City? Let the 3 CP0 only bring one warship. Even if this warship is a new type of high-tech warship, the artillery is quite powerful. However, the current CPL chief was beheaded by Natalia in naval headquarters. Even if the 3 people sent are all at the level of vice president. Is it also a little, look down on them? Want to shoot them? At least all members of CP0 should be mobilized, right? Hehe. That's the price. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. In the deepest castle, in the deepest void hall. I'm high-seated on the throne of the void, Ben watched the star map silently. And at this very moment, her pair of red eyes narrowed slightly, and then turned to the sea. Tianlongwei is her person, so she has a unique feeling for Tianlongwei. Know where they are. And now, I can no longer sense the positions of the 3 Tianlongwei. What does that mean? Im's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the star map again. She stretched out her hand and wiped it lightly in front of her eyes. Originally, it was only a macroscopic star map, but a picture suddenly emerged. Above Edward Sea, 2 meteorites fell from the sky. As well as Madara's pair of water-cooled eyes with circles of reincarnation patterns. The waves of the sea are endless, and the sea is overturned. This moment, Im's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly became blank. Although that daze lasted only for a moment. But it was enough to show how shocked Im was by this matter. Soon, the shock in Im's eyes faded. Instead, there was a deep anger in my heart. Her eyes were sharp, and she looked at the black holes that were getting bigger and bigger on the star map. Im said indifferently. Mola. Outside the flowers, Im's voice resounded in Mora's ear. Mora was startled. What happened? She hadn't heard such an indifferent voice from Lord Im for a long time. Pushing open the huge door, Mora respectfully walked into the Hall of Nothingness. She gave a deep salute to Im, who was sitting on the void throne. His face was barely able to remain calm. But the horror in Mola's eyes couldn't be concealed. What exactly happened? Can you make Lord Im so angry? After saluting, Mora looked up and met Im's piercing eyes. She didn't dare to look any further. She lowered her head again and mumbled, "Master Im." Im gradually calmed down the anger in his heart, but his eyes couldn't hide the sharp and strong killing intent. "Notify the 5 elders, wait for the last of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, to arrive at naval headquarters, execute Fire Fist Ace immediately, and activate Uranus at the same time, destroy naval headquarters." M's voice was devoid of emotion. It seemed that what died under her order were only some insignificant ants. Mora didn't know why Im was so angry, and she didn't dare to ask. She nodded, and respectfully exited the Hall of Nothingness. Within rites, 5 elders listened to Mora conveying Im's order, and the 5 elders were also taken aback. Mustache 5 elders sweated coldly, looked at Mola and asked in surprise, "Mola, what happened to make Master Im so angry?" The other 4 also looked at Mola with anxious and cautious expressions. Looking at the 5 elders, Mora smiled wryly, but shook her head without responding. Seeing this, 5 elders also understood. Mora didn't know why either. The faces of the 5 people suddenly became dignified, gloomy like water. What exactly happened that made Master Im so angry and issued such an order? Not even giving Marine a chance anymore. After directly letting the 4th emperors arrive on the field, execute Fire Fist Ace directly and activate Uranus. This surprising, isn't it? Some of the 5 elders couldn't understand the reason for this order. But they still nodded in unison. Follow Lord Im's order. Mola nodded slightly, turned around and wanted to leave. But she hasn't left yet. The phone bug on the 5 elders' coffee table rang. The blonde 5 elders picked it up and asked twice. That end. There came a shocking news. Listen to the news. Everyone in the right room is stiff. The 5 elders were all stunned there, their expressions frozen. Mola stopped in her footsteps when she was about to leave, and turned her head blankly, looking at the phone bug. Take several deep breaths. The blonde 5 elders asked the phone bug again. Are you sure? That Azura summoned 2 meteorites. Listen to the affirmative answer from the phone bug. The blonde 5 elders dropped the phone bug back to the coffee table. Slowly lean back on the sofa behind you. Then, the blonde 5 elders froze there. The same goes for the other 4. Even Mola, Im's assistant, stood there blankly, full of disbelief. How could it be possible? That Shura actually summoned 2 meteorites. One is hundreds of meters in diameter, and the other directly exceeds 200 meters in diameter. In terms of volume, it is 4 times that of the first one. Too exaggerated. This. Several people's minds went blank. It took a long time. 5 elders let out a long breath. Knew it. The reason for Lord Im's anger turned out to be this. 5 elders understood the reason for Im's anger. Mora understood too. This time, CP0 was sent to attack the Golden City. Secretly, Tianlongwei was involved. And the meteorite fell from the sky like a natural disaster. Even Tianlongwei can't survive, right? So in this matter, Tianlongwei fell, so Master Im was so angry. 5 elders sorted out all the threads of things. The bald 5 elders looked at Mora with serious eyes. Mola, help us go back and report to Lord Im. We will definitely bury all the pirates, including the 4 emperors, in naval headquarters. No one will be let go. Mora nodded, Within rights. The 5 elders were left breathing heavily. For a long time. Only then did 5 elders recover from the news. The 5 looked at each other. At last. It's up to the blonde 5 elders to pick up the phone bug and pass the message to Bell. Bell has already proved himself innocent in this trial. So. He trusted Bell more than King Kong. Marine Ford. In the void on the scaffold. Bell stood there with the tiny phone bug in his ear, receiving messages all the time. At this time, a voice resounded in Bell's ears. "Bell, it's me." The brows under Bell's mask were slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth were raised. But the voice was respectful. "Grown-ups." Between the right and side, the blonde 5 elders nodded. "Bell, after the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates all arrive on the battlefield, immediately execute Fire Fist Ace. Listen to the command from the 5 elders." Bell responded quickly. "Yes." 3.1 Blonde 5 elders said last. "After executing Fire Fist Ace, you take King Kong and they evacuate immediately, go back to Marie Joyce, don't stay longer, understand?" Bell was silent for a while, finally nodded, and responded again. "Yes, my lord." Hang up the phone bug. The blonde 5 elders didn't feel suspicious when they heard Bell's silence, but instead smiled reassuringly. In his opinion, anyone who gets this order will also guess whether something big has happened. Within rights. The 5 elders looked at each other, sighed and shook their heads. After all, at the expense of the entire naval headquarters. They are really, some heartaches. Only. Compared with the harvest. This payment is not bad. Mustache 5 elders looked at the bald 5 elders and asked. "The 100,000 elite marines outside naval headquarters, should we order them to evacuate as well?" Listen to him. Several people thought about it one after another. A number of senior officials of naval headquarters are dead. Although it hurts the muscles and bones, it can't shake Tianduo. After all, Marine is too powerful and has too many people. It's easier to deal with the death of a group of high-level people. They only need to send some from the world's government, recruit some from the whole world, and promote some from the original Marine. Although the strength is definitely not as good as the previous Marine. But compared to the sea where the 4 emperors all fell, it is enough. The bald 5 elders nodded. Yes, but there is no rush to notify them. When the 4 emperors arrive together, we will inform them to avoid accidents. The other 4 nodded in unison, agreeing to the decision. Within rights. Fall into a long silence. And it didn't take long. The news of 2 meteorites falling from the sky in the Edwardian Sea area was spread. No one can cover up those horrible scenes. Soon, the news spread across the sea, and the sea almost capsized. Chapter 152. Isle of White Clay, Baltigo. A full hour has passed since the meteorite incident in the Edward Sea area. When it happened, although many people were far apart. But it can still be seen clearly. There were also many people who happened to pass by at that time and learned of the conflict between Golden City and CP0. Although they quickly turned the bow and left. However, based on the analysis of the information, a complete incident was pieced together. The government of the world sent CP0 to drive a high-tech warship and carry powerful artillery, intending to attack the Golden City. Unexpectedly. This action directly aroused the anger of that cold-faced Shura. The cold-faced Shura immediately used an extremely terrifying move. Summoned 2 meteorites to land, directly turning that sea area into hell. The news reached the Ge Mingjun immediately. After all, this matter is about an admiral of the cabinet commander. Long and a group of cadres of the cabinet army are still in his office. At this time. Get news from New World. The entire office fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at each other, each with a dull expression, shocked to the extreme. Even the dragon couldn't keep calm. Because what the hell is this exaggeration? That Madara raised his hand and summoned 2 meteorites. Nima? Is there such a shock? Just announced by the revolutionary drama officer as one of the 3 admirals to take office. How did such a big thing happen? The pavilion commander was pushed to the forefront in an instant. Long's expression was full of shock, and after a long pause, his heart was in disbelief. Tai Nima is surprising. How is this possible? Koala, Jinbei and others were also shocked, and even felt that the news was false. After repeated confirmation several times. Excited, Long Xuangmu ordered to pass the news to Sabo. Through Sabo's mouth, it spread to naval headquarters and spread throughout the world. Now that it is already in alliance with the Porgas family. already ready to face the world government. Then this time, as long as it is a good opportunity to improve the prestige, the dragon will not miss it. This is a good opportunity to frustrate the prestige of the world government. Long smiled, and Ji Mingjun laughed in 1,000 divisions. Koala quickly passed the message to Sabo. 15 on top of the battlefield. Now the melee has lasted for more than 5 hours. Not only did Marine and the pirates not lose morale. Instead, the two sides gradually fought for real fire. The battle between the top powerhouses is also becoming fiercer. Powerful and terrifying forces raged across the audience. Sengoku stood on the execution platform and arranged the battle in an orderly manner. And at this moment, Sabo in the battle was stunned for a moment, and he pressed the earphones to listen carefully. Listening and listening, Sabo froze on the spot. Fortunately, besides Sabo, there are Luffy and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. That's why Sabo was not allowed to be ambushed on the chaotic battlefield. Luffy kicks off a Marine Commodore who was sneaking up on Sabo. While looking at Sabo, whispered, "Sabo, what are you doing? This is a battlefield." Even the careless Luffy, after experiencing a battle for the top, they have matured a lot. He knew how serious the consequences of distraction would be on such a battlefield. But Luffy's reminder didn't make Sabo feel relieved at all. For a long time, Sabo finally reacted. He looked at Luffy, and silently murmured words such as meteorites from the sky. After murmuring dozens of times, Sabo finally regained his composure. He flew onto a high platform, looked around the entire battlefield, and shouted excitedly, "Everyone! I have some breaking news, do you want to listen to it?" Sabo's words attracted the attention of many people. But they are just distracted to pay attention to this side. On the battlefield, no one would turn their heads just because of someone's words. That is tantamount to giving the opponent a chance to cut off his own head. On the execution stand, he looked at Sabo who had climbed onto a high platform and wanted to say something. Sengoku's face darkened. It's this stinking brat. After coming to the battlefield not long ago, he talked about the alliance between the Gemingjun and the Porgas family to launch 3 admirals. It was like stomping Marine's face on the ground abruptly. Now looking at Sabo, what to say? Sengoku's heart sank. But at such a distance, he couldn't stop it. He simply felt that Sabo couldn't tell any news that was extremely beneficial to the pirates. Sengoku looked at Sabo slightly. Sabo looked around the audience and saw that he had attracted some people's attention. He spoke loudly, his expression excited. "As the Chief of Staff of the Cabinet Army, I want to say something very big right now. Just now, in the Edwardian Sea area of New World, Admiral of our commanding army was attacked by CP0, the official government of the world. This group of nasty guys think that driving a high-tech warship and carrying powerful artillery can cause damage to Admiral Shura and Sheng Xiao of our command army. But they were completely wrong. Facing the provocation of the world's government, and facing the overwhelmed CP0. Admiral Shura of our commanding army, on the spot, used his godlike power to summon 2 meteorites to fall into the sea, completely burying that CP0 warship, and the sea capsized." Sabo's words fell. The entire top battlefield was silent for a second. Then it exploded. The pirates shouted loudly. The Marine side couldn't believe it. But soon, Sengoku on the execution platform picked up the loudspeaker bug and retorted, "Marines, don't be fooled by the enemy, what he says is all lies. So far, I have not received any news. His move is to damage the morale of my Marine side, it's just fake news. Think about it, summon meteorites, or summon 2 together, do you think this is possible? He, pirates really use all kinds of despicable methods." For Sabo's words, Sengoku gave a well-founded rebuttal. Let all Marines agree. Even the pirates felt that Sabo might be lying. Because of summoning meteorites. Or summon 2 together. This is simply a joke. The whole sea is also full of voices. Everyone thought Sabo was joking. It's an insult to their intelligence. Sengoku glanced at Sabo with a sneer. This despicable method is actually useless. It is estimated that after Sabo uttered the false news, throughout the world, Not only will the reputation of the cabinet army not improve. On the contrary, it will give people a feeling that you are telling lies and that your army is fooling people. It doesn't matter if you tell a lie once. The price of telling lies. But it lost the prestige of the entire cabinet army. How young! Sengoku sighed, continuing to take control. But not long after he refuted Sabo. Suddenly, the phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang. After connecting, there was the voice of an intelligence officer from Sengoku. That's the New World intelligence officer. Sengoku can remember each other's voice. What's the matter, say? On the other end of the phone, the intelligence officer's dignified ultimate words rang. Marshal Sengoku, something is wrong. The government of the world sent CP0 to attack the Golden City, and Shura on the Golden City used the means of the gods to summon 2 meteorites. Sengoku couldn't hear the latter words anymore. His thinking completely freeze on Shura summoning 2 meteorites. Sengoku's eyes were blank as his mind went blank. Hang up bug. He even forgot for a moment what he had just heard. Words such as 2 meteorites, etc. were murmured silently in his mouth. And then, the Whitebeard pirates and the intelligence officer of the Red Hair pirates also received the news from the sea. Although now in the battlefield. But the two sides still will not forget to collect information on the entire sea. Because in case there is any change in the sea. What new order does the world government have, if they don't know it yet? Isn't that different from being blind? So although there is a melee here. But the intelligence officers of both sides are still doing their duty. Now, they also received news from the New World. All of a sudden, the pirates were all confused at first. Morale then skyrocketed. Although Marine didn't believe it. Under the influence of all the thieves roaring. Everyone is dumbfounded. Could it be? Could it be? Is everything that Sabo said just now true? How is this possible? 2 meteorites fell from the sky. Are you kidding me? Are you sure you're not joking with them? Go crazy. All Marines went crazy with surprise. They looked at Sengoku on the scaffold, frantically wondering if the news was true. And Sengoku. Face all Marines' doubts. Facing the questions of all Marine soldiers. How can he say this thing is true? Then don't fight this battle. With a serious expression on his face, Sengoku picked up the phone and said in a low voice. Everyone, don't be influenced by the pirates. So far, I have not received any news related to this matter. Listen to Sengoku. All the Marines seem to have a backbone, and their morale has risen again. For this scene, Whitebeard and the Redhead looked at each other from afar. The eyes of the two were full of sneer and ridicule. Their intelligence officers received the message at the same time. Could that really be fake? Just kidding. Magma brat, you Marine, you are really good at turning things upside down and juggling right and wrong. Whitebeard looked at Akainu, taunting himself without hesitation. There are large areas of magma burn marks on his body. Whitebeard's body was a bit out of date. But he is still holding on with one breath. Relying on the belief in rescuing Ace, he supported himself to finish this battle. Akainu looked at Whitebeard, who was about to sink into weakness. He also sneered. And I don't believe in the things in the Edward Sea area at all. You pirates, are you really going to release fake news to give you an advantage? But our Marine is different, we do what we want, with hard power, we can bury all of you pirates here. Akainu said coldly. Whitebeard gave him an admiring look, as if resigned from continuing to refute. Shanks and Aokiji over there. The two were silent in comparison, neither spoke. But they all know. Everyone knows what happened in Edward Sea, it is true. Kizaru and Ben Beckmans. The battlefield is the loudest. The two insisted on their own opinions, while fighting, while attacking each other with mouth cannon, it was very lively. On this lively battlefield. Garp below the execution platform. But he took a deep look at Sengoku. He knows Sengoku all too well. Also knows Sengoku's temperament. If what happened just now is not true, Sengoku's words will be sharper than this. We'll seize this opportunity, Wolf will hit the morale of the pirates. But what did Sengoku just do? He just refuted a few words feebly. Just saying that this matter is false, how could such a thing happen? What does that mean? Plus that phone bug that Sengoku just picked up. After picking up the phone, his eyes were full of horror, and Jun's face was full. Is that news true or false? Garp is skeptical. He even thinks that news is probably true. Shura 323, is that kid so strong? Garp pondered in his heart. But at this moment, the pirates and marine were sticking to their own opinions, desperately arguing about this matter, and even did not forget to quarrel about this matter during the battle. The crescent-shaped harbor exterior of naval headquarters. 2 warships broke out from the sea. One is the Pink Anthem. It has the flag of the Big Mom Pirates on it. The other is the Mammoth, which bears the banner of the Beasts Pirates. 2 huge battleships surfaced like 2 steel behemoths. Watch naval headquarters completely trapped by the walls of Gonta. Charlotte Linlin laughs aboard Anthem. Well. Smile. A violent and raging sword energy was cut out by Charlotte Linlin. Huge thick alloy surrounds the walls. Under the full blow of the 4 emperors, it was violently destroyed. Although the alloy surrounds the wall with extremely high hardness. But in front of the top powerhouse in the sea. Still not particularly good enough. Anthem and Mammoth invade the battlefield. Charlotte Linlin led the Big Mom Pirates. Beside them, it is the 3 disasters of the Beasts Pirates, and the Flying 6 Robes. The 2 4 Emperors' regiments joined the battlefield mightily. All of a sudden, the balance of the battlefield was broken instantly, and Marine was on the verge of collapse. And it's not over yet. Charlotte Linlin is wearing a pink dress with a black windbreaker behind her. As she walked forward, she brought a piece of news that made all Marines almost lose their fighting spirit. Sengoku, you really are. What happened in the Edward Sea area has basically spread across the sea. How do you have the face to say that this matter is fake? Sengoku, old dog. Charlotte Linlin's relentless sarcasm. Immediately, Sengoku on the execution platform stopped breathing. Subsequently, the eyes of all the Marines looked towards him. 1,000 sunny bows. Natalia crossed her legs and sat lazily on the little lion's head. She watched this scene quietly, and looked at Sengoku with a slight smile. She admits. Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, was right in his response. At this time. Admit it. It will completely lose the fighting spirit of all Marines. Denial is the right thing to do. What a pity for the Marine Marshal. For the Marine and for the government of the world, he has dedicated his whole life. In the end, the battle to retire was doomed to failure. Well. Natalia sighed deeply. However, the positions of the 2 sides are different. Sympathy is sympathy. But it should be fought, and it must be fought. The 4 Emperors' regiment has arrived on the battlefield. Next. It's time to end this battle for the top spot. Chapter 153. On the execution stand. Sengoku's old face flushed. He was looked at by all the pirates mockingly. Then I was looked at by all the Marines with puzzled eyes. Sengoku really felt that he was going to lose face today. He closed his eyes slightly. When he opened it again, his eyes were full of firmness. He was a Marine Marshal for many years. Under his leadership, Marine has developed in an orderly manner. Even now it is possible to plan a stand-up battle to destroy one of the 4 Emperor's pirates and kill the strongest man in the world. It's just that this battle didn't work out as Sengoku wished. After all, there are many variables. Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. And that, the poor gas family. Scan the audience. Sengoku sighed deeply. With firm eyes, he picked up the loudspeaker and said in a deep voice. Gentlemen, I pledge in the name of Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku. The pirates are fabricating facts indiscriminately, everything they said is all false. All Marines, please raise your spirits now. 4 Emperor's pirates come to Marineford, come to my naval headquarters. This battle for the top, is bound to be remembered in history. However, whether you want future generations to admire your great achievements, or let them scold your incompetence, depends on the present. Whether we can win this battle is entirely up to us. Some of you may die, some of you may be smashed to pieces, and some of you may live. But no matter what, we just have to win this battle. You are all Marines heroes. Eloquent. Sengoku came straight to a speech. When his words fell, a lot of Marine soldiers raised their arms and shouted, "Hi Sengoku's ministers! Marshal Sengoku is right. It doesn't matter whether the things on Edward Sea are true or not. In front of us, we should start this battle. As long as we win this battle for the top, we only need to bury all the pirates here. We are the heroes of the whole sea. Yes, Marshal Sengoku is right. I am from West Blue, my hometown was destroyed by pirates and the city was massacred. Pirates are the most evil things in the whole world, their existence is the embodiment of sin. In this battle, we will not only execute Ace, the son of the pirate King Roger, who was born with the root of evil, but also bury the 4 sea emperors in my marine. Yes. We are heroes. We are heroes of this sea. Morale is high throughout naval headquarters. All the generals' eyes were red, and they looked at the pirates in front of them. The pirates and marines unconsciously split the lineup. The two sides are about to start the final decisive battle. 3 admirals stood back in front of the marine generals. He looked at the 3 admirals in front of him and the others. Looking at Akainu, who was covered in blood. Everyone no longer has any fear. Even standing in front of them. It's 4 emperors. Is the terrifying emperor of the sea. But at this time, no one has any fear anymore. Everyone's fighting spirit is high, and everyone has strong confidence in this battle. On the execution stand. For the first time, Sengoku turned to look at Garp. He's been pushing Garp. But at this moment, the 4 emperors arrive at naval headquarters. And everyone in the Porgas family. Under such circumstances, if Garp stands idly by again, then Marine may really lose this battle. It is really possible that they will be abandoned by the government of the world and all of them will be buried here. So, looking at Garp, Sengoku's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Garp, what the hell are you waiting for? You are a Marine, you are a Marine's hero. What are you waiting for?" Speaking of back, Sengoku's words had turned into roars. Garp stands below the scaffold. The cloudy eyes suddenly became hesitant. He looked up at Sengoku, meeting the old man's eyes. From Sengoku's eyes, Garp saw intense crisis and anxiety. Sengoku, what is he worried about? What kind of things can make Sengoku so anxious? Suddenly, Garp just felt cold all over. As a Marine executive for so many years, he also has a lot of understanding of the world government. 5 elders really can't win this fight if they see Marine. And the 4 emperors, the Porgas family and other masters are all here. If they had the ability to destroy the entire naval headquarters, would they do so? The answer is yes. In the eyes of the 5 elders, these Marines are just obedient dogs. Just some useful tools. Maybe in normal times, 5 elders will think about their role and give them some face pen for affection. But once the interests of the world government exceed their role, so 5 elders would not hesitate. Those 5 old guys. It is emotionless. The 4 emperors, pirates and the masters of the Porgas family are all here. In terms of hard power, it has faintly surpassed naval headquarters at this time. So, if the situation continues to be unfavorable, 5 elders. Garp was silent for a moment. Because at this time, on his mind, it's not even Ace's life and the outcome of this battle. It's for the safety of all Marines. If you lose, 5 elders really launched some means to destroy the entire naval headquarters. So, Garp was silent for a moment. He can ignore his reputation. You can ignore everything about yourself and decide to save Ace. Decided to stand on the side of family affection this time. But people have been in Marine for so many years. Garp couldn't stand by and watch all the Marines die here. Like that. Does he still deserve to be the Marine hero? Maybe it's already unworthy. But, is he still worthy of being a Marine? The word Marine. The word justice. It was Garp who held on to the belief for most of his life. Just like Ace believes in Whitebeard and agrees with Whitebeard, the father. Marine and justice, Li's Zhao, are also so important to Garp. So, let him sit back and watch Marine be wiped out. Garp can't do it. He was silent, clenched his fists. In silence, he walked forward step by step. The cloak of justice flutters behind her back. Garp came to the front of the three admirals, tied with Kong. This moment, the leader of the two veterans, let the momentum of the entire marine rise to a whole new level. They all know about the relationship between Garp and Ace. Also know that Vice Admiral Garp has been hesitating between family and marine. And now, obviously, Garp chose justice. This marine hero, or that marine hero. All the marine generals were excited, and Xia trembled slightly. There are marine heroes, there are army commanders, and there are three admirals. Even if the four emperors' regiments in front of them are fully configured, so what? They have a battle of faith. Whether you win or lose, you will leave your name in history. Chapter 154. Watch Garp's selection. Sengoku on the scaffold breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Luckily, old Garp knows what to do. Knowing that in front of his grandson, Marine's generals are the most important. Ace knelt in front of Sengoku. Looking at the back of Garp blocking the pirates. Ace doesn't blame the other party. Even the day when I went to sea as a pirate. Ace had anticipated this scene. He never blamed Garp. It never occurred to Garp that he would save him. Old man, I'm sorry. Ace murmured inwardly. He knew how brutal this situation was for Garp. But he can't help it. As the son of the pirate King Roger, he can only be a pirate. This moment, the entire top battlefield is divided into two sides. On one side is Marine led by Garp and Kong. They stood on the moon-shaped port, leading the Marines, their eyes were chilling. The other side. The four emperors' regiments stand separately under the leadership of their own captains. Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. The four stood side by side on the spot. This battle. It will surely go down in the history books. See Circle Calendar 1520. Four emperors pirates attack naval headquarters. Fight a decisive battle with Marines mid-level and high-level generals. Standing on such a battlefield, Luffy is just a green little pirate. Look at the 900 Garp facing him and the others. Looking at his grandfather. Luffy looked serious. He knew that the two sides were hostile. So no words to disturb Garp's heart. But it was at this time. On the execution platform, there was a sudden change. Two figures emerged from the void. They stepped forward and landed on the scaffold. King Kong, wearing an ape face mask, looked at Bell. Bell, it's up to you to carry out the execution, and I will go to the stage to protect the law for you. A public execution is to be performed on Fire Fist Ace. This will inevitably lead to a big runaway on the pirate side. At that time, there will be a lot of strong people rushing. King Kong thinks he is stronger. So, he's here to help Bale weather the blows. Bell nodded and looked at King Kong with a little pity in his heart. This King Kong is a good person, and he is a very suitable candidate to be a friend. He still couldn't bear to lie to the other party. Bell shook his head and smiled from the bottom of his heart, nodded. Good. King Kong nodded silently, jumped off the execution platform, and made a loud bang. He turned into a giant ape. The height of the giant ape is as high as the execution platform of 7 or 8 meters, his body is full of explosive muscles, and even has a metallic luster. See. Shank's face darkens. Zoan, Phantom Beast, Vajra Ape King. Many people on the pirate side also looked dignified. They didn't expect it. The world's official government actually sent not only the chief CP0. Now, 2 CP0 powerhouses unexpectedly emerged. No, not 2. After King Kong used the fruit ability. Beside him, the CP0 brought by those two also appeared. Although the 2 CP0 strengths are not admiral. But it also has the strength of the top headquarters vice admiral. The two stood beside King Kong, each guarding the other two directions of the execution platform. See the three CPOs posing like this. The entire pirate lineup is Kikai's face sank. Whitebeard, the redhead, frowned. Kaido's eyes fixed on Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and stared at the three King Kong guarding the execution platform. Also, Belle was seen wearing a faceless mask. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Well. Marine, seeing that the situation is not good, I want to execute Fire Fist Ace in advance. Charlotte Linlin is on point. Whitebeard's complexion suddenly changed. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates panicked. But when they looked at Thousand Sunny, after looking at Natalia sitting on the little lion in the bow, everyone was relieved. Watched the battle for more than 5 hours. Natalia should have recovered quite a bit. Even if he is not a top player now, he should be almost inseparable. In this situation, she is definitely capable of preventing Ace from being killed. But everyone is still not completely relieved. The battlefield changes rapidly. They couldn't pin all their hopes on Natalia. They themselves must also take action. On the execution stand, Belle took 2 steps forward, riding Sengoku nodded. Sengoku looked back, looked at this CPO, and nodded slightly. Leave it to your excellency, and I will help you protect the law. Belle nodded. Sengoku picked up the amplified phone bug again. He first glanced at Garp's back, and fell silent for a while. This time, he actually plotted against Garp. Garp stood under the execution platform. He was afraid that the other party would affect the execution of Ace. Therefore, he used the righteousness of Marine to let Garp go to the front line and join the battlefield. Now, Garp has no time to react. Really? As Sengoku expected. Feel what's going on behind the scenes. Garp came to his senses and looked over. At the same time, he heard Sengoku's words spread throughout the room. Fire Fist, Porgas D Ace, he is the evil blood of One Piece Roger. In the face of the rising trend of the pirates, in order to prevent further incidents, I decided in the name of Marshal Marine to execute Fire Fist Ace directly. Sengoku's voice echoed throughout the room. Let Marine cheer, let pirates scold. Accompanied by his opening, Belle slowly drew Kyōka Suigetsu from his waist. And at this very moment, all eyes, whether it's Marine or One Piece, everyone turned their eyes to him. Ace turned to look at him too, a look of fear in his eyes. Ace didn't feel the fear of death until the moment of life and death. But he didn't speak. No mercy. Very backbone. Belle held up Kyōka Suigetsu, while attracting the audience, and even the eyes of everyone in the world. On the body of Kyōka Suigetsu's sword, an undetectable light flashed. This light was not noticed by anyone. But right now, everyone in the room, and most of the world, saw Kyōka Suigetsu's shikai. The corners of Belle's mouth were slightly raised under the expressionless mask, but his eyes were as calm as ever. He came to stand on top of the fight, the most important purpose achieved. Belle raised his knife and dropped it without any hesitation. Pirates had no time to react. Whitebeard's eyes widened. Garp's eyes widened. Marco turned into a phoenix and charged. Kaido suddenly turned into a human beast shape, opened up the powerful Gen. The red-haired griffin entangled conquerors, and slammed towards the execution platform with a move of divine avoidance. But they are all slow. All the attacks were resolved one by King Kong, Sengoku, and others. Seeing, Ace is about to be executed by Belle. Chapter 155. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. World Genfo Office Building, inside the right room. 5 elders stood next to the sofa, silently watching the image in front of them. Watching Belle raise the long knife, it fell without any delay. The blonde 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Belle has already proven his innocence in the Golden City incident. But now, he raised his sword without hesitation, and wanted to execute Ace. Also fully proven. Bale has nothing to do with the Porgas family. Although his rise is time-sensitive. But it turns out, that's just a coincidence. The blonde 5 elders let out a sigh of relief. There was even a smile on his face. The same goes for the other 4-5 elders. watching Belle raise the knife without hesitation. They also let go of their hearts, and no longer worry about this battle for the top. It's just a pity. It's a pity that this battle for the top position, although the pirates were hit hard. All the 4 emperors of the sea were left here. But their marine, that obedient dog, is about to die. It can be regarded as a tactic that injures 1,000 enemies and injures oneself 800. However, this decision has many benefits for the world government. The price paid, 5 elders can bear. Only in the eyes of 5 people. They never cared about Marine's life or death. How ridiculous! In the eyes of these 5 people who have mastered the highest power of the world's government, everything can be measured by benefits. They have no feelings. On top of the battlefield, all eyes of the audience were focused on the execution platform. Whitebeard wields the razor, which is covered with thick concussion force. He slashed down the razor with both hands, and an extremely powerful shock wave swept out. Whitebeard's eyes widened, his canthus tearing open. But Whitebeard hit with anger. When there was still a long distance from the execution platform, it was blocked by Akainu. It is not easy to block Whitebeard's angry full blow. Akainu flew upside down for hundreds of meters before hitting the ground. He stood up again, and blood spurted out of his mouth. There was also a huge wound on his chest. With magma flowing all over his body, Akainu's whole body was shaken to the point where it was almost impossible to sustain. And at the same time, almost all the pirate lineup went berserk. The Red Hair and Kaido shot together and rushed forward. Even Charlotte Linlin did not hesitate to do it. But she also came, when the 4 emperors gathered. This battle for the top is no longer just a matter of the Whitebeard pirates. It's the business of everyone in their pirate lineup. Ace, never die. Ace's death means that the 4 emperors teamed up for the first time, facing naval headquarters, and lost. Charlotte Linlin naturally didn't recognize such a thing. The 4 emperors all shot out in anger. The marine side crazily resisted. Unknowingly, 3-7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, Xiong, and Moria retreated to the side, having already withdrawn from the frontal battlefield. The 4 emperors gathered to attack naval headquarters. It's not something they can participate in anymore. Will die. So they stood aside, watching with interest slowly and extremely carefree. There are also some people on the pirate side who can break through the defense line and come to the execution platform. Like Marco. But he had just flown to the scaffold. He was slapped away by King Kong, who had turned into a giant ape king. Nobody can stop Ace's execution any longer. It's too late, but it's fast. Bell swung his knife without the slightest delay. The counter-attack of the pirates was only a split second. Only. When Bell's long knife fell halfway. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the execution platform. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Next moment, he was severely chopped off by one person. That's Hawkeye. The black cloak that Hawkeye was wearing had been chopped into strips. But still can barely wear. He helps Giseline and drags Sengoku away. And Giseline herself. Then he came to Ace's side, and blocked with the long knife in his hand. Ding! Bell's strength was lost, and he was shocked by Giseline's knife and retreated. For this scene, Natalia curled her lips on the thousand sunny lion head. Should she give Quable's acting skills better, or should she give Quable's acting skills better? Simply a movie star. Giseline on the execution platform also twitched her mouth unobtrusively. If she came to the battlefield, she still wouldn't recognize that it was her second brother's words. Then Giseline don't live. Watching Giseline push Bell back with a knife, the pirates immediately cheered. Whitebeard's eyes agitated. The Whitebeard pirates raised their arms and shouted. I thought Ace was dangerous. So far so good. Ace's second niece is back. Asking for flowers. That is. The world's #1 swordsman battle between Giseline and Hawkeye, who will win? Who's winning? Too late to think about this question. While Whitebeard and others breathed a sigh of relief, I saw a flash of brilliance on the entire execution platform. Giseline disappeared. Sengoku returned. Bell also came to Ace's side again, with a knife in his hand. Kyōka Suigetsu continued to swing unstoppably towards Ace's neck. And the speed is faster, and the afterimage is faster. Ace only felt that there was a cool wind on his neck, and his head might be cut off at any time. And was locked by Bell's opportunity. Plus the sea stone shackles that make him weak. He couldn't even move, and couldn't dodge at all. The pirates were shocked again. There was concern in Whitebeard's eyes. 0. What ability is that? Send? Or something else? Shanks frowned. Appeared. That ability has appeared. The battle with Bell allowed Shanks to analyze many possibilities of the opponent's ability. One of the directions that he thinks is the most likely is back in time. Bell can manipulate time within a certain range and make time go backwards. This scene in front of me. Obviously Bell manipulated the time within the entire range of the execution platform. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku was a little dazed. But he still played the fighting instinct of a top strong man very well. Sengoku turned into a beast for the first time, turning into a golden Buddha. Next moment, Hawkeye arrived as expected, and slashed at the golden Buddha. While Sengoku raised his hand to resist, his figure was not knocked into the air, but he took 2 steps back at the same time. One side was shocked. This CP0 has such a terrifying ability. This is back in time? Too heaven-defying. Hawkeye, who was fighting with Sengoku, also had a slightly stunned expression. He glanced at Bell with deep surprise in his eyes. At the same time, Giseline fell on the scaffold. Just when Bell's knife was about to hit Ace, Giseline blocked again with a horizontal knife. She was speechless. This second brother. Addicted to acting? Does it really have to be a perfect rating at 5 elders? Or is he really going to kill the Ace here? Ace is then hidden using Kyōka Suigetsu. Giseline couldn't figure out what Bell was thinking. So she had to use her strongest strength to cooperate with Bell. Chapter 156. Bell was once again forced back by Giseline. This time, he was a little slower than the last time he used backtracking. Time goes back again. The same scene as before happened again on the execution platform. Hawkeye holds Sengoku back. Giseline blocks Bell from killing Ace. In the eyes of outsiders, Giseline, a top swordsman who can compete with Hawkeye in the way of swordsmanship, is very powerful. Every blow knocks Bell back. But Bell's ability is difficult to deal with. As long as Giseline's rescue is late, Bell's knife will fall on Ace's neck. The battle between the two sides was anxious and could not continue. Pirate side. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates saw this. Whitebeard's eyes were anxious, his strength exploded, and he frantically rushed towards the execution platform. The most urgent task is to rush to the execution platform to support Giseline and the others. Only then can Ace be saved. So Whitebeard even disregarded his own old illness, started 893 and began to use conquerors to entangle the peak power of the sea. For a short time, lava scattered all over Akinu's body, and he was beaten back by Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Once again, he showed his devastating power. Beside Whitebeard, the members of the Whitebeard pirates followed him and rushed towards the execution platform. Now, sleeping is a time. They can only rush to the execution platform faster. That's the way to save Ace. On the contrary, if it is delayed for a second, Ace's crisis will be strengthened by 1 point. Who knows which time back in time, Bell successfully beheaded Ace. Looking at the anxious battlefield, everyone in the entire sea fell silent. They watched anxiously, their hearts fluttering one by one. Lawless pirates want to see Ace rescued. Because seeing Marine being slapped in the face, they were very happy. The civilians want to see Marine win. Would like to see Ace successfully executed at naval headquarters. Both sides watched nervously. The government of the world, within the power. Watching the anxious battle on the execution platform. 5 elders couldn't help becoming tense, his eyes narrowed slightly. Deep in their hearts. At this time, it was completely full of appreciation for Bell. No one expected the sudden arrival of Giseline and Hawkeye just now. Without Belle's ability to go back in time, Ace was really rescued. The face of the government of the world will be trampled on the ground alive. That's what the 5 elders don't want to see. The most important is, once Ace is not dead, then they have disobeyed Lord Im's order. This is the point that worries 5 elders the most. Fine. Luckily Belle was there. His ability to go back in time is called a bug. The 5 elders all had smiles on their faces. As long as Belle seizes the opportunity, he will definitely be able to decapitate Ace. Outside of Marineford, 100,000 elite marines and hundreds of warships are located. Kabi and Barumebur stood on the deck of the dog-headed warship. The two couldn't help feeling nervous watching the battle in naval headquarters. 100,000 elite marines are the same as them. All hope that Belle can seize the opportunity and successfully execute Ace of the Fire Fist. At this time, the eyes of everyone watching the live broadcast shrank. On the execution stand, time goes back again. Sengoku immediately turned into a giant Buddha, stretched out his hand and hit the shock wave forward. Going back in time many times, he has already fully experienced. If you know how to deal with Hawkeye, you won't be knocked away. And Belle also raised his knife and fell down, wanting to kill Ace without hesitation. Ding! Again. His knife was blocked again by Giseline. The corners of Belle's mouth were slightly raised under Belle's mask. It's time to end this battle for the top spot. While being repelled by Giseline, he glanced indistinctly at Natalia on the head of the little lion in the distance. The corners of Natalia's mouth curled up, revealing a subtle smile. Time goes back again. Belle didn't slash this time. Instead, he aimed at the back of Ace's heart and stabbed out Kyōka Suigetsu in his hand. Ace only felt that the cold neck that lasted more than 10 times turned into a dull pain in the back of his heart. Whitebeard and others pushed forward. On the one hand, the Avatar watched the execution platform. At this time, Belle changed his move. Instead of using slashing, the move is changed to stab. Everyone's expression changed suddenly. Hawkeye collides with Sengoku. Giseline lowered her figure, preparing to resist Belle's slash. But she also miscalculated. Belle's forward thrust out Kyōka Suigetsu caught Giseline off guard too. Seeing that Ace was about to be stabbed by her, Giseline could only watch helplessly. See this scene. There was an uproar on the entire top battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates' eyes are tearing apart. Everyone rushed forward regardless of their own injuries, but was firmly suppressed by Marine. Although they have progressed. But I want to cross the Marine defense line in a short time and go under the execution platform. This is impossible. At this time, Garp slammed his figure, and punched King Kong's huge ape body with punches, sending out heavy metal and iron sounds. Yes. After seeing that Ace is in danger, he is tricked by Sengoku. He rushed directly to the execution platform. In addition, he is already in the Marine lineup, and the 3 admirals have no defense against him. So Garp directly broke through the defense line formed by Marine's strong men, and rushed to the execution platform. However, he was held back by King Kong and the other 2 CP0s. Especially King Kong. His defense is pervert. The Zoan Phantom Beast King Vajra Ape King form is also very fierce. Forcibly blocked Garp, who was in a state of anger. Within rights. The 5 elders watched Bale close. I couldn't help but sweat for him. It just didn't wait for Belle's stab. Giseline stood up, knocked Ace away, and met Belle's long knife at the same time. She didn't know how long her second brother would be acting. But since the other party wanted to act, Catherine had to cooperate. Anyway, she was stabbed, it was only a minor injury. The long knife pierced the body and sank deeply into Giseline's chest. A trail of blood flowed from her mouth. Belle didn't go back in time this time. Instead, he violently swung his knife at Giseline. Although the hard power he showed was much worse than that of Catherine. But a knife stabbed into the chest of Giseline. Belle's brief outburst suppressed Giseline. In this way, Lin was defeated steadily. 4.6 Belle is also slowly approaching Ace. Belle slashed down again, pushing Giseline back a little. At this time, he has come to Ace's side. Turning around, Belle slashed at Ace's neck. Giseline stood up with her seriously injured body, and blocked Belle's knife before she had time to heal herself. Situation. It has reached a critical point. If no one can rush to the execution platform in a short time, Ace is really going to die. Just when Whitebeard and others were completely anxious, regardless of their own outbreak. Aboard the lion cub on the bow of Thousand Sunny, Natalia, who was sitting there with her legs crossed, slowly stood up. There was a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. Natalia looked around the audience, her gaze finally fixed on the execution platform. She opened her mouth lightly. It's time to end this battle for the top. Chapter 157. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Within rights. Watch the scorching battle situation at Naval Headquarters. 5 elders frowned together, their faces melting and anxious. Having been in power in the world government for so many years, it is for them to stand at the top. It's still a big fight. The result of this battle may even affect all subsequent situations in the world. The 5 elders stared intently at the feed. Mustache 5 elders ordered early. One spell successfully executed Fire Fist Ace publicly. Then cut off the world live stream immediately and keep the eyes of the world off Naval Headquarters. After all, Ace is dead. They are about to unleash the power of Uranus. The scene at that time cannot be broadcast live to the whole world. It's just that Fire Fist Ace couldn't be killed by Belle for a long time. They, too, were unable to unleash the power of Uranus. This put the situation into an embarrassing situation. Of course, the 5 elders have no complaints about Belle. In their view, what Belle has done in this battle has been very good. It played perfectly. With his strength, Ken sees the opportunity to severely injure Giseline, a terrifying swordsman. That's pretty good. The 5 elders are all happy with Belle. Boom. Boom. The 16 battle on the execution platform was extremely tense. Giseline was hit hard and was beaten back by Belle. Hawkeye is pinned down by Sengoku and Garp is entangled by Kong. Whitebeard and others watched this scene helplessly. But they couldn't break through the defense line formed by Marines generals. And it was at this time. Nobody noticed. Thousand Sunny on the head of a lion cub. Natalia, who was wearing a fiery red windbreaker, slowly stood up. Look around the entire top station. Natalia smiled, her gaze finally fixed on the execution platform. Watching the big drama played by Belle and Giseline, Natalia shook her head helplessly. Let the eldest sister, me, come and help you finish this last scene. She pulled out a simple long knife with a purple handle, and walked forward slowly. Natalia's feet were on the air, held up by Ryūjin. Flying in the sky, this is the basic skill of every Shinigami. She walked forward step by step, with a cold expression, but her eyes were sharper than ever before. Shortly after, someone couldn't help noticing Natalia's figure. Whitebeard, Redhead, and the others looked sideways. The people of Portkas present. As Toshiro, one of the stars of the Charlotte family. He is wielding Hiran Meru, fighting a headquarters vice admiral. On one side, he looked at the gesture of his elder sister walking forward. Toshiro seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were full of shock in advance. Aokiji and the red hair keep fighting. Facing this conqueror's Haki has mastered the top pinnacle powerhouse. Aokiji didn't dare to be careless, but he also saw Natalia's figure. Although anxious, but he was powerless to stop it. Whitebeard continued to break out with all his strength, and he retreated steadily, suppressing Yangui. He knows. They have been unable to break through the marine defenses. When Natalia gets up to join the battle, it will be broken. And they just need to maintain the current situation. Don't let anyone trouble Natalia. Will suffice. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are also like chicken blood. They yelled Big Sister Head in their mouths, and fought forward regardless of life and death. Kaido, who was fighting Kong, also looked over silently. After Yamato, Byakuya, and others returned to Wanakuni, Kaido also heard part of Natalia's strength from everyone. And a few people didn't describe it positively. But Kaido remembered a sentence from his daughter Yamato. That is, if I face Natalia. If the opponent is willing to exert all his strength, he will die within 5 minutes. For this, Kaido naturally didn't believe it. He is Kaido of the beasts, the most mean creature in the world. He doesn't think that he is the strongest among the top powerhouses in the sea. But Kaido has that self-confidence, thinking that he is the most vigorous among the strong. This is Kaido's confidence, and it is precisely because of this that he stands firmly at the top of the sea. But his stupid son said, "Facing Natalia by myself, if the other party has experience. Die in 5 minutes? What are you kidding? Even if it was the knife that killed the chief CPO before. At most, he would seriously injure himself, and it was impossible to kill himself." Kaido glanced at Natalia with puzzled eyes. And the same Kong, who was fighting with him, also glanced slightly. "Giseline's eldest sister, do you still have the energy? It reminds me of Natalia beheading the head of CP0 with one blow. I feel a little jittery when I'm empty." But Sora still doesn't think that Natalia has much spare power now. Although it took 5 or 6 hours to recover. But it is conceivable to consume such a powerful force. If it were him, he would not be able to recover at all every 3 days and nights. So Natalia today, even if it is still strong, it will definitely not be as strong as before. Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, and others also looked back. Now on the frontline battlefield, Marine and pirates are already in a balance, facing the explosive impact of the Whitebeard pirates regardless of their own lives. Plus the combat power of the other 3-4 Emperor's regiments. Marine can only barely support it. It is almost impossible to separate people to stop Natalia. But now Natalia is also very consumed. Letting her go to the side of the execution platform probably won't cause anything. That's it for Natalia. Step by step, across the battlefield of both sides. Carrying a simple long knife, she walked step by step to 100 meters in front of the execution platform. During this period, it's not like Marine didn't want to stop her. But those people were well contained by the Whitebeard pirates, and they didn't let them affect Natalia in the slightest. Whitebeard was fine with that. Right now, the most important key to saving Ace lies in Natalia. They can't help much though. However, you must not let other people influence Natalia, that's 093. Standing 100 meters away from the execution platform. Looking at the 3 battlefields within the scope of the execution platform. One side. It was Garp who was angry, and was constantly bombarding King Kong who had turned into an ape king. But the diamond skin is rough and fleshy, and the fruit ability endows him with extremely strong defense. Plus the assistance of 2 CP0s. Even with the outbreak of Garp, it is not realistic to rush through it in a short time. The other side. Although Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, has a strong attack power. But Marshal Sengoku is battle-hardened. Transformed into a golden Buddha with a golden body, his defensive power is also unparalleled. Hawkeye tried his best. It can be regarded as barely holding Sengoku and preventing Sengoku from being distracted from helping Bell. In the end, Bell and Giseline fought this battlefield. From Natalia's point of view, it was complete acting. Although the two sides are fighting for real. Can seriously injure Giseline, against Bell, do you not fall behind? She just wanted to say one thing. Bell, do you dare to add more water? This play is well acted. Fortunately, only she and Giseline knew Bell's identity. Otherwise, Silver, Toshiro and other younger brothers will know about it. Bell, why don't you die on the spot? Thinking about this, Giseline couldn't help smiling. And I don't know when. Bell brought 5 subordinates. The 5 members of CP9 stood in front of Natalia, blocking Natalia. Seeing this, Natalia no longer hesitated, raised her long knife, and said calmly. Bankai, Remnant Fire Tadeo. Chapter 158. Bankai, Remnant Sword. An ordinary sentence fell. Most of the people present hadn't reacted yet. But the first time. 2 people fighting on the execution platform. Bell and Giseline all looked over. Bell is more cryptic. He secretly glanced at the 5 CP9s who were blocking Natalia. His heart sank, and his face under the mask changed slightly. Broken. Sister Natalia. He didn't know that those 5 CP9 belonged to him. If this was cut by Natalia here, Belle really has no place to cry. A light flashed on Kyōka Suigetsu, and Belle's ability was activated again, secretly affecting and changing reality. Giseline looked back generously. The surprise, anticipation, nervousness, and other emotions in the eyes are indescribable. In the face of Belle's entanglement. Although acting with the second brother is very interesting. But Giseline is also afraid that her performance will not be good, which will affect Belle's plan. After all, the longer the acting time, the greater the probability of mistakes. Giseline is ready for banquet, beat Belle fast. It's just that she hasn't waited for her to make a move. Natalia, banquet took the lead. The extremely terrifying remnant fire sword appeared. He remembered that he had been cut open by this knife in banquet, and he died directly. Giseline was a little terrified. At the same time, look forward to the banquet that Natalia will reveal to the outside world for the first time. Natalia's voice was just a small voice to the entire battlefield. Basically not heard by many people. Apart from Belle and Giseline, basically no one noticed this side. Even Garp and King Kong, Sengoku, and Hawkeye didn't pay attention to this. But when Natalia's simple long knife slowly climbed to the ashes. When the entire blade turned into a long knife of ashes due to the high temperature. First, the expressions of the 5 CP9s in front of Natalia all changed. In the eyes of 5 people, unprecedented shock was revealed. Among the 5, Lucci's haki is the most accomplished. I can vaguely feel the horror of Natalia in front of me in my knowledge. Just a metaphor. Before Natalia said that sentence. She's just an idiot, making Lucci and the others fearful. But he won't feel any terror from the other party. Most of the fear of her is because of Natalia's previous deeds of beheading Chief O with $100,000. But now. Right here and now. Natalia said something after banquet. Not to mention Lucci. The rest of the Caliph 4 all felt a terrifying aura rising. It was very small at first. But in the next moment, it exploded. The Ryūjin around Natalia is like an unstoppable tide. Rush up like a volcanic eruption. Shikai and banquet. It was originally a process of liberating Shinigami Ryūjin. Among them, the Ryūjin liberated by Shikai is about double. Highly qualified and powerful people may reach 5 times. And banquet. Even the person with the worst qualifications will be promoted at least 1,000 times. Natalia has the strongest aptitude and the strongest control over Zanpakuto. So her banquet can be imagined. The scene of ashes clinging to the ancient long knife. It was seen by almost everyone in the audience. Looking back, they gradually stopped fighting one by one. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. In the deepest void hall of the ancient castle. I'm sitting high on the throne. Looking at the star map above her head, her pair of red pupils shrank suddenly, revealing deep shock. Turned. She looked in a certain direction towards the sea. That is, the direction of naval headquarters. Sitting on the throne, Im's whole body gradually trembled, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How can this be? How is this possible? 2 consecutive sentences are not enough to express Im's shock. She was so shocked. Because at this moment, just in the direction of naval headquarters, an extremely terrifying momentum and power fluctuation appeared. That power fluctuates enough to rival hers. He is a strong person standing on the same level as her. How can this be? She has lived for thousands of years. How can anyone still reach this level? This is impossible. Im suddenly stood up from the throne, his pupils trembled, his expression was horrified and uncertain. And between the rites, the 5 elders frowned as they looked at Natalia's banquet and the quaint long knife covered in ashes. I once heard Vegapunk say that the temperature of the sun's surface is about 5,000 degrees Celsius. And looking at the state of Natalia's long knife at this time, could it be that the temperature of her knife has reached the surface of the sun at this time? Go T5 Elders Science Road. He is in charge of history, and at the same time is responsible for scientific research and other work of the world government. So know these things. At the same time, Goatee 5 Elders is also almost known as the most knowledgeable person in the entire sea. Not only the most powerful historian, but also involved in scientific research and other fields. Listen to him. The other 4-5 elders nodded in agreement. Just across the screen. It is difficult for them to directly feel the horror of Natalia Bankai. And at this moment, the whole top of the battlefield, Toshiro's hand holding Hyeren Mara trembled slightly, as if he was trying to restrain himself. But soon, he shook his head helplessly, giving up the power emperor who maintained Hyeren Maru. Because Hyeren Mara told him all the time, "I'm leaving, don't stop me." That thing came out. "I can't come out." In front of Bankai, the strongest Zanpakuto of the hot department. All ice Zanpakuto Bankai cannot be used. Not to mention Shikai? Toshiro's strangeness was not noticed by many people. All eyes were on Natalia. Pay attention to the terror rising from the opponent. But, at this time, the strangeness of the other person on the battlefield caused quite a stir. Aokiji fights with the redhead. Although now the two sides stop fighting and watch the battle for the time being. But the two still did not take it lightly. Half of Aokiji's body was clinging to the ice, and the cold air spread all over his body, so he was always on guard against someone, Niu Wanghao, sneaking up on him. This is the instinct of a top powerhouse. But at this moment, after Natalia's Bankai appears, see you in just 2 breaths. The chill around Aokiji was dissipating. The ice on half of his body is also gradually evaporating. What's going on? Aokiji was a little terrified watching this scene. The red hair also caught a glimpse of this scene, frowning for a moment. And before they figured it out, the next breath, the terrifying high temperature that came from Natalia gave the two of them and the audience the answer. The terrifying high temperature instantly filled his eyes. On top of that remaining fire sword. Up to the sun's core, temperatures of 20 million degrees Celsius come into play rapidly. The entire naval headquarters ice, water, evaporates quickly. There was a mist between the sky and the earth. And it's not over yet. The mist dissipated rapidly, and was completely squeezed out of the surrounding area by the high temperature. This terrible influence has spread all the way around the naval headquarters. Chapter 159. Then, what happened? The waters around Marineford. Hundreds of warships lined up here. Hundreds of thousands of elite marines are waiting here. Waiting for the middle and high-level battlefields over there to decide the winner. Then, once the pirates lost, then they will probably be ordered by Marshal Sengoku to continue to attack and chase the pirates. But at this time, look at the video from naval headquarters. Many marines froze in place. Beside Kirby, Belumbo fell to the ground. He stared wide-eyed, and sweat evaporated instantly as soon as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, what happened? Belumbo said something in horror again. No one could answer his question. The pink-haired Kibi also looked at the image, standing there in a daze, his eyes widened and filled with horror. Look, the sea is evaporating. No. The sea is boiling. What the hell happened? Beside Kibi and Baru-Meber, many marines made horrified sounds. I saw them bow their heads. The whole sea around. They were all boiling at the same time at this moment, bubbling and bubbling. The entire sea was covered with mist, drifting into the distance. And these 140 fogs haven't existed for long. It is squeezed out of the surrounding air by the high temperature and spreads far away. It was like the scene where the whole sea was treated as an iron pot, which shocked all marines. The pirate lineup opposite the marine lineup also had the same idea at this time. Everyone's brains are completely sluggish, as if they have lost the ability to think. They looked back at the rebroadcast video of the battlefield above. Only at this moment, inside the crescent-shaped port, the ice that was frozen by Aokiji is evaporating little by little. Yes. It just evaporates. It's not melting. Instead, it goes directly from a solid state to a liquid state. Skip the step of melting directly, sublimation into gas. The terrifying and powerful temperature kept filling his eyes. Opposite the redhead, Aokiji raised his hand. Just as the coldness in his palm came out, he was immediately suppressed back. This moment, he exchanged a glance with the red-haired enemy. There was a lot of panic in the eyes of the two of them. He is Marine Admiral. He is the top powerhouse in the sea. At the same time, it is also a Logia frozen fruit ability user. On this whole sea, if it is about freezing ability, no one can surpass him. But what is happening now? This is simply too scary, right? He, Aokiji, can't even use his freezing ability. In front of that Natalia. Freezing ability, healed. This. Aokiji's eyes widened, doubting himself deeply. Redhead's even more so. He knows many secrets of this sea. Know that rubber fruit is the fruit of Joey Boy. It is a terrifying fruit that directly turns into the sun god Nika after awakening. At the same time, redheads also know the legendary sun fruit. But he remembers. The sun fruit is recorded in the legend. Possesses power comparable to that of a small sun. If it is developed to the highest point, the temperature can reach the terrifying and exaggerated surface of the sun, more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. This is what the redhead has always known about Natalia. Before that, Natalia beheaded the head of CP0. He thought it had reached this temperature. Otherwise, it would not be that strong. But at this time, when and how did the ashes-covered long knife return? Let Aokiji, the frozen fruit ability user, not even use his ability? Do you want to exaggerate a little more? There was only one emotion Shanks could feel right now. That is the mind goes blank. Lose the ability to think. Of course. The brain is blank, like an animal that can't think, and it's not just red hair. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin at this moment. Several people are in this state. The whole audience has given up. He silently turned his head and stared at Natalia. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the quaint long knife covered in ashes. They just feel like they can't look straight. Even looking directly at it is a blasphemy to this horrible, bill temperature. For no reason. This idea emerged in everyone's mind. Everyone's heart went blank, silently watching Natalia. And at this moment, a voice sounded, and he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. How high is the temperature on your knife? This is Akainu. He couldn't help being curious. Aokiji is shocked by Natalia because the frozen fruit can't be used. And he. Although lava fruit can still be used. But Akainu, as the strongest hot-type powerhouse in the sea, uses lava fruit. He could even feel the thrill from Natalia's long knife. He could faintly feel the temperature on the ember knife. Already, beyond his imagination. Akainu ignored the horrible heat. Take 2 steps forward. But this is already the limit. This moment. The entire naval headquarters. Everyone was stepping back, away from Natalia. Except for some top powerhouses who can resist with armament haki, everyone else can't resist. The 5 of CP9 couldn't bear the terrifying temperature, and retreated step by step. Back under the execution platform. They suddenly found that they had no way out. For Akainu's question. Natalia turned to look at him and smiled. There is nothing to hide. Natalia herself is extremely domineering and confident. She smiled lightly and spoke softly. The temperature on my knife is now comparable to the core of the sun. It's not that she's being pretentious. But after this battle. From now on. No matter who meets her. Even if it is the mysterious existence of the world's government that is feared by his own father. When evaluating the strength of the Porgas family, most of them would not dare to act rashly again. Her bankai acts as a powerful deterrent. It can deter the world government to a certain extent. Sun core, sun core. Sun core. Akainu murmured, his mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. He got a completely unimaginable answer. Redhead, Whitebeard, and everyone else were also completely silent at this moment. The ashes long knife in Natalia's hand. Although the slightest bit of fire did not radiate. But, on top of that, the entire naval headquarters is roasting. Scorching the entire sea area around. Marie Joyce. Inside the great hall of nothingness. I'm standing on the throne, said anxiously. Mola, come in. Mora, who was dressed in a black lady's suit, walked in quickly and bowed. Master, I'm. Next moment, she saw a scene she would never forget in her life. I saw I'm, who had always been aloof and never changed his face when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Standing in front of the throne, looking at her trembling slightly, ordered. Go and order the 5 elders. Let them launch Uranus at this moment and destroy the entire naval headquarters. The strong Yamato terror facing Natalia. I'm totally panicked. Chapter 160. Listen to Im's orders. Mora froze for a while, but didn't react for a while. It was Im who reminded her again. Only then did Mora recover from the shock at Im's gaffe. She nodded quickly. Although I don't know what happened, what? But she also understands. This moment, carrying out Im's orders is the most important thing. Mora bowed quickly and bowed deeply. Get up, quickly pass through the flowers, and go towards the office building of the World Genfo. And at this very moment, within rights, the 5 elders listened to Natalia's answer to Akainu. Also suddenly froze on the spot. The expressions of the 5 people became more and more shocked and shocked. The bald 5 elders jerked to their feet. Looking around the audience, breathing stagnantly, asked. What did she say? The temperature on her knife is comparable to the core of the sun? The bald 5 elders are shocked. Goatee 5 elders can no longer keep calm. A face that looked silent was full of horror. He shook his head and kept talking. This is impossible. This is impossible. The blonde 5 elders looked stunned. She really looks like Natalia, a hot god. He suddenly thought of something. The blonde 5 elders got up and walked aside, picked up an exclusive communication device and put it on his ear. Bell? The situation is not good, you must not force the enemy, come back quickly. The blonde 5 elders whispered something. On top of the battlefield. When Bell on the execution platform heard this, his heart moved. The blonde 5 elders could tell him to run at this point. It seemed that the other party really valued him. The acting on the battlefield this time is also very good. Not only achieved his most important purpose. Let most of the world see him Kyōka Suigetsu Shikai. At the same time, it also made the 5 elders value him even more. In this trip, he simply killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Bell glanced at Natalia with a smile. Today, my eldest sister. There will be a lot of limelight. The blonde 5 elders walked back to the sofa and sat down. At this moment, 5 elders took a deep breath and said calmly. Everyone, don't be fooled by that little girl's one-sided words. Sun Core, how could she have that kind of power? I think she's just bluffing. Mustache 5 elders' words worked. We are all wily people. How could it be possible to believe something so unbelievable after hearing it? This is just Natalia's one-sided words. The 5 regained their composure. But just when they didn't believe that the temperature on Natalia Deo's body really had the core of the sun. Suddenly, the video phone bug in front of the 5 people suddenly blurred. Then, there was a strong signal error, and the screen was directly blurred. Another moment. The video phone bug was pitch black, and the screen was black on the spot. 5 elders watched the scene. Can't help looking at each other, staring with big eyes. Mustache 5 elders took a deep breath. This is our most advanced impact phone bug? It can withstand the high temperature of 2000 degrees, and the extreme cold of -200 degrees Celsius. This. Mustache 5 elders stutters. Fluffy Who 5 elders murmured. No, no, what Natalia said, is it really true? This sentence. It's like opening some shackles. The 5 elders were all stunned on the spot, their eyes glazed over. And the whole sea. At this moment, they are completely immersed in Natalia's bankai. Even though Natalia said that her bankai temperature is equivalent to the core of the sun. This is hardly believed. But when the video phone bug shut down silently, as if it couldn't bear the high temperature, the shock has already spread imperceptibly. On top of the battlefield, everyone stared blankly at Natalia. Natalia didn't rush to make a move. She just stood there like that, pretending for 30 seconds. Although it is a bit painful. But the impact of Natalia's move is much greater than her direct settlement of the station dispute. And now, those video phone bugs could no longer withstand the high temperature and shut down. At this time, it was time for her to solve the battlefield. Natalia raised her head and looked at the 5 CP9 people in front of her. Lucci, Khalifa, Brook, Keiku, Jabra. The 5 looked at Natalia blankly. Yes. No panic. Only at a loss. In front of Natalia's strength. They have lost even the ability to fear. Didn't know it was Belle's men. Natalia was relentless. The remnant fire sword slashed at them from afar. The power of terror spread. Separated by hundreds of meters. But the 5 of CP9 were cut in half at the same time. No blood spattered. Ask for flowers. At the fracture site, the flesh was burnt. The consciousness of the 5 people in CP9 is about to fall into deep darkness. Next moment. A flash of light, back in time. Belle used Kyōka Suigetsu's ability to perfectly perform time travel. And make it impossible for anyone to see the abnormality. Even Natalia and Giseline. The 5 bodies of CP9 were pieced together again. The 5 people stood there gasping for breath as if they had received an amnesty. At this time. Just heard Belle's indifferent voice, but mixed with shock and fear for Natalia. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, the 5 turned around and fled. On the execution stand. Belle, who was dressed in a clean white long dress and had an expressionless mask, also gave up directly. Everything he came here is over. Next thing. I gave it to my elder sister. 0. His battlefield. It will continue to happen in Marie Joyce, silently. Watching the back of Belle leaving with the 5 of CP9. Natalia thought deeply. Knowing the relationship between the 5 and Belle, she didn't pursue them. In a blink of an eye, he looked at Ace. Carrying a long knife covered in ashes. Natalia stepped forward. It's just not waiting for her to take a few steps. The huge King Kong stopped in front of her. King Kong didn't know why Belle withdrew. Maybe it was fear of death, maybe it was some order from the 5 elders. But he didn't receive the order, King Kong wouldn't go. Even if what awaits him is death. King Kong blocked Natalia's way. At the same time, raised a punch and blasted towards Ace on the execution platform. If this punch hits, Ace must die. However, he has no chance. The quaint long knife covered in ashes lightly waved. Chopping melons and vegetables is average. King Kong's arm was chopped off by Natalia. The ancient long knife swung a few more times. Immediately. This CP0 deputy chief is a phantom beast capable user who can hold Garp back. Dead on the spot. The 2 CPOS he brought. Not even qualified to let Natalia make a move. Died in the aftermath of Natalia's knife swing. Natalia walked towards the execution platform step by step. In front of her, no one can stop her. Come to Ace. Natalia chopped off the sea stone shackles on the opponent's body with a single knife. Uncle Ace, you are saved. Natalia's voice sounded faintly. As for Ace, he was stunned on the execution platform for a long time. It seems like a world away. Chapter 161. Sabayati Archipelago. A group of pirates and civilians gathered around the broadcast screen on the top. All of them looked anxiously, staring at the dark screen to start a discussion. What's going on here? Didn't Marine and the world government say that the entire battle will be broadcast live? Why is it destroyed halfway through the fight? That's right, could it be that Marine lost, and the world's government was afraid of losing face, so they directly turned off the video phone bug? I think it's very possible. At the end of the picture, the fiery god draws out the long knife. The long knife is covered with ashes, and it looks like he has held back a big move. Marine and the world government were frightened, so they closed the live broadcast, unwilling to let us see their defeat. Pooh! This group of Marines, I think they are a bunch of cowards. On weekdays, the group of scum who maintain the celestial dragons are well maintained. Once they encounter hard stubble and powerful pirates like the 4 emperors, they will die in an instant. 077. That's right, it's fine if it doesn't work, and we will admit defeat. But he didn't even dare to show us. It's ridiculous. Around one screen after another. The civilians talked a lot and were very angry. They are seeing what matters most. That powerful god of heat seems to be using his ultimate move. But the screen went black directly. Everyone has to jump straight. Compared to civilians, the pirates present were even more unscrupulous. This group of nasty marines are really shameless. In the middle of the fight, seeing that the situation on their side was unfavorable, they actually shut down the live broadcast directly. Damn it, what the hell is living in this world, you can see everything. Marshal Marine, Commander-in-Chief, 3 Admirals, Marine Hero. He, all the high-level Marines are just a bunch of cowardly trash. You can't even stand up and fail, but you still want the entire Marine to control the sea. I think they are delusional. The pirates at the bottom were talking about it. They don't have much strength. Don't dare to jump face output in front of Marine executives. So at this time across the screen, separated by a long distance, they dare to bark at the stars. Luo glanced coldly at the pirates around him, but didn't speak. The corner of Kid's mouth showed disdain. Although he is not as superficial as these low-level pirates. But he also ridiculed Marine's move to shut down the live broadcast. I don't think Marine is mediocre. This time, only the 4 emperors teamed up to almost destroy the entire naval headquarters. What if they all join forces? And the naval headquarters, haven't they been driven into the ground? It's ridiculous. Kid sneered again and again. Supernovas such as the strange monk Uraj, Kira, Joel Pony, and Capone Beeg are also staring. Also looking forward to what's next for naval headquarters. It was the pirates who successfully rescued Ace, calmly limited. Or naval headquarters has become history and disappeared in the long river of history. Or is it extremely unlikely that Marine won miserably and successfully executed Fire Fist Ace, but also paid a huge price? Everyone doesn't know, so look forward to it. Inside Shuki's rip-off bar. Pluton Rayleigh and Shuki shared a seat behind the bar. Looking at the pitch-black screen, the two were unusually silent. In silence, Shuki looked up, looking into Rayleigh's profile. Old man, it's really shocking. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son, and Ace actually has an older brother, the Porgas family. Shuki shook his head and sighed while talking. Rayleigh looked complicated, and finally nodded in disappointment. Yes. Roger, that guy has an heir, never told us. However, the man of the sea, heirs and not heirs, there is nothing necessary to say. Ace, he also has his own life, which is why Roger is unwilling to tell us. Rayleigh murmured, thinking of the last frame before the black screen. Natalia, god of heat, said something to Bankai, and the long sword was covered with ash, and the terrible heat swept Marine forward. A quarter of an hour has now passed. What's going on at naval headquarters? There was also some anticipation in Rayleigh's eyes. This battle at the top has surpassed the heavenly battle of the Valley of Gods. Pirates and Marine have invested more top-notch combat power than the Valley of the Gods, and the scope of influence is also larger. The result of this battle. It is very likely to affect the development of the entire sea in the future. New World. Edward's Sea. After the meteorite fell from the sky, the Golden City continued to drift above the Edwardian Sea, and never left. But on the battlefield, before the Golden Emperor Teijulo and the others, those two figures had disappeared. Hashirama and Madara, along with Kiraku, lost Baltigo, the island of Shirada. They are already admiral. This was an order from his father Chu Xia himself. Neither Hashirama nor Madara will violate it. Of course. The two did not forget their promise to Tizalo and Dover. Although they will be in the Cabinet Order Army from now on. But things involving the underworld like the City of Gold and the Don Quixote family. The two will still come forward to solve the problem and completely help them secure their position as the king of the underground world. And it is bright and dark. The Golden Emperor Tizalo is in charge of negotiations, cooperation, negotiations, etc. with the government of the world on the surface. The Don Quixote family in Dover has completely extended their black hands to the entire underground world. The whole world is looking forward to the result of the top stand. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The whole battle subsided at this moment. Everyone stopped their fighting hands. They looked at Natalia, who was wearing a fiery red windbreaker on the execution platform. The war has come to this point. Rescuing Ace is important though. But Ace has long been a key protagonist in this battle. It has become a bargaining chip in the game between pirates and marine. Although his life and death mattered, he himself was not so important. The most important thing is that domineering woman with red hair and red eyes in a fiery red windbreaker. Looking at the smoldering katana that still exudes scorching heat, shocking the entire naval headquarters. Everyone's eyes are full of fear. The four emperors stared together. Whitebeard looked sad. He hadn't seen such a powerful junior for a long time. Even a little girl. It's really embarrassing. The rest of the pirates also watched in shock. And Marine. This moment. 4.5. Up to Sengoku, Kong. Down to the rear admirals and commodores at naval headquarters. Everyone stared blankly at the figure standing on the execution platform. This moment. They all understand one thing. The moment when Natalia stood on the execution platform. The result of this battle has been confirmed. Pirates, win. Anyway, they rescued Fire Fist Ace. The next retreat. Even if Marine didn't want to, she tried her best to stop her. It's just a little influence on the pirate side. Expect them to stay here and fight Marine to the death. Pirates are not that stupid. So. Marine, this battle is lost. I lost. For 800 years. For the first time in the headquarters, Marine launched a war against pirates in the form of a conspiracy. But lost. This is simply a disgrace to Marine for 800 years. Chapter 162. Sengoku's eyes were full of complexity and shock. He is this Marine Marshal. Learned from the 5 elders that Fire Fist Ace was captured. Then I learned from the back that Fire Fist Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. 5 elders asked him if he could use this to plan a stand against 4 emperors Whitebeard. If the blood of One Piece can be executed together with the strongest man in the world, then Marine's battle will be an unprecedented victory. He is the Marine Marshal, Sengoku of the Buddha. It will also go down in history forever. In history, people will remember him as the Marine Marshal. Thinking of Marshal Sengoku. Lead Marine in the chaotic era of great pirates created by One Piece Roger. But he was able to lead Marine to meet the Whitebeard pirates in naval headquarters with super resourcefulness. Destroy the strongest man in the world in the first battle, and destroy the most evil bloodline of Pirate King Roger in the sea. But this moment. Looking at the fiery red figure. Sengoku bowed his head silently. His eyes are full of complexity. Winning 19 wins has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Marine lost this battle. Totally lost. Although there is no damage to its own top combat power. But a CP0 chief and a CP0 deputy chief died in battle. This is enough for the sea and later generations to scold him, the Marine Marshal. In this kind of thing. Ordinary people can't think of 5 elders. I don't know the inside story of this war. They only see the superficial results. The same is true in history. All of a sudden, Sengoku's golden Buddha body is scattered. Although he is tall and strong. But I don't know when. A little old look appeared on that resolute and stern face. Madara's white hair also emerged from the jet black hair. He is old. Sengoku's eyes sparkled for a moment. In charge of his life in Marine. Joined the Marine with Garp, Zephyr, and Crane when he was young. He, along with Garp and Zephyr, were called the 3 most talented rookies of that generation. Under the leadership of Marshal Kong. The strength of the Sengoku trio has grown all the way. Except for Garp, who has been unwilling to be promoted, the other 2 have already been promoted to Marine Admiral, the highest combat power in the world's government. In Marine Admiral's position, Sengoku sat for more than a decade. Then the One Piece Roger was executed, because after the opening of the pirate era, Marshal Kong had already abdicated and handed Marine over to him. Since then, Marine has entered a period of rapid development. The new Marine 3 Admiral was born, and the talented general among countless Marines emerged. The whole Marine is thriving. And Zephyr at this time. His former buddy has also retired to the second line due to various reasons. Even Garp. Although he was still on the front line, he was laughing and joking all day long, with grey hair. Only he still has black hair on his head, bearing the pressure of being a Marine executive for most of his life, and continues to worry about Marine. I wanted to finish this battle for the top. He is ready to abdicate and give up the position of Marshal to a newcomer with potential. Starting with the top station competition, Marine has a new look again. But all ideas are good. The fact is extremely cruel. This fight. There were too many surprises that Sengoku could not have expected. It was originally just a decisive battle between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. But one after another, Shanks, the 4 emperors, came with the red hair pirates. Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, rushed to the battlefield and joined the pirate lineup. The Marine side fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Although the appearance of Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, and the secret commander of CP0 brought things back. But after that, the 2 Porgas families present. The eldest daughter Natalia, the second daughter Giseline. They are more stunning than one. One is more surprising than the other. After that, the battlefield situation has completely exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Big Mom pirates, and Beasts pirates cotters have arrived. It can be regarded as a complete leveling of this standing competition that has a slight advantage over Marine. After that, Natalia, Bankai, the fiery god. It can be regarded as directly destroying Marine's hope of winning. Sengoku at the time, was even prepared to execute only Fire Fist Ace. As for Whitebeard, he was powerless to keep him here. But the result? It is even more difficult to execute Fire Fist Ace. Marine, completely defeated. Sengoku Tiger Eyes crystal clear. This veteran who has worked hard for Marine for most of his life. A veteran who has been under pressure for so many years. It was the first time that I cried because of the loss of the standing competition. He is not famous. Only because I failed to lead the entire Marine well, I lost this battle. Seeing that the old man is no longer burly, he has a somewhat hunched body. Garp silently came to his side and patted Sengoku on the shoulder. Sengoku, I'm sorry. Garp said very seriously. Of course Sengoku knew what he was talking about. But he waved his hand and didn't care about it. The commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong, also walked to Sengoku's side, and spoke in a deep voice. Sengoku, we haven't completely lost this battle yet. You don't want to keep Whitebeard, don't you want to destroy the 4 emperors? We still have a chance. Empty words. Let Sengoku and Garp's complexion change at the same time. The 2 are the first time. I thought of what Kong was talking about. 587. So the 2 looked at Sora in horror. Marshal Kong, His Excellency 5 Elders. Sengoku didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was revealed. Sora nodded and said in a low voice. Not sure though. However, would His Excellency 5 Elders let go of such a great opportunity? Next, it depends on how you choose. It is willing to abandon all of us and die with the pirates. Still continue to retain strength. Listen to Sora. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. The 2 fell silent suddenly. The pirates didn't notice the silence of the Marines. After a little silence, they all raised their spirits. The direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Jaws raised his arms and shouted, all echoed. Big sister. Ace is saved. Ho ho ho. Our eldest sister is really strong, the head of CP0 will be killed with one blow, and the vice president of CP0 will be killed with one blow, ha 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 ha. Big sister kills the top experts, just like chopping melons and vegetables. She walked forward with a knife in her hand, and none of these cowards like Marine dared to stop her. That's right, ha 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 ha. Fortunately, there is a big sister in this battle, otherwise it would be too difficult for us to win. Yeah, it's a pity that Marine doesn't have someone like Big Sister, ha 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 ha. Chapter 163. The pirates cheered excitedly. Among these cheers, Ace on the scaffold is unshackled. He looked around the entire battlefield, his eyes were also a little crystal clear. He first glanced at the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Looking at a group of comrades in arms, Ace's heart was filled with excitement. Take another look at the direction of the other 3-4 Emperor's regiments. Anyway today, for whatever reason, the Redheads, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin can bring theirs down. They all have a great effect on saving oneself. Ace keeps this love in his heart and will definitely repay it in the future. At last, he turned his gaze to his eldest niece Natalia beside him. The ashes on the ancient long knife gradually receded. Natalia put the knife back into its sheath, and put her hands into the windbreaker pockets. She smiled and glanced at Ace. "Uncle Ace, my lord father wanted to see you a long time ago." Natalia's words made Ace's eyes shine. He is most grateful. Of course, it was this group of people who came out of nowhere and called their uncles to save their poor gas family. Not their words. Not to mention whether the 4 Emperors' regiment will arrive on the battlefield. Even if the 4 Emperors arrive together, and join forces to deal with naval headquarters. But with the lineup of naval headquarters at the time, is it really afraid of 4 Emperors? In the case of CP0 support from the government of the world, I won't be afraid. The world's government is absolutely powerful, and will kill all 4 emperors in naval headquarters. Because never underestimate a behemoth that has stood in the world for 800 years. So if there is no Porgas family, Whitebeard, he got it. It is very likely to become the first top combat power to fall. Because of Dad's body. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates know it all too well. That body, it is said to be very old. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is dying. This is why Ace feels guilty about Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. So, it was the arrival of the Porgas family. It was the birth of the Porgas family. It made Ace feel the warmth of family affection. He is no longer the only bloodline of that demon. No longer will anyone look at you with colored eyes. Same. His mysterious brother. Taking the family's name as Porgas also proves that the older brother didn't have a good opinion of the One Piece Roger, nor of the BD father. That mysterious brother is the same person as him. This made Ace feel extremely warm in his heart. His eyes were sparkling, watching Natalia shed 2 lines of tears. Natalia watched silently. For the younger brother of his father Chu Xia. These children of them will respect from the bottom of their hearts. Without it, it's simply out of respect for Chu Xia. Looking deeply at Natalia, Ace then looked at Giseline. Looking at Yin, looking at something bigger. These are all his nieces and nephews. Finally, Ace withdrew his gaze and stood up slowly. All touches, warmth, and gratitude remain in my heart. It is imperative. Is to leave naval headquarters. Get out of this place. Natalia smiled. She glanced at Giseline. Giseline summoned Shikai Shizuku cough and swallowed herself into the belly king. Soon, the wound stabbed by Bell was completely healed. Natalia, Giseline, plus Hawkeye and Ace, left the execution platform together and practiced medicine toward the pirate lineup. Facing Giseline and Hawkeye, most people were already unable to deal with them and could only retreat. What's more, there is that terrifying hot god. Marines at this moment. No one dared to underestimate Natalia. For this incredibly powerful and domineering woman. All of them are deeply jealous. At the same time, Holy Land Marie joys. Right between the gates. Im's personal assistant secretary Mora came here. And the 5 elders are here anxiously waiting. They don't know what's going on at naval headquarters. After that Natalia's shot, the video phone bugs all disconnected. The 5 people are now the same as the sea, all of them have black eyes. Don't know what's going on with naval headquarters at all. But according to the analysis of 5 people, that Natalia used an unprecedentedly powerful move. The marine side is basically hard to resist. Perhaps now, Ace has been rescued by Natalia. Marine has basically declared defeat. Mora walked in quickly, without time to be polite, and directly conveyed Im's order. The 5 elders sat upright, listening attentively. Lord 5 elders, Lord Im has an order to launch Uranus immediately and destroy the entire marine fort. 5 elders' complexion changed slightly upon hearing this. Im had previously given the 5 of them the order to launch Uranus. Why download it again now? Lord Im, why are you panicking? Count the time, could it be that Natalia? The faces of the 5 people changed slightly, but they quickly nodded in unison. Follow Lord Im's orders. Mo La nodded, the matter had been communicated, and she left the right room immediately. Between the right and left, 5 elders left with a silent and thoughtful face. The 5 people looked at each other, their faces becoming more dignified than the other. The bald 5 elders glanced around. Everyone, the top priority is to carry out Lord Im's orders. We no longer need to consider other regiments. Under Uranus, all evil will perish. 17. The bald 5 elders had cold eyes. The other 4 thought for a moment and nodded. The bald 5 elders picked up the phone bug on the coffee table and called the 100,000 elite Marines outside Naval Headquarters. Porp porp porp. Porp porp porp. The phone kept ringing, but no one was able to answer it for a while. At this moment, on the decks of more than 100 warships, all the Marine officers were surprised. Because just now, some of them saw the scene inside Naval Headquarters through a telescope. I saw the scene where Fire Fist Ace's shackles were cut off by Natalia, and he came out. Therefore, the 100,000 elite Marines were all stunned on the spot. Belumbo fell to the ground. Looking at the sea that was still boiling slightly, but not so violently, his face flustered. Li Wangzhao. Too exaggerated, too exaggerated. That Natalia, how could there be such a next day? Is she really the god of heat? That's an exaggeration. As Belumbo said, the pink-haired Kibi also had a dull expression. Ace was rescued. Although Ace is Luffy's elder brother, he is quite happy to be rescued. But he's also more of a Marine. Ace was rescued, which meant that Marine had lost the battle. This is what Kirby does not want to see. Everyone was shocked for a while. Finally, someone heard the phone bug that kept ringing. Belumbo went to pick it up, and heard the indifferent order from the other end of the phone. I am 5 elders, and now I am ordering the 100,000 elite Marines to evacuate the naval headquarters immediately without informing the Marine senior management, and stop the pirates at a distance of 100 nautical miles outside the naval headquarters. There must be no mistakes. Listening to 5 elders' indifferent orders from the phone bug, Belumbo's hand holding the phone bug trembled suddenly. Chapter 164. On the deck of the warship, Kaba looked at Belumbo, who hung up the phone sluggishly. What happened? Who called the phone bug? Kirby asked curiously. Belumbo paused for a while before speaking. Kaba, it's the phone bug from Lord 5 Elders. What? Kaba frowned, with a puzzled expression. Dignified 5 Elders, give Barumebra a phone bug? Is this kid kidding him? Looking at Kibi's expression of disbelief, Belumebo looked anxious, and at the same time repeated 5 Elders' order. After listening, he was also a little shocked and stunned on the spot. Belumbo said anxiously, Kibi, shall we respect Lord 5 Elders' orders and issue military orders? The other warships should be moving by now. Belumeb looked up while speaking. I saw that he was not the only one who received the call bug just now. There are more than 100 warships in the entire Marine, and each warship has received the voltage just now. It was a radio order from the 5 Elders, not a conversation with them. Concubines turned his head. Belumber, what exactly does the order of the 5 Elders mean? Why did you tell us to stop the pirates 100 miles away, but didn't let us notify the high-level people in the headquarters? Kirby expressed bewilderment at the order. 197. Barumebra didn't think so much. He shook his head and said, Kibi, don't think so much, let's follow Lord 5 Elders' orders. In front of figures like 5 Elders, they simply didn't have the capital to speculate on the other party's orders. Can only obey. Kirby finally nodded reluctantly. Give the order. More than 100 warships moved one after another, heading away from the naval headquarters. The pirates of the 50,000 Whitebeard pirates are on the opposite side of Marine, separated by naval headquarters. So they didn't discover the movements of the 100,000 elite marines in the first place. Within rights. After the bald 5 elders gave the order, he got up slowly and came to the 4 people who had already got up. The 5 walked out of the power room together. Walked towards the White Palace complex of Marie Joyce. They only need 2/4 of an hour to successfully activate Uranus and completely turn naval headquarters into fly ash. Eliminate the 4 Emperors pirate group, the Portkas family, and all the high-level marines there. The live broadcast of the standing contest has ended. It is only necessary to bury all the 50,000 pirates in the surrounding sea area. Next. This battle for the top will be the most shining, victory in the world. With smiles on their faces, the 5 walked forward steadily. Time is running out for naval headquarters. Only 2/4 of an hour, half an hour. And naval headquarters at this time. Natalia, Giseline, Hawkeye and Ace have already walked to the back of the marine lineup. Their front. Standing Marine Marshal Sengoku, Army Commander Kong, Garp the Fist 3 people. Natalia wasn't nervous at all, she still had her hands in her pockets. Giseline and Hawkeye didn't intend to draw their swords either. For Marine at this time. They all think so. Marine has no intention of fighting anymore. After all, Ace has been rescued. This battle is destined to end. Marine tried his best to stop the pirates from retreating. How can it be stopped for how long? In the end, it was just an increase in casualties. The most correct way for Marine at this time is to let the pirates retreat. Although this battle was lost. But the Marine family has a big business. It is completely possible to accumulate strength and develop for a period of time. Then plan such a battle for the top. As long as they don't easily provoke the Porgas family next time. Then the chances of winning the battle are still very high. But, looking at the figures of Natalia and the 4 of them approaching, Sengoku didn't move away for a long time. He took Kong and Garp and stood in the way of several people. At this time, Sengoku's face was tangled. Sora's face was calm, as if he was letting Sengoku decide. The last Garp. He still looked hesitant. Neither expressed support for Sengoku, but neither turned away. In this way, the 2 sides were deadlocked again. Natalia glanced at Sengoku and the others lightly, shook her head and chuckled. She led the 3 of them and walked forward like no one else was there. He didn't care about Sengoku 3 blocking the way. But as Natalia approached, Sengoku still had a heavy expression on his face, showing no sign of retreating. This surprised the pirates a bit. The war has come to this point. Ace has been rescued, and Marine has lost. Does Marine still want to fight? Do you really want to fight them to the death? The pirates frowned for a moment. Jaws grinned. Big sister has rescued Ace, what are you still doing in that road? Do you still dare to continue fighting? Ha 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 ha. Jaws laughed mockingly. There was also shouting and cursing in the pirate lineup for a while. In their view, Marine just didn't want to be defeated in this battle, so he pretended to persevere there. Later. Don't you still have to obediently hand over and let them leave? Hee. But the high-level people among the pirates present are not without smart people. Whitebeard's old-fashioned eyes were full of dignity, and his face was full of prudence. Inside the red-hair pirates, Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances. Both of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions gradually became serious. Even Kaido, who doesn't like to think much, looked at Charlotte Linlin. The 2 made eye contact, obviously talking to each other about some secrets that only their level knew. At this time, among the pirate lineup, Shanks suddenly raised his head, looked at Sengoku, and said in a low tone. Sengoku, I don't know what you're thinking right now. But you also have to think about it, is it really worth it to trade the entire naval headquarters for us guys? It doesn't matter to you old guys, but the 3 admirals, admirals alternates, a group of vice admirals, rear admirals, commodores, and the peerless genius that Marine has become famous recently. Take these people for us, are you willing? You may not care about your own life, but don't you care about theirs? The people in power in the world's government cannot see the lives of the people at the bottom. Can't you, Marshal Marine, also not see it? At the end, the redhead even laughed out loud. We pirates are nothing, we cross the sea, and we will die in the end. But what about the young marines? What's more, you are really confident, with all your marines, can you keep all of us here? Boom! Redhead's last words. It hit Sengoku's heart like a thunderbolt. In the entire naval headquarters, all the marines also burst into an uproar when they heard the red-haired words. Everyone stared wide-eyed, each and every one of them was full of astonishment, not knowing why. But soon, someone heard something in the redhead's words. All marine generals were shocked. Then, there was an uproar. Chapter 165. There was an uproar on the huge top battlefield at first, and then suddenly fell silent. The marine generals looked at each other. The lowest rank present is also Commodore. It's still the Commodore of this department. There are basically no fools who can get this rank. It's easy to hear there's something in Shank's words. What does it mean to catch up with all of them and bury all of them here? Commodore and Rear Admiral started talking in low voices. Headquarters Vice Admiral and above are fairly calm. But they all turned their eyes to Sengoku. Among the three Admiral, Akainu looked gloomy, obviously thinking of something. But he doesn't care. In Akainu's heart, if you pay for their lives, all these pirates can be kept in the headquarters. It's so worth it. He would love to. After all, Akainu's justice is absolute justice. He believes that eradicating evil means that there will be damage. Now that the four Emperor's pirates are gathered together, what an exaggerated crime it is. Plus Natalia and other members of the Portkas family. Such evil. Paying the lives of these people is completely unacceptable. Aokiji has a complicated expression. He scanned the entire field of marine generals. In the eyes of the leader of Admiral's subordinate, he could see emotions such as fear and reluctance. Aokiji's expression gradually became serious. His justice is different from Akainu's. Aokiji is willing to die for justice though. But he will not force his subordinates to force others to sacrifice for justice. This is not right in Aokiji's opinion. Marine generals are the elite of marine. I have worked hard for marine and maintained the stability of the sea for so many years. There is no credit, but also hard work. Even if there are many pirates present, the scale is very large. Annihilating them all here has far-reaching significance to the sea. But if the price is to let these marine generals die, Aokiji was still a little hesitant. He felt that he did not have the authority to make this decision. And the last Kizaru. He stood there with a bewildered expression on his face. Kizaru obviously could guess the meaning behind the redhead's words. At the same time, I also understand the current situation. Take the iron blood of the five elders. It is really possible to directly launch a powerful attack that destroys naval headquarters. At that time, even for him, a sparkling fruit-capable user, the chance of escaping is very small. Kizaru's expression changed slightly. He doesn't want to die here. In Kizaru's eyes, what is justice? Can it be eaten as a meal? He is in Marine, in the government of the world. For two reasons. One is that the world government is the strongest force in this sea, and Marine is the embodiment of justice. As a Marine admiral, he won't be yelled at all day long. Unlike those vulgar pirates. Second point. But the salary of Marine admiral is really high. Kizaru works from 9 to 5, and only needs to complete his own job as admiral. There is both freedom and money, why not do it? Kizaru is such a free and easy admiral. Justice? Let others do that. He is not suitable. Although the four emperors are gathered right now, there are also Natalia, Giseline, and others. But if you exchange these people with yourself, you will be far from doing anything. How can he die here? Then. First. Kizaru just looked at Sengoku and waved his hands. Mr. Sengoku, the battle for the top has reached this point, and Fire Fist Ace has been rescued by the pirates. I think we should stop there. Hurry up and end this battle, so we can rebuild our headquarters. The entire naval headquarters has basically been destroyed in this battle. It is impossible to treat it as naval headquarters in the future. At best as a large branch. After this battle, Marine will most likely need to change to another island to rebuild the headquarters. Listen to Kizaru. Akainu frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Poor Asalino, are you so afraid of death? If we can bury all these evil pirates here, we will be Marine's heroes. Akainu said coldly, but Kizaru didn't buy it. He pouted, contemptuously. Sakazuki, don't think that everyone is you, and everyone is willing to dedicate themselves to Marine. As he spoke, Kizaru felt many Marine soldiers around him, as well as Sengoku's cold eyes. He changed his voice and spoke slowly. As the supreme combat force, I admit that it is necessary to enforce justice. If we can wipe out all these pirates here, it will indeed be our victory in this battle. But isn't the price a little too high if it means burying us all? We, the top Marines, didn't consider the ideas of the middle-level generals, did we? They have families, they have wives, they have children, and let them all die here? I don't think we have the qualifications, not even Mr. Sengoku, His Excellency 5 Elders. Kizaru said, standing steadfastly in the sun. Ask for her flowers. The defeat of Marine ended the battle for the top spot. Akainu was out of breath, and lava overflowed all over his body. But he couldn't make a move. Fighting with Kizaru right now, isn't this a joke for the pirates to take advantage of? The Marine generals basically understood what they were arguing about at this time. Listen to Kizaru Admiral and Akainu Admiral. This matter, is it still about 5 elders? Yes, does the world government have any powerful weapons that can destroy the entire naval headquarters with one blow? This is because we want us to bury these pirates with us. I have the old and the young, and I don't want to. I'm an absolute supporter of justice, but that doesn't mean we have to die in vain. Yeah, what's the use of the 4 emperors killing batch after batch? If we don't solve it fundamentally, wouldn't it be good for us to maintain the peace in the sea? 0. That's right, let the pirates do whatever they want in New World. We will maintain the justice and peace of the Grand Line and the world. That's enough. A group of Marine generals were discussing in low voices, almost not killing Sengoku from anger. He turned his head and glared at Kizaru. Kizaru spread his hands. He just told the truth. The 5 elders intend to destroy the entire naval headquarters. Bury all the 4 emperors and Marine High Command. This move can not only suppress the pirates, but also suppress the Marine who is getting out of control day by day. It can be said to serve multiple purposes for the world government. It can also shock the sea, of course they are happy. But the price he paid was his own and others' lives. Neither Kizaru nor the generals were willing. At this time, Aokiji also looked at Sengoku complicatedly. Marshal Sengoku, I also think Polisalino is right. We can stand up and lose, but it's just a reputation, and then we can recuperate and make a comeback. But if we all die here, Marine's middle and high-level generals will all be buried. That would be a real blow to Marine. There are countless pirates in this sea, and the 4 emperors are gone. Although it is difficult to make up for it in a short time, no one can deter those big pirates anymore. Aokiji understands with reason and moves with emotion. Finally got Sengoku to shake. He scans all the Marine soldiers. Suddenly there is some inclination toward Kizaru and Aokiji. Because of himself. In fact, I don't want to see all the Marine generals die. Plus what the redhead said before. Sengoku took a deep breath, making up his mind thoroughly for 6. Chapter 166. Scan the battlefield. Looking at the Marine general whose face was full of exhaustion. Sengoku waved his hand, getting out of the way of the figures blocking Natalia. Seeing this, the pirates immediately shouted. They won this battle, of course they have to celebrate. Sengoku watched with a dark face as Natalia led several people past him. Sora watched helplessly. Now hit this point. Marine is actually powerless to fight anymore. Unless it is really necessary to keep the pirates here at all costs. But obviously, Sengoku isn't completely insane yet. He still chose to side with Marine. Sora patted Sengoku on the shoulder, regretting. Sengoku, after this battle, your position as marshal. Sengoku shook his head, not caring. I was ready to give up the position of marshal. It's better for some young people than me occupying the latrine and not shitting. Sora sighed. 887 again. Moby DK, Red Force, Mammoth, Anthem lead. A group of pirate ships set sail. Thousand Sunny is among them. All the Straw Hats returned to the deck. Natalia is also on Thousand Sunny with Giseline, Hawkeye, and Ace. The pirates started a big retreat. Everyone is going to go to Sabayati Archipelago for coding first, and then go to the Fishmen Island. Let's celebrate the victory together. However, it didn't wait for the big ship of the pirates to go far. Boom! A roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded through the entire sea. Sengoku turned his head in amazement. That is, the direction of the Holy Land. Sora looked up in surprise. Listen to that huge roaring sound. Kong seemed to think of something, his face changed suddenly. The faces of all the marine generals on naval headquarters also changed drastically. Immediately, everyone saw a white light appearing in the sky. A white light pierced the heavens and the earth, and it didn't know where it was going. Sengoku's complexion changed drastically. Everyone in the entire naval headquarters also changed their faces drastically. Even the pirate's face froze suddenly, ordering everyone to speed up and escape. Sora looked anxiously at Sengoku and said anxiously, "Sengoku, I haven't received a communication from the 5 elders, it looks like they're planning to launch Uranus a long time ago." Sora's words were extremely serious. Sengoku's expression froze, looking at the place where the white light disappeared, his face was shocked. He hurriedly picked up the phone bug and dialed out. This is allocated to the 100,000 elite marines displayed around. The power of Uranus does not know when it will come. Now let the 100,000 elite marines come to pick them up, and they still have the possibility of escaping. Otherwise, he would really die here with the pirates. Or, they, the top marines, are dying here alone. That would be a big joke. Porp porp porp. Porp porp porp. Porp porp porp. The phone rang several times, but no one connected at all. Sengoku's complexion changed slightly. There is only one possibility now. 5 elders, cut off their communications with the 100,000 elite marines. What is this for? This is determined to bury all of them here. Sengoku looked anxious, and all the marines also panicked. Even Momuzagi and Silver were a little nervous. 3 ancient weapons. Pluton and Poseidon are well known to their group of marine generals. Only Uranus is mysterious. But look at the ambiguous attitude of the government of the world. Uranus should be in the hands of the world government. So, is the white light right now the power of Uranus? If so, then after Uranus is launched, if they can't leave quickly, it must be buried here in naval headquarters. All the marine generals were terrified, and each one was terrified. Even Akina fell silent. The behavior of the world government to abandon them without mercy also made Akina very angry. On Red Force, Shanks looked at the marine executives at naval headquarters. He knew that the world government really activated Uranus. Originally, it was just speculation that the 5 elders might not see the situation well and wanted to destroy the entire naval headquarters. But that's just a guess, and the probability of actually launching it is not particularly high. But now, Shanks frowned. They are now on board and have a chance to escape. What if the marine side is slow? If marine executives don't have time to escape, how can they return? This group of marine executives were all wiped out here. The balance of the sea would be completely disturbed. The entire sea will be dominated by pirates from now on. Delay the marine side of the ship to rescue the group of marine generals. Shanks was determined to pick them up. Otherwise, the whole sea will be in chaos. This is what he doesn't want to see. But, looking at the entire pirate lineup, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and the others, will they allow themselves to save them? Shanks frowned. It was first discussed with Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. The two finally made a unanimous decision. This group of marine executives cannot be allowed to die here. Red Force approaches the Moby DK. Shanks looked at Whitebeard from a distance, and spoke in a deep voice. "Whitebeard, we saved the marine." Whitebeard's face was dignified, and he retracted his eyes to the sky. He nodded without hesitation. Although Laozi really wants to see all these Marines die. However, they really cannot die. Saying this, Whitebeard looked at Marco. Marco, you and Jaws each take a second ship to rescue Marine. Jaws didn't look angry. Father, why should we care about this group of Marines? But being touched by Marco on the shoulder, Jaws swallowed his reluctance. Only. Before the Red Force and the two whale ships started. Rumble. There was a burst of roar in the sky, and there was a faint white light shining through. Whitebeard and the redhead's complexion changed drastically. The Marine generals at the port were all shocked. Many people raised their eyes to the sky, their eyes showing despair. At this time, 100,000 elite Marines lost contact. It is impossible for the pirates to come to rescue them. Is there nothing left for them but a dead end? Everyone was filled with horror and despair. But also right now. Outside the crescent-shaped port. The cannon roared. The huge metal surrounding walls are extremely hard. But under the bombardment of hundreds of artillery pieces, the 1.8 was quickly overwhelmed. Next moment, the shadows of Marine warships rushed over. Kabi and Barumebur stood on the bow of a dog-headed warship. Vice Admiral Garp, we're back. 100,000 elite Marine left not long ago. Many officers noticed something was wrong. Finally, under the persuasion of Kabi and Belumbo, everyone resolutely resisted the five elders' orders and came back to rescue the Marine officials. See this scene. Sengoku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Garp had a smile on his face. Get on the warship, run. Sengoku gave the order. Outside naval headquarters, an extremely interesting scene occurs. Marine warships were mixed with many pirate warships. The cold eyes of the two sides looked at each other, but they didn't yell or curse, and they didn't fight each other. Marines and pirates have become some kind of wonderful balance. Chapter 167. Rumble. Rumble. A huge roar resounded in the clouds above the Marine-ford sky. The pirates who were fleeing quickly looked at the Marines, both of them were shocked. The Marines have complicated expressions. By word of mouth. They have long known that this is the government of the world to destroy the entire naval headquarters, surrounded by a group of Marine generals to be buried in the sea. This made countless Marines look dazed. It never occurred to them. The world government that I have been loyal to all the time will be like this. When necessary, they will not be asked for their opinions at all. No consideration was given to the life and death of Marine generals. As long as it is necessary in their eyes. As long as it is of great benefit to the world government. Then the sacrifices of the Marine generals are all acceptable. It's all worth it. Although this concept seems correct to many Marines. Putting their lives together, they buried the four emperors pirates and the two monsters of the Porgas family in Marine-ford. This is indeed worthwhile from the perspective of the world government. But no one thinks from their 20 angles. They are Marine generals. Died on the battlefield, at the hands of the enemy, they will not even frown. Can die in the hands of the world government. Die of abandonment. Died in the exchange of interests. This made all Marine generals unacceptable. The pirates didn't mean to mock Marine at this time. Their eyes are full of fear. Although that terrifying attack has not yet landed. But relying on the momentum, one can feel how terrifying this attack is. So, once Sengoku selects all Marines just now, leaving the pirates behind. Then they're really doomed, really dead at naval headquarters. Everyone looked in the direction of Marine-ford with shocked, complicated, fearful, and horrified expressions. Finally, the rumbling sound lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. A thick white beam descended from the clouds. The terrifying coercion descended. Make the legs of all the bottom pirates and Marines tremble. They have never seen such a terrifying coercion. It was much more terrifying than the coercion of 4 emperors and admirals. The two are not at the same level at all. If anyone can compare. Everyone couldn't help but look at the person on Thousand Sunny. Natalia stood silently on the deck, looking at the thick beam of light with sighs in her eyes. The moment the stout beam hits Marine-ford, Natalia sneered. Is this the power that father fears? The power of Uranus is really strong. Her tone seemed to be emotional, and seemed to be disdainful. Giseline stood beside her with a cautious look in her eyes. "Sister, the power of this Uranus is indeed a bit strong. If you can fully control Bankai, it will be comparable to it." Natalia nodded, put her hands in her pockets, and said flatly, "Uranus, and the man who secretly controls the world's government. I don't need my father to take action. I will kill her myself sooner or later." Giseline did not accost. The moment the conversation between the two ended, thick beams plunged deep into Marineford. Next moment, dazzling light filled the sky and the earth. A terrifying shock wave swept across. Gravel, tiles, remnants, broken arms, etc. collapsed in this huge shock wave. Because it is fleeing. Neither pirates nor marine had time to take away their dead comrades. They watched in silence as naval headquarters was destroyed. After half an hour, the entire naval headquarters has been reduced to fly ash. This naval headquarters, which has stood for hundreds of years, has completely disappeared in the long river of history. Perhaps some adventurers in later generations will sigh with emotion when they pass by this place. Naval headquarters was not destroyed by pirates. Even the joint attack of the four emperors failed to destroy Marineford. But it was easily destroyed in the hands of the master of the world government. I don't know whether to sigh, or to lament the powerful wrist of the world government. Really destroyed. Marineford, our naval headquarters, was really destroyed. Marine soldiers froze on the deck. Kabi and Barumeber are also among them. They are 100,000 elite marines. Some are from all over the world, some are from the Grand Line, some are from the New World, and some are the elites of the headquarters. However, they all have one thing in common. That's marine. They have justice on their shoulders. But this is the sacred place in the minds of countless marines, Marineford. Today, it was completely destroyed under the terror of the world government. And if they ran a little late just now, they may be affected by the terrifying aftermath and turned into fly ash. The world government doesn't care about their lives at all. Sengoku, Kong, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, San Admiral, the headquarters Vice Admiral and Marine Generals. Together they looked at the utterly destroyed Marineford. Everyone's face is full of complexity. The terrifying shock wave spread. The sea set off a violent tsunami of hundreds of meters and hit the surrounding sea areas. Wave after wave of terrifying tsunamis pursued marine and pirates, intending to swallow them here. However, there are several top powerhouses present. Almost half of the top experts in the entire sea are here. If it can be wiped out by the tsunami, then they don't live. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard thrust the razor into the deck, his arm muscles bulging. Caw caw caw. He punched the air in front of him, cracking the air everywhere. The terrifying concussion power spread. Behind the fleet of pirates and marines, a 100-meter tsunami was generated. 863. Whitebeard doesn't have much power left, but Shockfruit's strongest ability is to master these natural disasters. On the sea, Whitebeard can trigger a tsunami at will, almost invincible. This is also an important reason why he is called the strongest man in the world. The 100-meter tsunami hit the tsunami with a height of hundreds of meters. Although it was completely lost to those huge tsunamis. But the water flow dissipated by the collision between the two sides. It is also rapidly pushing the fleet of pirates and marines to flee far away. Moby DK aboard. Kiazi, Baista, Yizang, and others all cheered. Daddy! They were in a very good mood at this time, and they were all very happy. In this battle, they successfully rescued their brother Ace. And all losses are within the acceptable range. The most important thing is, Ben made his way to Whitebeard at naval headquarters with a will to die, and made it back. This is their biggest win. The Whitebeard pirates. As long as Whitebeard is around, their backbone is still there. The Whitebeard pirates will not collapse. Even if Whitebeard is old, this law still exists. Whitebeard smiled and glanced at the group of sons, with deep joy in his eyes. Finally, his eyes fixed on the 1000-sunny deck. This battle was thanks to Natalia and Giseline, the two nieces of Ace. Chapter 168. Whitebeard mused. Several voices came from the 3 battleships on the side at the same time. That was the words of Red Hair, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Shanks puts one hand on the side of the boat, his pedal chute foot on the railing, and smiles at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, we pirates won this battle for the top spot. I suggest, how about we find a place together and hold a grand banquet? Whitebeard's eyes lit up when he heard that. Standing on top of the competition, although their side of the pirates won. But there are still many people who died, and many people are still immersed in grief. There's a big party going on right now. Not only to drive away this sadness, but also to celebrate the victory of the Great War. Whitebeard thought about it, before he could speak. Kaido on Mammoth, and Charlotte Linlin on Anthem were the first to laugh. Oh Lolo! Oh Lolo! Newgate, the 3 of us have already discussed it. If you don't go, old fellow, we will shoot you right here and hold you to death. Well, 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 well. Charlotte Linlin grinned wildly and laughed wildly. Newgate, after so many years of fighting life and death, it's time to hold a grand banquet to celebrate our joint victory after so many years. Listening to what Kaido and Charlotte Linlin said, Whitebeard laughed boldly. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Kaido, Linlin, and the red-haired kid, if you have the confidence to take me down at sea, then come. Cool la la la. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard naturally couldn't be cowardly and gave the strongest response. Jack next to Kaido slapped his forehead, dressed roughly. Whitebeard, I don't need the boss to do anything, I can kill you. Next moment, Jack suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. He turned his head angrily. I saw Kaido standing there, looking at him gloomily. Jack looked dazed, not knowing why. Kaido gave Jack a big bid again. Go away, Lao Zi is talking to Whitebeard, how can you intervene? Jack's eyes were full of grievances, and he walked with heavy steps. Watching this scene, Zaraki and Quinn laughed and mocked. The 2 laughed and laughed, not considering Jack's fragile heart at all. Jack panted and looked at the Moby DK, at Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. He let out a sigh of relief. Quinn, Zaraki, are you interested in doing something big? Quinn and Zaraki came to the interest at the same time. Later, the 3 of us will challenge Whitebeard together and kill him instantly. Zaraki's eyes lit up, while Quinn frowned slightly. Jack, this little brother, wants to step on Whitebeard's position. But can he succeed? But that doesn't stop me from being crazy with him. Quinn smiled and nodded in agreement. Zaraki also took note of this incident. The other side. Whitebeard ignored Jack at all. He turned his head and set his sights on Thousand Sunny. The redhead also turned to look. I saw Giseline standing on the deck, laughing and joking with Natalia. The redhead smiled, as if seeing his daughter Yuta. Elijah, Yuta. Whitebeard looked at Natalia and asked. Natalia, we decided to find an island for the banquet, what do you think? After a battle for the top stand. The reputation of Natalia and Giseline has already resounded across the sea. Although they still don't know the result of Giseline's battle with Hawkeye. But just looking at her great swordsmanship is enough to stand firmly among the top powerhouses in the sea. And not to mention Natalia. Her unfathomable strength made everyone present feel uncertain. Whitebeard would naturally seek Natalia's opinion. Looking at Whitebeard, Natalia shook her head, not caring. Whatever you want, anyway, there's nothing to do next, let's go to the banquet together. Whitebeard smiled, and the redhead smiled too. The 2 looked at each other again. Whitebeard said. Red-haired kid, what do you think about the location of the banquet? Shanks pondered for a moment. The battle for the top is now over, and the calendar of Uranus has just destroyed Marineford. And it's okay for them, the 4 emperors, to be separated. If they don't separate, if the island where they are staying is discovered by the world government will definitely launch Uranus again without hesitation. At that time, without Marine's restraint, the world government will not even hesitate, and they will be in danger. After thinking for a long time, a smile appeared on the corner of Shanks' mouth. Whitebeard, wherever the banquet was held before the race, we will hold it this time. Whitebeard was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. The Fishmen Island? He is really a good place to go. Even if the government of the world knows that there are 4 emperors gathered on the Fishmen Island. But the Fishmen Island is located 10,000 meters deep under the sea, and there is still the power of Poseidon on it. The world government will not launch Uranus on the Fishmen Island easily. This is a great place for them to have a party. Whitebeard and the others gave an order. The pirate fleet turned around and headed for the Sabayati archipelago, where they'll do a quick plate, then sprint to the Fishmen Island. The coding craftsmen there have already prepared well, and this is the escape route prepared in advance. But just as the pirate fleet turned its bow, hundreds of Marines' warships also turned their bows at the same time. The direction the 2 parties want to travel is exactly the same. Shanks frowned slightly at this. Kaido's eyes flashed with fighting intent. Charlotte Linlin grinned grimly. Marine guys, are they going to compete with our outbreak site again? Whitebeard watched gravely, ready for battle. Although the possibility of Marine fighting against them again at this time is very low, it has to be guarded against. Who knows what this group of Marines will do in a panic? But fortunately, Marine obviously has no intention of continuing to fight the 4 emperors. The combat power of the 2 sides is even. The pirate side also has big killers like Whitebeard, Zhao Wanghao, and Natalia. Continuing to fight now is to make themselves unhappy. It is entirely a coincidence that the 2 sides sail in the same direction. Because the Marines saw Marineford being destroyed, their sacred place was destroyed. Coupled with the failure of the top stand competition, many Marines could not accept this fact. They now need a victory unprecedentedly to stabilize their hearts and their will. So Sengoku chose the Sabayati archipelago as the location. There are quite a few pirates on it, and there is also a group of pirate supernovas. During the battle on the top, I don't know how many pirates passed by, staying there to watch the battle on the top. Now that the standing contest has just ended, they must not leave yet. Hundreds of warships rush to naval headquarters, and they will surely wipe out all the pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. Yes. The place where Marine vented his anger was the Sabayati archipelago. Woe to all the pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. Chapter 169. In the sky not far from Marineford. Using the ability of String Fruit, Dover stepped on the white line hanging in the clouds and stayed in mid-air. As early as Natalia beheaded the head of CP0, all 4 emperors were present, and the war broke out completely. The 3 Shishibukai of Dover, Moria, and Xiong have already left the field silently. The battle for naval headquarters is no longer something they can participate in. Dover and Moria have a clear understanding of themselves. Although they are 7 warlords of the sea, they are recognized pirates by the government of the world. But they are still pirates at heart. It is absolutely impossible to fight for Marine. And there is 4 emperors standing on the top, that's all. But the 4 emperors came together and jointly attacked naval headquarters. This can almost represent the impact of the entire pirate lineup and Marine lineup. At this time, Duiong and Moria should still stand on Marine's side. Then they will be squeezed out by the pirates in the whole world, and the future road will be almost cut off. That's not to mention Dover's close relationship with the Beast's pirates and so on. So he left naval headquarters early. Watch Marineford turn to ashes. Thinking of the terrifying power of Uranus just now, Dover was shocked. He was also a celestial dragon, and also knows some secrets of the world's government. But knowing is knowing. Seeing it with my own eyes is a completely different scene. Pulling out the phone bug, Dover called 873 for Torre Pole. Dress Rosa, on the high ground of the king. Torre Pole and the rest of the Don Quixote family cotters were there. Everyone was still watching the battle for the top. It's been more than an hour since the broadcast of the standing contest has ended. But everyone still didn't leave. Here we are waiting for the news about the battle for the top. The phone bug on the table rang, and Torible's eyes lit up. News from the young master. He quickly picked up the phone bug and said, "Young master, what's the result of your top standing competition?" Doflamingo's special voice sounded. Marine lost, Marineford was destroyed and turned to ashes. What? Listen to news from Dover. All the cotters of the Donquixote family stood up. Torrible, Diamanti, Pika, and others looked shocked. Afterwards, Dover briefly told everyone about the battle after the live broadcast was closed. Natalia Bankai, the hot god, killed another top expert on the spot, rescued Fire Fist Ace, and the pirates declared victory. Both sides then evacuated naval headquarters shortly thereafter. The world government launched a mysterious and powerful attack, destroying the naval headquarters in one blow, turning it into fly ash, and capsized by the sea. Listen to this shocking news. The cotters of the Donquixote family were dead silent. Dover's voice came through the phone bug. Torrible, contact the Golden Emperor guy and make an appointment with him, either in Dressrosa or in his Golden City. Just say I want to see Papa Senju, my lord. Torrible nodded in response. But after hanging up on the bug, he is still in the shock of the summit war results. The cotters of the Donquixote family also had a blank mind, as if they had lost the ability to think. Porp porp porp. See Edward, the highest point of the Golden City. After Madara and Hashirama left, only the Golden Emperor Teizero and others remained here. He answered the phone bug from the Donquixote family, said. What's up? Repol's voice sounded, nasally. Teizalo, Dover sent back news that he will meet Lord Kunmin. When the Golden Emperor heard about it, he shook his head regretfully. Master Senju and Master Shura have already left, and they should have gone to the pavilion commander. However, they also left me a contact number bug, and said that they would help us ascend to the position of King of the Underground World. Torrible nodded, and the two sides agreed. The Golden Emperor prepares to meet Dover at Dressrosa. The battle for the top is over. There is no Madara and Hashirama. It's not a problem for the Golden City to stay in the Edward Sea area. After the agreement was made, Wang Lipoer and Teizalo talked about the result of the top standing competition. Finished listening. The Golden Emperor Tezuelo also froze in place. What did he hear? The huge naval, Ki, army headquarters, turned into fly ash? The government of the world is really terrifying. The Golden Emperor couldn't help sighing. From Donquixote and the City of Gold, and the departed bear, Moria. The news of the battle for the top began to spread across the sea and gradually became known to everyone. 3 hours later, Sabayati Archipelago. On the long coast, many pirates are standing here. The coding craftsmen had no intention of coding, and each of them was anxiously waiting for the final result of the competition on the top. At this time, a coding craftsman looked at the distant sea and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everyone on the port raised their heads and looked at the sea in the distance. The next moment, a group of dark battleships appeared in the ice. There are a variety of warships, big and small, and the colors are also different. Obviously, this is not a marine warship, but a warship of the pirates. Looking at the 4 huge pirate ships headed by them, the pirates on the port stared wide-eyed. It's the Whitebeard pirates, and the Red Hair pirates, Beasts pirates, and Big Mom pirates. It's the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors are back. Is the top battle over? What is the result? Pirates and Marines, who will win? Yes. Everyone in the port was talking about it. Accompanied by the approach of the battleship group. They saw the 4 emperors pirate group, though tired, but largely intact. I saw the strongest man in the world who was still standing. Also saw Fire Fist Ace on Thousand Sunny. Fire Fist Ace was rescued, and Whitebeard is not dead. Does this mean that the pirates have won? It should be. We pirates won the battle against naval headquarters, ha 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 ha. Pirate wins, Marine loses, ha ha ha. The pirates on the port cheered loudly, all excited. And when many warships approached, they sailed into the Sabayati archipelago. The real and accurate news also came out. After the video phone bug broke, Natalia, the god of heat, once again beheaded a top powerhouse in the sea, the vice president of CP0, and her strength was admiral level. Natalia, the god of heat, stepped up to the execution platform step by step, rescued the Fire Fist Ace, and completely established the victory of the pirates in this battle. Then, the pirates and marine reached an agreement to escape from naval headquarters. Not long after, Naval Headquarters Marineford was completely destroyed by the powerful attack released by the world government, turned into fly ash, and disappeared in the long river of history. The news completely shocked everyone. Shocked the entire Sabayati archipelago. Everyone can't accept this result. Especially the last message. World government, destroyed naval headquarters? How can this be? Chapter 170. In a square. In front of the pitch-black screen, many people surrounded it. This is the largest broadcast screen on the Sabayati archipelago. The people around here are either vicious pirates, or people with heads and faces in the underground world. Supernovas are among them. Kid, Kira, Law, Hawkins, Bonnie, Uraj, Capone Beeg, Arpu, Drake, all there. Except Luffy and Zoro from the Straw Hats. 9 supernovas gathered here, silently waiting for news from naval headquarters. At this time, a pirate ran back from the direction of the port, shouting while running. The result of the battle for the top is out. The 4 emperors successfully rescued the Fire Fist Ace, and the God of Heat shined brilliantly, beheading 2 top powerhouses in the sea in this battle. After the pirates won, the world government was not reconciled, and wanted to exchange all marine generals for the 4 emperors to be buried. But the plan failed, and the world government launched a mysterious and powerful force, only destroying naval headquarters. Marineford, turn to fly ash. Listen to what the pirate said. Everyone present was stunned. Kid widened his eyes and looked at the pirate who delivered the message. A metal arm was formed, holding the opponent in front of him. Kid spoke angrily. What did you say? The government of the world, destroyed Marineford with one blow. Luo, Hawkins, and others all looked over. The pirate was pinched in the palm of Kid's metal arm, with a horrified expression. How dare I lie? What's more, the news came from the 4 emperors, and they personally said it. Naval Headquarters Marineford, it really is history. Kid kicked his eyes again. Wordlessly crushed the pirate who sent the message to death. Idiot, how could he have such terrifying power? Destroyed naval headquarters in one blow, and reduced Marineford to ashes, are you kidding me? Kid looked at the pirate who was pinched to death with a sneer. Luo and the others were also a little unbelievable. Only Drake frowned thoughtfully. As the former Marine Rear Admiral. No, now he's also Marine's undercover agent. Drake knows a lot of Marine's secrets. For example, he has heard of pacifists, such as CPO. But for something as appalling as destroying the entire naval headquarters in one blow. Drake was also a little disbelieving. Hawkins sat cross-legged on the ground, with straw rising all over his body, accounting for the authenticity of this matter. Next moment, seeing the result of the divination, his expression changed drastically. It's true. Beside Hawkins, the faces of the followers in black robes changed drastically. Kid, Luo, and others also looked over. The straw man, what do you say is true? Luo frowned. He didn't believe that something like that would happen either. But there was no waiting for Hawkins to answer. Sudden. There was a huge uproar and shouts around the square. Marine is here. Marine Admiral is here. Run, run, ah! The pirates fled in all directions, like rats crossing the street in a hurry. The faces of Luo and the others changed slightly, but instead of leaving immediately, they turned their heads to look. This glance made all the supernovas really scared. The disc player Apuben was rapping passionately, showing strong doubts about the news that just came. But this moment, his voice was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make it no matter what. Because in front of everyone was a group of marine executives riding horses. The leader, Sengoku, was wearing a marshal's cloak, with a seagull standing on top of his head, and walked forward silently. Beside him is the current commander-in-chief of the whole army, former Marine Marshal Kong. On the other side, is the marine hero, Garp the Fist. Look aside again. The grey-haired crane vice admiral is holding a phone bug, calmly deploying the battle to wipe out all the pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, also walked forward together. Looking next to them, it is the headquarters of Vice Admiral FK. The brains of all the supernovas seemed to be struck by thunder. I don't know at all. The top Marines that I just saw on the live broadcast screen. Why did it appear in front of me in the blink of an eye? This Nima is too outrageous. Grass. Almost everyone burst into foul language at the same time. Facing a group of Marine executives. They had no intention of resisting at all, and turned around to run. Even Kid is not tough anymore. Facing a Marine Admiral, he thought he could hit a dozen. But with so many high-level Marines, it's better to run first. Among the 9 supernovas, only one person did not move. That's Hawkins. Looking at a group of Marine executives walking slowly. Asking for flowers. Instead he calmed down. He still sat there, not divining for himself. Because Hawkins knew he couldn't escape. At the same time, Hawkins also ordered his crew to sit down and stretch out their hands one by one, waiting for the shackles. Room. Luo Gang is going to escape with his pirate group. But the next moment, a golden light flashed in front of them as they left. Kizaru, who was dressed in a beige plaid suit and a cloak of justice, appeared, looking at everyone with a slow and wretched tone. You can't go. We came here to vent our anger. Unfortunately, your luck is too bad. Kizaru spoke slowly. He stopped there alone, making everyone afraid to go any further. The cigar Capone beak was dangling had already dropped to the ground. His lower body turned into crawlers, wishing he could grow a few more legs. The hatch of the castle on the upper body was closed tightly, and he didn't dare to show his weapons to these senior Marines. All the supernovas and pirates listened to Kizaru's words. Probably heard the meaning of his words. What do you mean they came here to vent their anger? Marine lost this battle? This is mostly unquestionable. At that time, Natalia Bankai was unimaginably powerful. But losing the battle is not enough to make Marine like this, right? What the hell are you, a group of Marine executives, Marshal Sengoku personally leading 3 Admiral and Marine heroes to Sabayati Archipelago to catch pirates? There's no such thing, is there? That's not how a cannon hits mosquitoes. Well, there is only one explanation for the matter. That is, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. It was really destroyed by the government of the world. This group of Marines had nowhere to vent their anger, so they set their sights on the Sabayati Archipelago? What's the matter with riding a horse? Several people have lived for most of their lives, and never thought that they would experience such absurd things one day. They're just a bunch of supernovas. How can he be captured by this lineup? What a mess. The pirates looked at each other. Big Brother Kid turned around and took a step forward. Right now, the only option is to rush out with all your might. He raised his hands, absorbed the metal weapons from everyone around him, and turned them into 2 huge magnetic arms. Just looking at the momentum, it is indeed quite strong. Can this? Akainu just stepped forward with a gloomy face, covered in magma. Chapter 171. The hot magma dripped to the ground, making a frightening chirping sound. Akainu still has the bruises left by Whitebeard all over his body. After going to the battlefield, he is still exhausted and physically and mentally exhausted. But even Akainu in this state, it is not something that any supernova can deal with. Facing the 2 metal arms bombarded by Kid, Akainu stared at each other silently, and the magma sprang up from the right. Great eruption. A terrifying heat wave swept across and blasted towards Kid overwhelmingly. Next moment, like a volcanic eruption, the magma collided with 2 huge metal arms. Soon, in front of Akainu's great eruption, 2 huge metal arms turned into hot molten iron and dripped down. Akainu walks in the flames of magma, demonstrating his absolute combat power as a Marine Admiral. Don't look at when he was fighting for September 10th at the top, he was suppressed by the outburst Whitebeard. Let many people have Marine Admiral, but such an illusion. But, that's Whitebeard. Confront the Kid. Akainu doesn't even need a second hit to crush it. Kid fell to the ground with large areas of burns all over his body. He doubted life. Capone Beeg's body turned into a track, and he was about to flee quickly. At the same time, a portal was opened on his back, and bullets were shot out from it crackling. Bullets rained on the Marines just to delay time. But the next moment, Capone Beeg's body freezes in place. The rain of bullets fired from the castle was completely frozen. The terrifying cold spread, turning Capone into an ice sculpture. Aokiji withdrew his hand in front of him, dispersing the chill. "Allah, don't try to escape." Joke. A group of Marine executives personally took action to round up Supernova in anger. If this can still let them go, then they all resign. Luolian displayed room, intending to teleport himself away. But no matter how he teleports, he will be followed by Kizaru in the next moment, and he will point out his finger at them with a smile and send out a violent laser. Kizaru obviously didn't take it seriously, otherwise Luo and the others wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. The magician, Basil Hawkins, was led by Crane Vice Admiral, and he was bound with sea stone shackles himself. Joel Boney stood there in despair, completely losing hope of escape. Dianyan Apu was shot dead by the T-Dolphin in seconds, lying on the ground recklessly. The last Drake, the fallen Marine Rear Admiral. He was actually an undercover agent, silently raised his head and looked at Sengoku. He and Sengoku looked at each other silently. At this moment, Drake felt only shock, not much fear. Because he is an undercover agent. Sengoku glanced at him, and the two made eye contact for a moment. Sengoku didn't say much, and waved his hand. "Rip away all of them and put them in impel down." Seeing this, Drake understood. Sengoku, this is going to let him continue to stay undercover, waiting to be escaped from impel down in the near future. Arrest all supernovas. Do it all. Sengoku silently walked forward with a group of Marine executives. This day, Sabayati Archipelago, a chaotic illegal zone with human trafficking, human auctions, gangs of all sizes, pirate supernovas, etc., was suppressed on the 10th. Throughout the Sabayati Archipelago, there is no more evil. Anyone who faces the Marines to vent their anger will only have a dead end. 10,000 meters below Sabayati Archipelago, outside the Fishmen Island, numerous warships were slowly approaching with coding. Neptune, king of the Fishmen Island Kingdom, brought his sons to the port to wait. Looking at the mighty battleships, Neptune was physically and mentally excited and nervous. He had never seen such a big scene in his life. 4 emperors are here, the Fishmen Island is simply full of splendor. A group of battleships slowly docked. Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Natalia all walked down the port. Charlotte Linlin glanced greedily around, looking at Whitebeard. "Newgate, you old guy is dying too, how about handing the Fishmen Island to my old lady?" Whitebeard laughed. "Cool la la la. Linlin, if you want to snatch the Fishmen Island from Laozi, then come and try." Whitebeard showed no sign of weakness. Although after the outbreak of the top stand without thinking about the consequences, he is now in a bad state. However, in the face of Charlotte Linlin's provocation, Whitebeard still did not hesitate. "Kaido Archfire Road. How about, let's hold a battle to compete for the ownership of the Fishmen Island, and Laozi will join in the fun." Shanks smiled and shook his head, stepping up to smooth things over. "Everyone, after the battle for the top, the sea will definitely be shuffled. Between us and the 4 emperors, we will inevitably have some relationship with the Porgas family. Now, is it necessary to compete for the ownership of the Fishmen Island?" Listen to the redhead. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were stunned at the same time. Yes. The competition for standing on the top is a competition to reshuffle the sea. Even at its original scale, the decisive battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine is bound to sweep the entire sea. What's more, the war is completely out of control now. The 4 emperors are all involved, as well as the Porgas family. Marine Ford was destroyed even more, so what will happen to Marine? This will definitely cause the entire sea to shake and change again. And, most importantly, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also thought about their relationship with the Porgas family. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have daughters married to Chu Xia. The 2 parties and the Porgas family are already inseparable. Not to mention the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace is the younger brother of that being, and also has a very strong relationship. The last Red Hair pirates. Take the relationship between Redhead and Giseline, and his character. The relationship between the two parties is also good. This. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exchanged glances. He was keenly aware of the 0.6 meaning behind the red hair's words. Even Whitebeard looked at Shanks, eyes brooding, brow furrowed. At this time, Natalia glanced at the four of them. Can't you have a party? Whoever keeps nagging, I will burn him. Natalia's words played a big role. The four emperors stopped talking. He didn't force himself to face Natalia either. They still respect Natalia's strength. Then, everyone walked obediently to the depths of the Fishmen Island. For their group of pirates, the Fishmen Island Palace is too formal for them to have a banquet. The pirates are free, and they still have to hold a banquet in the empty flat. A frame of food and wine was ordered by Neptune to be moved. A grand celebration banquet kicked off. Chapter 172. The pirates' banquet was in full swing. Not long after the banquet had just started, suddenly, an unexpected person came to the banquet venue. Looking at the old man not far away, wearing glasses, white hair, and a smile on his face. All of a sudden, the faces of Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin changed. In the first place, Kaido laughed wildly while drinking. Really, what are you doing here? As a cadet crew member on the Rocks pirate, Kaido certainly knew Rayleigh. After all, the vice-captain of One Piece is too famous. However, many never knew that Rayleigh lived in the Sabaody archipelago. This point, even Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard do not know. Only Shanks kept the secret for his own deputy captain. Charlotte Linlin also laughed out loud. Well. Pluton Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to appear here. What, you are 23 and want to challenge all of us? Also look at Rayleigh. Whitebeard said nothing, his eyes full of thought. Only Shanks seemed to think of something. Rayleigh, his own deputy captain, has been working as a coding worker on the Fishman Island incognito. He knew about it. And the current Sabaody archipelago. Shanks suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Except for the four emperors. The other pirates present also quickly thought of Rayleigh's identity. All of a sudden, the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates resounded throughout the audience. The Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy looked at Rayleigh excitedly, and said with a smile. Uncle Rayleigh, you are coming to the Fishmen Island too. Facing the words of the crowd, Rayleigh smiled wryly. He picked up the stainless steel wine glass and glanced at the round chest beside him. Rayleigh spoke with a sigh. If it wasn't for you, why would I have had to leave Sabaody? Rayleigh's words. For a while, everyone was a little puzzled. Although everyone found that Marine was heading in the same direction as himself and the others, they were all going to the Fishmen Island. But everyone didn't think about Marine taking the Fishmen Island to vent their anger. As Rayleigh said, he drank all the wine in the stainless steel flagon in his hand. He sat down next to Shanks and surrounded the wine lane. I'm done drinking, I'll come to you for a while. Oh Lolo. Cool la la la. Well. The 3-4 emperors laughed loudly, but Shanks was silent and looked at Rayleigh with a silent smile. Vice-captain, what happened on Sabaody's ground at this time? He asked curiously. Hearing this, the rest of the pirates present also looked over. Rayleigh smiled wryly again. Because of this battle for the top spot, Marine lost and the headquarters of Marineford was also destroyed. With nowhere to vent their anger, they chose the Sabaody archipelago as a place to do justice. On the current Sabaody archipelago, all crimes have been washed away by Marine. Listening to Rayleigh's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Sabaody archipelago? That famous chaotic island was suppressed by Marine iron blood? 9 supernovas, outlaws, human traffickers, auction houses, etc. are all suppressed by Marine? This. Everyone slowed down for a while before they came back to their senses. Everyone had complicated expressions, silently sighing for Sabaody archipelago. Sabaody archipelago, it must have suffered because of them. But. Ha 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 ha. The pirates all laughed. Everyone raised their glasses and continued to drink. The few people sitting in the center are mainly the 4 emperors, Natalia, Giseline, and Hawkeye. The rest of the people surrounded these people, chatting while drinking. Chatting. Shanks raised an eyebrow, remembering something. He turned his head to look at Hawkeye and Giseline, and asked curiously. My hawk, Giseline, did you two win the sword competition? Did my hawk retain the position of the world's #1 swordsman, or did Giseline succeed in shaking the supreme position of swordsmanship? Shanks' words also caught everyone's attention. There were successive battles before, plus a panic escape. If it weren't for Shanks' reminder, everyone basically ignored this matter. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Rayleigh all looked at Giseline and Hawkeye. Even Natalia turned her fiery red eyes to look at Giseline. In her eyes, there seemed to be playfulness, but also a touch of determination. Giseline is the most powerful swordsman in the Portkas family. She doesn't use bankai, so she might be no match for Hawkeye. But on Kendo, if she loses, it will embarrass the Portkas family. Feeling the eyes of his eldest sister, Giseline held her head up. Hawkeye looked at her silently, with a flash of fighting intent in his eyes. Afterwards, Hawkeye took the initiative to speak. I lost that battle. Although Hawkeye just lost a move in the sword fight with Giseline. But that was also a defeat. Hawkeye showed no restraint. In his view, defeat is defeat. Only by admitting bravely can he go further on the path of the sword. And the audience, listening to Hawkeye admitting his defeat to Giseline. At the same time, everyone present was stunned. Shanks stared at Hawkeye and took a deep breath. My hawk, you really lost. Chapter 173. After Shanks finished speaking, he took a deep mouthful of saliva and stared at Hawkeye without blinking. Although the words were spoken by Hawkeye himself. But Shanks still can't help but feel a little unconvinced. Even if Giseline's swordsmanship is very strong, you can defeat him in the beginning. But he has competed with Hawkeye Kendo many times. It is very clear that Hawkeye's powerful swordsmanship is definitely an existence that aspires to the top in the entire sea. Just talk about swordsmanship. Even the guy with the sword in the 5 elders of the world's government may not necessarily be able to beat Hawkeye. Shanks has such confidence in Hawkeye. But what did he hear now? Hawkeye admitted it himself. I lost to Giseline in Kendo? It's unbelievable. Beside the redhead, Vice Captain Ben Beckman, Usopp, Lakey Hongo, Monkey, and others were also shocked. At the same time, everyone looked at Hawkeye expectantly. There was only one thought in several people's minds. That is, Big Sister beat Hawkeye. The eldest sister has become the world's #1 swordsman. Aside, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all looked over. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, the Disaster of the Beasts pirates, Fei Liupeo, and others, and several generals of the Charlotte family all looked at Hawkeye. Among this, Zaraki's expression was the most excited. The third sister won the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, which is great news for him. It is an honor for their Portkas family. In the future, he can directly regard the third sister as his goal along the way of the sword. As long as he can challenge Giseline one day, then the position of the world's #1 swordsman belongs to him. Zaraki was excited, and looked at Giseline with burning eyes. Beside Shanks, Pluton Rayleigh also looked at Giseline, eyes full of curiosity and surprise. It can be seen from the fact that Shanks went to Sabayati to escort Giseline. Shanks thinks a lot about Giseline, even regarded as a close friend. But Rayleigh couldn't imagine it at all. How did Giseline improve her swordsmanship again in a short period of time and beat Hawkeye? This is a bit too unbelievable. All the big and small pirates around looked at Giseline in surprise. Among the Straw Hat pirates, Zoro put down his wine glass, turned his head, and looked at Hawkeye with burning eyes. He once lost to Hawkeye. I have felt the despair of fighting Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. From then on, Zoro regarded Hawkeye as his target. Hawkeye also had an agreement with himself. Said that he would wait for him at the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Waiting for yourself to challenge and defeat the opponent. Is it now? Is this agreement going to be voided? Zoro was a little reluctant to believe this fact. Bista and other swordsmen also had dignified eyes, looking at Hawkeye very seriously. Under the spotlight, there was a wry smile on the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, and he nodded. How can I be joking? I really lost to Giseline, I lost a trick. Boom! Hawkeye's words. It resounded in everyone's minds like thunder, so that everyone couldn't react at all. The complexions of Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks all changed. In the eyes of 4 people, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, is an opponent that should not be underestimated. In his capacity, if he raised his arms, he would form a pirate group. Then give him a period of time, and he will definitely be able to pull up a powerful pirate group comparable to the forces of the 4 emperors. It's just that Hawkeye's ambition is not here. He just wants to go to the highest level of swordsmanship, so he has no interest in forming a pirate group. But this still didn't make Whitebeard and the others underestimate Hawkeye. His strength may be slightly lower than himself and others, but definitely not much worse. If the 2 sides fight, Hawkeye's defense might not be as good, but the attack power of the strong swordsman can even suppress Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and is comparable to Whitebeard and Redhead. This is the power of Hawkeye. But now, Hawkeye lost a move to Giseline. Even if it is purely on the way of the sword, this is incredible news. Several people turned their heads at the same time and looked at Giseline. All of them were extremely surprised. When Vista, Zoro, and other swordsmen heard Hawkeye's confirmation, they all froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. The little black ball Zaraki looked at Giseline with a smile, and laughed maniacally. Third sister, so let's put it this way, you are now the world's #1 swordsman. Ha 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 ha, when I become a master of swordsmanship, okay, in the future, I will definitely challenge you to become the #1 swordsman in the world. Zaraki's words revealed a lot of information. But at the moment, no one cares about it. Everyone is still immersed in the shocking event of Hawkeye's defeat and the world's #1 swordsman changing hands. For a long time, no one could react to the minister. Shanks and Rayleigh looked up at the same time. Whitebeard looked up, at the sea. After today, this news will also sweep across the sea, completely changing the entire situation in the sea. The 3 of them sighed deeply. Standing on the top of the battle really confirms a sentence. That is standing competition, it can really rewrite the world. This battle to stand on the top, I don't know what kind of rough seas will usher in. Chapter 174. On the endless red line, there are a group of sacred white palaces. This is the home of the celestial dragons, the heart of the entire world. Marie Joyce. The official office building of the world government, the cause of power. Wearing a long white dress, Bell walked into the office of 5 elders in front of him wearing a silver mask with no expression. The 5 people behind him, Lucci and Khalifa, were also busy. In the lobby, 5 elders sat or stood by the sofa, standing silently. Ever since the image of the standing contest from naval headquarters was pitch black, the 5 of them have maintained this posture without any other movements. They knew that Uranus's attack was missed, but the 5 of them did not inquire about more detailed information about the war. Instead, he wanted to wait for Bell to come back to listen to the report of this person who personally participated in the battlefield. He watched Bell, who was dressed in a long white dress and had a long knife across his waist, walk in. The blonde 5 elders was the first to turn and look at him. Then came the other 4. The 940 colors on the faces of the 5 people are all a bit dignified. They had a premonition that the result of the top standing competition might not be good. Just when 5 people thought this way, Bell bowed deeply and saluted the 5 elders. Lord 5 elders. The 5 elders nodded silently, all watching him quietly, without asking urgently. After Bell finished speaking, he first looked at the blonde 5 elders who had single-handedly promoted him. Your Excellency Venus, I failed to complete the task of standing on the top this time. Listening to his words, the 5 of them were not surprised. The blonde 5 elders shook his head slightly and sighed. The battlefield situation at that time reached that point, and your retreat was also ordered by me, so there is nothing to feel guilty about. Bell didn't nod, as if the words without a trace of emotion continued to sound. Since I left the Marineford range, I have been watching the battle not far away. The 5 people all came to the spirit after hearing the words. Just, sad, listen to Bell Road. Behind the hot god Natalia Bankai, an extremely terrifying temperature condensed on her long knife, burning the opponent's long knife to ashes. The blade was extremely hot. And the 2 CP0s were beheaded. 5 elders was in a trance for a moment. King Kong is dead. At this moment, only such an idea remained in their minds. Following the death of the chief CP0, another top powerhouse in the world government has fallen in naval headquarters. And although this King Kong's strength is not as good as CP0's total length, it's a bit worse. But it is also a top powerhouse in the sea. Even if King Kong is not dead, he is a strong contender for the position after the death of the CPP chief. Rom. 5 elders sighed deeply. In this battle, they lost too much. The fall of the 2 top powerhouses in CP0, plus the Edward Sea area. It is bound to make CP0 fall into silence for a long time. Even with Bell, it would take a certain amount of time to move. And the 7 warlords of the sea system was almost reduced to waste paper in this battle. Not only before the war, only 4 people responded to the compulsory recruitment of the world government. The remaining High Xia Jinbei and Empress Boa Hancock all rejected the compulsory recruitment of the world government. After the war started, Doflamingo, Xiong, Moria, and Hawkeye should go, seriously injured and rebellious. Today passes. 7 warlords of the sea will be reduced to a joke in this sea. Even if they are not willing to abolish this system, they still have to abolish it. That's Xiong, who can stay and use it. The 5 sighed deeply. Mustache 5 elders changed his voice. Everyone, our world government has suffered heavy losses in this battle. However, according to my observation of the marine lineup, there are not many casualties. Who 5 elders' words made the bald 5 elders frown slightly. The remaining 5 elders looked at each other and stared at each other. The fact is, as the mustache 5 elders said, this battle for the top. It was supposed to be the decisive battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. It was a campaign of destruction planned by them and Sengoku against the Whitebeard pirates. Among them, Marine should be the main force in this battle, and the world government is just a support. But the result? The support staff sent by the government of the world, a CP0 chief and a deputy chief, fell to naval headquarters. On the other hand, Marine has not lost any high-level combat power. It's true that the 5 elders' mentality is a little unbalanced. When I hate Natalia and regard her as an endless enemy. The 5 also felt that Marine was more or less suspected of being disloyal to the heart of justice. Mustache 5 elders spoke coldly. Jupiter, the Marine under your hand has been faintly out of control in recent years, and sometimes that guy Sengoku dares to obey our orders. It's time to take advantage of this opportunity to give Marine a good blow, and let Marine become a sharp weapon in our hands again, instead of defending some justice. Mustache 5 elders' voice sounded, making everyone fall into silence for a moment. The bald 5 elders frowned, his face pondering. He then nodded slowly. I will order the dismissal of Sengoku and the selection of a new Marine. And I think, Marine, needs a big shake-up. Chapter 175. The words of the bald 5 elders caused the expressions of the rest of the people to change slightly. Mustache 5 elders was the first to nod. He and the bald 5 elders, a Jupiter and a Mars, are almost the most iron-blooded among the 5 elders. There are a few left. Goatee and Beard 5 elders is the most gentle, codenamed Mercury, is a historian. Blonde 5 elders Venus, and Shaggy 5 elders Saturn are more moderate. The character in 5 elders is a balance. This was done deliberately by IM, so that the 5 of them could give the calmest judgment at any time. Instead of being angry like Mars and Jupiter, when you slap your head on the table. At this time, Blonde 5 elders, Shaggy Beard 5 elders and Goatee 5 elders exchanged glances. All 3 had doubts in their eyes. Marine Marshal Sengoku dismissed, this matter was settled before them. Marine already needed a new marshal, and Sengoku, the old marshal, had to be pulled out to appease the anger of all parties. But the matter of overhauling Marine. The 3 of them had some doubts. The battle for the top station was defeated, and the world government also launched Uranus, destroying the entire marine fort. At this time, Marine was panicked. How many voices of dissatisfaction will there be in Marine if there is a big change at this juncture? Several people feel that this matter is still open to debate. Mustache 5 elders and bald 5 elders didn't say much. In turn, Fluffy Who 5 elders thought of another thing. He spoke slowly, with a serious tone. Everyone, compared to Marine, I think what we should pay most attention to now is the Porgas family. His words instantly drew the attention of the remaining 4-5 elders. The faces of the four sank together. The first to discuss marine matters is because they subconsciously believe that marine matters are easier to resolve. As for the Porgas family, it's not that 5 elders doesn't want to solve it, but they are a little powerless to solve it. On top of the battlefield, the Porgas family has fully appeared, with the eldest daughter Natalia and the second daughter Giseline appearing. A god of heat, a first-generation Kenpeka completely tipped the top battlefield of this balanced situation. Tian Shui, who was fighting for victory, turned to the side of the pirates. Natalia even beheaded 2 top sea powerhouses on the spot, and her lifespan was enormous. From now on, she will almost replace Whitebeard's position and become the first person on the bright side of the sea in the future. Don't doubt it. Because Natalia just isn't a man. If she were a man, then Whitebeard's name would be taken away by her directly. So many years. There are many disputes on the sea station, how many top powerhouses really died on the battlefield. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Sea Overlord Rocks counts as one. After that, basically nothing. This proves how difficult it is to kill the top powerhouse in the sea. Especially beheaded on the spot. It is easy to injure heavily, but extremely difficult to kill. This is the difficulty of the top powerhouse in the sea. But Natalia killed both of them in one fell swoop. This caused her reputation to rise to an unimaginable height among the pirates. In addition, Senju, Shura, and that spring water that have recently been officially announced to join the Gaiming army and form 3 admirals. 5 elders' head hurts just thinking about it. Not to mention the mysterious patriarch of the Portgas family, the older brother of Ace. The 5 were silent for a while. Goatee 5 elders suggested. I'll wait, let's pay a visit to Lord Im. Indecision, Im. This is the consensus of the 5 people over the years. The other 4 nodded slightly, agreeing to the matter. Several people got up from the sofa, and the blonde 5 elders looked at Belle with appreciation. Asking for flowers. Belle, you wait with me, and go to meet Lord Im. Belle bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Venus. The other 4-5 elders raised their eyebrows slightly. They quickly figured out what the blonde 5 elders was up to. Belle was originally a person valued by the blonde 5 elders, and was even trained as a future successor. After the Edward C. incident, Belle also thoroughly proved his innocence, proving that he has nothing to do with the Portgas family. So, right now, the CP has a chief and a deputy chief vacant. 0. Belle is now just an ordinary member again. This is a great opportunity to promote Belle. Let him go and meet Im together. It can not only let Lord Im know the real and detailed process of this battle. It will also allow Bello to show his face in front of Im, which will help him take over his position in the future. The remaining 4-5 elders had no comment. 6 people walked out of the 10 roads between the right and headed towards the deepest castle of Marie Joyce. On the way, several people encountered the same bear that came back. After the Summit War, the bears left naval headquarters in a hurry and planned to return to Marie Joyce to continue undercover. Watching 5 elders and Belle approaching, Bear bowed deeply. Lord 5 elders. After all, he nodded to Belle again. Although the surface is calm, He Xiong was very afraid of Belle in his heart. Belle's ability is too weird. He is also an undercover agent, and he is very afraid of being caught by the other party. It's just that the bear doesn't know. Although Belle knew his identity, he didn't care about him. I don't even care. Because he is also an undercover agent. In this wave, Belle entered on the 5th floor. Chapter 176. Mustache 5 elders glanced at Xiong and said without emotion. You step back first. Xiang nodded silently, turned and left. The 6 of them walked to the deepest castle and stepped into the flowers. At the end of the long corridor, they saw Mora in a lady's suit. "We ask to see Master Im, please inform me." Mora nodded, and quickly walked into the Hall of Nothingness. Soon, Mora came out again and made a gesture of invitation. "Master 5 Elders, Lord Im invites you to enter." The 5 nodded, and Bell walked in behind them. "Come to the Hall of Nothingness again." The scene here remains unchanged. In front of it is a hall of 597. There are high steps in front of the main hall, and there is no end in sight. On the steps, there are many men in black armor and various weapons. 2 red curtains hung down on both sides. I'm sitting high on the highest void throne, wearing a black robe. People can only see the pair of red eyes clearly. Above the head is a vast and magnificent star map. The 5 elders knelt down on one knee, and Bell followed suit. Of course, this is him in Kyōka Suigetsu. 5 elders, Bell, meet Lord Im. Listen to the greetings of the people. I'm on the throne of the void. Withdrew his eyes looking at the star map, glanced at the few people, and said calmly. "Get up." 5 elders and Bell got up slowly. "What is it?" M's voice sounded emotionless. Mustache 5 elders said in a deep voice. "My lord, the result of the top standing competition has been announced. Marine was defeated, we lost 2 top fighters, naval headquarters was destroyed by Uranus, and failed to keep the pirates in naval headquarters." After 5 elders with the mustache finished speaking, he and several other 5 elders made preparations at the same time. "Prepare yourself for Im's wrath." Only Im didn't get angry, just nodded slightly. His voice without emotion became colder and colder. "No." She acted as if she didn't care about it at all. 5 elders couldn't figure out what Im was thinking for a moment. The blonde 5 elders looked at Bell. Bell understood, and began to report the whole process of standing on the top. M listened silently. What no one noticed was, when he heard about the Porgas family, Im's scarlet eyes turned cold. After listening, Im on the void throne was silent for a long time. The meteorite that fell from the sky in Edward Sea. Although the 3 heavenly dragon guards did not die, they were seriously injured and could not recover for a long time. The secret submarine that belonged to her was also destroyed. And it's not important yet. What impresses most is that a hunt for ants that she arranged personally failed. Losing face in front of anyone is the most unbearable thing for Im. Even if those people were 5 elders, it wouldn't work if they were her dogs. 5 elders saw that Im didn't speak, and the 5 immediately reported their affairs. For example, do a big shake-up on Marine. Another example, the blonde 5 elders wanted to promote Bell. After listening, Im answered quietly. "As for Marine, the 5 of you can do as you please. As for Bell." She pondered and looked at Bell, who was dressed in white. Bell passed her ordeal in her. It's just that with Im's suspicious temperament, he still can't fully trust Bell. After all, the timing of his rise was too coincidental. But Im has lived for so many years and doesn't believe in such things as coincidence. She looked at Bell, with a playful look in her eyes, and said. "Since the position of chief CPO is vacant, let Bell take over." Listen to this. The 5 elders were all taken aback. The blonde 5 elders didn't expect that Im would directly appoint Bell as the head of CP0. In his view, Bell's qualifications are average. Although the position of chief executive is vacant. But he is still promoted to a vice president at present, and it is most beneficial to climb up slowly. This will not only suppress Bell's temperament, but also prevent him from being too arrogant. It can also allow Bell to convince the public within CP0. Otherwise, directly as the chief executive. Although it is 5 elders' order, CP0 will fully obey it, but it is inevitable to complain. But Im actually spoke directly. Let Bell be promoted to the head of CP0. There was a twinkle in the blonde 5 elders' eyes. This is Lord Im admiring Bell. As Bell's bull, he is very happy. There was even a feeling that he had been recognized by Lord Im. Bell bowed deeply, with joy in his eyes. "This is pretend." "Thank you, Lord Im." Im on the throne nodded slightly. Then those scarlet eyes stared at Bell's eyes. Bell's body suddenly froze in place. At this time, he felt the same illusion ability 2.7 as his own being activated. Or a curse, or a certain ability to affect people's minds. Let yourself reverence unconsciously, let yourself agree with I'm unconsciously, and feel that the other party is your own god. Suddenly, Bell didn't dare to launch Kyōka Suigetsu either. Because this is Im's temptation, he doesn't know how he should respond when Im activates this ability. Therefore, Bell first used Kyōka Suigetsu to give himself a hypnosis, so that he could temporarily forget everything about the Porgas family. And modify his cognition into that down-and-out world nobleman. Bell let go of his heart. The next moment, a sense of dizziness came, and he was controlled. Chapter 177. Bell stood there stiffly, eyes glazed over. This is of course the result of him letting go of himself and allowing Im hypnosis to control him. Otherwise, with Bell's achievements in illusion, no one can control him, not even Im. 5 elders watched the scene in silence. They all seemed to think of something. The blonde 5 elders sweated silently in his heart. Immediately after that, Im, who was on the throne, spoke lightly. Bell, are you from the Porgas family? Bell's eyes were numb, without any expression, and he said blankly. I am not from the Porgas family. This word false. The blonde 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. The faces of the other 4-5 elders also looked better. Who are you? Im's voice continued to sound, still with that cold indifference. I'm Bell, I'm. Bell introduced his full life experience. Listen to him finish. Even Im, who was sitting on the throne, showed a trace of satisfaction in his indifferent eyes. Then, she said lightly again. 24 From now on, be loyal to me and do things faithfully for me, you are my slave. Bell bowed silently, his eyes extremely respectful. Yes, Lord Im. Im on the throne looked away and went to the emperor controlled by hypnosis. Bell came back to himself, but he still hadn't realized who he was. But soon, Bell's eyes moved, and he quickly broke free from Zongman's control. And at the same time, it relieved the hypnosis of itself. He remembered who he was. He raised his head and silently watched Im with the 5 elders. Bell's eyes remained unchanged, but his heart was full of deep thoughts. Just now, Im's control, similar to a class of mental hypnosis. Similar to his Kyōka Suigetsu. If it weren't for his mastery of Kyōka Suigetsu, there would be no way to make illusions. The rest, even if Natalia came. It will take some time to break free from Im's mind control. At this time, 5 elders spoke and asked what to do with the Porgas family. The scene on the throne fell silent. She silently raised her head and looked at the star map above her head. The star map is vast, and next to the huge sun, a magnificent map of galaxies is vast and magnificent. But out of season. Next to the sun, there is a deep black hole. It has swelled to a mind-boggling size. It's heart-pounding. Tuck tuck tuck. Tuck tuck tuck. Im's fingers curled up on the armrest silently. None of the 5 elders spoke, silently waiting for Im's order. Im thought for a long time, and finally said. Stand on the top, and after the marine side wins, a banquet will be held on the Fishmen Island. Speaking of which, Im chuckled lightly. Although this group of pirates is a rabble in her eyes. But it's not a group of completely brainless people. At least know how to hide in the Fishmen Island, so that Uranus, who is the ruler of the world, can't use it. Otherwise, if they choose to hold the banquet in other places, Uranus will definitely take it all at once. That's all. Natalia and Giseline who are with the pirates are not in the mood to care about them now. As soon as the topic changed, I'm asked with downcast eyes. According to your report, Momuzagi is also the concubine of the head of the Porgas family? Her son, Yin, is also the heir of that patriarch. 5 elders nodded. Based on existing intelligence analysis. They're almost certain of it. I'm nodded and issued the order directly. Catch both Momuzagi and Yin, and leave this matter to the 5 of you. The 5 elders looked at each other. Lord Im, this is what I want. Threatening the head of the Porgas family with Momuzagi and silver? The 5 of them nodded slowly and obeyed the order. So far, they have finished reporting on their coming here. Lord Im didn't say anything else about the deployment of the Porgas family. Either she doesn't want to deal with the Porgas family right now, or it's Im's plan and doesn't want to tell them. The five tactfully did not ask any further questions, and quickly left the Hall of Nothingness. Bell followed the five people out of the long corridor among the flowers. In his eyes, there was a touch of playfulness and color. I'm going to do something to Momuzagi and Silver. This touched Bell's reverse scale. It's just that he doesn't need to influence this matter. Momuzagi and Yin knew that their identities had been exposed, so naturally they would not stay in Marine any longer. They're not that kind of fools. Bell to do. That is, 490 is in charge of CP. Take charge of this big killer and make it your own power. Finally, at the most critical moment, it broke out in one fell swoop, giving Im a big surprise. 5 elders back between the rights. I'm going to integrate his own CP0. When Lucci and the other 5 saw Bell, they quickly bowed and saluted. Bell waved his hand and cast an illusion enchantment beside him. Subsequently, he said that he has become the head of CP0. Lucci, Khalifa, Bluno, Jabra, and Keku stared wide-eyed. They were all shocked by the news. Bell was just a normal CP0 before, although valued by the 5 elders. But he actually became the head of CPO directly. Is this a bit exaggerated? Subsequently, the first thing Bell took office as CP0 chief. It is to let the 5 people under his command officially become CP0. And Bell intends to let Lucci take the vacant position of vice president. As for the voice of opposition in CP0? He. Chapter 178. Sabayati Archipelago. A group of marine executives are crowded in the branch here. The original base chief of the branch wasn't even qualified to squeeze into this office. Sengoku sits behind his desk, temporarily dealing with marine affairs. 3 admirals, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, Kong, Momuzagi, T. Dolphin, and a group of vice admirals from the headquarters are all there. Putting down the document in his hand, Sengoku pinched the space between his eyebrows. Just came back with information that the pirates are holding a celebration banquet on the Fishmen Island. Hearing this information, Akina frowned, his face extremely gloomy. These evil pirates. He is very angry. Even if the crimes on the entire Sabayati archipelago have been wiped out. But it can't reverse the fact that Marine's top stand was defeated. Aokiji sighed deeply. Before the top stand, Sengoku's eyes are burning, ready to show his ambition, bury the Whitebeard pirates in naval headquarters, and execute Ace the Fire Fist. But the idea is good. Who knows? On the battlefield, will the 4 emperors arrive together, and will the 2 heaven-defying forces of the Porgas family appear? The marine executives looked more and more depressed one by one. Sengoku glanced around and took a deep breath. What I want to say is not this matter. Hearing this, the marine executives raised their heads and their expressions changed slightly. Akina raised his head and looked at Sengoku with slightly bright eyes. Marshal Sengoku, did the world government launch Uranus again to destroy the Fishmen Island? Listen to his wishful thinking and unrealistic fantasies. Sengoku grumbled. I'm going to say, it's not good news. Hearing this, Akina shrank immediately, and knew that his thoughts were too taken for granted. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk, lost a move in the battle with Giseline. The #1 swordsman in the world has changed hands. When Sengoku said this, he didn't know whether he should sigh or sigh. His voice fell. There was a sudden silence in the whole office. Everyone looked at each other, shocked by the news. Kizuru raised his eyes full of surprise under the sunglasses. But for this, although unexpected, it is reasonable. Everyone was not too surprised. What's more, it is the worry about the world's #1 swordsman changing hands and the future situation of the sea. At this time, the phone bug on Sengoku's desk suddenly rang. Porp porp porp. Porp porp porp. Sengoku looked down and saw that it was the exclusive telephone bug queen of 5 elders. His face darkened. Asterisk. With a sigh in his heart, Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Everyone in the entire office also looked over. They knew it was from the 5 elders. The top station battle marine was defeated. At this time 5 elders called the phone bug. There is no doubt that this comes from accountability. Sengoku took a deep breath and answered the phone bug that kept ringing. As soon as he picked it up, the cold voice of the bald 5 elders came from the other end. Now, convey the order of the world government to Marine. Sengoku stood up silently. Everyone present also slowly got up and listened carefully. Fighting for the top, Marine lost a lot, Naval Headquarters Marineford was destroyed. Now, order the senior management of Marine to determine the location of the new Naval Headquarters as soon as possible and rebuild Marineford. The first order is issued. The senior management of Marine was slightly relieved. At least, this first order is not so stressful. But then, the bald-headed 5 elders continued to speak, which made the faces of the senior executives change drastically. Marshal Sengoku has an inescapable responsibility for the failure of the top stand. Now, Marshal Sengoku is ordered to resign as Marshal of Naval Headquarters and retire to the second line. The Commander-in-Chief of the whole army, Kong, among the Marines, presides over the selection of new marshals. Listen to this second command. The faces of the 3 admirals, Garp, Sora, and the vice-admirals present all changed. Sengoku would have resigned as marshal after the summit war. Can now. The 5 elders speak up themselves and let Sengoku resign. This is no longer Sengoku's voluntary abdication. This is dismissal. Everyone silently raised their heads and looked at Sengoku. I see. Sengoku behind the desk lowered his head silently, with unconcealable fatigue in his eyes. He silently took off the marshal's cloak he was wearing, and took off the hat on his head. Sengoku looks like an old man dying. The jet black hair was also showing a tendency to turn grey. Just at that moment, losing the position of Marine Marshal, Sengoku seems to have aged 10 years. Momuzagi couldn't help feeling distressed. As a rising general in the Sengoku era, she has witnessed the many changes Sengoku has brought to Marine. The most intuitive and obvious point is, One Piece Roger was arrested, and before he died, he started the era of Wang Hao, thieves. Before that, the marine element item is empty. And after the Great Pirate era started, the marshal became Sengoku. For 20 years, Sengoku has worked hard for Marine. Under his leadership, Marine continued into the sea peacefully. Although it is still impossible to let the light of justice shine on all sea areas. But the era of great pirates started by Roger did not present a blowout riot. This is incredible. It means that Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, has done well enough. But in the end, exchanged. Just a light dismissal from 5 elders. That pretty much negates what Sengoku has been doing for so many years. Sengoku lowered his head slightly, tears streaming from his eyes. Chapter 179. Garp silently came to Sengoku's side, raised his hand, and wanted to pat Sengoku on the shoulder. But Garp hesitated again. Looking at Sengoku with tears in his eyes, looking at his old buddy. He fell silent. At the same time, he felt the deep indifference of the 5 elders. Those 5 old fellows didn't care what the Marine executives thought of them at all. They, the Marine executives, are in the eyes of those 5 old guys just a bunch of useful tools. After the era of great pirates began, Sengoku has worked well for 2 decades. Dedicated to Marine for 20 years. As of today, he is useless. So he was abandoned by the 5 elders, mercilessly abandoned. Not even waiting for Sengoku to resign voluntarily. Instead, he was dismissed directly in front of so many people. Garp clenched his fists, then slowly loosened them, but clenched them again, and so on. Sengoku leaned on the desk, silently watching the phone bug. The bald 5 elders on the phone bug didn't hesitate. Doesn't care what Sengoku thinks at all. He continued to speak, said. Because of Marine 000's defeat in the Summit War, the world government will hold a worldwide conscription in the entire ocean. Listen to the bald 5 elders. Everyone's face changed slightly. World conscript? Before they had any thoughts, the bald 5 elders continued. This time the world's big conscription will recruit 2 headquarters admirals, 6 headquarters vice admirals, rear admirals. What? Listening to 5 elders' words, everyone present was dumbfounded. What did they hear? The world government want to directly recruit admiral? Immediately break the rules and promote admiral? God! What shocking news is this? What is the government of the world going to do? Everyone's brains were stunned, and they couldn't react. After the Marine Marshal was selected from the current 3 admirals, Admiral's candidate for the Tealfish was exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral, and the 2 recruited admirals formed the Naval Headquarters 5 Admiral lineup to deter pirates and maintain order in the sea. The phone bug hangs up. No one present could react. 5 elders' words echoed in everyone's ears for a long time. Marine, 5 days waste? God! The world government, this is going to be serious. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. In the eyes of the 2 of them, they didn't know whether they should be lonely or happy. Once upon a time, the world government has always controlled the strength of Marine. 3 Admiral, this is a red thread, as is 16 Vice Admiral. The world government does not allow Marine to have too much high-level combat power. But this time, it seems that the defeat of the top stand, the pressure of the Porgas family made the world government feel the danger. Then, while dismissing Sengoku, 2 admirals, 6 vice admirals, generals, and commodores were recruited. This may be an unprecedented improvement in marine combat power. But, recruit admiral from the entire sea, or 2 at a time. Can this really be done? Sengoku and Garp meet eye to eye. They were skeptical about it. The other side. Within rights. Hang up the bug, and a person walked into the right room. The man was wearing a simple black robe and was tall. Ermu, through this world conscription, you can join the Marine as the headquarters admiral. On the entire sea, although there are many hidden strong people. But there are not many real top players. Among them, those who are willing to join the Marine and serve the world government are even fewer. Almost none. So, Shkai, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and the like in the headquarters may be recruited at sea. But the strength of the Admiral level of the headquarters. That's impossible. Even if drafted, the 5 elders are reluctant to use it. Because of disobedience. Therefore, Huang Mu is a person transferred from the CPD by Shen Gren. He is also a vice president, and now he joins Marine. It is more than sufficient to be admiral of the headquarters. Next, it is possible to tentatively recruit an admiral from the headquarters. If they can't be recruited, they will mobilize another one from the internal combat power of the world government. In this way, their control over Marine will rise to another level. As for the position of Marshal, 5 elders also had an idea. Although Akainu is extreme, he is very obedient. Kizaru, though loyal to them, is no match for Marine Admiral. The last Aokiji, Garp is his master and he is also the successor recommended by Sengoku. Is this still worth considering? So, there is Akainu, the Marshal, plus Kizaru, Aramaki, and the 3 admirals. 5 elders will be able to firmly control the entire Marine. Never let Marine out of control again. This is probably the only benefit of standing on the top. The bald 5 elders looked at Aramu. You will be codenamed Green Bull from now on, and report to Naval Headquarters as soon as the conscription is over. Remember that in the future, the Naval Headquarters matter must be reported to us in detail. Aramaki nodded. The blonde 5 elders said again. I'll give you a mission, go secretly to Marine, and bring Yin back. Yes, Lord 5 elders. The 5 elders just gave orders here. Sabayati Archipelago sighed. There was an unusual silence in the office. Some are excited, some are complicated, some are lonely. At this moment, Sengoku walked out of the office silently, the wind was blowing, and his body was covered with dust. Garp, Crane, and Vice Admiral followed beside him. Seeing this, Momuzagi and Yin followed the footsteps of the 3 of them silently. But before leaving, Silver turned his head and glanced at Akainu and Aokiji. 2 masters, my mother and I are about to leave the world government. I hope to meet again in the future, we will not be enemies. Hearing this, Akainu and Aokiji looked at Yin together. The two did not speak, and both had complicated expressions. Silver finally smiled. Two masters, no matter how much you compete for the position of marshal, don't hurt the harmony between you. After all, no matter when, the peace on the sea still needs you to maintain it. Silver, this last word. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. I don't know what the illusion is. After finishing speaking, he took off the cloak of justice behind his back, turned and left. Chapter 180. 3 days passed quickly. The news of Marine's defeat quickly spread across the sea. As for the fact that Marineford was destroyed by the power of Uranus, the world government of the world deliberately concealed it. After all, if this matter is announced, the whole sea will be filled with fear. Those countries that joined the world's official government had to be in a state of fear all day long. But there were too many people at naval headquarters at the time. Too many people have witnessed the destruction of Marineford to hide it. Pirates will not let go of this opportunity to crazily discredit the world government and attack the prestige of the world government. Therefore, the news that the world government used mysterious power to destroy the entire naval headquarters in one blow spread across the sea. For a moment, the entire sea panicked. All the countries that joined the world government were afraid. They didn't even know, couldn't be sure. When will the world government give them the terrifying power of Uranus? After all, it is a terrifying power that can completely destroy Marineford and that large naval headquarters in one blow. If this is for them. If any member country is hit, it will be a death. What's more terrible? These franchise countries are still islands. If you want to run away, you can only give up the inheritance passed down from generation to generation by your ancestors. If you are not willing to stay, you will die. The ancient weapon Uranus became the sword of Damocles on the heads of all the alliance countries for a while. All the member countries were panicked and launched a strong protest against the world. And within 3 days, Marine Admiral Sengoku abdicates, the world government conducts world conscription, and the news of the recruitment of Marine Admiral is also spread throughout the sea. Many people in the sea were excited and shocked. Even if Marine loses the top spot. But in the eyes of common people, the government of the world and Marine are still synonymous with justice, among which Marine is the most. They launched Uranus this time, also to destroy the evil 4 emperors. Although it failed, Marine's identity in the eyes of the common people has not changed. Especially this time, the world government is still carrying out the world's big conscription in the name of Marine. All of a sudden, the sea was full of excitement, and many people were eager to try, repeatedly trying to see if they could become that Marine Admiral. Unfortunately, those who are eager to try and are interested in Admiral's position, either they are overwhelmed, or they don't even have the Vice Admiral experience at all. Those who are powerful and capable will never accept the signs of the world's government at this time. Standing on the top, let them see too much. Even with a smile in the original book, he gave up his wish to join Marine. While it's tempting to be a Marine Admiral straight away, it's tempting to sit in that position where he can stretch his ambitions as much as possible. But Chu Xiao's mind is clear. The Marine Admiral location is good, but there are just as many restrictions. If he succeeds, he will inevitably become a knife of the world's government. Once disobedient, or against the will of the world government, what awaits him is the same ending as Sengoku. So Chu Xiao didn't mean to join Marine at all, but was very interested in Ge Mingjun instead. The old order has rotted to this point. The government of the world has existed for 800 years, and the darkness has penetrated into the bone marrow. It is necessary to change the dynasty. And because there is no smile to join, the world government never recruited Marine Admiral. The headquarters is full of officers at the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and other levels. But the Marine Admiral position, except for the Green Bull, could not be recruited at all. In the end, in desperation, 5 elders had to draw another vice president from CP0. The blonde 5 elders comforted Bell for this. Although he usually has no feelings. But for this successor that he valued, the blonde 5 elders did his best to cultivate. The original CP0 had 3 vice presidents: King Kong, Huang Mu, and a buffalo. Araki was transferred by 5 elders 3 days ago and became Marine Admiral. The Vice President is the last one left. Now that he is going to be transferred again, Bell should be very reluctant. After all, this almost made him a polished commander. But what the blonde 5 elders didn't know was, this move just hit Bell's arms. Ask for her flowers. 0. Although Kyōka Suigetsu, a figure at the vice president level, can influence. But if you want to control and make the other party completely loyal to you, the difficulty is a bit too high, and it will take a long time. So Bell can't wait for the 5 elders to transfer everyone who is an eyesore. In this way, he can support his team and create a CP0 who is loyal to the government of the world in the open, but loyal to him secretly. The blonde 5 elders was very satisfied when they saw that Bell was not unhappy, and even praised Bell. Then, on this paper, Marine's 5th and 6th Admiral were born at the same time. In addition to the T-Dolphins, Marine has 6 admirals at the same time, which can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Next, when the position of Marshal is contested between Akainu and Aokiji, the world government can announce it to the world. 0. Let the people on the sea be amazed. After a battle for the top stand, instead of shrinking, Marine's power has grown stronger. Only one naval headquarters was destroyed, the others have not changed in any way. The Fishmen Island. The collective banquet of the 4 emperors lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, many pirates who were too strong to drink had already drunk. Some have even been poured 2 or 3 times, and it is time to drink again. But on the whole, the banquet has basically come to an end. After all, people can't go on high all the time, and they need to rest. But it's the end of the party. Natalia's eyes were a little drunk, but she looked at the Straw Hat pirates at the side. The 4 Emperors pirate group has been basically ransacked by them. Among them are the Beasts pirates, and the Big Me Bite pirate group has several beautiful women. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates, the Red Hair pirates, are almost a gang of men. So Natalia naturally turned her attention to the Straw Hat pirates. There are 2 beauties in the Straw Hat pirates. One Nami, one Robin. All are rare beauties. Sensing that Natalia's gaze was wrong, Giseline quickly realized and looked at his eldest sister. Giseline said in surprise, "Sister, have you committed this old problem again?" Chapter 181. Giseline has long hair draped behind her head, with a gentle face. She looked at Natalia, her heart was full of surprise and dullness. She felt that her eldest sister was the real deal. Didn't you lose face enough when you were hung upside down last time? Even now that she has become the captain of the Gaudii 13th Division, how dare she commit such a thing? Giseline really gave Natalia a thumbs up in her heart. And felt Natalia's eyes. Everyone present also looked over. This banquet. Natalia is the absolute protagonist. Without her, this top battle would not have been so easy. Without her single-handedly piercing through Marine's defenses, everyone standing on the top would be in danger of 7-10. So everyone has been paying attention to Natalia. She looked at the 2 women of the Straw Hat pirates with great interest in her eyes. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin took the lead in looking at each other. Whitebeard and the Redhead are also thoughtful. Natalia, is it? Sure enough, just when everyone had a bad feeling, Natalia looked at Nami and Robin and smiled. Nami, Robin, do you want to come with me? Hear the sound. Nami and Robin looked over. After a few days of getting along, they all had a good relationship with Natalia. At the same time, he was also in awe of the opponent's powerful strength. Nami spoke cautiously and smiled. Natalia, where do you want to take us? Robin also looked at Natalia with a smile, waiting for an answer. A smile spread across Natalia's face. I want to bring you back to the Porgas family and make you concubines of your father. The voice fell. Natalia saw that the faces of Nami and Robin were a little stiff. Luffy, who was gnawing on the chicken leg with his head down, also raised his head. Sanji looked over with surprise and pain on his face. Miss Natalia, Robin-san, and Nami-san cannot be taken away by you. Before Sanji finished speaking, with a light push from Natalia, the real Ryūjin turned into a palm and pushed Sanji out. Luffy looked over and was about to shake his head resolutely. Natalia still couldn't explain it, and pushed it out. After finishing all this, Natalia still looked at Nami and Robin with a smile. You may not know how I took Momozagi away. Natalia slowly told how she went to the Beast's pirates to take people away, how she took Yamato and Momozagi away forcefully. Wait for her to finish. Nami and Robin's faces became more and more rigid. The second daughter felt both innocent and desperate. How did they meet Natalia? Even if you encounter this kind of fight, you can't beat it, and I won't tell you the reason. The question is, if you want to come with me, that's fine. If you don't want to go with me, I will take you away by force. The second daughter was helplessly stunned on the spot. Luffy rushed back roaring, yelling, Nami and Robin can't be taken by you. Just when the situation is extremely tense, a figure suddenly came from a distance. It was a boy in a long white coat with a long knife across his waist. As the boy approached, the farmer could see his face clearly. He has short black hair, long horns on his head, and green eyes, full of nothingness. With a long knife across his waist, the young man silently glanced at everyone present. The emptiness eyes rested on Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin in turn. The faces of the four changed slightly. Because they all felt the indifference from the young man. Even if the person in front of him is not an enemy, he definitely has no good intentions. The four Whitebeards silently prepared for the battle, their eyes showing a little dignified. But the boy just glanced at them, then turned his attention to Natalia and Giseline. The young man nodded slightly to the two girls, and his voice sounded without emotion. Eldest sister, third sister. Go ahead, he looked at Zaraki again and nodded. It seems that only brothers and sisters are drunk to let him say hello. Listening to the boys calling Natalia and Giseline, Whitebeard and the others looked relieved. It turned out to be a member of the Porgas family. Listen to what he calls Natalia and Giseline. This should be the younger brother of the second daughter. Also the nephew of Ace. Ace raised his head slightly and looked at his nephew, whom he had never met. He couldn't help feeling in his heart. How many nephews and nieces did my elder brother have? Why are there so many? Ace couldn't help being a little surprised. Natalia looked back at Nami and Robin. She turned her head to look at the boy, raising her eyebrows slightly. Xiao Wu, why are you here? Giseline was also a little surprised. Xiao Wu's character is very strange. At best, they have some affection for their brothers and sisters. But in terms of closeness, there is absolutely nothing. Xiao Wu is special only when he treats Chu Xia. Therefore, he has served as Chu Xia's bodyguard 4.1 for so many years, and has always been inseparable from Chu Xia. This time away from the island of the gods, what did you do when you came to the Fishmen Island? Both women were a little curious. All the four emperors present were even more confused. Hawkeye looked at Giseline, his eyes full of questions. Giseline explained Xiao's identity to everyone. Hearing that he was actually Chu Xia's bodyguard. Instantly, Whitebeard and the others changed their expressions, and they all looked at Xiao in surprise. Is he the personal bodyguard? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that bodyguard, how strong is Xiao Wu? It's amazing, what is he doing on the Fishmen Island? Chapter 182. Xiao Wu ignored the whispers of the people around him. Instead, he looked at Natalia and nodded slightly. Eldest sister, my lord father ordered me to come and invite the four emperors on the sea and all the great powers to go to the island of the gods. Xiao Wu's words caused violent waves in the audience. Natalia was taken aback when she heard the words, and exchanged a glance with Giseline. The second daughter quickly thought of something, and a touch of excitement flashed in her eyes. Chu Xia invited the four emperors, as well as many great forces on the sea, to the island of the gods. What is this going to do? The answer is self-evident. And Xiao Wu's words fell into the ears of other people present, and they were also somewhat inexplicably shocked. Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other. The battle for the top station has just ended, and Marine lost miserably. In a fit of rage, the world government uses the power of Uranus to destroy Marineford. And during the battle for the top, That Senjo Xia was 28 years old, and he also made a major event in New World, which can be said to stomp the face of the world's government on the ground. Now, the patriarch of the Porgas family not only did not show any restraint. Instead, they are going to directly invite them to the island of the gods? Isn't he afraid that after he waits for others to go to the island of gods, he will be targeted by the government of the world, and then be taken over by the power of Uranus? And the name of this island, isn't it too crazy? The four emperors didn't speak for a while, they all looked at each other. All four of them had intense solemnity in their eyes. Xiao Wu seemed to understand their concerns. But he has no expression, just looks at the four of them lightly, his eyes are empty and pure. Everyone, my lord father invited you all to go to the island of the gods for a talk, it is sincere. If everyone dares to go, then once it happens, the situation in this sea will completely change. You will also become heroes and be remembered in history. Xiao Wu's words were true, but he was a little rude. Whitebeard and the others were almost completely ignored. Coupled with his blunt tone and character, this made several four emperors a little unhappy. Which one of you was not the overlord of the sea? Are the four emperors of the New World? Who spoke to them like this? Charlotte Linlin immediately stood up and laughed loudly. Well. She grinned wide and looked at Xiao Wu, who was dressed in white and had his hands in his pockets, with disdain on his face. Since the patriarch of the Porgas family wanted to invite us, why did he send you a brat like you? Don't you know that your personality will make us very unhappy? My old lady will teach you a lesson today. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin summoned 2 balls of glutinous rice. 1 fire and 1 thunder, while taking off the captain's cap. Napoleon. Flames and thunder covered it, bursting out with extremely strong power. Everyone around was a little surprised when they saw this scene. I didn't expect Charlotte Linlin to strike at the slightest disagreement. However, Kaido and Whitebeard are not surprised. What is a pirate? Pirates are synonymous with fanaticism and fighting at every turn. In the world of pirates, force is the most important thing. Although this little Wu is the personal guard of the patriarch of the Porgas family. But he didn't show his own strength, so he came up and put on a cold attitude. Anyone who sees this will be upset. Not to mention their group of 4 emperors. Under the attention of everyone present, Charlotte Linlin swung out Napoleon and yelled at the same time. The spear of Elbaf, Vigo. The terrifying power was unleashed by it, sweeping towards Xiao crazily. Everyone watched this scene closely, not knowing how Xiao Wu would respond. Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors, hit with almost full force. Even if this little Wu can catch it, it won't be easy, right? Look, this is the price of arrogance. Among all the people present, only the 2 daughters, Natalia and Giseline, were not worried at all watching this scene. On the contrary, I have some expectations. Xiao Wu has always been taciturn in the Portgas family. He only followed Chu Xia. Likewise, only Chu Xia knew Xiao Wu's strength. He basically never fought anyone else. So Natalia and others have always been curious about Xiao's strength. The little black ball Zaraki was also very excited. He didn't know how strong this brother was. But thinking about it, 910 is not as good as the first echelon of Natalia and Belle. But it won't lose to the second echelon like Giseline, Hashirama and Madara, right? At this time, under the spotlight, facing Charlotte Linlin's berserk blow, Xiao Wu just turned his head silently. Those empty green pupils looked at the blow. Slowly raise your palm. He didn't draw the knife, but only held it with 5 fingers. Next moment, the violent power rushed into his palm, but it couldn't turn any waves. Soon, Charlotte Linlin's berserk blow was crushed by Xiao and completely annihilated. Watching this scene, Charlotte Linlin herself was stunned. Even if her blow just now was not full strength, it was almost 90%. A blow with 90% strength was directly crushed by this little Wu with his bare hands. What are you kidding? What about bullshit? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but doubt herself a little. She wondered if her strength had weakened. Or is Xiao Wu too strong? Chapter 183. watching the picture of Xiao taking Charlotte Linlin's blow lightly. Many people present swallowed deeply. Who is Charlotte Linlin? That is the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, the head of the Charlotte family, and one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Her strength has always been recognized by the entire sea. Maybe not as good as Whitebeard and Redhead in terms of attack power. But in terms of defense, Charlotte Linlin is unbeatable among the 4 emperors. The name of the steel balloon is extremely exaggerated. And while Charlotte Linlin is known for her exaggerated defense, but that doesn't mean her attack power is weak. Not as good as Whitebeard and Redhead, but that's at the 4 emperors level. If Charlotte Linlin goes to hit Admiral, the opponent will definitely be crushed in all directions and will undoubtedly die. But Charlotte Linlin's blow just now was taken lightly by the little black. What does that mean? This little Wu is also a top powerhouse in the sea. Whitebeard, Redhead, and Kaido were surprised. If you don't think, you don't know. But take a look at the strength of the Portkas family. The eldest daughter of the hot god Natalia. The second daughter, first generation Kenpeki, is currently the world's #1 swordsman, Giseline. Plus Hashirama, the god of Senju, and Madara, the cold-faced Shura. There is also Jingle who joined the cabinet and became admiral, but has not yet made a move. These are already the 5 top combat powers in the sea. And that's not counting the younger generations of the Porgas family. But now, there is one more. Name, Ulquiera. How many monsters does this Porgas family have? With the strength shown now, I can already wrestle with Marine. What is hidden? What about the head of the Porgas family? I'm a little scared. Everyone present was stunned on the spot. After Xiao received Charlotte Linlin's blow, he was not ready to continue. Except being around Chu Xia, he felt that everything was nothingness. He came here only to fulfill the orders of his father, and he will not make extra troubles. He doesn't care about the provocations of others. Looking around, the bird continued. My lord father's invitation, I brought it. Next, whether you dare to come to God's Island after 7 days depends on your courage. Xiao Wu finished speaking, turned around, and left through the void without looking back. Watching him leave, many people gasped again. The audience was silent. Natalia glanced at the 4 emperors. Eyes on the faces of Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Skip. Needless to say, the relationship between Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and the Porgas family. Whitebeard and Redhead also have a lot of ties to the Porgas family. Natalia can understand father's heart for inviting them to participate in the grand ceremony. She smiled, and her strong voice sounded again. In 7 days, you all go back to your own territory first, and go to stabilize it. If you are willing to come to my Island of Gods after 7 days, then follow the family members who will return to the Island of Gods together at that time, and come together. Natalia said this to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. After that, she looked at Giseline again. Giseline, the Redheads have a better relationship with you, so you can go with them. Me and the Straw Hats will take Uncle Ace and go with Whitebeard. Giseline didn't argue with Natalia in front of such a big deal, and nodded silently. Subsequently, people from all directions parted from the Fishmen Island, each yearning for their own waters in the New World. The Straw Hats with the Whitebeard Pirates. Hawkeye and Giseline are with the Red Hair Pirates. And within these 7 days, Marine has also undergone considerable changes. One of the biggest things is, Marine competed for the new Marine Marshal. Akainu and Aokiji are candidates for the Marshal, and the two started a battle through agreement to compete for the position of Marine Marshal. Of course, this battle was due to the influence of Silver. Akainu and Aokiji are not fighting to the death. In the end, Akainu succeeded in winning the position of Marshal of Naval Headquarters by virtue of his strength. The location of the new naval headquarters has also been finalized. Since Marineford was destroyed, Akainu intends to locate the new naval headquarters in Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago is the most important point of any route on the Grand Line. It is the only way for all the pirates in the first half to go to New World. So by setting naval headquarters here, Marine can prevent the blood of the new generation from entering the New World. And once the pirates do not enter the New World, they will never be able to truly grow. After all, you don't even know Haki, so how strong do you want to be? It's just that Akainu's proposal was rejected by all Marines. The 5 elders, who have always supported him, also refuted Akainu's proposal. Setting naval headquarters in the Sabayati archipelago is a proposal that only a big brain can come up with. Because the world government and marine are very strong. But it is simply wishful thinking to completely stop the pirates from venturing to the new world. It's like lifting a rock and shooting yourself in the foot. If naval headquarters is really set in Sabayati, Nords, land islands, it doesn't matter whether marine can stop the pirates going to new world. The whole sea will be in chaos. 5 elders naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. Then, the new naval headquarters was finally settled amid controversy. In the location of the G1 branch where New World was destroyed, rebuild a marine fort. The G1 branch was destroyed by Madara and Hashirama though. But the large islands are still there, and the foundation is still there. The original G1 branch was swapped with Sabayati archipelago. Akainu, the Marine Marshal, is obvious to all that he is dedicated to suppressing pirates. But at this time, in the Marshal's office, new naval headquarters Marine Fort, New World. Due to the arrival of the new Admiral, the Green Bull and the Buffalo duo. But it made the atmosphere less pleasant. Chapter 184. New Marine Fort, inside the Marshal's office. Marines unprecedented 5 admirals gathered here. Kizaru, Aokiji, T-Dolphin, Green Cow and Buffalo are sitting on the sofa respectively. The person behind the Marshal's desk was changed from Sengoku to Akainu. There were only these 6 people in the entire Marshal's office at this time. As for the former Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp, and the great staff officer Tsuru Vice Admiral. Since Sengoku takes a back seat, both Garp and he were a little disheartened. So although they still have positions, they are actually already in the second line and don't take much part in marine affairs. So at this time, the faction at the top of marine is almost divided into 2 factions. One faction is the original marine faction headed by Akainu, the new marine marshal, and supplemented by Aokiji. The other faction is the Genfo faction headed by the Green Bull and the Buffalo, Admiral, 2 of the world's leading soldiers. Among them, Kizaru and T-Dolphin are 2. Their position is a bit awkward. Not only the original marine, but also loyal to the world government to a certain extent. Therefore, the 2 can be regarded as neutral factions. And from time to time, they tend to the Genfo faction of Green Cows and Buffaloes. The current division of forces among the top Marine 123 can be said to be very interesting. Akainu and Aokiji are rivals. But because of Yin, because of the attitude of the 2 admirals sent by the government of the world to promote the T-Pig, they had to come together to stabilize themselves together. For example, at this time, wearing a justice cloak, wearing a dark green suit, a green cow with messy hair is sitting on the sofa. He looked at Marshal Akainu behind the desk without any awe. Marshal Akainu, because you let Momuzagi and Yin go privately, the 5 elders have given me a definite answer, that is to hold you accountable. The Green Bull looked at Akainu with dark eyes. The buffalo on the side has a strong body and a pair of horns on its head. He sat on the sofa without saying a word, but his attitude was very clear. It is clearly standing firmly with the Green Bull. Listen to the words of accountability from Green Bull. Akainu behind the desk frowned, and looked at Aokiji silently. The 2 looked at each other, for a moment, and they almost understood the meaning of their old opponent. Aokiji coughed twice, and said in a calm tone. "Allah! Let go of Momuzagi and Silver?" Green Bull, what do you mean by that? Momuzagi and Yin voluntarily resigned from the position of Marine and left Marine. What qualifications do we have to stop each other? Akainu took up the conversation with a cigar in his mouth. Yet, before the 2 of them left, we didn't receive instructions from the 5 elders to keep them under control. Now you want to hold us accountable, ridiculous. Akainu didn't give Green Bull any face. Joke. He was once the fiercest Marine Admiral, exercising absolute justice. When did someone dove out ding on his face? Akainu's toughness made the Green Bull a little angry. The violent buffalo stood up silently, clashing its fists in front of him, making the sound of gold and iron. Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other at the same time. Zoan, an ancient species, a person with buffalo fruit ability, and developed armament haki to the limit, has the same physique and armed color as Garp. Maybe not as good as Garp in health and attack power, but it is definitely not weak in terms of defense and endurance. The green bull pressed his hand and pushed the irritable buffalo back to its original place. They have just arrived. Even with the support of 5 elders, it is still difficult to shake the status of Akainu and Aokiji, the 2 veteran admirals, in a short time. Marines' mid-level officers won't budge. The soldiers at the bottom will not let it go. Although the battle for the top was lost, but the Marines' belief in the admirals remains unchanged. Green Bull frowned for a while, not knowing how to continue to be held accountable. 5 elders didn't give him more chips, and he was a bit overwhelmed with optimism. At this time, Kizaru and the T-Dolphin watched from the sidelines, and stepped forward to smooth things over. Kizaru smiled obscenely. Your Excellency the Green Bull, when Momuzagi and Silver left, we did not receive orders from Lord 5 Elders before. It's a fact, so you can't blame us old Marines for the 2 of you leaving. The T-Dolphin also smiled. Yes, you too, Kizaru Admiral is right. But even though Momuzagi and Yin have left naval headquarters, there may not be any members of the Porgas family in my marine. The T-Dolphin still calls Kizaru, who made him just an admiral raised by the 5 elders. In terms of strength, he was the weakest among the people present. It has the name of admiral, but its strength is much worse. Akainu and Aokiji's expressions changed when they heard the T-Fish's words. The eyes of the Green Bull and the Buffalo were full of interest. What does Admiral the T-Dolphin mean? They didn't know that when Momuzagi and Silver returned, they brought Zeroth with them. The T-Dolphin told the story. I heard that Zeroth is now working as 10 scientists beside Vegapunk. And he is very likely to be the queen of the Porgas family. The Green Bull and Buffalo stood up abruptly. The Green Bull looked at Akainu and smiled. Marshal Akainu, the 2 of us are leaving for a secret mission. Akainu did not respond to this, and watched the 2 turn and leave coldly. After the 2 left, Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other silently. Aokiji understood, left the office silently, and went to inform Silver. Before he left their contact information. In this regard, Yin's answer is yes. Thank you Master Kyūzan, I understand. After saying this, Silver shared a piece of news that moved Aokiji. That is, invite him to the Island of Gods. Chapter 185. New Marine Ford. Wearing the cloak of justice, Aokiji returned to the Marshal's office. The Marshal's office at this time. The Green Bull and the Buffalo went to Egghead to capture Zeroth. The rest of Kizaru and T-Dolphin also have their own affairs and left one after another. When Aokiji came back, he only saw Akainu sitting behind the desk alone. Aokiji sat down on the sofa slowly. Hearing the sound, Akainu raised his head, and looked at the other party under the old marine's hat. Aokiji also looked at Akainu, smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that the position of marshal we have always yearned for would make it so hard for you to sit. Look at Akainu's state at this time. The dark red suit had already been replaced with a white one, and his complexion had changed from the original iron blood to a more vicissitudes. Akainu had a cigar in his mouth, which he was not used to before. It can be seen how much Akainu has changed with the position of a marshal. Only the rose still stuck in front of the left chest represents Akainu's remaining stubborn vigor. But this will also come with the passage of time, making Akainu an old man with high status. Listen to Aokiji. Akainu smiled wryly in his heart, but he didn't admit it. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I have already prepared to let justice spread everywhere in the sea. Aokiji silently looked at Akainu without speaking. The 2 did not continue to stay on this issue. Akainu opened his mouth with a cigar in his mouth. Is there anything special about Yin's reply? As the saying goes, the person who knows you best may not be yourself, but your opponent. Akainu and Aokiji have fought for most of their lives. In the end, although he sat on the position of complete teacher in place, But out of 5 marine admirals, 4 were not loyal to him. It is still this former old opponent, who is now assisting and stabilizing his position as marshal. Aokiji shook his head with emotion. I used to think that the position of marshal was good, but now I really feel that it is not easy for Marshal Sengoku for so many years. After all, he didn't say these things again, and said in a deep voice. Silver didn't have any special reply on this matter, just. Aokiji mused. He wondered if he should inform Akainu of Silver's invitation. After all, bloody justice. Akainu raised his head, his eyes brightened slightly. But looking at Aokiji's eyes, he seemed to notice something again, and frowned for a moment. Silver's identity has been made public, because the family kept it secret. A member of the Porgas family, the heir of that one. This destined the relationship between Yin and them to be very sensitive. Aokiji is lazy, maybe he doesn't think about it that much. But Akainu, it is difficult for him to choose between justice and silver. If he had to choose, he would prefer justice. But Akainu pondered for a long time, that is the way. Say it. Silver is very talented. So high, the park dog thinks he is the next Natalia. And if there is a character like Natalia in Marine in the future. So why worry about evil and injustice in the sea? Aokiji looked at Akainu. Watching the complexities in the other person's eyes fade away, replaced by a touch of firmness, relief, appreciation, and so on. Nodding, Aokiji said without further hesitation. Silver invited us, because of the island of the gods. Heard the words. Akainu shrank his eyes, and all the other emotions in his eyes dissipated, leaving only shock and surprise. Bearing the brunt, Union was shocked by the official of God's Island. The base camp of the Porgas family dares to be called the Island of Gods. This really doesn't take the world government seriously. Second thoughts. Akainu is shocked by the fact that Silver invited them to the Island of the Gods. Akainu and Aokiji. A Marine Marshal and a Marine Admiral are both absolute high-level Marines. Silver invited them, what to do? Akainu frowned. He doesn't have much fear. Although that is the base camp of the Porgas family, the strong must be like clouds. The 2 Marine executives are gone, and they are bound to become everyone's enemy. At that time, when the sheep enter the tiger's mouth, they will not be able to escape. But that wasn't what Akainu had in mind. Rather, Silver invited them to the Island of the Gods for the purpose. God's Island, that one, what exactly are you going to do? Aokiji didn't speak, and was also thinking about this matter. Behind the desk, Akainu kept thinking. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the dog sighed faintly. Kyūzan, you know, we can't go. Aokiji nodded silently, his eyes moved with emotion. Yes. They have a Marine Marshal and a Marine Admiral. They are all former old admirals, who are respected and admired by many Marine officers and soldiers. If they did go, what would the 5 elders think of them? Asking for flowers. In this way, it even means directly leading Marine to break with the world government and switch to the Porgas family. But, with the strength shown by the Porgas family today, although there are a lot of top powerhouses, but the combination of the bright side and the dark side will not exceed the throne at most. And the world's government has been standing in the sea for 800 years, how many top powerhouses are there? Doj. Just look at the performance of the world government after the death of a CPO chief and a deputy chief. Although they are angry, they can't hurt their muscles and bones at all, so they just scratch it. Turning around, 2 top fighters were sent to Marine. And this will definitely not affect the internal operation of the world government. This is the number of strong players that Akainu and Aokiji can guess. Unexpected? 0.00. It was simply too terrifying. After all, the government of the world has been standing in the sea for 800 years. That profound heritage is far beyond what the Porgas family can compare. This is about strength. And if we look at power again, the Porgas family is even more incomparable with the world government. There are more than 170 joining countries. Every year, these franchise countries will also offer heavenly gold to the world government. This has led to the wealth, power, influence, etc. of the world government are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Once upon a time. There is no doubt that the number one force on the bright side of the sea is marine. But this is the case when the world government does not end. The government of the world only needs to end. It's not enough to add all the forces together. This is the profound background of the world government. It is too difficult for the Porgas family to shake. After all, it has only developed a force of about 20 years. No matter how strong it is basically impossible to wrestle with the world's government. Inside the marshal's office, Akainu and Aokiji were silent for a long time. Just when Aokiji thought he couldn't go to the island of the gods this time, he met Jin. Akainu finished smoking a cigar and put down a whole cigar ashes. He let out a breath and looked at Aokiji. "Kyūzan, we can't go. However, you secretly ask Sengoku, Garb, Tsuru Vice Admiral if they will go." Akainu's words made Aokiji look at him in astonishment. That look seemed to be re-examining his opponent. When did Akainu become so smooth? Does he even prepare with both hands when he does things? Chapter 186. Egard. This is a small island located on the Grand Line. It has no coordinates on the map and has been erased by the world government. But it really exists. Because here is the island where Vegapunk, the scientist who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world, lives. After being recruited by the government of the world, Vegapunk conducted research on this island. Pacifists, artificial smile devil fruit, blood factor, and countless other advanced science and technology come from Vegapunk. He is also a brain fruit ability user. Impaired mobility due to a large brain. So Vegapunk created 6 avatars for himself, and each avatar has an apple-shaped fairy on its head to receive signals from the central brain. At this time, in the Central Research Institute on the island, a young man in white with a sickly face was arguing with 6 little old men. 5 2 3. If you add one more, it will completely fit the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. The 6 little old men chattered endlessly, some were arrogant, some were silent and staid, some were sharp-tongued, and some were furious. However, while the 6 little old men were talking, the young boy in white on the opposite side just looked at him with a smile. In the end, the 6 little old men said to the hospital. The white-clothed boy Zeroth spoke lightly. "I think that seraphim must be integrated into my technology to let them give birth to souls. Otherwise, it's just a brainless machine." Zeroth's words made the 6 little old men very angry. "Incorporate your technology and let them give birth to souls? You are creating life, which is against human nature." Zeroth was not angry at all, and taunted. "Then the reproduction among human beings, isn't it creating life, isn't it violating human nature? Hehe, if you want seraphim to be perfect, then do as I say." "No. Absolutely not." The 6 little old men spoke uprightly. The 2 quarreled endlessly. The researcher in white at the side stared blankly. Once upon a time. Before this Zeroth came to a guard. Vegapunk is right here. Everyone also admired each other's research accomplishments and was convinced. But things have changed since Zeroth came here. It's no longer Vegapunk's talk here. He and Zeroth quarreled about research matters every day. Sometimes, it's a clone of Vegapunk who argues with Zeroth. Sometimes there are 2. It was the first time these 6 had argued with Zeroth together today. But it also symbolizes. A study of the 2 has reached the most critical moment. Seraphim, a new generation of pacifists, can perfectly replicate Shishibukai's abilities. This is a research project that Vegapunk proposed and the 2 worked together to determine. But at the last moment, people suddenly quarreled. This made the surrounding researchers do not know what to do. In terms of relationship, they are definitely on the side of Vegapunk. But let's talk about ability. Zeroth is not inferior to Vegapunk at all. They also admire Zeroth very much. So no one knows who to help. They watched silently. The argument between the 6 little old men and Zeroth had reached an extreme point. The 2 keep asking each other questions, and the other side finds reasonable reasons to refute, and the cycle repeats itself. At this time, suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the door of the research room. Those were 2 figures wearing the Marine Justice cloak. The researchers turned their heads to look and were taken aback. Marine Admiral? What is Marine Admiral here for? Or are the two Marine Admirals here together? The researchers who are only smart in research are a little dazed and don't know why. The quarrel between Vegapunk and Zeroth also gradually stopped. The 6 little old men and Zeras looked at the two Marine Admirals together. The green bull and the buffalo came in hand. Both of them are tall and burly, in stark contrast to the surrounding researchers. The 6 little old men frowned, and one of them stood up and asked bluntly, "Marine Admiral, what are you doing here?" Although these two Marine Admiral Vegapunks have never been seen before, their momentum is not in the slightest. Because of the 5 elders he is not afraid. The ability to dodge is so capricious. The green bull looked at Vegapunk and said without expression, "Doctor, the two of us are here to take Zeroth to the World Government Palace under the order of Lord 5 Elders. Lord 5 Elders wants to see him." Vegapunk was taken aback when he heard that. However, he is not one of those researchers who does not know the situation of the sea. Thinking of the battle for the top standing that ended recently, and then thinking of the connection between Zeroth and the Portgas family, Vegapunk felt suddenly. Where did these two Marine Admirals come to invite Zeroth to the world government? This is clearly a catch. The expressions of the 6 little old men changed at the same time, some were angry, some were stiff, and some were gloomy towards the green cow and Shui Sheng. The 6 stood in front of Zeroth and said in unison, "You can't take him away, he is my important research partner along the way of scientific research, just respond to 5 elders with this." Vegapunk is still tough. If this is normal, Kizaru will usually give him face. But the two Marine Admirals who came today obviously won't let it go. Looking at Vegapunk, Shang shook his head. "Doctor, this is an order from Lord 5 Elders, please don't make things difficult for us." After all, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Vegapunk anymore, and looked directly at the buffalo. The buffalo understood, and he, who was not good at words, directly dodged come behind the 6 little old men. The 6 little old men turned their heads in astonishment, and looked behind them with greatly changed expressions. Before Vegapunk could react, Zeroth was directly controlled by the buffalo. In front of the tall and burly buffalo, he seemed to be just a random ant. A smile appeared on the green bull's face. "Goodbye, doctor." After that, he and the buffalo turned and left. The 6 little old men looked at the backs of the two, their beards trembling with anger. He was powerless to compete with the two for Zeroth. Vegapunk took out the phone bug carelessly, intending to call 5 elders. But before dialing, he thought of something again and put down the phone bug. Since it was the 5 elders who wanted to capture Zeroth, it proved that the 5 elders were determined. Those 5 old guys are absolute 0.2 politicians, and they have no feelings. No one can change what they have made up their minds to do. So 4+ Punk dropped the idea of calling 5 elders. Turn. He walked to the core of the research room, in front of the 7 huge instruments. There are 7 young robots with different appearances in the 7 huge instruments. Originally, with Vegapunk's ability, it was already the limit to develop 4 seraphs. But because of Zeroth's joining, there are 3 more blazing angels. This makes Vegapunk research perfect. Even the direction he specializes in is devil fruit, which is the bloodline factor. With the addition of Zeroth, the other party is responsible for the various structures of Seraphim's body. Vegapunk can concentrate on studying the abilities of the 7 seraphs. Now Seraphim has only reached the final activation step. Vegapunk held out a trembling hand. Chapter 187. Zeroth is a mad scientist. A genius like Vegapunk. Among the strong, there is still sympathy for each other, and I feel that there are very few strong people in this world. For example, between Hawkeye and Giseline. Both of them cherish each other, and regard this strong swordsman as a treasure. But above the sea, there is actually no shortage of swordsmen. On the contrary, there are many swordsmen, but there are fewer people in the top group. But what about scientists? Compared with swordsmen, the number of scientists is like looking for a needle in a haystack. For so many years, 4+ Punk has seen good scientific research talents. Just one Quinn, 1 Vinsmoke Judge, and half of Guy. The rest, it's gone. And these 3 people are completely incomparable existences with him. Although they keep saying that they want to surpass themselves. But none of them did not convince themselves in their hearts. But just a few days ago, the arrival of Zeroth caused Vegapunk to blow up directly. In this world, is there anyone who can match him in scientific research? This made Vegapunk scream inwardly. He is a brain fruit capable person, a genius scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. And Zeroth? This one is more genius. 31 just one person, the attainments on the road of research are no less than him. It's simply too scary to make Vegapunk a treasure. There is also a relationship between the two of them. So they had quarreled countless times before. But Vegapunk never said to let Zeroth go. Zeroth never left either. Instead, they stayed and the two continued to quarrel until the quarrel came to a conclusion and they were persuaded by the other party. But today, someone wants to take away his rare opponent along the way of scientific research? How can this work? Vegapunk reached out to the 7 instruments in front of him with trembling hands. However, before the button that symbolized the start, he hesitated again. Serapha's first commander is the 5 elders. Next, is him Vegapunk and Zeroth. Then, it was war. Then there is Marine, the people of the world government. So Vegapunk can order the Seraphs to help him take back Zeroth. However, he hesitated. Because the argument between him and Zeroth hadn't come to a conclusion yet. The two of them still haven't reached a conclusion on whether Seraphim should inject his soul and give birth to spiritual wisdom. If there is no result of the quarrel, this Seraphim is not perfect. If it is activated at this time, it can be regarded as trampling on the hard work of Vegapunk and Zeroth. Finally, Vegapunk hesitated for a full minute. He took a deep breath and slowly stretched his fingers towards the red start button. He doesn't care. It's not perfect, let's remodel it later. The most urgent task is to get Zeroth back. Continue to quarrel with the other party to reach a result. But before Vegapunk pressed down, a burly man with a watermelon ball head came over. He was carrying a big axe, and he was accompanied by several bear-like pacifists. Jean Doan walked into the research room and said, "Doctor, Xiang was sent over by the world government. He himself decided to accept all our transformations, and he can be completely transformed into a machine." Jean Doan brought a message. But Vegapunk just nods to that. Seeing that the doctor was absent-minded, his fingers did not stay in front of the red button that activated Seraph. Jean Doan's expression changed. "Doctor, what are you doing? You want to activate Seraphim?" Jean Doan's voice was a little thinner, with a terrified tone. Vegapunk nodded, looked at him, and explained that Zeroth was captured by the 2 admirals. After hearing this, Jean Doan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a hurry, "Doctor, don't activate Seraphim yet, I'll check the situation." Vegapunk put down his hands upon hearing this, and waited quietly. Jean Dalmaru performed shaving, quickly chasing the 2 admirals. Not long after, he saw the backs of green bulls and buffaloes on the way to the port. And Zeroth, who was escorted by the 2 sea-stone handcuffs and shackles, are all put on, which is obviously the standard for treating prisoners. However, Zeroth's expression remained calm. He walked silently, with a smile on his lips, as if he didn't care about his future fate. After Jean Doan caught up, the 2 of Wolfshang stopped. He asked anxiously, "2 admirals, why did you take Dr. Zeroth away? He is Dr. Vegapunk's right-hand man and an indispensable existence for Egihard." Jean Doan said, but the green bull and buffalo didn't consider his words at all. The buffalo was taciturn, and the green cow smiled. "Jean Doan, arresting Zeroth is an order from Lord 5 Elders. After all," he sighed. "If you want to blame his origin." Jean Doan was stunned when he heard the words, and could not help but follow his own thoughts. "How did you know the identity of Dr. Zeroth? It wasn't long before I found out that he is a member of the Porgas family, and he kept it a secret." Jean Doan was puzzled. "Look at his not very smart look." Zeroth smiled and shook his head. "Jean Doan, it seems that I should develop another brain for you to cooperate with your thinking. Jean Doan shuddered, knowing that he couldn't keep Zeroth, so he stepped aside and said, Dr. Zeroth, you have gone to the world government, but you have to be honest and don't think about anything else. His words were to remind Zeroth. If you want to get out of trouble again, then don't think about saving yourself. Marie Joyce, not a place he could get himself out of. Zeroth didn't nod, just smiled lightly. Immediately, he was taken away by the Green Bull and Buffalo, boarded the warship, and left. Jean Doan quickly returned to the central research room. Seeing that beside the 6 little old men, a young man in white was missing. He froze for a while, feeling a little uncomfortable. The 6 little old men were even more absent-minded. Seeing that Jean Doan was empty-handed, he knew that there was no solution to the matter. He raised his hand to press the red start button again. This time, Jean Doan didn't stop him. Only 077. Just when Vegapunk fingers are about to press. Suddenly, a white hand grabbed his arm. Vegapunk turned his head in amazement, 6 in 1. Jean Doan also raised his head in astonishment, and said calmly. Dr. Zeroth. Dressed in white, Zeroth appeared next to Vegapunk. He had a long knife across his waist and stretched his limbs and arms. Vegapunk was stunned watching this scene, then listened to Zeroth. Old man, I didn't expect you to value me so much. However, it's not okay to let you win like this and destroy my research results. After finishing speaking, Zeroth looked at Jean Dalmaru again. Jean Doan, wait a minute for your new brain. Recently, you need to study Seraphim, but within a month, I will definitely create it for you. Jean Doan was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Zeroth. He didn't know how Zeroth had come back. He is just a scientific researcher, walking in front of the 2 heavenly generals. What's more, Jean Doan feels that the Zeroth in front of him is not the Zeroth who was just taken away at all. What the hell does this happen? When Vegapunk is also in doubt. Zeroth shook his head and sighed. As a qualified researcher, how could I not prepare for myself? After all, we will protect ourselves first before carrying out even the most dangerous and great experiments. This is the quality that a qualified scientific research worker should have. Chapter 188. New World. Edward Sea. A huge whale ship takes the lead, soaring above the sea. Behind it, there are 3 slightly smaller whale ships. Further on, there are a total of 50 warships lined up in sequence. The huge fleet of battleships rolled forward and headed back to Edward Sea. The main ship, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard leaned against the cabin, his body full of tubes again. After experiencing a battle for the top, his condition was a little worse. But at this moment, on the entire Moby Dick, everyone's eyes were full of smiles. Their faces burst into joy, and they looked at Edward Sea in front of them and smiled. They are back. This time, go to Naval Headquarters and rescue Ace. The Whitebeard Pirates group went with a hard-hit heart. But not only did they win this battle. On the contrary, the loss is very small. Because of the addition of Redhead Shanks. Because of Sengoku's agreement, 100,000 elite marines and ordinary pirates were withdrawn from the battlefield. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates suffered losses in this battle, but very few. More than a dozen pirate captains died. The rest of the elite pirates were almost unharmed. This is the result of this great battle, the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, Jaws, Baista, Yizang and other captains stood at the bow. Beside them, is Ace. Ace is radiant, and at this moment, he is no longer the decadent look he used to be. His eyes are even burning, and he is full of faith in the future. Whitebeard smiled as he leaned against the cabin. Looking at this scene, his tiger eyes showed relief. Seeing Ace standing in the center of the crowd, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Ace and the others were attracted by Whitebeard's laughter, and they all turned to look at Whitebeard. Father, what makes you so happy? Yes, Father, what did you think of? Could it be that we are going to that island of gods soon? A few people talked to each other. Not afraid of such news being exposed. Because there are only the captains of the Whitebeard pirates on the main ship. Everyone is the core of the entire white group, and everyone can be trusted. Whitebeard laughed a few times, looking at Ace. He shook his head first, then nodded. Ace, Daddy, I'm not laughing at that. It's me, Dad, who sees the future hope of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard said these words with nostalgia in his eyes. He, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. He has witnessed the era of Rock's supremacy. Witnessed the chaotic era when the Roger and the Golden Lion came together. Later, after Roger's death, the era of great pirates began. Whitebeard's title, one more 4 emperors. He is the oldest of the 4 emperors. In terms of qualifications, only Charlotte Linlin can compare with him. But the old woman's physique is very strong, and it hasn't weakened for so many years. Kaido is even more powerful. And the red-haired Shanks is young and strong, just in the prime of his life. Only him Whitebeard. Only he, Edward Newgate. After so many years, the body is getting old, and it is already dying. Whitebeard, long ago felt that the curtain should be drawn. It's the same as Sengoku who retreated to the second line after the top station competition. These old guys should give up their seats and let the young people sit down. Whitebeard looked at Ace. In the past, he intended to entrust the Whitebeard pirates to Ace. Because Ace is among these sons, who can barely lead the Whitebeard pirates in the future. For the rest, Marco, Jaws, Baista, Yizang, and others. First up, Marco. Although his strength is not bad, he is a proper emperor's deputy. But Marco's vision of the big picture is a bit worse. Intellectually no match for Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates. And for the position of 4 emperors, the most important thing is strength. Marco's fruit is destined to be difficult to improve his strength. Huangfu is basically the apex. It is a bit too difficult for him to really cross that shackle and reach the top of the sea. With Marco's character, it is not suitable. Whitebeard didn't mean to push him. As for Jaws and Baista, when it comes to strength, they are similar to Marco. And Jaws' intelligence. He's just a boorish guy, not fit to lead the Whitebeard pirates at all. The Whitebeard pirates are handed over to him, and it is estimated that they will be wiped out in a few months. And Baista has a good intelligence and a good heart. But still, from the perspective of the overall situation, it's a bit worse. As for Yizang and other captains, that's not to mention. Look around. Whitebeard even thought so. The entire Whitebeard pirates, except Ace, who is also the former traitor Blackbeard Teach, is suitable to be the captain. Whitebeard felt a throbbing pain in his heart at the thought. My heart aches for the dead Satch. Also because Blackbeard had been on his ship for more than 20 years, and Whitebeard also had feelings for him. If Blackbeard didn't hold back for so many years, but showed his abilities, would he not be able to see him? A dark fruit, so what if I find it for him? My own Whitebeard, don't you even have the courage to accommodate Blackbeard? Whitebeard was extremely disappointed. It is also a disappointment to oneself. Also a disappointment for Blackbeard. Watching Papa Whitebeard go silent, his eyes full of vicissitudes of time. Ace, Marco, and others were a little nervous. They didn't know what Whitebeard was going to say next. After a long time, Whitebeard finally put away that vicissitudes of the eyes. He returned to reality and looked at the sons in front of him. Whitebeard glanced around the crowd and finally landed on Ace. He looked at Ace with a relieved smile. Ace. Whitebeard's old voice sounded, making people have the urge to cry. Ace took a step forward and responded with a choked voice. Daddy. Whitebeard nodded, looked at Ace, then at the tubes all over his body, and said. Ace, Daddy, good Zhao Zhao, has been in the sea for so many years, with your family, it is enough. Hear this. Everyone's hearts tensed, and they all realized what Whitebeard was going to say. Daddy. Daddy. Kyōka, Baista, and the others stared wide-eyed, with anxious expressions on their faces. Whitebeard smiled and continued. In the new era, there is no longer a boat to continue carrying Dad. This is frightening. The faces of all the captains changed drastically. Everyone's eyes widened, and they all spoke to persuade. But Whitebeard waved his hand and said with a smile on his face, "Father, I give orders today in the name of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. From now on, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates will be handed over to Ace. You sons, you must assist Ace and protect the Whitebeard pirates." Whitebeard said it. Ace's body trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes. Marco, Jaws, Baista, and others also froze on the spot. Chapter 189. Moby Dick aboard. After a long pause, no one could react to Whitebeard's words. They all looked at Whitebeard, at the old man. Once upon a time, Tu has always been the patron saint of the Whitebeard pirates. These sons usually think of Whitebeard when they have something to do. As long as there is Whitebeard, then the Whitebeard pirates will never be able to make a big deal happen. But today, Whitebeard, speaking out about abdicating, pass the position of captain to Ace. Everyone didn't respond for a while. After reacting, they all opened their mouths to persuade. It's not that they don't agree with Ace as the captain. The brothers are a family, and Wei Dang is fine. What's more, Ace is the captain of the second team, not to mention the top strength of the Whitebeard pirates, but he is the one with the most potential. Presumably after a battle for the top, Ace will also grow a lot. Coupled with the identity of the son of the One Piece, the younger brother of the head of the Porgas family. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he will bring a new layer of protection to the Whitebeard pirates. That would be such a powerful ally of the Porgas family. 440 So. Everyone's persuasion is not because Ace is the captain. Just because of. They won't let Dad abdicate. The Whitebeard pirates. Only Whitebeard has a soul when he is the captain. This is home only if Daddy joins them in their adventures in the sea. If the patriarch is gone, even if the Whitebeard pirates will not disband, the cohesion will not be the same as before. Listening to everyone's persuasion, Whitebeard did not speak for a while. He smiled at Ace. Ace looked at Whitebeard, and did not persuade Whitebeard with the others. Instead, they stood silently in place, and the father and son looked at each other silently. After a long time, the four aces seemed to understand what they meant. Whitebeard laughed. "Cool la la la. Cool la la la." He laughed and got up, and the aura of looking down on the world reappeared on his body. Whitebeard scanned the crowd. "Since when will Laozi's decision be objected to by all your idiot sons?" When Whitebeard said this, the captains were stunned. Because, they seemed to have seen the Whitebeard who was once at the top. At this time, everyone heard Whitebeard laughing. Laozi wants to abdicate and give up the captain to Ace. It's not that Laozi is dead. It's that Laozi is tired and wants to rest. Why, you stupid sons, why don't you let Laozi die in the ocean one day? What a bunch of rebels! Whitebeard said, but his face was full of smiles. Jaws and the others froze in place as they listened. After a while, they laughed out loud and stopped worrying. Whitebeard looked at Ace, who was trembling all over and said, Dad, I'm afraid I can't do well." Whitebeard waved his hand, not caring. "With Daddy helping you, Daddy won't retire so early." Ace heard the words, no longer hesitated, and nodded deeply. "Okay, Dad." He took over the position of captain just because. He also wanted Whitebeard to rest and recover. Now Whitebeard said, to continue to stay with them for a while. Then of course it would be fine. The Whitebeard pirates regained their enthusiasm once again. Whitebeard led everyone back to Whitebeard's field. 3 days later, the Moby Dick set off again in a mighty manner, heading for the area of the gods. Only the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were on this trip, no one else. At the same time, Red Hair pirates, Beasts pirates, and Big Mom pirates all acted at the same time to the island of the gods. As the top powerhouse in the sea, everyone has nothing to fear. The patriarch of the Porgas family dared to invite them to the island of the gods, not afraid of being locked by Uranus after being exposed. Then what's so scary about them? Shortly after, the news that many pirate forces in the sea, ABF, have made a big move together, and the elites of each family have all left their lairs and headed for a common sea area has spread to the world government. Although Bell has mastered CP0, he can't suppress this matter. Because then he would be directly exposed. However, there is no need to press it. Standing at the highest point of the official government office building in the world, Bell silently looked in the direction of New World. There was a look of regret in his eyes. "Father, I can't go back this time," Bell murmured. He was the only son who couldn't go back to participate in the grand ceremony this time. Bell felt a little regretful because of this. He couldn't see such a grand event as the founding of the Island of Gods. After a while, Bell stepped off the roof and went between the right. Master 5 elders, many forces in the sea have made moves. The 4 emperors brought out all the elites. The same is true for the Donquixote family and the Golden City. Their goal should be a position. Bell reported lightly, as if the move wasn't a backstab of the Portgas family. 5 elders nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. The blonde 5 elders said with a smile on his face. "Bell, you did a good job. Master, I'm handed CP0 to you." "That's right." The other 4 also nodded. After all, they got up. "Bell, come with us to the flower room and meet Lord Im." Bell nodded. "Yes, Lord 5 elders." Not long after, everyone came to the deepest place among the flowers and saw Im in the Great Hall of Nothingness. Im sitting on the throne, listening to the reports of 5 elders, and Bell pondered slightly. She raised her head slightly and looked at the vast star map above her head. In Im's eyes, that black hole has become a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. This time, it may be the opportunity to completely remove this black hole. The Porgas family wants to join forces with the 4 emperors and other big forces to do things. Hee. I'm sitting on the throne, chuckled twice. Did the person from the Porgas family that you captured succeed? The bald 5 elders made their debut. Master Im, Leaping Rabbit and Yin escaped ahead of schedule. But that Zeroth was successfully captured by us, and he is now being held in the prison of the world government. Im nodded, satisfied. Keep this person first, I will use it for myself. As for their secret reconciliation, find out the island where the Porgas family is located, and then launch Uranus. 5 elders nodded and bowed deeply. Yes, every day. The 5 of them exited the Hall of Nothingness together with Bell. Sitting on the void throne. Im looked up at the black hole, the corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes full of killing intent. In her opinion, Chu Xia's move was a bit unwise. Just like a fool. Does winning the top stand competition mean that his Porgas family is strong? Can you challenge the world government? Hee. How dare they gather together knowing that they have Uranus in their hands? Then don't blame yourself and take them all together. Chapter 190. New World. Unknown Mysterious Sea. Here, it is the sea area where the Island of Gods is located. At this time, several large warships are here. Moby DK in the shape of a whale ship. A slightly smaller red force. A round battleship larger than the Moby DK, solid growth. And finally, the Anthem, which is pink in color, has a big mouth on the bow, and keeps singing songs. 4 emperors, since the end of the top battlefield, gathered again. At the same time, it was not the 4 emperors who came here. There is also a ship of the Donquixote family, and a ship of the Golden City. Last. In front of these battleships, Thousand Sunny looks a bit small and cute. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The man with the most haki in the sea, red-haired Shanks. The strongest creature in the world, Millions. The only woman among the 4 emperors, the crazy woman Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Former world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. Former 7 warlords of the sea, King Dressrosa, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Golden Emperor, the richest man in the sea, Gilder Tetzalo. Finally, there is the man who aspires to become One Piece, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. The sea pirates accounted for almost 70% to 80% of the forces, all gathered here. And even. There is also a group of unexpected people who have come here. It was a huge dog-headed warship. Warship Bow. Marine hero, Garp the Fist. Former Marine Marshal, now Marine Chief Inspector, Sengoku of Buddha. Naval Headquarters Great Staff, one of the legendary Vice Admiral, Crane. The 3 stood at the bow of the ship, watching the pirate silently. The pirates laughed at this. All of a sudden, there was laughter everywhere. Cool la la la. Oh lolo. Well, well, well. Foo 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 foo. There were a lot of different and funny laughter. After laughing, Charlotte Linlin was the first to mock. Sengoku, Garp, what are you two old guys doing here? Besieged by our group of pirates here. Doflamingo's mouth parted, his eyes wide with interest. If in normal times, he would run away hastily if he met a crane vice-admiral. But now, 4 emperors are here, and a group of masters are here. Sengoku, Garp, plus a crane, they just can't get enough of them. No matter how strong Sengoku and Garp are. But Marine lost the top stand. How could they possibly win when 2 fists were no match for 4? On the Doghead warship. Garp snorted coldly, clenched his iron fist, and said without showing any weakness. Old crazy woman, come on, this old man wants to see if you can withstand my iron fist. Charlotte Linlin was not to be outdone, and the 2 sides started a war of words. But at this time, Thousand Sunny drove slowly between the 2 sides. Natalia was still sitting on the lion cub with her legs crossed, which made Luffy beside her feel unhappy. It was originally his seat, but when Natalia came, it was snatched by Natalia. But Luffy was upset, but he couldn't say anything. Because he was taught several times by Natalia because of this incident. In desperation, he had to give up his special seat. At this time, Natalie resounded through everyone's minds with a tunnel-like and powerful voice. Everyone, stop arguing. Marine was also invited by father. Hearing this, the pirate was taken aback. Whitebeard and the red-haired duo stared at each other. Dover and Golden Emperor looked at each other. Everyone can understand that Chu Xia invited the pirates to the island of the gods. It must be something big. Can now? Chu Xia actually invited Marine? What is this going to do? This is a big thing to do, can't it be? Dover and Golden Emperor thought of a possibility. The hearts of the 2 trembled suddenly, and the pupils trembled, full of disbelief. With Natalia's intervention, the conflict between Marine and pirates is quelled. The dog-headed warship is approaching. At this time, everyone also saw Sengoku on the Koto warship clearly. See clearly, his full head of white hair. For a moment, Whitebeard's red-haired gaze focused again. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were also stunned. However, the 2 reacted quickly, mocking with a smile. Sengoku didn't care about those ridicules, instead he was smiling, his personality was much better than before. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku at this moment, and was stunned again. He thinks that Sengoku is too different from before, right? Is this the same Sengoku who played against him and spent most of his life as an opponent? Everyone was a little shocked and surprised. Sengoku laughed nonchalantly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the old man would run into pirates one day, but he didn't do anything. It's so interesting. 0 for flowers 0. Garp looked at Sengoku, a flash of distress in his eyes. Only he and Crane Vice-Admiral know. What happened to Sengoku after he lost his position as marshal? That is a kind of pain of being disappointed with the world government, right? The 2 shook their heads regretfully. And at this time, just below the surface of the sea in the distance of everyone, a submarine stands quietly here. See the scene here. The 3 CP0s were taken aback. What's happening here? Yeah, why did Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru Vice-Admiral appear here? The 3 hurriedly passed the news back to the world government. Within rights. Bell relayed the news received from CPO. Immediately, 5 elders froze for a moment. 0. Immediately, the veins on the forehead of the bald 5 elders burst out. He glared at Bell. What did you say? Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and those pirates mixed together? What are they going to do? Are they going to rebel? The bald 5 elders smacked their swords on the ground. The faces of the other 4-5 elders were not very pretty either. The blonde 5 elders said in a low voice. Bell, let CP0 determine the location of the island they are going to, and then we will activate God. Bell nodded without answering. And here, pirates and marines marched forward, and under the leadership of Natalia and Giseline, they soon entered the area of God's Island. Looking at the island in the distance in the thick fog, everyone was a little surprised and shocked. Kaido looked thoughtfully at the surrounding islands. How does he feel? When I was looking for Yamato, did I come here? But that time, Kaido didn't realize there was an island at all. Not to mention dense fog. So, how did the islands in this fluid come about? It's a bit unbelievable. While everyone was surprised, they also docked slowly and came to the Island of Gods. At the same time, within rites, 5 elders got the exact location. The 5 immediately left between the rites, and went to launch Uranus. Hehe. This time the patriarch of the Porgas family dared to be so arrogant. Dare to be arrogant, let them all be buried there. Marineford was destroyed for nothing by Uranus. But this time, they will definitely not fail again. Chapter 191. Pirate Side. 4 emperors, Hawkeye, Dover, Golden Emperor, Straw Hats, and others landed on the island. The crowd walked forward with Natalia and Giseline. Except for the second daughter and Zaraki, the rest of the people. For example, Yamato and other women who brought their children back to their natal home. After the Summit War ended, they rushed back to the Island of Gods early. Among them, Yamato has already given birth to his own child, and another child was added due to the ban. Worth to talk about. The most beautiful woman in the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, also gave birth to a son for Chu Xia during the Summit War. Walking among the Whitebeard pirates, Ace landed on the Island of the Gods, his eyes faintly excited. After all, the patriarch of the Porgas family is the older brother of Ace's mother. So many years. Ace deeply buried the matter of Roger's son in his heart. He has always been ashamed of it. 963. And that brother? It can be seen from naming the family name as Portgas. He hated Roger that much, too. I am the same person as myself. This made Ace want to get close to his brother. I want to meet this big brother. He was a little apprehensive, a little nervous, and a little excited as he walked. At this time, suddenly Kaido's loud laughter came from one side. Oh Lolo! Whitebeard, I heard you guys are going to pass the captaincy to Ace, is it true? Old fellow, are you really unable to lift a knife? You actually passed the position of captain to a brat. Kaido laughed out loud, looked at Whitebeard and asked. Shanks and Charlotte Linlin also turned to Whitebeard. The two were a little surprised. Charlotte Linlin laughed too. Shanks pondered for a while, and then understood the intention of Whitebeard's move. Although Whitebeard is still the strongest man in the world, although he still has the strength to fight again. But he is old after all. The hidden injuries accumulated over the years made his body no longer at its peak. Stepping down and letting the Whitebeard pirates have a replacement is a wise choice. And did he choose Ace? Shanks looked at Ace, his eyes narrowed. Hawkeye, Dover, Golden Emperor, and the others also looked over with expressions of interest. Whitebeard looked around, not hiding anything. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Kaido, how did you guys know about this? That's right, Lao Zi passed the captaincy to Ace. However, until Ace really grows up, Lao Zi will continue to guard these sons. If you want to take advantage of it, then ask Lao Zi if my fist agrees. Cool la la la. Whitebeard started and laughed. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin showed eagerness in their eyes. But what if they admit that Ace is the 4 emperors on an equal footing with them? That's impossible. Ace is still a little too tender now. At the level of quasi-admiral, they are not top-notch, they can only be called undercover. Such strength. Want to be 4 emperors on the same level as them? Joke. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Vice Admiral watched silently without comment. People walked all the way, noisy all the way. Pirates are like this, it is impossible to stop at all. Walking and walking, everyone passed through the dense forest and came to the central area of the Island of Gods. This is where the Porgas family lives. However, the periphery will be used as a training field within the family. Natalia is wearing a fiery red windbreaker, and Giseline leads the way at the front. At this moment, Natalia stopped suddenly. She looked ahead, her eyes were a little surprised. There, several children were fighting. Among them are Yin, who participated in the battle for the top station, Byakuya, who is one of the 5 plagues of beasts pirates, and Charlotte Linland's most beloved granddaughter, Tija. At the same time, there are Rukia, Turang, arguably the youngest generation of the Porgas family. Everyone gathered except Zaraki. And there are 2 more of them. One is a little girl who looks somewhat similar to Tija, both of whom are a little cute. She is Elena, born to Yamato, the 10th daughter of the Porgas family. Last person. He is a handsome little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. The little boy looks about 3 years old, but the expression on his face is very mature. He looked at the brothers and sisters around him sternly, expressionless. His name is Hasward, and he is the most beautiful woman in the sea, the child born to Chu Xia by Empress Boa Hancock, the 15th son of the Porgas family. Hasward was scanning the surrounding brothers and sisters at this time, his eyes flashed in silent thought. At this time, the battle has tended to be fierce. Byakuya combed her hair meticulously, stood in front of her with a long knife, and opened her mouth in a forceful and high voice. Bankai, Tomoto Sakura Kiian. The long knife in his hand disintegrated into countless large and small sakura flower blades. A rain of pink sakura flowers emerged and surrounded Byakuya. The 2 silver-haired teenagers clenched their long knives tacitly at the same time. Silver raised the blade of the knife with a smile, aiming at the blonde little boy Hasward. Toshiro's riots arose sharply all over his body, and the cold burst out suddenly, accompanied by a loud roar in his mouth. Bankai, big red face Hiren Meru. Immediately, powerful Ryūjin and cold air emerged from its body surface, and 2 icy wings emerged from its back. Toshiro flies into the sky. He looks like a legendary frost kulong. Yin did not rush to make a move, but waited for the joint attack of other brothers and sisters. Rukia holds a long knife in her hand and also has a serious expression. Bankai, Bailu is punished. The Sode no Shirayuki in his hand turned into snow white, and all the Black Death costumes on his body also turned white. In an instant, Rukia turned into a silver-haired lady with a cold expression. The cold air near absolute zero overflowed, and the icy power spread. Last of the last. It's Tija. It is the 3-eyed cute girl born by this pudding. A flash of hesitation flashed across her delicate pretty face, but she finally stood firm. The vertical eyes on his forehead slowly opened, revealing a blood-red eye with 9 hooked jade eyes inside. Juguyu, reincarnation Sharinon. What's more? Tig's body slowly floated up to 2.2, looking forward with a pair of white eyes. In front of him, a round truth-seeking ball as black as ink appeared. The moment the truth-seeking ball appeared, everyone on the court and on the sidelines were shocked. Charlotte Linland's face was shocked, her eyes were horrified, and her mouth was long. There was only one thought in her mind at the moment. That is, my most beloved granddaughter, Tig, who thought she only needed to be cute, is she so strong? Is this a joke? Charlotte Linland couldn't understand. Everyone looked at the performance of Byakuya, Rukia, Yin, Toshiro, and others, and felt that this scene was a bit unbelievable. Is that Bankai, the same type of thing or force as Natalia's original Bankai? Just when several people had this idea, the collaboration of Byakuya and other brothers and sisters is out. Chapter 192. Toshiro, swinging a pair of frosty wings in the air, slashed down the long knife in his hand. The terrifying cold air turned into an extremely cold icicle from top to bottom, heading towards the little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. At the same time, the silver-haired enchantress Rukia in white didn't hesitate either. The white blade swung violently. The extremely cold breath spread, and cooperated with Toshiro to restrict Hasward's movements and exert strong control. The duo's attack clearly worked. The little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes was frozen into an ice sculpture, which could be broken at will. The sakura flowers beside Byakuya waved in all directions. But at this moment, chi gathered around Byakuya. They condense in the palm of Byakuya's right hand, forming a brilliant long sword of sakura flowers that blooms with dazzling white light. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. Terrifying waves of air swept across like ocean tides, with one wave higher than the other. This makes Kaido, who still knows Byakuya, change color. Why is this kid so strong? He still remembers that the original Byakuya shouldn't be so fishy? Why in the blink of an eye, this move made him feel quite threatening. The figure of Byakuya walked forward, holding the Beta-01 sword, for the absolute output of the frontal battlefield. Tig, who floated up in the air, froze her pretty face. The vertical eyes on the forehead burst out with ultimate pupil power. Joguya reincarnation Sharinon should recruit Hasward's frozen figure. The illusion was activated, and Hasward lost all thinking. Another wave of strong control. Subsequently, Tig hesitated for a while, but finally threw out the Dao pressure in front of her. The truth-seeking ball flew in front of the silver short sword. The short sword is covered by the truth-seeking ball, and then darkened. Silver's smiling expression froze. Fifth brother, don't blame your brothers and sisters for besieging you, just blame you for being too strong. The next moment, the short sword in the silver hand turned into white light. Seeing this, Sengoku was both excited and terrified. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Silver synchronously gave to Bankai, the moment Byakuya came to the ice sculpture and swung the white emperor sword. The black tip of Kamishini no Yari stabbed the ice sculpture. Byakuya's Beta sword also hit the opponent. The power of fear swept like a tidal wave. Let everyone present except the top powerhouse take a step back. And even the top powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, etc. Watching this scene is also extremely frightening. Because they just have to put themselves in their shoes and think about it. Can understand. If it was them who came to face this combination attack of several people, then don't think about it. They will be killed instantly. Yes, it is Spike. Because among these few people, there are no weak hands at all. Even Toshiro and Rukia, who can only play support and exert control. Also very strong. That cold ability is not lost to Aokiji. Everyone was watching intently, wanting to know the result of this combined attack by Byakuya and others. With such a perfect cooperation, the opponent will definitely be killed directly, right? Ace couldn't help sighing in his heart the way the Porgas family competed internally. Is this too hardcore? Just when everyone had different ideas and looked at it seriously. Byakuya's white emperor sword, and the silver Kamishini no Yari, slammed the ice sculpture down. The ice cubes scattered and the white light dissipated. Byakuya and others all stood there panting. But when they looked forward, their eyes froze suddenly. Because of the little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, his body has been torn apart along with the ice. But at this time, the little boy reappeared in front of them, looking at them coldly. There was a slight smile in his eyes, and Hasward spoke in a magnetic voice. I said, I will be in the younger generation of the family, separated. These words made the little black ball Zaraki frowned. Let Natalia and Giseline look at each other with interest in their eyes. Hasward raised his hand and aimed at the scattered ice sculptures. Suction force emerged from his palm, sucking his broken body back into his body. Immediately, he looked at Byakuya and the others, raised his hand slightly and snapped his fingers. Snapped. The crisp snapping of fingers echoed in everyone's ears. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. Just after Hasward snapped his fingers, Byakuya, Yin, Rukia, Toshiro, and Tija all spat out blood at the same time. Byakuya and Silver were the worst injured. Because they directly hit Hasward. Rukia, Toshiro, and Tija are considered light. Everyone on the sidelines looked horrified, not understanding what kind of terrifying and weird ability this was. Just when they were surprised, Hasward smiled slightly. No matter how strong you are, you can't break or evade the harmony of my world. After all, he looked at Tig with interest in his eyes. Sister Tija, if you can be stronger, I'd be interested in fighting with you. But now you are too weak. Hasward shook his head. Just when he looked down on the crowd and was about to turn around, Elena, who hadn't made a move all this time, stood up. Brother Hasward, don't forget about me. The cute little girl stopped in front of Hasward. She has a serious face and a high fighting spirit. She glanced around the sidelines, her eyes were slightly loose and then solidified. The next moment, it was in the shocked pupils of Whitebeard and others. Giseline directly transformed into a strong man with a height of more than 8 meters, a burly body, and covered with dragon scales. Kaido! Not only people exclaimed. Then Kikai looked at Kaido. Kaido himself was a little dazed looking at the self that Elena had become. He was full of FK. I thought this little girl could imitate me? And Hathward looked at the Kaido conjured by Irina, and he was also interested in 990. But also lack of interest. He dodged, as if he was right in front of Elena. Lightly stretched out his hand, the ability to harmonize the world was activated. Kaido in front of him was shattered inch by inch, and was instantly killed. Watching this scene, Whitebeard and others all looked at Kaido. Kaido felt extremely embarrassed, and hurriedly argued. That's not me, the me that the little girl imitated is just a model. Although Kaido's explanation makes sense. But everyone looked at him obediently. This made Kaido buckle his toes. If he hadn't had a thick skin, he would have died of embarrassment on the spot. After Kaido disintegrated by Irina, she reappeared. Brother Hathward, I didn't expect Kaido of the Beasts to be nothing in front of you. Everyone. After Giseline finished speaking, she did not hesitate and turned into another person again. It was a woman with red hair and red eyes, arrogant and overbearing eyebrows. She was wearing a red windbreaker, with her hands in her pockets, and an ancient long knife with a purple handle on her waist. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. This is more fun than imitating Kaido. That little girl, turned into Natalia? Everyone looked at Natalia together. Natalia also showed interest. Giseline as well. Chapter 193. The second daughter quickly figured out the ability of this little girl in her heart. At the same time, they are no strangers to Hathward. Because it also comes from the Shinigami world, it is recorded in the family classics written by Chu Xia. Hathward's ability should come from the 5-star ability, World Harmony. This is an extremely terrifying, extremely difficult, and extremely exaggerated existence. He is a Quincy master. And the little girl Elena. It made Natalia and Giseline a little confused. But soon, the second daughter had confirmation. There are probably 2 kinds of 3-star calendars on Giseline's body. One is an imitator. Once used, it can imitate all the memories and abilities of other people. Of course, there are limits to this. Secondly, Elena also has a 3-star calendar. That's the visionary. She can conjure up the affairs of her imagination out of thin air. In short, make dreams come true. For example, an ISP. Simply fantasize about a beautiful woman, and the other party will appear in front of my eyes, and she will be the kind that makes me extremely satisfied. Presumably this is the ability that all men dream of. And the ability of the visionary can strengthen the ability of the imitator to a certain extent. The two complement each other, and can even be compared to a 4-star ability. Only 1 second after Giseline transformed into Natalia. She couldn't hold it anymore, and turned into her own body again. Because Natalia's personality is too high and too strong. Transforming Kaido before used to consume a lot of her. Not to mention Natalia, the eldest daughter of the Porgas family and captain of the 13th Division of the Gaudii. Elena only accepted Harsward's move and was defeated. She shook her head helplessly and stuck out her tongue. Brother Hathward is really strong. I'm afraid that among our younger generation, only Sister Tija can fight you. Byakuya and others dissatisfied, but there is no way. Hathward was silent for a moment without answering. Instead of being proud, he turned his head and looked at Natalia and the others. In fact, they noticed the arrival of everyone early on. It's just that they were fighting just now, and everyone didn't mean to stop. Now that the battle is over, I have the energy to watch. At the same time, Natalia and the people behind them all looked at Hathward and the others. At this time, the mothers of Hathward and others all came to their side. Kojiki Hiri came behind Byakuya and Rukia. Momozagi took Silver, Yamato took Elena, Pudding came behind Tija, and Garrett came behind Toshiro. Empress Boa Hancock walked to her son Hathward with her long legs. Everyone came to Natalia and the others hand in hand. Natalia smiled and looked at her two new siblings. Elena looked at Natalia admiringly. Eldest sister, elder sister, you are back. While saying this, her eyes were full of excitement. In Elena's view, the eldest sister Natalia is the strongest in the entire Porgas family, except for Chu Xia. If she made the move, then Hasward would definitely not be the opponent. Hasward apparently thought of that, too. He looked at Natalia solemnly and nodded. Ms. Does it look tsundere? Everyone had such thoughts about Hasward at the same time. Although Byakuya is stern, he basically has no arrogance. But this Hasward. But she couldn't lose face in front of Natalia, she looked arrogant. Really interesting. Whitebeard et al. Find it interesting. At the same time, he was a little terrified of the Porgas family. I thought Natalia and other strong people would be fine. Now this younger generation actually grows up so fast? All of them are children under 10 years old. It's too outrageous. It was like a dream. Looking at his nephews and nieces, Ace also swallowed deeply, surprised. What kind of monsters are these? Too exaggerated. Didn't stop much. Soon, Whitebeard and others, led by Natalia, came to the main hall of the Void Knight Palace. Chu Xia sat on the throne, with a calm and expressionless little bird standing beside her. All the four emperors and the top powerhouses of the sea stared in a daze, their eyes slightly fixed. Chu Xia's handsome and heroic face, as well as her lofty demeanor, asked them to align it with the figure they imagined in their minds. Before seeing Chu Xia. In fact, everyone has an image of Chu Xia in their hearts. They may not be the same. But they all found their own one in Chu Xia at the moment. Everyone looked at Chu Xia, especially Ace. They saluted Chu Xia together. At this time, even the four emperors let go of their arrogance. Even if it was just a slight salute, it also represented their caution towards Chu Xia. On the throne, Chu Xia silently nodded, and returned the gift. He took the lead in looking at Ace. Looking at the sparrow Madara on that face, Chu Xia lost her eyes for a moment and fell into memories. The mother figure in memory gradually overlapped with Ace, and then collapsed. Chu Xia smiled, shook her head and said, Ace, my brother, we finally meet. This time. Ace froze in place suddenly. He stood there without opening his mouth for a long time. The feeling of seeing relatives and seeing my brother and my compatriots welled up in my heart. Ace's eyes were a little bit teary, and a little bit blurred. Whitebeard and everyone in the white group watched this scene silently, happy for Ace. After a long time, Ace regained his composure, and said with trembling lips, Brother Chu Xia. Chu Xia nodded with a smile. Just at this time, there was a roar. The sky shook. A violent and surging aura floated above the island of gods. That made the terrifying power fluctuations familiar to all the top powerhouses present emerge. Everyone's expressions changed. They can even feel it without having to look outside. This is Uranus. Not so long ago, the Uranus that destroyed Marineford. The world government has indeed launched Uranus again. All the top powerhouses in the sea looked horrified. They actually thought that if they came to see Chu Xia this time, they might be targeted by the government of the world. The world's government had previously intended to take the entire marine executives to be buried with them. They got together this time, plus the Porgas family. If launching Uranus can solve it in one fell swoop, why would the world government hesitate? Everyone silently looked at the three marines present. Sengoku, Garb, Crane Vice Admiral. Feel the hostile eyes of the pirates. The three of Sengoku were breathless. The three of them looked at each other in blank dismay, and for a moment they didn't know if they had locators on their bodies, or if the world government had found the location of God's Island by other means. In short, the dirty water on their bodies cannot be washed away. However, Chu Xia on the throne let out a chuckle. It's not them, the three marine veterans, I invited them here. All of a sudden, everyone lost their doubts. The moment I saw Chu Xia, they could feel that Chu Xia's personality was too high. This is a godlike existence. Afterwards, everyone looked at Chu Xia together. Facing the power of Uranus that is about to fall, how will he deal with it? Chapter 194. Chu Xia, who was on the throne, waved her hand. The towering dome of Sui Palace turned into water-like transparency, allowing everyone to clearly and intuitively see the dazzling white light in the sky. All of a sudden, the scene of Marineford being destroyed that day seemed to reappear. Among the 4 emperors' pirates present, Marco, Kiazi, Baista, Yizang, and others from the White Group, as well as Yin, Quinn, Jack, and others from the Beasts. Big Mom Pirates Desert 4 stars, Katakuri, Pero, and others. Plus Ben Beckman, the last Red Hair Pirates co-captain. Although everyone is a senior cadre of the 4 emperors' pirate group. But now look at the power of Uranus. Everyone was also a little terrified, with fear in their eyes. Did not call out, did not run away. This is already their concentration is very strong. After all, it is a terrifying power that can destroy the entire island with one blow. For those who have seen that scene, Tian Fen is terrifying. The Straw Hat Pirates, the Don Quixote family, and everyone in the Golden City. Except Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Dover, Golden Emperor himself. Seeing the power of Uranus above their heads, the others were immediately frightened and froze on the spot. The Straw Hats shocked the trio is even more exaggerated. Their pupils widened and their mouths grew, like a sculpture. Luffy, let's run! Usopp yelled, almost peeing in fear. After saying this, Usopp took another look in the direction of the Red Hair Pirates, and then at his father Jesus. He struggled a little and blushed a little. He didn't want to embarrass his father. And don't talk about them. Even the top powerhouses of the sea present. Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw the power of Uranus descending from above their heads. Well, after all, it is a terrifying power that can destroy an entire large island. Everyone was breathing heavily, and Kikai was waiting for Chu Xia's response to this. They feel. Since Chu Xia dared to invite them to the Island of Gods, then the world government must be taken into consideration. Being targeted by Uranus, this should be something Chu Zhen has considered. But he dared to invite everyone to come. What does this mean? Chu Xia has the confidence to face the power of Uranus. So, with inexplicable confidence in Chu Xia, everyone calmed down. But to say that because they don't know Chu, Adfi, Xia, they are a little surprised and uncertain. Then the people of the Porgas family, such as Natalia, such as Giseline, Chu Xia's sons and daughters were not worried at all. Everyone raised their heads and silently watched the dazzling white light land. Outside the Island of Gods. Inside the World Genfu submarine. The 3 CP0s saw the terrifying power of Uranus falling straight down with their naked eyes. And none of the pirates escaped during this period. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was too late. The 3 quickly reported the news to Belle. Marie Joyce, right between. Belle took the phone bug and silently reported the news to 5 elders. Listen to Belle's report. The 5 elders just came back with a big smile on their face. Mustache Martian clenched his fists. The power of Uranus this time is bound to completely destroy that island. The bald 5 elders snorted coldly. Yeah, it's really arrogant to dare to call it the Island of Gods. Shaggybeard 5 elders is smiling. This time, Lord Im's heart disease has been solved by us. Several people had smiles on their faces. Before naval headquarters, they were all determined to pay all the top marines in exchange for 4 emperors, Natalia, and others. And this time, Marine only had 3 old guys there. The rest, not only the 4 emperors, but also the head of the Porgas family, and everyone else. This time, the power of Uranus can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If it works, then this can be regarded as a great achievement for them. Silently watching the smiles on 5 elders' faces, Belle wears an expressionless mask. The eyes under the mask flickered. Hear the report from the Island of Gods. Knowing that the power of Uranus had fallen, Chu Xia hadn't responded yet. In addition, Chu Xia openly exposed the location of God's Island and invited all the top experts in the sea. Belle suddenly figured out Chu Xia's response to Uranus. Kyōka Suigetsu? Father. A flash of excitement flashed in Bell's eyes, as well as a flash of strong anticipation. His Kyōka Suigetsu, inheritance, and Chu Xia, is already so strong that it can be called incomprehensible. What about Chu Xia? How strong will my father's Kyōka Suigetsu be? Simply unimaginable. Bell looked forward. Above the island of gods, dazzling white light fell silently. This made everyone look up and look at the power of Uranus. Many civilians in the island of gods prostrate themselves on the ground, shocked by the terrifying power fluctuations. The direct descendants of the Porgas family looked up, although he has great faith in his father. But there was also some worry in their eyes. How will Chu Xia deal with such a powerful force? Everyone thought silently. The blonde, blue-eyed Hasward looked up like a nobleman. Look at the dazzling white light overhead. Hasward silently exerted his power of world reconciliation. But the silent white light in the sky was not delayed at all. Hasward's eyes narrowed. This is the first time that his world reconciliation has failed. It's unbelievable. Hasward silently looked in the direction of the Void Knight Palace. And at this time, inside the main hall of Sui Palace, everyone looked at the white light above their heads. Looking at the disaster in the hearts of everyone, alarm bells rang in their hearts. Every pore of their body is telling them, hurry up. Run. A group of strong men forcibly suppressed their desire to escape. Because if you run away now, you can't run away at all. When the captain of his family decided to come to the island of the gods, they actually expected this scene. Everyone watched the white light silently. Some have dignified eyes, some are breathing heavily, and some are staring wide open. Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Sengoku, Garp. Everyone looked at each other silently. Immediately, they all looked at Chu Xia, who was sitting on the throne. But when they saw Chu Xia at this time, everyone's eyes shrank suddenly. Because of Chu Xia, he still sat calmly on the throne. Still so plain. Even with a slight smile on his face, Tian Fen looked at Uranus above with interest. He didn't have any intention of preparing to deal with it, just watched silently like that. The hearts of all the top powerhouses trembled. They panicked a little. There was visible fear on Charlotte Linlin's face. The rest are similar to her. Face that powerful ancient weapon. Even if they are the top of the sea, they cannot be dealt with at all. After all, there is no comparison between man and God. Just when everyone was shocked and trembling, not knowing their upcoming fate, the terrifying white light, the power of ancient weapon Uranus, descends. Chapter 195. This is the sea. Recently, the world government has used ancient weapon Uranus for the second time. Uranus, Poseidon, Pluton. From ancient times to the present, there are traces of Poseidon and Pluton. For the top powerhouses in the sea, those are not particularly big secrets. Poseidon in the Fishmen Island is a power inheritance capable of mobilizing large sea kings with devastating calendar areas. The Pluton is a steel warship. It is said that one shot can destroy an island. Of course, it's small. Uranus. This is the most mysterious ancient weapon. Basically no one in the sea talks about Uranus. And very few would go after Uranus' idea. Because Uranus is really too mysterious. But in this short period of 1 month, Uranus, which is in the hands of the world government, activated twice in succession. Once, destroyed the former naval headquarters, Marine Fort. Destroyed the massive marine fortress. And this time, in order to deal with the Porgas family, and deal with a group of top powerhouses on the sea. Again, without hesitation, the world government released Uranus. A terrifying power fluctuation descended. At that last moment, the mentality of the top powerhouses in the sea almost collapsed. They all looked at Chu Xia on the throne with wide eyes. There is only one thought in everyone's mind. We accept your invitation and come to the island of the gods to meet you. But you don't have the means to deal with Uranus? This is everyone's last thought. Even Whitebeard, Redhead, Sengoku, Garp, and others. My heart is also full of complexity. Ace also looked up, looking at his eldest brother on the throne. His eyes were complicated, and he didn't know how his big brother would respond. But in Ace's heart, he felt, "My big brother, no matter what. You can see it in Summit War. Chu Xia's layout ability. It can be said to be strategizing and winning thousands of miles. So with the power of Uranus, he must have a way to deal with it." But at this moment, a dazzling white light descended. Everyone in the main hall of Sui Palace was swallowed by the white light. They felt the feeling of their bodies being crushed. No pain. Because the pain reaches a certain level, people will not feel it. Their bodies were instantly smashed into powder. Everyone's thinking is fixed. This scene, between the sky and the earth, freezes into a picture with only white light remaining. Also this day, the entire new world is paying attention to the scene in this unknown sea. Under the power of the terrifying Uranus, the entire island of gods was disintegrated and destroyed bit by bit. Outside the island of gods, those who observe and monitor the island of gods have long been far away. At this time, the faces of the three CPOS were overjoyed. They passed the message on to Belle. Within rights. Belle put down the phone bug and turned to look at the five elders. Belle's emotionless voice was tinged with a rare touch of excitement. He bowed. Master Five Elders, the island of the gods, was successfully destroyed by the power of Uranus. The blonde Five Elders suddenly turned his head and looked at Belle, his voice trembling. "Belle, what you said is true. Because of Natalia, Giseline, Madara, and Hashirama and others." Five Elders instinctively felt that the patriarch of the Porgas family was a legendary figure like Lord Im. Such a character, since he dares to invite the four emperors to the island of gods. Then, he must be prepared to deal with the power of Uranus. The five elders activated Uranus this time, and they just went to try it under the order of Lord Im. In their hearts, they actually felt that it was difficult to succeed at once. The patriarch of the Porgas family is an existence that can play against Lord Im. How can it be so easy to kill? It's almost wishful thinking. But now, listening to the information that came back from Belle's mouth. Look at the image coming from the other end. The faces of the five elders became more and more excited. All five of them had big smiles on their faces. "Five people look at me and I look at you," and then one person suggested. "Everyone, I think we should go to Huajian and report this news to Lord Im." Another seconded. "Yeah, after so many years, there are very few things that can bother Lord Im. This time we solved the Porgas family, so that Lord Im can rest assured." Several people nodded. Before leaving, the blonde five elders glanced at Belle. "Belle, you are here, if you have anything to report to us directly." Belle nodded slightly. "Yes, the five elders rule of heaven." The blonde five elders looked happy, turned his head and left with the four of them. Belle looked at the backs of the five people stepping out of the power gap, and a smile appeared under the expressionless mask. "Zero, ask for flowers." He stood there silently, without making any small movements. Because there is no need. The original New World G1 branch now Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office. Admiral, the Green Bull and the Buffalo, pushed open the door of the office. Office interior. Marshal Akainu, the other three headquarters Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and T-Dolphins are all there. Watch the Green Cow and Buffalo walk in. Akainu glanced at the sofa beside him and motioned for the two to sit down. After the two sat down, the Green Bull looked at Akainu with a smile on his face. "Marshal, I heard that the world government has launched Uranus again, and this time the target is the island of the gods." Behind the desk, Akainu's face was gloomy, unable to see what he was thinking at the moment. He nodded and said, "Zero. Yeah, I hope the power of Uranus can destroy all the pirates in one fell swoop." When the Green Cow heard this, he curled his lips in disdain. Immediately, he looked at Aokiji again and smiled. "Kyūzen Admiral, I heard that Sengoku Vice Admiral Garb, and Tsuru Vice Admiral left Naval Headquarters not long ago, and it is said that they also went to the Island of God." Aokiji's expression sank upon hearing this, and he silently turned his head to look at him. "When did it happen? Why don't I know? Still pretending to be me?" The Green Bull sneered again in his heart. His intention was to catch Akainu and Aokiji. If it is said that Akainu and Aokiji don't know, he absolutely doesn't believe it. But the two don't take the bait at all, it's difficult to deal with. Before the green bull was silent, Kizaru looked at him and asked slowly. How's things going on Egghead? No harm to Dr. Vegapunk. The green cow and the buffalo laughed together. Rarely did the buffalo speak. Don't worry, we took that Zeroth away peacefully. Now it has been sent to the government of the world and is being held in secret. The buffalo had just finished speaking. The phone bug on Akainu's desk rang. It was a passing warship not far from the island of the gods. Pick up the phone bug. The news came that the island of the gods was destroyed by the power of Uranus and turned into powder together with the former naval headquarters. The four of Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Chafu all stopped breathing. The green bull and the buffalo looked at each other with joy. The two laughed. Looks like they just captured Zeroth, nothing more. But that's a good thing. What a great thing. 9. Chapter 196. Inside the marshal's office. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little silent. Because both Akainu and Aokiji don't look very pretty. Although Kizaru usually doesn't care, he was a little shocked by the news. The power of Uranus. As one of the people who saw it with his own eyes that day. He knows how terrifying that power is. Although his sparkling fruit is fast, it is almost impossible to hit him. But that was when no one stopped him. If the pirates and the marines fought to the death that day. See if those pirates will let him go. He will definitely do his best to keep this marine admiral in the headquarters. That's why Kizaru didn't escape early. Because you can't run at all. Now, hearing that the power of Uranus destroyed the island of gods with one blow, the yellow ape really stopped thinking. And the T-dolphin. He thought also of the horrors of Uranus that day. Moreover, there is a hint of heartache in Tuxin 193. After all, Momuzagi, the love of his life, is also on that island of gods. The island of the gods was destroyed. It doesn't matter if the Porgas family and the four emperors all die. But Momuzagi is dead too. The T-dolphin was inexplicably silent, feeling inexplicably sad. Although, he just doesn't lick dogs. And green bulls and buffaloes. Neither saw Uranus destroy Marineford that day. And it has nothing to do with the Porgas family. Now, all they have in their hearts is ecstasy. The two looked at each other with smiles on their faces. The Isle of Gods was destroyed by the power of Uranus. The news is simply wonderful. The evil in the sea was wiped out in one fell swoop. It's so gratifying. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. The deepest part of the castle, among the flowers. He looked at the well-proportioned and tall blonde girl Mora in a lady's suit in front of her. The five elders were all smiling. Grumpy mustache five elders Firestar looked at Mora and smiled. Please also help to report that we want to see I'm Tianren. Mora smiled and glanced at five elders. My lords, five elders, what the hell is going on here? In the past few days, every time five elders came to see I'm, there was a depression on his face that could not dissipate. But now, the stagnation was swept away, replaced by a face full of joy. What the hell happened? The blonde five elders smiled and said. The island of the gods has been destroyed. Mo La was stunned upon hearing this. The next moment, she was also smiling. Wait a moment. After all, she walked into the Great Hall of Nothingness, because of the notification. Five elders stood outside the main hall door, not in a hurry. The five of them rubbed their hands together secretly, their faces a little excited. This time the Uranus launch is simply too lucrative. The archenemy of the Porgas family was wiped out immediately. Four emperors, Dover, Hawkeye, Golden Emperor, and others were also directly reduced to ashes. And that Straw Hat Kid. Haha, how long will this sea be stable? The five were very happy. At this time, Mo La pushed open the door of the Hall of Nothingness and walked out again. She looked at five elders, shook her head and said. Lord Five Elders, Lord Im doesn't want to see you. What? Hearing this, five elders was taken aback. The faces of the five people changed slightly. Because they suddenly thought of the fact that the island of gods was destroyed by the power of Uranus. Is there a fake? But they have seen the image with their own eyes, how could it be fake? Or, the patriarch of the Porgas family used inexplicable and magical means to escape the attack of Uranus power this time? This is impossible. The 5 people looked confused, standing where they were, not knowing whether to leave or what to do. Moral looked at the 5 people at this time, shook her head and smiled. 5 adults don't think too much, the original words passed to me by Lord Imar. Keep the sea stable, she doesn't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Does this kind of thing refer to standing on the top? A thought flashed through 5 elders' mind. After a while, they closed. Although I don't know why Lord Im has such an attitude towards them. But the island of the gods was destroyed. It should be a certainty. The 5 left silently. And in the great hall of nothingness, Im looked at the star map above his head, his eyes were full of dangerous eyes. Just now, in the star map above her head, the black hole next to the sun dissipated. The stars that symbolize the top powerhouses in the sea have all dissipated. Of course Im can figure out what's going on. So, when the 5 elders came to report, she sent everyone away. Lived for so many years. This little thing can make her feel calm again, not even joy. Only. How could Im feel that? Is this thing a bit too simple? The patriarch of the Porgas family who was able to play against her died so easily. AR 30. But Im didn't think much of it. Uranus, after all, is too strong. She also watched the head of the Porgas family. 5 elders back between the rights. Belle looked at the faces of the 5 of them with some doubts. That kind of expression is a feeling of joy in the heart, but a little suspicious. It's weird. Belle looked at the 5 people in surprise, and couldn't help asking. Master 5 elders, do you have any instructions from Master Im? Listen to him. The blonde 5 elders shook his head and repeated what Im said. The remaining 5 elders did not stop. After all, Belle is also Im's confidant. After Belle heard this, surprise and suspicion appeared on his face. He opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that Uranus failed to completely destroy the island of the gods? Mustache 5 elders shook his head. Impossible, we have seen the video, the island of gods has been completely destroyed. As long as Uranus hits, everything will be reduced to dust, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to survive. Belle nodded silently. But the fluffy 5 elders mused at this moment. Master Im's words, we really can't see through. And if the Porgas family is not really dealt with, it will be troublesome. The rest of the people also frowned upon hearing this. Belle rode. Lord 5 elders, with all due respect. Even if the Porgas family is not completely eliminated, then we can launch Uranus again, wouldn't it be good? The 5 elders all looked at him. Go 2.2 5 elders sighed and shook his head. If the power of Uranus is so easy and can be activated without cost, why didn't we use it to deal with Sishai before? The other 4 also nodded. The blonde 5 elders said sadly. Belle, you don't know. The power of Uranus needs to be stored. Now that it is activated twice in succession, the consumption of Uranus is already a bit huge. It will be difficult to activate Uranus again in the future. Belle nodded silently and stopped talking. At the same time, he probed out the information of Uranus from the bottom of his heart. And he thought, well, Uranus's terrifying and powerful attack cannot be unleashed indefinitely. The greater the power, the greater the price. This is an immutable law. And now the Uranus is activated twice in a row. It is not easy to start again. At most, possibly only once. No, this is not guaranteed. He had to touch Uranus himself once. Chapter 197. Belle suppressed the matter deeply in his heart. At this time, the blonde-haired 5 elders turned to look at the other 4 people, and pondered. Shall we announce that the Isle of Gods was destroyed by Uranus? The other 4 also pondered when they heard this. The battle for the top is not long over. And that battle was not a very good result for Marine and the world government. Although Marine's prestige in the entire sea is still there. But that was limited to some ordinary civilians. As for the prestige among the pirates, losing a top-ranking competition can only be said to be a disgrace and a loss of prestige. This is what Marine has the most to lose in the fight for the top. Now, even if Marine chose New World for the new naval headquarters, but it can't suppress the rioting New World at all. The morale of the pirates is at an all-time high, while Marine's face is in disgrace. The entire Grand Line is now almost out of control. Four Seas is currently fairly stable. But this is only the appearance. As time goes by, once the pirates, or the Porgas family do something, then Marine's prestige will be completely lost. Along with the loss of Marine's prestige, there is also the face of the world's government. Now this time 06. If the world government announces the news that the Four Emperors pirate group and the Porgas family were all destroyed by the power of Uranus, then it is conceivable how much benefit it will bring to the world government. The pirates in the entire sea will be unable to raise their heads in an instant. The civilians on the entire sea will completely return to the level of belief in the world government as before. Even, it can directly end the era of great pirates. The five elders looked at each other silently. Although they can't figure out Master Im's attitude. However, the release of this news brought too many benefits. The flushed mustache five elders said excitedly. I think this news should be announced to the sea to completely revitalize the prestige of the government. The bald five elders nodded. Before there was the Marine World conscription, and then we completely destroyed the Porgas family and the Four Emperors. As long as this news is released, all the face lost by my world government in the Summit War will be restored. Mustache five elders added. Even, we can end the troublesome era of great pirates and completely erase the influence of that B.D. Roger. So many years. Not many people can be wiped out by the five elders. The previous one was still rocks. The opponent is the overlord of the sea, and he has thoughts about celestial dragons. No matter how great his threat was, after his death, the world government went directly to the existence in the north. And behind the One Piece Roger. Why didn't the five elders want to erase Roger's existence? But Roger and rocks are fundamentally different. Although rocks is strong, it was only limited to New World at that time. Those who know his name are basically powerful pirates from New World. Has minimal influence on the Grand Line and Cosmopolitan. Therefore, the five elders can completely erase the existence of rocks and let him disappear in history. But Roger? Whenever five elders thought of this, they felt a little out of breath. Their public execution of One Piece Roger was a mistake. In the end, instead, they made a wedding dress for Roger, making the other party dying, and opened the era of great pirates. It is hard to say that the world government is not helping Roger. Thoughts turned, and the five elders' gaze returned to their eyes. Five elders with goatee, five elders with shaggy beard and five elders with blonde hair. They still have some doubts about whether the Island of Gods was destroyed, whether the people of Portgas and the Four Emperors were completely killed. But think of the benefits of making this announcement now. The three of them are still unavoidably moved. This is a good time to end the era of great pirates. In the end, the five people unanimously decided to immediately release the news that the Island of Gods had been destroyed. The bald five elders picked up the phone bug and called Naval Headquarters. New Marineford, inside the gardener's office. Akainu is on business. Aokiji, Kizaru, T-Dolphin, Green Cow, Buffalo, etc. Admiral sat on the sofas on both sides boredly. They are all waiting for news from the world government. I want to know whether the launch of Uranus really wiped out the Four Emperors and the Porgas family. Porp porp porp. Porp porp porp. Aokiji and the others raised their eyebrows, and they all looked at the phone bug on Akainu's desk. The news finally came. Several people looked at Akainu expectantly. Akainu couldn't see any joy or anger on his face. He raised his hand to pick up the phone bug. From the other end, came the powerful voice of the bald five elders. Sakazuki, the Island of the Gods has been destroyed by the power of Uranus. Just this news. It made Akainu's face stagnate. On both sides of the sofa, the Green Bull and Buffalo looked happy. Aokiji lowered his head slightly, his eyes full of complexity. Kizaru and the T-Dolphin exchanged glances. Chafa felt a little heartbroken. Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth. Akainu behind the desk slowed down and said in a deep voice. I see. listening to Akainu's harsh voice. The bald five elders was a little displeased, and his tone couldn't help being 3 points cold. Sakazuki, I order that Marine personally draft an announcement stating that the island of the gods will be destroyed, the Porgas family and the 4 emperors will all be killed, and the sea will usher in unprecedented peace. The bald five elders said a lot. There's a short discussion here at 5 elders. Everyone felt that the island of the gods was indeed destroyed. But the Porgas family and the 4 emperors are dead or not. They still have 540 doubts. After all, the patriarch of the Porgas family is a terrifying existence who can play against Lord Im. Since he invited the 4 emperors to the island of the gods, didn't he think that the world government would take the opportunity to launch Uranus? Although the facts are right there. The island of gods was indeed destroyed, and all vitality dissipated. But 5 elders was a little suspicious. So, in order to prevent slaps, in order to prevent the world's government from releasing the announcement, the country's face, the 5 elders unanimously decided to let Marine make the announcement. Even if something goes wrong in the end, that's a disgrace to Marine. What does it have to do with the world? 5 elders was delighted by the wit of himself and others, and was in a great mood. But at this time, Akainu in naval headquarters was in a very bad mood. He listened to 5 elders' words, but did not respond for a long time. Akainu is not stupid, of course he can figure out the intention of 5 elders' move. Letting Marine release this announcement seems to be a benefit to Marine, so that Marine can save the face lost in the top station competition. But in fact, if the news is okay, that's all. Marine does reap the benefits. But if there is a problem, then Marine's little face and prestige will be completely dissipated. As the Marine Marshal, Akainu had to think about Marine. In the end, he decided to fight Lun 5 elders. Akainu did not say a word, silently did not answer. Chapter 198. Listening to the rough sound coming from the other end, but no one responded. The bald 5 elders clenched their hands slightly while holding the phone. His face darkened suddenly, and he asked in a cold voice. Sakazuki, why didn't you respond? Akainu took a deep breath, and a gloomy voice sounded from inside the phone bug. Your Excellency 5 elders, a group of pirates appeared near naval headquarters, and I must go to suppress them immediately. Listen to Akainu. The bald 5 elders was stunned. Within rights. The faces of the remaining 4-5 elders also changed suddenly. God, a group of pirates appeared near naval headquarters, Akainu needs to go to suppress them immediately? What international joke? What kind of pirate needs the Marine Marshal who now owns the 5th Admiral to suppress it in person? You just say disobedience and don't want to make an announcement. Bell stood beside the sofa where the 5 elders were sitting, and couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Akainu, this is so interesting. 5 elders, too interesting. It never occurred to them that Akainu would be disobedient until they called Akainu the bug. In their eyes, Akainu is the Marine Marshal they supported up. What did they say? Isn't Akainu responding with a patter like a dog? That's why they chose Akainu to be the Marshal. Just now. This dog they thought they were obedient to. It seems that it is not as good as Sengoku in the past. The expressions of the 5 elders became more and more gloomy. Bell only glanced at it, then retracted his gaze. He was afraid that he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. The bald 5 elders took a deep breath and was about to yell at him in a low voice. Let him know that Marshal Marine is just a dog under their command. But, before the bald 5 elders could speak, on the other end of the phone bug, there was a beep beep sound. Apparently, Akainu anticipated the upcoming storm of the 5 elders and hung up on the bug. Boom! The bald 5 elders threw the phone bug out of his hand. The poor and weak little snail hit the smooth wall, bursting out a bloody flower. The bald 5 elders stood up abruptly angrily. Holding a long sword in his hand and wearing a kimono, he was about to walk out while stepping on wooden clogs. What he is going to do is self-evident. Fluffy Who 5 elders opened his mouth in a deep voice. Jupiter, calm down. The bald 5 elders had bulging veins on his forehead. As the 5 elders who are in charge of the military, they are mainly responsible for the marine aspect. In all these years, he has never been so disobedient by a marine marshal. Simply lawless. The eyes of the bald 5 elders were cold and full of disappointment. Goatee 5 elders said at this time. That's all. It is normal for Sakazuki not to let Marine take this risk. Tell Morgans the news and let him publish it. The bald 5 elders and the other 3 thought about it. Finally, the other 3 nodded. Since Marine is unwilling to release it, Akainu has expressed his attitude even more. At this time, it doesn't make any sense to force the opponent. Finally, all 4 looked at the bald 5 elders. The bald 5 elders finally thought about it and nodded sullenly. Okay, let Morgans post it. After that, he sat back on the sofa again, and slammed the ground with the simple long sword in his hand. Everyone, this old man feels that the Marine Marshal Sakazuki is not what we thought before. When the rest of the people heard the words, their faces moved slightly. Everyone started discussing with each other. In the end they unanimously decided. Give Akainu another chance. If there is another disobedience, he will be dismissed directly. Shortly after, under the behest of the world government, big newsman Morgan's newsbirds set off quickly, announcing the big news that shocked the whole sea. All of a sudden, the world was in turmoil. Especially the 4 emperors' realm. The 4 emperors, although all the high-level elites were dispatched this time, went to the island of gods. But there are still many people left behind. All of a sudden, the 4 emperors' field was in an uproar. What? The patriarch of the Porgas family invited the 4 emperors to meet at the island of the gods, but the news was known to the world government in advance, and the location of the island of the gods was found out. After the 2 parties got together, the world government launched the ancient weapon Uranus again, destroying the island of gods in one fell swoop. Ancient weapon Uranus. The one that destroyed the Uranus at the former naval headquarters, Marine Ford. Yeah, that's right. This time the power of Uranus was activated, and the island of gods was directly destroyed and turned into dust. The Porgas family on the island, as well as the 4 emperors, are all dead. What? Really? The 4 emperors are all dead? Are you kidding me? The Porgas family is all gone too. How can this be? Above the sea, there were discussions of one kind or another for a while. Everyone was shocked and surprised by the news. But the news comes from big journalist Morgans. Although not an official statement from the world government or Marine. But the credibility is also very high. For a time, the entire sea was churning. Eagered. Inside the Central Research Institute on the island, Jean Doan with a watermelon head came to the entrance of the research institute. He took a newspaper and hurried into the research room. When he came to the most central research room, Jean Momomaru met 6 little old men and Zeroth as he wished. After Zeroth's substitute was taken away that day, he moved to this core research institute. Only Vegapunk and Jean Momomaru knew that he was not captured. Although Jean Doan has a big mouth, he also knows that if he speaks out, it will put Zeroth in danger. In front of the white research desk, neither Zeroth nor the 6 little old men turned around. The 2 of them didn't care about Jean Doan's arrival at all. Jean Doan stood still, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Dr. Vegapunk, Dr. Zeroth, something big is happening at sea. When Jean Doan said this, he thought that the 2 of them would look back at him. But who knows? Zeroth, Good Wang Zhao, and Vegapunk, who are currently studying, ignore him at all. Instead, continue to concentrate on research. Their seraph has researched to the last step. It's just a matter of injecting the soul. But here, the 2 quarreled again. Seeing this, Jean Doan took another deep breath, but said the news directly. Dr. Zeroth, your home is gone. This remark ends here. Zeroth turned his head silently and looked towards the battle zone. Jean Doan, I have prepared your second brain for you, do you want to change it now? Jean Doan said his house is gone? His family is on the island of gods. Not only are there a group of powerful brothers and sisters sitting in the town, but also a father who is like a god. How could his family not be there? Zeroth didn't believe what Jean Momomaru said at all. Jean Doan shook his head, this time he was not afraid of the second brain. Instead, he continued. Doctor, the island of the gods was destroyed by Uranus launched by the government of the world. Chapter 199. Jean Dalmaru's words really attracted Zeroth's attention. He turned his head and looked over, his face full of surprise. What did you say? Can you say that again? Zeroth looked at the other party, his expression as calm as ever. Jean Doan looked at Zeroth and sighed deeply. Doctor, don't be too sad. After saying this, he felt that his comfort was too weak. After all, Zeroth had all his brothers and sisters dead, plus his own father. Even the home was destroyed and turned into ashes. But Jean Doan obviously misunderstood. Zeroth watched him silently, without blinking. Jean Doan finally said helplessly. Dr. Zeroth, the island of the gods was destroyed by the ancient weapon Uranus of the world government. The Porgas family and the 4 emperors are gone. He sighed, softly. Zeroth watched him silently. After hearing that the world government launched ancient weapon Uranus and destroyed the island of gods. As if thinking of something in his mind, he turned around calmly and looked at Vegapunk. Old man, let me reiterate to you again, among the seraphs, for example, you need to inject souls. Otherwise, they are just fighting machines without emotion. Do you want 790 to keep them being used by others without having their own lives? Hearing Zeroth's words, Vegapunk suddenly blushed. You stinky brat, how many times has the old man said that? Creating life is against the laws of heaven and earth, against ethics and morality. We cannot create life, we can only make them machines, no matter how intelligent they cannot have a soul. After Vegapunk said this, he was going to continue to say something, and solemnly reiterated the seriousness of this matter. However, before he could speak, he swallowed back the words that followed. Turn. Vegapunk looked at Zeroth, his eyes slowly widening. At this moment, his eyes were full of complexity, and there was also a hint of distress. Zeroth heard about the destruction of the island of the gods, but he could turn his head and talk to him about scientific research. What does this mean? It means that Zeroth at this time has a big problem. Vegapunk lost the heart to argue with Zeroth for a moment. He looked at Zeroth complicatedly. Even if he is just a mad scientist, he still has emotions. Jean Doan also looked at Zeroth, his eyes were full of fukin. How would a person feel when he heard that his home was destroyed and his father, brothers, and sisters all died tragically? Jean Doan didn't dare to think about it. This is the same as when he went out for a trip, and Dr. Vegapunk and Jean Weibo were all killed when he came back. He will die of heartache. Zeroth looked at the two of them silently, with an incomprehensible emotion in his eyes. If I have to describe it, it's like looking at a fool. Zeroth didn't bother to explain. Just when Vegapunk and Zanmamaru were still complicated. Suddenly, the messenger phone on Jean Doan's arm rang out. Sir! Come back quickly, someone is attacking Egihard. What? Jean Doan's brows twitched fiercely. He raised his arm and asked because of the sound. What's the situation, please report to me in detail. The subordinate's detailed report rang from the other end of the phone. Sir, 3 pitch-black warships have arrived, and a leader has disembarked from them. 2 of them, it seems to be. It seems to be. The subordinate stuttered, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Across the phone bug, Jean Doan asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Who exactly? The subordinate hesitated for a while, and then said. Sir, it's the god of the king's hand and the cold-faced Shura. What? Jean Doan's brow twitched again. Egghead doesn't exist on the map, but it doesn't mean it's isolated from the rest of the world. They will still receive sea intelligence from the world government from time to time. Everyone is familiar with the god of Senju and the cold-faced Shura. That is a powerful existence that can join hands with Garp to draw a tie. Not long ago, during the battle for the top stand, they even declared themselves to be the second of the 3 admirals. Moreover, 2 meteorites were summoned in New World, openly provoking the government of the world. Agsi, these pieces of information appeared one by one in Jean Doan's mind. His complexion suddenly changed. Not waiting for Jean Doan to react, He heard the voice of the subordinate on the other end of the phone bug that suddenly became extremely trembling. Sir, I. Before the subordinate finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice came from the phone bug. On the opposite side, is this the chief of the Defense Science Unit? I am Kyōka Shunsui, can you please give up your resistance and be captured by our army? Jingle's voice sounded, her tone was slow and her eyes were coughing. Jean Doan was in a trance when he heard the voice. He thought he heard the combination of Mr. Kizaru and Aokiji. Jean Doan froze in place, completely lost the ability to think. After a while, he regained his composure, raised his hand and hung up the phone bug. After finishing this, he turned his head and looked anxiously at Vegapunk and Zeroth. Jean Doan's complexion is extremely anxious, and his mouth is anxious. 2 doctors, Admiral is here to attack Egghead. It's disgusting, how did these guys find Eggy hard? 2 doctors, I will take you to evacuate the hall as soon as possible. As Jean Doan said, he kept thinking about the escape route later in his mind. The Ge Ming army landed from the north. Then they'd better go from the south. But there is a cliff there, and the only way to escape is to jump into the sea. With Vegapunk and Zeroth on his back, it should work. Just Vegapunk's central brain and Egghead? The more Jean Doan thought about it, the more impatient he became. However, when he thought for a long time, he raised his head. But found out. Zeroth and Vegapunk both watched him silently. Although Vegapunk's face was not calm, it wasn't ugly either. He was also arrested by the world government. Now if he is captured by the pavilion commander, it will be fine. You can do research anywhere. As long as the Ge Mingjun gives him resources, how about serving the Ge Mingjun? It's just that the conditions may not be as good as they are now. But he has no choice. Vegapunk and Jean Doan don't know. They ignore a very important issue. #Baronet. Zeroth looked at the two with a very calm expression. He looked at Vegapunk first. My 3 older brothers are here, do you want to go with me to the island of the gods to do research? Over there is my exclusive research room, which is 1,000 times better than here. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk froze for a moment, then thought of Zeroth's surname. Then I heard Zeroth say that his exclusive research room is 10 times better than here. Vegapunk burst into joy. Zeroth looked at Jean Dalmaru again. With one hand, he silently put the long knife on his waist straight. The long knife came out of its sheath, and lightly wiped Jean Doan's body. Jean Doan suddenly felt that his limbs could not be controlled and became numb. At this time, I heard Zeroth whispering. Jean Doan, what is your choice? Continue to follow me and the little old man, or be loyal to the government of the world. Just to remind you, although I am a researcher, it doesn't mean I'm not good at fighting, it's just that I rarely use that kind of crude method. Chapter 200. Zeroth said. His face remained calm. Jean Doan's expression froze suddenly. How could he have forgotten that Zeroth is a member of the Porgas family? Wasn't that Kyōka Shunsui one of the 3 admirals that the Porgas family joined the Guiming army at that time? God, how did he ignore such an important thing? And at this time, did not make people wait long. The door of the Central Research Institute was pushed open. The 3 walked in hand. One person has long and thick black hair, draped behind his head, and a pair of eyes full of reincarnation lines is chilling. He was full of arrogance and indifference while walking. Cold-faced Shura of the sea, Madara. Jean Doan felt a chill in his heart, and saw the 2 people beside Madara again. One has a gentle expression, is wearing a red armor, and carries a ninjutsu scroll on his back. The last one is wearing a straw hat of a different style from Luffy's, a flowered shirt, and 2 long knives on his waist. The 3 of them walked forward hand in hand, looking at Vegapunk, Zeroth, and Jean Dalmaru in the room. Hashirama glanced at Zeroth first, and said with a smile. Come with us to the Gemingjun to do research? The Gemingjun needs you. Zeroth did not respond first. Hashirama didn't doubt that his younger brother would not agree. He looked at Vegapunk and Zanmamaru again, and extended an invitation. The leader asked us to come this time, and the purpose is to invite Dr. Vegapunk to go to the cabinet to do research. Don't worry, the pavilion commander will not restrict your freedom, and will pour all resources into you, even if you lose everything. These are the words of the leader Long. Vegapunk laughed. Boy Long, he coveted the old man's research at the beginning, and now he finally made a move. Listen to this. Everyone present glanced at the 6 little old men. It seems that when Dragon was in Marine, he had a lot of intersection with Vegapunk. Vegapunk looked to Zeroth now, waiting for his opinion. Zeroth thought for a moment, looked at Hashirama and responded. Fourth brother, I need to take Vegapunk back to the island of the gods first, and then go to the pavilion commander. Hashirama nodded with a smile. Finally, he looked towards Jean. Be watched by the famous god of Senju, with Madara's impassive samsara eyes on the side. Alarm bells rang in Jean Doan's heart. At the same time, he was also a little surprised by the dialogue between Wang Zeroth and Hashirama. What does it mean to go back to the island of the gods first? Hasn't it been destroyed there? But it didn't wait for them to talk to each other. Zeroth stretched out his hand, and a big beta hit Jean Doan on the back of the head. Immediately, Jean Doan closed his eyes and passed out. Zeroth clapped his hands, as if a little disgusted. He felt the surprised eyes of everyone around him. Zeroth said lightly. Take her away directly, it's useless. Hashirama smiled. A smile appeared on Madara's mouth. Kakuzu. Soon, Egg-Red was evacuated by the planned sneak attack of the cabinet army. All the research materials of Vegapunk were taken away. 20 minutes later, the surviving guards woke up and reported the matter to the world government. Within rights. I am hearing the attitudes of the sea to the destruction of the island of gods. 5 elders looked relaxed. But at this time, Mustache 5 elders picks up the phone bug. From the other end, came the news that Egg-Red was attacked unexpectedly. Suddenly, the complexions of the 5 people changed drastically. What? What are you saying? Egghead was attacked by the Imperial Army, and Dr. Vegapunk was taken away. What on earth are you eating, a bunch of trash? The 5 elders cursed. They just basked in the good news. Turning around, Yan Mingjun gave them a big surprise. For a long time. Hang up bug. The 5 looked at each other, and there was an incomprehensible silence. Vegapunk, this is the 5 people who worked hard to do research for the world government. Because of the opponent, the world government has many more advanced technologies. Such as the Sea Stone warship. Like pacifists. But now, Vegapunk was stolen by the Imperial Army? 5 elders was so angry that he almost died instantly. Soon, the 5 made an angry decision. On the one hand, let Bell's CPO look for Vegapunk's traces and look for the garrison's garrison. And ask Marine to cooperate. Once found, on the premise of ensuring Vegapunk's safety, they will directly destroy the cabinet army. In the past, they couldn't see the Ge Mingjun, and they didn't want to spend too much energy looking for each other. Now, how dare this stinky mouse take the lead? Simply hateful. At the same time, 5 people also understand. Court order Army 3 admirals shot this time. Not just for Vegapunk, but possibly for revenge for the destruction of the Isle of Gods. 0. Seeking flowers. The 5 issued many orders one after another. To prevent attacks by Madara, Hashirama, and Kiraku. Finally, they also made second-hand preparations. That's if Bell doesn't find a trace of Vegapunk. Then they will use Zeroth in their hands as a threat to force the Imperial Army to release them. They didn't believe that the 3 Gao Gao of Zeroth didn't care about each other's life or death. Of course. A peaceful exchange of hostages is impossible. Once back to Vegapunk, the 5 elders will order the total destruction of the guiding army. A bunch of scum, so provocative. The 5 elders were visibly furious. Seeing this, Bell silently took the order to leave to investigate Vegapunk's trace. Can't really bring Vegapunk back though. However, he can't really ignore it. On the contrary, Bell felt that he could use this matter to do more things. For example, put some more nails inside the World Government Palace. Isn't Vegapunk and Zeroth's Seraphim research coming to an end? Almost started. And Zeroth wanted to inject the soul, but he didn't know how to inject the soul. But this thing. In front of him who has a half-finished Hogyaku, there is no difficulty. 7 seraphs, who will be Bale's first, Arrancar Espada? For the time being, 4,000 blades. With a smile on his face, Bale quickly came to the top floor of the World Genfo office building. He glanced at the former 5 members of CP9. Lucci, Khalifa, Keiku, Cobra, Bluno. The current strength of the 5 has been greatly improved. Although there is still a lot of difference in Arrancarization, Bale's research in this area is still a little bit worse. But presumably this time to snatch Seraph, his research went further. Arrancar Espada, like Xiaowu, will debut soon. Bale briefly talked about the task. The 5 of them put down their work in unison and agreed. Bale turned around and set off with 5 people, and at the same time ordered all CP0 to look for Vegapunk. This matter does not require any effort from him. It was not long after the cabinet ordered the army to attack. With the strength of CPO, he will definitely be able to catch the opponent's tail. At the same time as a new round of incidents on the sea is surging. In New World, earth-shattering events are also happening in the sea area where the Island of God was originally located. Chapter 201. New World. An unknown and mysterious sea. Here, there are many pirate ships, marine warships, and so on. They all came to this sea area to check. After all, the news released by Morgans just now is too shocking. Such a powerful Porgas family, as well as the 4 emperors, were unexpectedly taken over by the power of Uranus, the world's official government. Although the power of Uranus is indeed terrifying, the former Melindo turned into fly ash. However, this still makes people feel unbelievable. None of them believed in the authenticity of this matter. So, check it out here. And seeing the empty sea area in front of him, the sea area without any islands. For a moment, everyone was shocked by it. On the warship that Marine came to check, Kabi and Belumbo stood on the deck, watching the scene in front of August 13th in astonishment. The House of Porgas, the island of the gods, was really destroyed by the power of Uranus. 2 lines of tears flowed from Belumbo's eyes. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. Although Kabi has become a qualified marine at this moment. But when he thought that Garp also died under the power of Uranus, Kirby couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes either. Vice Admiral Garp. The 2 cried out sadly, but no one responded. Beside them, Colonel Hina and Smoker looked at the sea area in front of them with complicated eyes. As they had witnessed the destruction of Marineford by the power of Uranus. It is very clear how terrifying that power is. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru Vice Admiral are probably in danger now. Everyone silently reported the news to Naval Headquarters. New Marineford, inside the park office. Akainu sat behind the desk, listening to the information that came from him. He was silent for a long time. Aokiji leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. In contrast to the other 4. The Green Cow and Buffalo didn't feel anything, but were a little happy. When they came to Marine, the 2 absolute orthodox factions were not in a good situation. Although they have the support of the 5 elders, their influence in Marine is still not that great. Kizaru and Chabu are neutral factions, they only follow the wind and fight against the wind. And Akainu and Aokiji are the absolute original Marine school. Coupled with the support of the 3 old guys Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru Vice Admiral. It is difficult for the 2 of them to get much say in Marine. But now it's different. After Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Vice Admiral died. Marine's situation is that the Green Bull and the Buffalo are fighting against Akainu and Aokiji. Kizaru sees the wind and turns the tide. Such a situation is unprecedentedly good for them. The 2 were full of joy. Kizaru and the T-Dolphin were full of sighs. Unexpectedly, the former marshal and the last marine hero died together because of the trap of the staff officer. The new era is coming too fast. The era of great pirates has basically come to an end. The marshal's office was in a state of confusion. Inside the uncharted seas of New World. Inside the unknown mysterious enchantment. Here, the island of the gods is exactly located. In the main hall of Sui Palace in the center of the island. Chu Xia sat on the throne, looking at the audience with a smile on her face. 4 emperors, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Sengoku, Garb, Crane Vice Admiral. At this time, everyone fell into a state of wide-eyed, dazed and sluggish. The same goes for Xiao Wu beside Chu Xia. Of course, this also includes Natalia. The island of the gods hit by the power of Uranus from the world government this time. It was an illusion created by Chu Xia with Kyōka Suigetsu. As for her purpose, one is to let my group of pampered children see the strength of the world's government, and to face the world's government squarely. Only in this way can they win the next big battle. Even though she has the upper hand, Chu Xia still dare not underestimate the government of the world. This is a behemoth that has stood in the world for 800 years. Looking at his past and present, which dynasty lasted for 800 years. Therefore, it is not easy to govern the world. The background is extremely terrifying. And Chu Xia did this for the second purpose. It was to frighten the four emperors and others in front of them. He invited them to the island of the gods. One is the close relationship between the two parties. Second, these can also become his allies. Overthrow the world government and change the world government. The main force among them is naturally the Porgas family. But the sea is too big. Depending on the Porgas family alone, some of them cannot be controlled. Soon, in front of Chu Xia, the eyes of everyone who had been sluggish slowly recovered. They opened their eyes and looked at Chu Xia. Ace also raised his head abruptly, staring blankly at his brother on the throne. Just now, he really felt the feeling of death. Ace's knowledgeable color also told him. Just now, when the power of Uranus descended, the surrounding four emperors, these top powerhouses in the sea, all of them are short of breath. Everyone faces death in a different way. But in general, it can be said that they are completely similar. But what is going on in this situation? When everyone opened their eyes, they returned to their original state. Has the power of Uranus in the world's government come to an end? Ace's heart was trembling, he didn't understand what was happening in front of him. And at this time, Chu Xia on the throne looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Opened his mouth as if inadvertently. Woke up. His words let Ace's eyes widen again, his brain lost the ability to think, and stood there like a sculpture. At the same time, it also caused the top powerhouses present to become sluggish again. The red-haired pupils constricted, and her breathing was slightly short of breath. His knowledge 0.2 color haki is stronger, has reached the point of foreseeing the future. But just now, he clearly felt that he and others were hit by the terrifying power of Uranus, and together with the island of gods, they were wiped out. What's going on now? He raised his head suddenly, and looked at Chu Xia who was sitting on the throne. The red hair was breathing more and more heavily, his nerves were tense, and he couldn't contain the shock in his heart. Beside the red hair, the sniper Yasop also looked at Chu Xia, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Among the Charlotte family, the same is true of Katakuri, known as the highest masterpiece. Plus Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Usopp, the sniper. A group of people who either have potential, or have already seen the future, feel more real and unbelievable about the scene just now. Chapter 202. Inside the main hall of Sui Palace. Everyone present looked at Chu Xia together. After a long time, no one was able to react from the shock caused by the incident just now. Chu Xia looked at the crowd and smiled again. Everyone, I invite you here for no particular purpose. Who knows, but it's not just why the nerves of the world's government have been provoked, oh. Chu Xia sighed deeply. Everyone reacted from the shock after listening to his words. Sengoku, Garb, and he Vice Admiral looked at Chu Xia and said something silently in their hearts. You are the patriarch of the Porgas family. Invite the four emperors, the top powerhouses of the sea, to the island of gods. It's strange that the world's government didn't respond. If there is no response, you may be leading someone to Mark Marie Joyce soon. Among the top powerhouses, the redhead took a deep breath and looked up at Chu Xia. How Chu Xia saved the island of God from being destroyed by the power of Uranus, he doesn't know. Chu Xia didn't tell them what she meant. So, the redhead asked. Your Excellency Chu Xia, why did you invite us to this island of gods? 08 Hungfa actually had some guesses about Chu Xia's purpose for inviting everyone to come. This point can be seen from the matter of Chu Xia's alliance with the Ge Mingjun before. What is the goal of the imperial army? It is to overthrow the government of the world. Therefore, what Chu Xia is going to do must be quite different from this one. Inviting everyone to come is likely to be for this purpose. And the method used to deal with Uranus just now was Chu Xia's deterrent to everyone. Except redheads. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin also looked at Chu Xia, their eyes couldn't tell what they were thinking. At this time, Chu Xia looked at the unknowingly nervous crowd, and smiled lightly again. Guys, don't be nervous. I said that I invite you to come, there is no special purpose, but there is no special purpose. As she spoke, Chu Xia glanced at Xiao Wu who was standing beside her. Xiao Wu looked at him with nothingness in his eyes, and said calmly. My lord father invited everyone here just to watch the ceremony. Watching the ceremony. Xiao Wu's words immediately surprised everyone present. Chu Xia took a lot of trouble and invited them all to this island of gods. Finally, what to say about the ceremony? What ceremony to watch? Watch the Isle of Gods destroyed by the power of Uranus? Everyone secretly complained in their hearts. At this time, I heard Chu Xia sitting on the throne, with a voice like the Supreme King. Inviting everyone to come is to watch the founding of my God's island. Boom! Chu Xia's words resounded like thunder in everyone's minds. The red-haired stared wide-eyed, raised his head a little bit stiffly, and looked at Chu Xia. The island of the gods wants to build a country? This news is simply too shocking. The redhead was breathing heavily. Suddenly, he felt that his idea was right. Chu Xia just wanted to start a war with the government of the world. He just has the heart to replace the world's government. Otherwise, the Porgas family is already strong enough. Although standing on the top has to expose itself. But look at how Chu Xia can easily deal with Uranus. This means that he absolutely has the strength to protect the Porgas family from being found and destroyed by the world government. But now, Chu Xia wants to build a country. Let the island of gods be established. Everyone gasped, feeling a little numb. Judging from the performance of the Porgas family in Summit War. Natalia, the hot god of the sea. Her strength is definitely beyond the top powerhouse. Although Bankai's state should definitely have great limitations, it cannot last for too long. But, in the entire Summit War, only 2 top powerhouses fell. And these 2, all died at the hands of Natalia. This means that Natalia is a godlike existence for any admiral class on the sea. Now, she should have become a thorn in the side of the world government, a thorn in the flesh. If no bounty is given, it means that they don't know how much to give. I don't know who can successfully hunt and kill Natalia even if it is given. And except for Natalia, Giseline is also an extremely powerful and exaggerated swordsman. After gaining the title of the world's #1 swordsman now, Giseline's reputation is not low, and she has firmly ranked among the top of the sea. Let's look at the 3 members of the Porgas family who joined the Gaiming army. Madara, Hashirama, Kiraku. Needless to say, Madara and Hashirama. The cold-faced Shura and the god of Senjo have exaggerated and terrifying names. The 2 are definitely the top of the sea, the top group. Even if Jing Le has not made a move so far, it is definitely the most terrifying and exaggerated group. At this time, when everyone thinks of Jingle, all intelligence personnel suddenly received a message. That's from the Grand Line, not far from Egghead. The first to receive the news was Charlotte Linlin. The intelligence network of the Charlotte family spreads all over the sea. That's what they're in. Listening to the information coming from the other end, Charlotte Linlin was stunned. Not so long ago. Egghead is not far away. 3 black battleships of the Royal Command Army sailed on the sea. There were 3 people standing on each of the 3 boats. They are the 3 admirals of the Pavilion Commander. Cold-faced Shura Madara, Senjo God Hashirama, and finally Kiraku Shunsui. The trio had just set sail with Vegapunk and Zeroth. There are a lot of things on the whole of Agerhard that need them to transfer. So everyone was delayed for a while. It was also at this moment that they were caught up by CP0 of the world government. At this time, in front of 3 black warships, a pure white warship and 4 large warships came through the waves. 3 people stood on the decks of 4 large warships. They are the 4 admirals of marine: Kizaru, Green Cow, Buffalo, and T-Dolphin. Bell and a group of CP-0s stood on the white warship. Although Bell has the strength to capture all his younger brothers back. But how could he do that? Therefore, I know that it is Egerd who is attacked by the 3rd Admiral of the Cabinet. Bell will naturally inform Marine to cooperate. So it fell on Kizaru, the Green Bull and the Buffalo and T-Dolphin. As soon as the 2 sides met, their momentum collided immediately. Marine is aggressive this time. 4 admirals went out together, plus Bell. There are 5 top powerhouses. Facing the 3 admirals of the Guiming army, they have an absolute advantage. Bell stood on the white warship. Under the expressionless mask, he looked at the 4 of Kizaru coldly. 4, please make a move. His voice was faint, implying an order. Kizaru and the T-Fish shrugged. Bell represents the world's government, and this task is also assigned by the world's government, so they will naturally cooperate. The 2 had no temper, nor were they unhappy to be offended by Bell. Instead, the 2 looked at the Green Cow and Buffalo playfully. After these 2 guys came to Marine, they relied on the support of the world's government to show off their might. I don't know if they can grow up in front of Bell. When the 2 of Kizaru were interested, I saw the Green Bull and the Buffalo lower their heads together. There was unwillingness in their eyes, and the humiliation of being ordered by Bell. But they also had to obey Bell's orders. Because Bell is the CP0 that 5 elders value. Chapter 203. Bell's order was given. He turned his head, glanced at Lu Qi, and ordered. Let's fall back and let Marine fight them first. Lu Qi nodded. Yes, Lord Aizen. They kept in mind to call Bell by his code name outside. The pure white warship of CP0 slowed down and gradually separated from the 4 large warships. 4 large warships sailed towards the 3 pitch-black warships of the Ge Mingjun. On the deck of the warship, seeing that CP0 slowed down without hesitation, it meant to let them take the lead. Both the Green Bull and the Buffalo looked a little ugly. Because once upon a time, the 2 of them are the vice presidents of CP0. When going out to perform tasks, they usually call on Marine to cooperate. And once upon a time, that's how they let Marine lead the way for themselves and others. Now, they became Marine Admiral, and it became the lead for Bell. This feeling made the 2 feel very uncomfortable. But what can I do if I'm not happy? I had to say a causal cycle in my heart. On the other hand, Kizaru and the T-Dolphin didn't have a particularly big reaction when they watched this scene. Because CP0's attitude towards them is simply too common for the 2 of them. CPO has always been so high. Only, looking at the ugly faces of the Green Bull and the Buffalo, Kizaru and the T-Dolphins barely laughed. So funny. The Green Cow and the Buffalo never thought of it in this life, did they? One day, I will be treated like this. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru and Chafu laughed like crazy in their hearts. The Green Bull and Buffalo had ugly faces. They have nowhere to vent their anger. He had no choice but to transfer this anger to the 3 warships of the court order army not far ahead. The body of the Buffalo standing on the splint suddenly swelled. He was already more than 3 meters tall. With this swelling, he has a height of nearly 5 meters. Like a gorilla, his body is full of muscles, showing surging strength. He is the Zoan, the ancient breed of buffalo fruit ability shield. And the only characteristic of this buffalo fruit. It is rough skin and thick flesh, plus infinite strength. The buffalo made a sharp leap. When it was still in the air, its body completely transformed into a huge buffalo with a height of about 10 meters and a body length of nearly 20 meters. He jumped into the sea suddenly. This scene surprised both Kizaru and Chafu. Kizaru pouted with surprise on his face, and said slowly. Isn't this buffalo demon fruit power? Jump into the water? Does he consider himself a murloc? Even if they are murlocs, if they eat devil fruit and then enter the water, they will lose their water properties. At most, they can maintain their breath and stay immortal. Kizaru was a little surprised, a little dazed. The tea dolphin is the same. A demon fruit power. Or the current marine admiral. As soon as they come up to fight, they just rush into the water. This impact was really too great for the two of them, and they couldn't accept it. On the side of the warship, the green bull glanced at Kizaru with a smile on his face. Kizaru was right. Buffaloes are really murlocs. And the green bull looked forward. Then, there was a scene that made both Kizaru and the tea dolphin stunned. After the buffalo turned into a huge buffalo entered the sea. Without the slightest sluggishness in his movements, he frantically swam towards the warship of the Gaiming army on the opposite side. The buffalo splashed a huge splash, like a savage. It's just that he charged in the sea with demon fruit power. It's really hard to understand. When Kizaru and the tea dolphin were stunned. Just listen to the explanation of the green cow. Buffalo is a Zoan ancient ability user. How do you think he became a marine admiral? Kizaru and the tea fish shook their heads. They do not know. They really don't know yet. I originally thought that the buffalo was a powerful monster that had been trained to ultimate. But now it seems that there are still many special things about him. Sure enough, I heard the green bull continue to explain to the two of them. What's so special about buffalo is that he really awakened his buffalo fruit, and fully controlled the power after awakening. In addition to his identity as a murloc and the latest technology of the world government, this will allow him to be immune to the curse of seawater in the sea and not be afraid of the sea stone factor. The tea dolphin was a little confused when he heard this. What is the sea stone factor? He knows the curse of the sea. Sea stone factor, he really doesn't know. It wasn't long after all that it became Marine Admiral. In the past, he was just an Admiral alternate, and his actual rank was Vice Admiral. Tea dolphins really don't have access to such deep secrets. Kizaru explained to the tea dolphin on the sidelines. The sea stone factor is why demon fruit power is truly cursed by the sea. It's also the reason why sea stone can really limit people with abilities. Hearing this, the tea dolphin nodded thoughtfully. When the two looked at the buffalo in the sea again, their eyes had become more serious than ever. The green bull and buffalo passed the world conscription, joined the marine from the world government, and became the queen of heaven. The two basically didn't fight much. Therefore, everyone in naval headquarters is not very clear about the strength of the two. Take a look now. It really is not easy for the two of them to be able to sit in the position of vice president in CP0. Right. The sea. Who can become a top powerhouse, which one will be simple? Kizaru and the tea dolphins laughed to themselves. Every peak powerhouse in the sea should not be underestimated. At the same time, on the three cabinet warships opposite, Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. The two also had the same idea. So many years. Although both of them have mastered their own abilities. But they never underestimate the ability of Devil Fruit. Even if the ability of Devil Fruit is not cursed by the sea and restrained by Sea Stone, those two almost think that Demon Fruit power is the best ability. Because it is really strong. An ordinary person eats a Devil Fruit, and his strength can be instantly improved. If he worked hard, he could at least become a Marine General. And if Marine Generals eat and work hard to practice, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral will not be difficult. This is the heaven-defying of Demon Fruit power. What about ninjutsu? Except Madara and Hashirama. Within the Porgas family, there are basically few outstanding ones. Because ninjutsu is not difficult to obtain. But if you want to be really strong, it is too difficult to become a top, Zhao Wangzhao, strong man. But Devil Fruit is different. This thing is something that can instantly increase combat power after eating it. This is indeed a secret treasure of the sea. Madara is the same time as Hashirama. Almost everyone wants to understand why Kaido is so obsessed with man-made Devil Fruit. The leader of the pavilion commander, Long. Why did they send the three of them this time to snatch Vegapunk and Zeroth? It turned out to be all on Devil Fruit. The two were slightly startled. As for Jingle on the warship beside them, he doesn't have so many ideas. Jingle put on a hood and stood bored on the deck of the battleship. Watch for an incoming buffalo. He wasn't worried either. Because that would be blocked by his two older brothers. In this battle, the target he chose for himself was Kizaru. Because the two are so much alike. It's like being a confidant of the other party. After 2 days of rest, I carefully sorted out the follow-up plot. Continue to update, 2 to 3 times a day. Chapter 204. Face the menacing Marine Admiral Buffalo. Without the slightest hesitation, Hashirama took a step forward. He is located on the most central deck of the 3 black warships. Hashirama looked serious. The current brought by the huge buffalo in the water is too terrifying and exaggerated. If this is hit by the opponent's warship, their warship had to be smashed directly. That's not okay. Hashirama let out a sigh. He clapped his hands, saying whatever he wanted. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. This encounter between Ge Mingjun and Marine was an accident. Although there are 4 Marine admirals on the Marine side, there are only 3 people on their side, and they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. But how can Madara and Hashirama be afraid? Therefore, in order to prevent the bull from crashing into the big ship of his side, the pavilion ordered the army. It is also to create a suitable foothold for this battle. Hashirama directly used the tree world birth. Starting from the black under its feet, trees with thick roots began to extend under the water surface. The shadows spread. Just a few breaths of time. With a radius of 10,000 meters, it is completely covered by Hashirama's tree world birth. The buffalo charging in the sea was also completely blocked by the tree world, and I don't know where it went. Watching Hashirama clap his hands, he casually created a 10,000-meter foothold on the sea. The green bull's pupils froze slightly. He is a rare botanical demon fruit power. It can manipulate plants, and it also has a strong vitality. Every 583 days, it only needs photosynthesis to replenish energy without eating. Therefore, the green bull can see how exaggerated Hashirama's ability is. At least, he couldn't do it. It's just that the green bull can't do this. Doesn't mean he doesn't have the confidence to beat Hashirama. On the contrary, Green Bull is confident that he can deal with Hashirama. Because both have the ability to manipulate plants. According to various information from the world government, Hashirama's abilities, unlike devil fruit. Instead, it is like the traditional ninjutsu of Zou Island and Wanakuni. And how can ninjutsu control trees compare to his devil fruit ability? Therefore, the Green Bull is not panicked at all, and is even full of confidence. The emergence of nativity in the tree world. Send 3 warships of the Court Command Army. All 4 marine warships included. Everyone is connected together and can no longer move each other. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of both sides looked at each other and came together. The powerful momentum keeps colliding and colliding, which makes people's faces change. At this time, the buffalo that had been crushed by the tree world rushed out from under the sea again. He forcibly tore open the big tree that trapped him, and jumped up from under the sea. The buffalo rushed over and directly smashed Psi, a warship of the Royal Command Army, but failed. So he had to shrink again, turned into a human form, and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. Buffalo chose his opponent as Jingle, who seemed to be the most bully. With 2 long knives on her waist and a piece of dogtail in her mouth, Jingle's face changed slightly. He shook his head immediately and looked at Madara in distress. "Fifth brother, I don't want to fight him, so I will leave this person to you." Madara folded her arms, still showing that kind of arrogance. He didn't nod, but he didn't shake his head either. Seeing this, Jingle smiled. He knew Madara agreed. "My 5th brother has such a temperament, what can I do?" But he didn't wait for Jingle to choose his opponent. The buffalo charged directly and mercilessly. A sonic boom sounded. It was the sound of a buffalo stomping the ground beneath its feet. Next moment, everyone saw the tree trunk where the buffalo was originally. The trunk was trampled out of a deep hole. Jingle's pupils shrank. Trees in Hashirama are harder than the ground. This buffalo. He was a little surprised and couldn't help taking a breath. Next moment, Jingle saw the buffalo appearing in front of him, and punched him with a powerful punch. The green cow looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Although Admiral, the 3rd of the cabinet, was looked down upon and despised by their group of marine admirals. But I have to admit, Madara and Hashirama, a cold Shura, a Senju god. The strength of these two people in the sea is recognized. They really do have the strength of Marine Admiral. But Jingle? Although this person is also a member of the Porgas family. But he has no reputation in the sea. Never showed strength. Plus seeing each other now. Just a brat. Can such a person be an admiral? When did the name Admiral become so worthless? Green Bull thought so in his heart. This time, let this Jingle take a look. What does it mean to be innocent and guilty? The buffalo's muscular punch rumbled towards Jingle. The fist is covered with thick armament haki, shaking the surrounding void, trembling slightly. His armament haki has obviously been cultivated to the ultimate level, reaching the level of extroversion. Don't say anything else. With such a buffalo, it is no problem to play 50-50 with Kaido. It would be a loss without Conqueror's haki though. But it definitely has the power to fight. The dogtail grass held in Jingle's mouth swayed and swayed under the surging air current. His face was also full of horror, as if he saw someone he was extremely afraid of. Look at his expression. The buffalo thought secretly. When he killed the strong man in the sea in the past, the other party will have such an expression. In my heart, I am sure that my punch will definitely kill the opponent. The buffaloes are also wary of shots from Madara and Hashirama. He doesn't care about Jingle. May Madara and Hashirama. But they are two strong players. But what surprised the buffalo was Madara and Hashirama just stood there silently, not intending to make a move at all. Even Madara folded her arms, a smile flashed across her haughty face. Hashirama also smiled and shook his head slightly. Is Jingle weak? Maybe it's weaker than them. He just doesn't like to shoot. Just casual. But it never meant that Jingle was weak. The two of them felt this emotion in their hearts at the same time. Meet Kizaru, T-Dolphin, and Green Bull. That frightened boy. Although his face was panicked, his movements were as steady as an old dog. He unhurriedly drew two long knives from his waist and stood in front of him. Next moment, Buffalo punched Jingle's two long swords erected in front of him. The long knife buzzed, and Jingle's flowered cloak fluttered. But Jingli's figure didn't move at all. Still standing there steadily, his face panicked. Watching this scene, Kizaru, T-Dolphin, and Green Bull were all stunned. An idea popped up in the hearts of the three at the same time. What about me? Why don't you pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Obviously powerful. You pretended to be terrified to death. You are so good at acting. Next moment, Kizaru's eyes brightened under the sunglasses. Because suddenly, he seems to have found a confidant. It seems that I have found someone with the same personality as myself. That person. It's called Jingle. Admiral, codenamed Chun Shui. Chapter 205. Looking at Jinraku, Chafu turned his head strangely and glanced at Kizaru. He felt it keenly. Why is this Jingle so similar to the Kizaru Admiral next to me? Both of them are like that. One mouthful is scary, one foot is a supernova. At this time. See you soon. Jing Li raised his two swords to block the buffalo's punch. Quickly withdraw and retreat. While backing away, he used Shunpo to get behind Madara in a panic. Fifth brother, I'll leave that guy to you, I can't. Jing Li spoke righteously. See him in this scene. Madara shook her head inwardly. He didn't respond, and stepped forward silently, standing between the buffalo and Jingle. Buffalo made no further attempts to deal with Kiraku. Because in the confrontation with just one blow, he could tell that Jingle was definitely not weak. Definitely a strong man on the same level as him. So his plan to kill Jingle first failed. The green cow looked at the buffalo and shook his head. It seems that Shui Sheng is still not suitable for these strategic things. He is still suitable for the simplest fighting and killing. The green bull stopped watching the battle and jumped off the deck of the warship. He stretched out his hand and pulled it behind him. Marine's cloak of justice was pulled off by him. The green bull walked towards Hashirama step by step. His eyes were burning, he looked at Hashirama and smiled. You and I both use plant abilities, let's see who is stronger. Hashirama raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. I look forward to fighting with you. He is so gentle no matter when. Even when beating the enemy to death, at most, his face was serious. Seeing this, Kizaru and the T-Dolphin stopped watching the show. At this time, if you want to go to the theater again, you will definitely be punished by going back to the world government. But Kizaru turned into a golden light and came to the battleship where Madara and Jingle were located in an instant. He looked at Jingle with burning eyes, but his face was extremely serious. Admiral, Kiraku Shunsui. Let the old man be your opponent. Kizaru's tone was dignified, but his mood was extremely joyful. Because he thought, today's battle will definitely make me very satisfied and feel very comfortable. After all, Jingle is a person with the same personality as him. Jingle naturally would not refuse. Even he had the idea. Then, the two old moyo looked at each other, and they immediately had the same thoughts, and happily went to the side to paddle. And their paddling is also particularly technical. Biri said that Jingle slashed at Kizaru. Kizaru's face would change in shock, and he would turn into a golden light and dodge at the very moment. After dodging, Kizaru sighed with fear. Your Excellency's speed is really fast, the old man almost couldn't dodge it. And Kizaru gave Jingle a light speed kick. Jingle will also be hit, and pretends to be in severe pain. As expected of Marine Admiral, it's really powerful. T-Dolphin? Green Bull? ZK-4? The three looked dumbfounded. Even Madara and Hashirama couldn't help laughing in their hearts. That's all. Don't care about these two live treasures. At the same time that Kizaru and Jingle met each other lately, Madara and Hashirama looked at their opponents respectively. Madara folded her eyes, staring at the huge buffalo in front of her, her samsara-like pupils showed no emotion. The buffalo looked at Madara, smiled and raised his eyebrows. I heard that during the battle, you summoned 2 meteorites in the New World Edward Sea area. Madara didn't respond, just looked at him coldly. Buffalo are not embarrassed either. He who has always been quiet, talked a lot today. It was really because of seeing Madara. Let the fighting spirit in his heart rise steadily. Dopamine rushes in. Seeing that Madara ignored him, Buffalo continued to speak with burning eyes. I don't know, have I seen your meteorite from the sky? Hehe. For the Edwardian video. The Buffalo have seen it. But he thinks there were just 3 normal CP0s there. If he was there, he would definitely be able to crush those 2 meteorites. In front of the real strong. Things like meteorites are not particularly scary. This is why the world government did not list Madara as a very dangerous person. Because it seems to them, those 2 meteorites were not particularly strong. After all, it was watched through a video. Everyone can stand and talk without back pain. If let them see with their own eyes. 5 elders might be terrified. Madara crossed her arms and looked at Shui Sheng silently. The buffalo smiled defiantly. Why, can't you use those moves? Madara finally spoke. The voice is flat and proud. You are not yet qualified to experience that move. Maybe one day those 2 meteorites will land on Marie Joyce, but not here. Madara's voice is light, revealing the arrogance that comes from the bottom of her heart. Ask for her flowers. The buffalo's face changed slightly upon hearing this. You. He looked at Madara and felt that the other party was simply too arrogant. Too arrogant? He had never seen such an arrogant person. The buffalo's body swelled, and it stopped waiting, and punched Madara. Madara was burning with blue flames. Susanoo. The battle between the two broke out in an instant. The other side. Hashirama and the Green Bull looked at each other. The corner of the Green Bull's mouth curled up. The world government has collected a lot of information about you. From my point of view, you shouldn't be using the plant-type devil fruit ability. It's ninjutsu, right? Hearing what Lu Niu said, Tianjian was a little surprised. Can you tell I'm using ninjutsu? He didn't care about the means of exposing himself. Because it's a matter of time. 0. And ninjutsu is not likely to be targeted. So Hashirama admitted naturally. Sure enough, determination flashed in the eyes of the Green Bull, and he continued to laugh. I am a plant-type ability user, so my eyesight is naturally different. So your younger brother, that cold-faced Shura, also uses ninja. Green Bull's tone was relaxed, as if he had a winning ticket. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. After all, Marine has 4 admirals here. The T-Dolphin was on the side helping the 3 of them sweep the formation, ready to make a sneak attack at any time. Under such circumstances, it is really difficult for them to lose. Hashirama nodded first, then shook his head again. To be precise, it is Madara's pupil technique. Hearing the words, the Green Bull glanced at Madara, who had a pair of reincarnation-like pupils. He was thoughtful, and smiled again after a moment. Pupil surgery? Thank you for clarifying. Hashirama nodded. You're welcome. If Green Bull talks to him like this, Hashirama can talk to him for a lifetime. After all, he is not the type who likes to fight and kill. If chatting can solve the problem, that room prefers chatting. But obviously, the Green Bull will not do what he wants. The green cow is wearing a green shirt, with disheveled hair, tall and thin. He looked at Hashirama, and a big smile suddenly broke out on his face. Hashirama's expression moved slightly. You took control of the tree I summoned, and took it. The Green Bull nodded with a smile. Otherwise, what do you think I'm delaying with you? Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. But... He paused for a moment and smiled. It's also useful for me to delay time with you. Chapter 206. What? The Green Bull's face changed slightly. See you later.